981 Little Bird's Choice 1. The rules of the Valley Prison had completely polished the self-esteem and pride of the native cultivators, and they were forced to make a choice between life and death. The Holy Dragon City had used such methods to make these native cultivators yield. The tower had yet to descend, and there were some things that the Holy Dragon City cultivators could not accomplish alone, such as collecting soul stones, investigating the movements of the enemy forces, and creating chaos in the rear. If these native cultivators joined in, things would become much simpler. The Holy Dragon City had used the natives to serve them more than once, so they were already very familiar with it. As long as these native cultivators chose to surrender, under the constraints of contracts, wealth, and power, the possibility of them rebelling would be very low. The Holy Dragon City actually had a lot of methods to deal with them. Using these methods, Holy Dragon City could guarantee that they could gather a large number of available manpower in a short period of time. This way, the unfavorable situation for Holy Dragon City would be improved. At this moment, the fight in the cage had ended. The bird had already run to the limp Tigerman captain and the others, kneeling on the ground and crying as it hugged them. Although the companions of the adventurer team were covered in wounds, they still smiled with relief when they saw the little bird standing in front of them. They treated the little bird as their own sister. As long as the little bird was not dead, their sacrifice was worth it. Even though they were injured in the process of fighting for it, no one objected to using the proof stone cards that they had risked their lives to obtain to exchange for healing medicine. This kind of friendship formed after going through life and death was especially precious. After crying for a while hugging the Tigerman captain, the bird turned to Robert and asked how to use the stone card. Following Robert's instructions, the little bird grabbed the stone card certificate and walked to a huge rock at the edge of the valley. There was an object as smooth as a mirror hanging there. The material was unknown, and it looked like a disc. The pattern on it was the coat of arms of the extraterrestrial demon race. The bird looked at the domineering coat of arms with a complicated expression, but it did not hesitate and quickly approached it. She stuck the stone card to the gap on the plate and a cold woman's voice sounded in her ear. "The voucher is valid. Please choose the item you want to exchange for." As soon as he finished speaking, a holographic image popped up from the disc. The object on it was so lifelike that it seemed to be in front of him. However, if one were to extend their hand, they would realize that it was just an illusion. The little bird was surprised. The methods of the heavenly demon race were indeed amazing. Not only were their cultivators powerful and their weapons and equipment excellent, but even their daily use items were also amazing. If such a powerful enemy were to invade the Snow City, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. It was likely that no one would be able to stop their army. The bird was in a daze for a moment before it came back to its senses and said softly, "I choose the food." "Choose food, confirm." The cold female voice sounded again. The bird did not hesitate and made its choice. The injuries of the Tiger Man captain and the others were actually not serious. The Holy Dragon City cultivators' attacks did not land on their vital points, and the cultivators' strong bodies could still withstand it. However, in order to exchange for medicine for the little bird, they had not eaten for a long time. Their physical strength could not be replenished, which was the most terrible thing. Therefore, the thing they needed the most now was naturally food to sustain their lives. Little Bird was secretly glad that he had woken up in time. Otherwise, after the Tigerman captain and the others had obtained this voucher, they would probably exchange it for medicine for him again. If it lived, but its companion was crippled, then the little bird would never forgive itself. Under the bird's expectant gaze, a metal monster suddenly flew down from the sky. When it approached the ground, it dropped a package. The little bird reached out and the package fell into her hands. There was food and water inside, enough for one person to have a full meal. If it was divided equally, it was enough for the members of the adventurer team to eat a few mouthfuls. Even though there weren't many of them, they were extremely precious in this situation. Under countless envious gazes, Little Bird walked toward the Tigerman captain and the others, and she was greeted by the helpless and gratified gazes of her teammates. "Let's eat something first, then we'll think of a way." The little bird took out food and water and put them into the mouths of his exhausted teammates with a gentle smile on his face. "As long as we don't give up, we'll always find an opportunity. Do you still remember that time when we were trapped in the underground cave? We thought we were dead for sure, but didn't we escape later?" The little bird's smile seemed to have a trace of strength, encouraging the rough men, and they all laughed. "Those damn otherworldly demons. They think I'll surrender. In their dreams, the blood-covered dragonkin was chewing on an egg-sized ration, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Even now, this violent man had not given in. Death was better than freedom. Even though his other teammates were also hurt, they laughed and scolded him after hearing this. The Tigerman captain laughed when he saw this. Seeing that his team members had all gathered around him, even though he regarded the Holy Dragon City as an enemy, he still felt a hint of gratitude. If it wasn't for the other party showing mercy, it would be a problem if they could even survive. As for the other party's request for forgiveness, the Tigerman captain instinctively resisted. As an adventurer, freedom was extremely important, and no one wanted to become a puppet at the mercy of others. It was also for this reason that they had been persevering and waiting for the situation to turn around. However, just the thought of the slim chance of success made him feel despair. Taking a deep breath, the Tigerman captain struggled to stand up. Just as he was about to speak to his team members, he felt his vision go black, as if his head had been hit by an iron hammer. This man, who did not even make a sound when the blade landed on him, suddenly fell to the ground like a collapsed mountain. Captain, the members of the adventurer team were shocked. They all rushed forward and surrounded the Tigerman captain. Damn it, Robert, quickly take a look at what's wrong with our captain. The Dragonkin man roared and pulled Robert over, his face full of unconcealed worry. Robert, who was also the team doctor, was also anxious. He quickly began to examine the Tigerman captain. However, as time passed, his expression became worse and worse. Robert raised his head and looked at the crowd. His tone had a rare sense of solemnity and urgency. Captain's injuries are too serious. If we don't treat him quickly, I'm afraid he'll die. Robert didn't continue, but everyone understood what he meant. If this dragged on, the Tigerman captain would lose his life. Ah, how could this be? Isn't our captain the one with the highest cultivation level here? How could this be? The Dragonkin man waved his fist in frustration, his face filled with unwillingness. Oh right, we'll lose the certificate again later. Let's go grab it and change captain's medicine. The Dragonkin man's face lit up with hope and eagerness as he spoke. No, if this continues, you'll all be crippled. Robert looked at the Dragonkin and shouted with a determined tone. Pretty boy, do you want to see Captain die? You ungrateful brat, if it wasn't for the fact that the captain saw that you were weak and didn't allow you to snatch the certificate, you would have been beaten to death long ago. Do you even have a conscience when you say that? The Dragonkin jumped up, grabbed Robert's collar, and scolded him loudly. Robert faced the Dragonkin's bloody mouth, but he did not back down. He raised his head and roared, "You brainless idiot, look at what you've become. With your current state, I'm afraid you'll be killed before you can get the proof. At that time, not only will we not be able to save the captain, but you will also die. It's fine if you die, but what about the captain? Will you be satisfied if we all die together?" The enraged Dragonkin was stunned for a moment before slowly letting go of Robert's collar. Then what do you think we should do now? Are we just going to watch Captain die? After hearing this, the members of the adventurer team fell silent. In fact, they already had an answer in their hearts, but no one was willing to say it. The bird remained silent, but at this moment, it reached out and stroked the Tigerman captain's thin face. It slowly stood up and walked towards the huge rock in the valley under the gaze of its teammates. Little bird xianxia, Robert opened his mouth but stopped. His extended arm slowly drooped down, and it turned into a long sigh. The other team members had complicated looks in their eyes as well. The Dragonkin man slammed his fist on the ground in anger and let out an indignant roar. 982 Never to be apart. 1. The Tigerman captain was the soul of this adventurer team. Without him, this team would have long since ceased to exist. In the team, perhaps due to the differences in personality and race, the relationship between the members could be close or distant. However, towards the Tigerman leader, they only had respect and obedience. It could even be said that he was the savior of the entire adventurer team. Every member had once escaped death with his help. Now that the Tigerman captain's life was in danger, it was not that they really had no way to save him. It was just that they would have to sign a slave contract with the otherworldly demons. They would lose their freedom and be at the mercy of others. This was definitely not the result that everyone wanted. This was also the reason why they had persisted but refused to surrender. Even if they were imprisoned and their heads were bleeding, they did not care. However, at this moment, they were faced with a painful choice. Should they surrender to save their leader, or should they continue to persist in their pursuit of freedom? Only the little bird stood out without hesitation and made its choice. She wanted to use her freedom and future to exchange for a chance for the Tigerman captain to continue living. I want to sign a contract, but you have to give me enough medicine to heal my captain. Under the complicated gazes of hundreds of cultivators, the little bird stood on the boulder, gently reached out to brush the long golden hair hanging down from its forehead behind its ear, and shouted to the sky. A minute later, a lord of Holy Dragon City appeared and slowly landed beside the bird. He looked at the bird and nodded, "As you wish, but only this time." The bird nodded and thanked him. "If that's the case, then follow me." The lord of Holy Dragon City reached out and grabbed the little bird's arm, getting up to leave. Little bird turned around and looked at his teammates with a look of nostalgia. Finally, his eyes fell on the Tigerman captain's face, and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. "Help me take care of Captain, don't tell him about me, just say I'm dead." Yingluo, tears flashed in the little bird's eyes. It wanted to say something, but the Lord of Holy Dragon City pulled it back and flew towards the top of the valley. Little bird, seeing the little bird's figure disappear into the distance, the members of the adventurer team all stood up and looked up at her departing figure. Their expressions were complicated. There was reluctance, unwillingness, and a strong sense of self-blame. However, the little bird standing on the top of the valley only turned back to look at them, revealing a sad and beautiful smile, then turned around and disappeared. All the team members were silent. They just sat on the ground dejectedly, their eyes empty. No one knew what they were thinking. A rough voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "Damn it, a bunch of trash. In the end, they're not even as loyal as a woman." Bah! A cultivator the size of a giant bear walked over and glanced disdainfully at the dejected crowd. His eyes were full of disdain. He walked in front of the Tigerman captain with a hint of respect in his eyes. The other party had dragged his injured body and snatched the proof stone card from his hands twice. Even though they were enemies, the Tigerman captain had won his respect. "This is the medicine I got last time. It's quite effective. Such a good man should not die like this." After throwing out an item, the brawny man waved his hand at the few local cultivators standing behind him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Brothers, we should go. It doesn't matter who we follow, it's better than dying here like dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man and his companion walked to the boulder and shouted loudly. A minute later, a remote-controlled aircraft that looked like a hover car landed. The native cultivators jumped on it and slowly rose into the sky under everyone's gaze. Robert sighed and examined the pill that the burly man had thrown over. After confirming that there was no problem, he turned around and fed it to the Tigerman captain. After doing all this, he walked to the edge of the valley alone and sat down facing the huge rock, not moving for a long time. When the medicine for the Tigerman captain's injuries was delivered, Robert began to deal with it in silence, his movements quiet and meticulous. "All right, remember to eat 3 times a day. Don't let the captain participate in the voucher fight anymore, or he'll die." Robert warned the green-eyed man. He then took a deep look at the crowd and smiled. "Goodbye, my brothers who have gone through thick and thin with me." After saying this, Robert turned around and walked toward the boulder. "Robert, you pretty boy. You can't hold on anymore and want to surrender." The Dragonkin man's weak voice was heard. He looked at Robert with disdain and a hint of reluctance. Robert slowly turned around and shook his head with a smile as he looked at his comrades who had gone through life and death with him. "I'm sorry, I'm worried about Little now. I have to look after her to be at ease. You can look down on me, hit me, scold me, it's up to you, but I'm leaving no matter what." Robert's tone was very calm, but it was extremely determined. "I gave up my dignity and my freedom because there was something more precious that I needed to protect. My brothers, please don't hate me. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of the people I care about. The most suffering alone. Although I might not be able to change anything, at the very least, before I die, I can do my best to fight for that tiny bit of hope. That way, I will die without any regrets." After saying that, Robert turned around silently and walked toward the huge rock alone. Soon, he was also taken away, and the request was to give his teammates enough food to fill their stomachs. After Robert left, the crowd remained silent. They watched the native cultivators fight for the proof stone cards as if they were watching a boring opera. The silence was only broken when the Tigerman captain woke up. Looking at his silent team members, the medicine and food on the ground, and the missing Nightingale and Robert, the Tigerman captain was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. We brothers have gone through so many ups and downs, but we have never been separated. We are always happy. They endured pain together, shared joy together, faced danger together, and looked down on death together. We should be together no matter when and where, right? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the Tigerman captain, a carefree smile appearing on their faces. What are you waiting for? I'm so hungry that my stomach is rumbling. I'm going to eat a whole roasted pig later, ha ha ha. The Dragonkin man, who was the most against surrendering, was the first to stand up, waving his fist and shouting. Sometimes, compromise was not necessarily for oneself. Men could bear some hardships, but they could not watch their friends and family suffer the same. Therefore, compromise was not necessarily cowardice. It was more of a contribution without any regrets. Everyone laughed and helped each other up. They dragged their tired bodies and walked towards the huge rock. Bastards, come and pick me up, you've won. The Dragonkin man stood on the boulder and roared. He gave a thumbs up and then spat on the ground. The aircraft landed again, and the Tiger captain made a request to the Holy Dragon City cultivator. Our team members must not be separated. This is our common request. The Holy Dragon City cultivators nodded. As you wish. 983 Shocking 1. The aircraft slowly rose up and brought the Tigerman captain and the others to the sky above the valley. This feeling of looking down at the earth from above was very novel to everyone, but no one was in the mood to appreciate the scenery at this moment. They were shocked by the scene outside of Cage Valley and could not come back to their senses for a long time. At this moment, under their feet was the huge valley where they had been imprisoned. It seemed that the original valley terrain had been transformed and was located behind the dense forest. However, the problem was that there was not only one Cage Valley, but 10 of them, forming a long line. There were also a large number of flustered native cultivators in these Cage Valleys. At this moment, there were even native cultivators in 2 of the Cage Valleys who were fighting for the identity stone cards with all their might. Among these native cultivators, they even saw many familiar figures. They were all adventurers like them or believers of some god. The Tiger Man captain had thought that the otherworldly demons had only imprisoned a few hundred native cultivators, but it seemed like there was an additional 0 behind this number. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the Tiger Man captain and the others were extremely puzzled. They didn't know what kind of method the otherworldly demonic tribe had used to capture so many people. If Tang Zhen knew the doubt in the Tiger captain's heart, he would definitely give an answer. In fact, ever since countless gods had issued their oracles and the news of the otherworldly demons had spread, the whole of Timriel had begun to be in turmoil. Countless believers followed the oracle and organized themselves, forming large and small demon slayer legions, and began to gather in the direction of the Tianji province. Even though the journey was long, the fanatical believers still persevered. Due to a common goal, the number of people in this group increased, and their shocking momentum was known by countless people along the way. This also made the appearance of the otherworldly demons known to almost everyone. However, these devout believers were too far away from Snow City. By the time they arrived, Holy Dragon City would have already descended into this world. At that time, they would have to face a terrifying war machine that would make the entire Timriel tremble. Although the demon slayers from the other provinces were determined and had a large number of people, it was a pity that distant water could not put out a nearby fire. However, the cultivators and believers of Tianji province and the Shuimen territory were constantly approaching Riverview village day and night. The more time passed, the more people gathered. There were many adventurers who had accepted missions, explorers of rebellious forces, and speculators who took the opportunity to profit. They didn't gather with the main force, but took the risk to enter the vicinity of Hwang village, wanting to achieve their respective goals. Then, tragedy struck. 10 special forces made up of the Holy Dragon City's elite cultivators galloped in the forest around the Riverview village. Relying on their powerful strength and technological equipment, they easily toyed with these native cultivators. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's order to increase the number of indigenous servant army and to capture as many as possible alive, the mountain forest around Hwang village would have been filled with rotten corpses. At the same time, in order to tame these rebellious native cultivators, Tang Zhen, who was guarding Stone City, used the map modification plugin to build these 10 prison valleys to lock and tame these native captives while enduring the huge backlash from the world's will. Judging from the current effect, this method was not bad. As long as they threw the captives into the valley and sent a few cultivators to guard them, they could continuously harvest the tamed indigenous cultivators. After a simple rest, they would join the team led by the Holy Dragon City cultivators and participate in their own missions. The situation was getting more and more tense, and these aboriginal servants came in handy. The wee recreature captain and the others who were on the flying transport naturally didn't know about this, and they didn't have time to think about it. They had just been shocked by the 10 prison valleys connected together, and then they were stunned by the huge vortex that kept spinning above their heads. Looking at the dimensional portal that seemed to tear a hole in the sky, they could no longer describe their feelings at the moment. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was an ominous sign. No wonder this group of people was called the Otherworldly demons. As expected, everything related to them would reveal a trace of demonic chi. The native cultivators naturally associated the technological equipment that they didn't understand and all sorts of unusual phenomena with the demons. Only such an explanation would make them feel reasonable. While they were still in shock, the aircraft landed on the huge square of Stone City, and the Tigerman captain and the others jumped off. At this time, the square was very lively. There were hundreds of native cultivators in different attires, occupying different corners, and resting and healing their injuries. In the middle of the square, a tall tower filled with the aura of the demon race was standing tall. A huge rune halo slowly rotated around it, looking extremely beautiful. "You guys follow me, don't wander around." The Holy Dragon City cultivator who had brought the Tigerman captain over ordered coldly before leading them to the edge of the Stone City. Arriving in front of a stone house, a Holy Dragon City lord was sitting there. He swept a glance at the Tigerman captain and the others who were walking over, and casually took out a stack of contracts. "Sign it, then find a place to rest. You'll start accepting missions in 5 days. After the Holy Dragon City lord said this, he stared at the Tigerman captain with a sharp gaze, his expression neither sad nor happy. Now that things had come to this, the Tigerman captain and the others had completely let it go. They reached out and pulled the contract over, then bit their fingers to sign their names or fingerprints. After the contract was signed, the black paper flashed, and a mysterious power appeared, seemingly merging into the Tiger captain's soul. An unknown binding force also descended on the Tigerman captain and the others. This kind of magical method made the Tigerman captain's heart turn cold, and at the same time, he was secretly amazed. Fortunately, their previously sealed cultivation was slowly recovering. It would not be long before they could regain their previous strength. That familiar feeling of fulfillment made everyone feel much safer, and a hint of joy finally appeared on their faces. Letting out a long breath, the Tigerman captain turned to look at the Holy Dragon City cultivator who was leading the way. "I'll have to trouble you, sir. I'd like to see my team members. They're in Area No. 5, you'll see them when you get there." The Holy Dragon City cultivator pointed. Compared to before, his complexion was much better. The Tigerman captain thanked him and led his team towards Area No. 5. After walking for a while, they saw the little bird sitting on the ground with its arms around its knees, and a dejected Robert. "Pretty boy, you're dead this time. Watch how I'm going to deal with you later." The dragonkin's loud voice was heard. Although it sounded like a threat, the joy and emotion in his voice could not be concealed. Robert jerked his head up and looked at his teammates, who were standing not far away, in surprise and joy. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The little bird, who was sitting on the ground, had already rushed toward the group. It ran directly into the arms of the Tigerman captain and buried its head in it, crying loudly. The Tigerman captain patted the bird's shoulder, then let his hands hang down, letting the bird vent its suppressed emotions, his face always wearing a gentle smile. Robert, who was following closely behind, saw this scene and smiled awkwardly. An inexplicable emotion flashed in his eyes. "Haha, pretty boy, shouldn't we hug too?" The wyvern laughed as he walked forward and hugged Robert. He pulled him into his arms and began to punch him. As a mage, Robert's constitution was no match for these muscular creatures. He immediately let out a loud cry after being trampled on by the dragonkin. After hearing Robert's shrill cry that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, everyone laughed and quickly gathered together, with the Tigerman captain in the center. Inseparable in life, inseparable in death, taking care of each other and never separating. 984 The road leading to Hwang village was not easy to walk on. Many places were rugged and the narrow places were barely enough for a carriage to pass through. When the large group of people from Snow City tried to pass through this road, they had no choice but to risk being ambushed and extend the distance between them. There was no other way. Fortunately, they had been safe and sound along the way. On a slope covered in green grass, the armored Bargov looked down at the ant-like team, frowning. He had led the team on a journey of nearly 10 days since they set off from Snow City. Now, they were finally about to reach their destination. The speed of an army's journey was not much faster, not to mention the difficulty of the mountain road. Along the way, the pain of marching made Bargov, who had been comfortable for many years, a little uncomfortable. It was not until now that he realized that his brave and tenacious self had been drained by alcohol, women, and trifles. The invincible Bargov who had swept through the battlefield and made the enemy tremble in fear might never come back. The weakness of his body made him sad, and the information he received along the way also made his expression worse and worse, and his mood became worse. He was now completely certain that the otherworldly demons were entrenched near Riverview Village, and there were no traces of them anywhere else. Perhaps the otherworldly demonic tribe's forces had already reached other areas of the Snow City, but they had yet to be discovered. This was good news for Bargov, because as long as the otherworldly demons stayed in a fixed place, his army could march straight in and surround it, thus saving him the trouble of searching all over the mountains and plains for it. At first glance, it sounded like a good idea. However, this was a war, not a child's play. Since the otherworldly demons dared to stay in a fixed area so brazenly, they must have some special reliance. They were probably well prepared for the attack of the army from Snow City. Bargov didn't believe that the otherworldly demons, who had caused turmoil on the entire continent and made countless gods send down oracles, would be so vulnerable. Therefore, he took out a large sum of money and issued missions to the profit-seeking adventurers, asking them to collect information about the otherworldly demons. As expected, the snowflakes of battle reports that flew in confirmed his previous guess. All the villagers of Hwang village have gone missing. There's an ambush from the heavenly demon race in the village. Any outsider who enters the village will be subdued and captured. More than 10 scouting troops were ambushed by the otherworldly demons in the dense forest near Hwang village. No one escaped, and their fate is unknown. A large number of adventurer teams have gone missing near Riverview village. It's probably related to the otherworldly demons. We found a stone city in the forest, and there's a huge vortex in the sky above. This is evidence of the existence of dragons. This place is probably the lair of the otherworldly demons. The otherworldly demons have a large number of battle puppets and sharp long-range weapons. Their lethality is astonishing. Looking at this information about the otherworldly demons, Bargov felt a headache. After piecing together these pieces of information, he already had a basic impression of the otherworldly demons. Powerful, mysterious, low-key, and with an unknown purpose. This was the basic situation that he currently had, and it could be said to be very general and vague. And he would rely on this vague information to fight the enemy. This was actually not a rational move, because choosing to attack rashly without fully understanding the opponent's strength was undoubtedly a great taboo in the military. On the battlefield, even a small mistake could lead to failure. It was a pity that Bargov had no other choice, because once the allied forces of the various forces reached the snow-covered territory, his rule would be in danger. Therefore, he had to fight for time and solve the problem of the otherworldly demons before the other forces entered the Shuiman territory. Then, he would have to deal with this huge crisis. In fact, in Bargov's eyes, compared to the otherworldly demons, the Demon Slayer Legion composed of many forces was more dangerous. Banishing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, Bargov walked down from the hillside grass and mounted his warhorse. Let's hurry up. We must reach Riverview village before dark, and then we'll surround and kill the otherworldly demons. The eagerness in Bargov's heart was unconsciously revealed through his words and actions. When the soldiers of the city saw this, they could not help but speed up their advance to avoid angering the ruler of the city. The warhorses neighed and the wheels rolled as they quickly crossed the most difficult part of the road. The road that followed was a smooth road paved with gravel. Even if there were some areas that were not easy to walk on, it was much better than the previous one. Looking at the soldiers who had returned to their normal marching speed, Bargov's terrible mood became a little better, and the only smile in a few days appeared on his mouth. Unfortunately, this smile didn't last long before it was washed away by the chaos in front of the team. Go and see what's going on, and deal with it immediately. After giving the order to the guard, he mounted his warhorse and quickly went to check. A few minutes later, the guard returned on his horse and reported to Bargov, the path ahead has been destroyed. At the same time, a stone tablet has been erected with some words carved on it. Hearing this, Bargov's thick eyebrows twitched, and he asked in a deep voice, what content? The guard's expression was a little strange, but he quickly replied, "The stone tablet says that this place has already become the Holy Dragon City's private territory. No one is allowed to approach it, or you will bear the consequences." To say that the other party's territory had been forcibly occupied in front of Lord Schwayman was a rather strange scene. It could even be said that this was a slap to the face of the landlord, Balgov. As expected, after hearing this, Bargov immediately sneered, his tone carrying a trace of anger and disdain. "What kind of place is this Holy Dragon City? Could it be related to the otherworldly demon race? They're occupying my territory without permission. They really don't put me, the Lord, in their eyes." Although the two sides had not fought yet, they were clearly in a hostile state, so it was normal for them to occupy a piece of land. However, after forcefully occupying it, he erected a monument and wrote it out with a righteous tone. This was a little embarrassing. No matter what the other party's purpose was, Balgov felt that he had lost face. Smash the stone stels and continue forward. I don't believe that the otherworldly demons can turn the world upside down in my territory. With Bargov's order, the stone tablet engraved with words was pushed down by the soldiers and then smashed into pieces by the native cultivators. Then, the soldier at the front stepped past the stone tablet and continued to move toward Hwang village. However, no one expected that as soon as these soldiers entered the land occupied by the Holy Dragon City, a clear voice would ring out. A series of screams rang out as a dozen soldiers fell to the ground, groaning in pain as they held onto their blood-drenched legs. This sudden scene immediately caused the soldiers who were following behind to panic. They raised the spears in their hands and kept looking around, trying to find traces of the enemy. However, other than the surrounding trees, there was not a single shadow to be seen. 985 The terrifying weapon of the alien demonic race. Bargov, who was in deep thought, was also shocked by the sudden gunshot. He reflexively searched for traces of the enemy in order to carry out an effective counterattack. Unfortunately, there were no suspicious traces around, and he didn't know where the attacker was hiding. Damn scouts, they actually didn't find any traces of the enemy. They should be punished. Stop advancing. Stay on guard. With Bargov's order, the advancing troops immediately turned to face the two sides of the road and lined up their shields in order to form a shield wall. The soldiers at the back also quickly moved forward and built another shield on top of the existing shield wall, thus forming a simple defensive position that could block the rain of arrows. Other than a portion of the warriors who were protected by the shield wall with their spears on the shield wall, the rest were half squatting on the ground with their swords unsheathed. Their bodies were tense as they observed their surroundings. The archers and crossbowmen were ready to counterattack if they were ambushed. Let's take a look at the front. Under the protection of a group of guards, Balgov jumped off his warhorse and walked to the front of the team. He quickly saw the dozen soldiers with injured legs. They were all lying within the boundary of the stone tablet, their faces filled with pain. Some of them were even crawling towards the team with all their might. The two soldiers saw this and immediately rushed over, trying to help their companion up. However, just as the two soldiers crossed the boundary of the stone tablet, two more crisp sounds were heard. Then, two blood spurted out from the legs of the two soldiers, and they fell to the ground with a scream. After seeing this scene, Balgov's eyes narrowed slightly. He hid behind the shield wall formed by guards and stared at the forest in front of him. Although the attack was extremely fast, he could vaguely see a trace and confirmed that the attacker was hiding in the forest ahead. The other party's intentions were obvious. Just like what was written on the stone tablet, no outsiders were allowed to enter, or they would be severely punished. It was obvious that these soldiers had violated the warning on the stone tablet and crossed the boundary, which was why they were attacked. They didn't shoot him directly, so it was obviously a warning. This strange and sharp weapon made Bargov think of the content mentioned in the previous intelligence report, and he could not help but be afraid. However, in this case, Bargov absolutely could not show weakness. Otherwise, if the morale of the army was damaged, it would be better to just return home. Furthermore, he had a reason to eliminate the heavenly demon race. No matter how strong they were, he had to try. The few of you, hold your shields and go to the front. Out of careful consideration, Balgov did not order the soldiers to advance by force, but instead ordered the soldiers to probe. The soldiers who were called out looked at each other. Although there was a trace of fear in their eyes, they immediately raised the shields covered with animal skin in their hands and tried to cover their bodies as much as possible while carefully moving forward. These soldiers did not dare to disobey Bargov's orders, so they could only force themselves to move forward. However, when their bodies crossed the invisible boundary, the expected gunshot sounded again. Then, under everyone's gaze, the hardwood skin shield that could withstand heavy arrows was directly shattered. The soldiers hiding behind the shields weren't so lucky this time. Because they were lowered, their heads and chests became the targets. The bullets pierced through their shields and then through their bodies. A large amount of blood spurted out from their backs and heads, and terrifying bloody holes appeared on the back of these soldiers' bodies. Their bodies limply fell to the ground. Seeing this, the soldiers of Snow City immediately became restless, and Bargov's expression changed. The power of the weapons of the otherworldly demonic tribe was actually so powerful. At the thought that he was exposed to the range of such a terrifying weapon, Bargov felt his heart tremble. He glanced at the shields raised by the guards around him, as if he felt that it was not safe. All troops, retreat 200 meters. As soon as the order was given, the troops immediately retreated like flowing water. When the team stopped, Bargov subconsciously took a few steps back to hide behind the crowd. Immediately after, a group of soldiers raised their shields and formed a semicircular shield wall in front of him. Bargov felt a little more at ease, and at the same time, he issued orders. More than a dozen cultivators who were good at using bows and arrows were quickly mobilized. They stuck sharp all-head arrows out through the gaps in the shields. Under the sunlight, the arrows glowed with a faint light. It was obvious that they were enchanted. The few of you, put on your metal shields and try again. Bargov wanted to test the power of this weapon so that he wouldn't be caught off guard once the battle started. However, judging from the current situation, this kind of weapon was extremely lethal, enough to pose a fatal threat to ordinary soldiers. Ordinary wooden shields and leather armors worn by soldiers could not withstand the attack of such weapons at all. If the otherworldly demons had a large number of similar weapons, then once this battle occurred, Bargov's soldiers would definitely suffer heavy casualties. This was not an outcome that Bargov wanted to see. The few soldiers who were pointed out were already holding their metal shields in fear. Under the watchful eyes of the people behind them, they slowly moved forward. Most of the soldiers who were shot in the legs had already crawled back. Only a few were still lying in a pool of blood. They seemed to have fainted from the excessive bleeding and looked like they were in danger. The bodies of the soldiers who had been shot were also lying on the blood-soaked grass, staring at them with lifeless eyes. The soldiers' legs trembled in fear, but they didn't dare to retreat, because a few of the sharp arrows were also aimed at their backs. If they disobeyed the order and retreated, they would definitely die. However, if they advanced, they might be able to survive. After all, they were holding metal shields in their hands. They should be able to block the attacks of those strange weapons. With this in mind, their confidence also increased a bit, and they finally stepped into the land behind the stone tablet. At that moment, everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the soldiers. Bang! The chilling sound was heard again, but it was much more muffled than the first two times. At the same time, the sound of the metal shield being hit by a heavy blow rang out. At the same time, the bodies of the soldiers stiffened and suddenly sprayed out a large bloody mist mixed with blood, flesh, and broken bones, completely blocking everyone's vision. It turned out that even a metal shield could not withstand the attack of this strange weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time that the soldiers were hit, a dozen enchanted arrows flew out and headed straight for the dense forest. These enchanted arrows could travel a long distance and had amazing penetrating power. Under the control of the native cultivators, they could also penetrate metal shields. The only regret was that the cost of this weapon was too high, and only the native cultivators could afford to use it. The native cultivators, who had been waiting for a long time, had locked onto the position of the sound and launched their attack without hesitation the moment the gunshot was heard, continued to shoot and suppress the enemy's attacks. You guys charge forward and get their weapons. Shock and greed flashed in Bargov's eyes. He had already developed a coveting desire for such a sharp weapon. If he could get his hands on such a weapon and mass-produce it, he would not be afraid even if an alliance of other forces came. With this weapon, he could even conquer the surrounding provinces, or even the entire Timriel continent. It was not impossible. At that time, he would be the king of the entire continent, and everyone would submit to his rule. Therefore, even if he had to pay some casualties, he had to get his hands on this weapon. 986 The boundary of death won. After Balgov's order was given, dozens of native cultivators holding metal shields immediately jumped out of the team and rushed into the dense forest ahead at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the dozen or so archers were also fully focused. They provided cover while waiting for a counterattack. Compared to the ordinary soldiers, these native cultivators were much stronger and faster. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of native cultivators had crossed the boundary and rushed into the dense forest without a pause. At this moment, their hearts were already in their throats. Although they were far more powerful than ordinary soldiers, they were still made of flesh and blood. There was no way they could withstand the strange weapons that could even penetrate metal shields. It could be said that at this moment, they were also risking their lives in the hopes of quickly charging through this empty area and entering the forest. As long as he could enter and use the trees as cover, these otherworldly demons might not be his match. Now that they had crossed the boundary, the sound didn't appear. This made the native cultivators' spirits rise, and they sped up again. In the blink of an eye, another few dozen meters were crossed, and the sound still did not come. Could it be that the group of sneaky otherworldly demons had been killed by a wave of enchanted arrows from the archers? In the distance, Balgov and the charging native cultivators were pleasantly surprised, and their speed increased a bit. However, at this moment, the trees at the edge of the forest suddenly flickered a few times. The trees that had been standing quietly began to twist, like an illusory pattern. At the same time, a huge blurry human figure appeared in front of everyone. As it stood and moved, the camouflage that had blended into the dense forest immediately disappeared. Then, a monster that was more than 5 meters tall and had a metallic luster was revealed. It stood in front of the charging native cultivators and suddenly raised its arms. An extremely bad feeling instantly struck everyone's hearts. However, before they could react, the metal monster's arms suddenly spewed out flames. At the same time, a dense rain of bullets covered the sky and earth. The familiar melody of death was heard, and the charging native cultivators screamed in despair. These figures that were still leaping forward were instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. The minced meat scattered on the grass as if it had been painted. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red ground appeared under their feet. In just a few seconds, the dozens of native cultivators completely disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only their corpses on the ground. The soldiers of Snow City who were hiding in the distance were also hit by the stray bullets. They screamed and fell to the ground, blood spurting out of their bodies. Hearing the sound of the metal shield being hit by a stray bullet, Bargov was so scared that he quickly bent down. His face was filled with panic, but his eyes were full of anger and a trace of surprise. This damned otherworldly demon had actually killed the dozens of cultivators that he had painstakingly cultivated. This tragic loss made Bargov's heart bleed. However, this also made him more eager to own such a sharp weapon. He looked up at the huge figure at the edge of the forest and thought of the war puppet, a mystical item found in ancient ruins. However, compared to the war puppets he had seen before, the one in front of him was obviously of a higher grade. Not only could it become invisible, but its lethality was also stronger. It was obviously a terrifying killing machine. Dozens of cultivators were so weak in front of it that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Compared to the weapon just now, this battle puppet was obviously more tempting to Balgov. If you can stop a few dozen people, then can you stop a few hundred or a few thousand? Charge, Bargov growled, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and gave the order to charge. He was going to use the corpses to pave a path and rush into the forest to find the otherworldly demons hiding behind. Of course, his main goal was to obtain the weapons of the otherworldly demons in this powerful battle puppet. The military order was like a mountain. As Bargov's orders were issued, the soldiers quickly lined up despite their unwillingness and tried to approach the stone tablet. As expected, the huge metal monster didn't move at all during this time, as if it was closed. However, all of the soldiers of Snow City knew that the moment they crossed the boundary, the terrifying war puppet would attack and tear them to pieces. The pile of minced meat and remains on the grass in front of them was a good example. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the supervision team, they didn't dare to retreat or hesitate. They could only endure the fear of death while moving their feet mechanically according to the command. The battle would start at the first touch. Just as the feast of death was about to begin, a cultivator in black armor suddenly walked out of the forest. The black-armored cultivator didn't flinch at all in the face of thousands of murderous gazes. He walked to the position where the stone tablet was erected. "Lord Balgov, please come out and speak." Under the smooth black helmet, a deep male voice sounded, but the tone was a little strange. Bargov, whose body was firmly covered by the guards, rolled his eyes and said from the back of the team, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Although the other party had occupied his territory, his strength made him extremely afraid. So now that there was an opportunity to communicate with him, Balgov would not put on airs, but showed an equal attitude. After all, in this world, one still needed to use one's fists to speak. "Lord Balgov, I've come under orders to inform you of a matter. From now on, the land around River View Village belongs to the Holy Dragon City. We will attack anyone who dares to approach it without permission. This is just a warning. Next time, we won't hold back. Please spread this matter out. It can also be considered as a reminder to those guys who overestimate their abilities, so as not to lose their lives in vain." After hearing the Holy Dragon City cultivators' words, Balgov sneered, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "What a big tone. You have to be clear that this is the land of my Schwayman territory, and I am the master of this land. Did you guys ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For my opinion before you took it." The Holy Dragon City cultivator heard this and shook his head. He looked at where Bargov was, saying, "It doesn't matter to us whether you're the owner of this land or not. We can take it if we want to, and if you're not willing, you can just take it back. However, I have to remind you that we are already showing you respect by occupying this place. Please don't challenge our bottom line. If you've had enough of being a lord, then we don't mind having a new lord in the Schwayman territory." Hearing this, Balgov's heart trembled, and the cold light in his eyes became more intense. "Are you threatening me? Hee, I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so." At this point, Balgov laughed in anger and pointed at the Holy Dragon City cultivators. "Now, I only need to give the order and you will be shot like a porcupine. I'm asking you, are you afraid?" Facing the dozen or so enchanted arrows that were locked onto them, the Holy Dragon City cultivator shook his head slightly and said in a mocking tone, "Ignorant fellow, since you don't know what's good for you, I have nothing to say. Just wait and see. If you still refuse to come to your senses, then you won't be able to be the Lord for more than a few days. Is that so? Then before that, you can die." As soon as Bargov's voice fell, more than a dozen enchanted arrows were suddenly shot, heading straight for the Lord of Holy Dragon City. Just as the arrows were fired, the Holy Dragon City cultivator suddenly tore a card. At the same time, a protective shield quickly appeared around his body, firmly protecting him. After the enchanted arrows came into contact with the protective shield, they fell to the ground after piercing less than half an inch into it. Seeing this, the mages beside Balgov's expression changed. They had recognized the origin of this protective shield. It was obviously a defensive spell that required an experienced mage to cast. "Since we can't come to an agreement, let's use the battle blade to speak." The Holy Dragon City cultivator snorted coldly and quickly retreated. As he retreated, more than a dozen aircraft slowly flew up from the dense forest and pointed their muzzles at the soldiers on the ground. At the edge of the forest, a roar sounded. 5 huge armed robots also removed their holographic camouflage, revealing their ferocious figures. 987 Intimidating 1. The sudden appearance of the war machine made Bargov's face turn gloomy. Just one armed robot had already caused him a heartache, and he had thoroughly experienced the power of these battle puppets. However, at this moment, there were 5 armed robots of the same shape in front of him. The same appearance indicated that they were of the same model, and their lethality was the same. Bargov could imagine the bloody scene that would appear if he chose to charge in the face of such a terrifying war monster. At that time, the soldiers of Snow City would be like wheat blown by a strong wind, falling to the ground in droves and their bodies torn into pieces. In just a few breaths, the grass in front of him would be covered with corpses, and blood would flow into a small stream. Not to mention, in addition to the armed robots on the ground, there were also 10 aircraft in the sky, ready to shoot out a deadly metal torrent at any time. The Holy Dragon City's warning formation had truly frightened Bargov. He wasn't a brainless lord. He wouldn't choose to face his opponent head-on and start a war that was bound to cost him a heavy price just because he was hot-headed. As such, even if he won by a narrow margin, he would not be able to face the pursuit of the otherworldly demonic tribe. In the end, he would still be defeated. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Balgov's mind, and his expression kept changing. In the end, it turned into a helpless long sigh. "Pass on my order, all troops stop attacking, retreat 1 kilometer and set up camp. When Bhargav gritted his teeth and gave the order, the soldiers who had been praying in their hearts finally heaved a long sigh of relief. There were even some people who showed a look of joy as if they had just escaped death. They looked at the silent fighting robots with fear and quickly put away their swords and began to retreat. Compared to the slow and sluggish pace they had when they first arrived, the soldiers of Snow City were now moving at a much faster pace, as if they could not wait to leave this area that made them tremble. Bhargav looked at this scene quietly, his eyes flashing. It seems that as long as we don't enter this area, the heavenly demon race won't do anything. This is interesting. Then what exactly is the reason that caused the otherworldly demons to do this? All kinds of speculations flashed through Bhargav's mind, but he could not come to a conclusion because he did not have the appropriate information to refer to. Maybe I can offer more rewards to stimulate those adventurers who put profit above all else, so that they can sneak into Hwang village and find out what secrets the extraterrestrial demons are hiding. Although Snow City had issued a mission to investigate the otherworldly demons some time ago, which had indeed attracted many adventurers to accept the mission, in the eyes of Bhargav, the bounty might not be enough. With such a huge reward, there would definitely be brave men. He needed a true expert to figure out the true secret of the extraterrestrial demon race. Only then would he be able to decide what his next step was. Should they engage in a decisive battle, maintain the current situation where they didn't invade each other, or try to negotiate? A thought flashed through Bhargav's mind, and he gave himself a shock. But soon, he fell into deep thought, considering the possibility of his previous thought. Struggle, hesitation, surprise, and suspicion were constantly alternating on his face. No one dared to disturb Bhargav at this time. The soldiers just set up camp in an open valley between the mountains. There was a small river not far away. The water was clear and sweet, just for drinking and cooking. When the smoke rose, the construction of the temporary camp was also in progress. The camp was not lacking in anything. Thick wooden stakes were driven into the soil to form a barrier to mark the boundaries of the camp and prevent the enemy from approaching. Huge trees were cut down to build a simple watchtower to observe the movements of the dense forest in the distance. In addition, there were a large number of scouts in the surrounding forest to guard against any possible enemy attacks. Even though they already knew that they would not be attacked by the Holy Dragon City if they did not cross the boundary, they still carefully took a defensive posture. In the face of such a powerful enemy, there was no need to be too cautious. Half a day later, a military camp appeared on the only road connecting Hwang village to the outside world. Anyone who wanted to pass through this road could not escape the eyes of the soldiers of Shuiman City. Of course, if they didn't want to go through this road and chose to go through the dense forest in the mountains to get close to Hwang village, it was actually not impossible. However, whether they could achieve their goal was hard to say. Firstly, other than this road, any other way to get close to Hwang village would have to face very dangerous terrain. Except for single people in small teams, large groups would definitely not be able to advance. Secondly, since the otherworldly demons had publicly announced that the land near Riverview village was a forbidden area, they would certainly not ignore these areas and would even tighten their defense. If he were to rush in recklessly, he might not even know how he died. It was precisely because of this that Bhargav was not in a hurry to send people to explore the way. Instead, he and his men gathered in front of the map, constantly discussing something. It was obvious that Bhargav still hadn't given up on exterminating the otherworldly demons, but he was much more cautious than before. This was because to him, every decision he made at this moment could have a huge impact on the future of the Shuiman territory. The soldiers of Snow City did not know about the complicated thoughts in their lord's mind. They were simply happy that they would not have to fight the otherworldly demons. The mysterious and powerful enemy, the terrifying weapons, and the battle puppets all made them feel fear and powerlessness. In some corners, soldiers were already discussing in private whether they should escape, in case they lost their lives in vain after Bhargav ordered the war. In fact, many soldiers had this thought, especially those who had followed their cultivators from all the villages and towns. They were constantly praying to leave this place. Every minute that they stayed here made them feel tortured. This was the most normal reaction of the natives when they were faced with a powerful and unknown force. After all, life was precious, and no one wanted to lose it easily. An oppressive atmosphere filled the entire military camp in Snow City. At this moment, the soldiers on duty suddenly heard the rapid sound of horse hooves approaching. It didn't take long for hundreds of fully armed knights to appear in front of the military camp, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing the path blocked by the soldiers of Snow City, the knights stopped and shouted to the soldiers, "Quickly get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Even when they saw the camp of the city not far away, the attitude of the knights was still overbearing. It was obvious that they did not take the city seriously. Even though the flag representing Bargov's identity was so obviously erected in the camp, they still ignored it. The cultivator in charge of guarding heard this and glanced at the high and mighty knights in elven armor. He sneered and ordered the soldiers to withdraw. When the elite cavalrymen saw this, they immediately drove their war horses and galloped in the direction of River View village. Hearing the news, Balgov walked out of his tent and snorted coldly as he watched the knights approach the boundaries set by the Holy Dragon City. "These damn summers, let's see if you can still be arrogant later." 988 Somersaulter 1. The knights in elven armor were high elves from the island of Summer Evening, known as Summers. Because they had once defeated an empire on the continent, the Summers had some special privileges and were quite overbearing. On this continent, there were many things in which the Summers could be seen. They were secretly planning something with unfathomable motives. Many factions were displeased with the way the Summers did things, but no one was willing to offend them. Putting aside the strength of the Summer Evening Island, the well-equipped Summers had extraordinary cultivation. Once you provoke this group of people, you'll just have to wait for trouble to come. For example, the 100 Summers in front of him were all cultivators. Each of them had extraordinary strength and could cast spells at will. Balgov didn't stop them, not only because he didn't have any good intentions, but also because he was afraid of their strength, which would make the situation worse. However, the other party's appearance still made Balgov wary. The sudden appearance of these people must be related to the rumors of the otherworldly demons. However, the information was not clear at the moment, and he wondered what their attitude toward the otherworldly demons was. A conspirator and an invader, no matter how one looked at it, seemed to be the best combination of villains colluding together. In front of the mysterious extraterrestrial demon race, if these arrogant fellows still maintained their usual attitude, would they be slapped in the face? Bargov wanted to see if these somersaults would receive the same treatment as him after crossing the border of Holy Dragon City. If the 100 Summers were really killed by the otherworldly demons, it would definitely incur the wrath of Summer Twilight Island. When the powerful High Elf army arrived, even the otherworldly demons would find it difficult to resist. After all, this race had once defeated the Empire, so there was no need to talk about their strength. While Bargov was secretly observing, the 100 Somo cultivators had already arrived in front of the stone tablet. The grass in front of them was littered with corpses and the strong smell of blood. Seeing this, the leader, Suo Mo, revealed a look of disgust and shock. After observing for a while, his gaze fell on the stone tablet that the Holy Dragon City cultivators had erected again. After reading the content, the leader of the Summers had a grave expression on his face. This group of otherworldly demons is very interesting. They actually occupied a piece of land in the Snow City and even made the owner of this land helpless. Bargov had probably already suffered a loss at the hands of the otherworldly demons, which was why he was so honest. He didn't stop us just now probably because he wanted us to suffer. He glanced at the camp behind him, his eyes filled with mockery. This cunning old fox, does he really think that we are all brainless fools who don't know how to judge the situation? Hearing this, the Somo cultivators beside him also sneered. They were obviously dissatisfied with Balgov's attempt to scheme against them. No matter what, since we've received the oracle, we have to take action. Otherwise, we'll be missing out on a great opportunity. At this point, the leader of the Summers waved his hand at the knights, indicating that they should wait there. Then he took off his sword, jumped off his horse, and came to the stone tablet. "My friends in the woods, I'm a representative of the Summers. I'm here to negotiate with your leader. May I have the honor of meeting him?" The leader of the somersaults shouted at the dense forest. After waiting for about a minute, light footsteps were heard in the forest. Then, a Holy Dragon City cultivator walked out and came to the leader of the Summers. "We welcome our friends, but we show no mercy to our enemies. I hope you understand this." The Holy Dragon City cultivator looked at the leader of the Summers and said in a cold voice. The leader of the Summers, who was wearing elven armor, nodded elegantly and smiled. Of course we're friends. After all, as high elves, we won't lower ourselves to the same level as those lower races. As he spoke, the leader of the Summers sized up the armor of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, and the curiosity in his eyes grew. After hesitating for a moment, He asked the Holy Dragon City cultivators, "If I may ask, is your armor made of metal?" "That's true, and also not." The Holy Dragon City cultivators' answer was ambiguous, but the Somo leader did not mind, because he did not think that the other party would tell him the real answer. The question he asked just now was only because he was very keen on forging, and was very curious about the battle armor material that he had never seen before. At this moment, the leader of the Summers was no longer as arrogant as he had been in front of the indigenous people of the continent. He clearly knew that if he showed that attitude in front of the mysterious alien demon race, things would definitely become worse. Furthermore, they might not even have the right to be arrogant in front of the heavenly demon race. "I'm a cultivator from SOMO's embassy. I'm representing the higher-ups of the Somo people and hope to meet your leader. There's something important to discuss." The leader of the Summers expressed his intention again and waited for the reply of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Under the gaze of the leader of the Summers, the Holy Dragon City cultivator raised his arm and began to speak to an item on it. It was a language that the leader of the Summers had never heard of. It was obviously the daily language of the otherworldly demons. Although the Somo people also had equipment for long-distance communication, it was heavy and complicated, unlike the convenient and light equipment of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, which was actually integrated with the wrist guard. The leader of the Summers was amazed and envious of such a wonderful method. 10 seconds later, the Holy Dragon City cultivators raised their heads and looked at the chief of the Summers. "You can go in, but you can only bring one attendant. The others have to wait here." Hearing this, the leader of the Summers smiled and saluted to express his gratitude. Then, he called one of his subordinates, handed his weapon to his companion, and followed the Holy Dragon City cultivators into the dense forest. The remaining somersaults began to rest on the spot, waiting for the return of their leader. Standing in the military camp, Bhargav watched the whole process from beginning to end. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his eyes even flashed with killing intent. War was raging in Tianji province, and so was the Shuimen territory. As the main culprit of all these disasters, the Summers were not only happy to see it happen, but they also did their best to muddy the waters. They, who intended to lay their hands on the continent, naturally hoped that the internal affairs of the empire would be as chaotic as possible. The Cloak of Storm Resistance, which was active near Snow City, was secretly supported by these Summers in an attempt to intensify the chaos so that they could profit from it. These damn high elves sure had a good plan. Now, these people with unfathomable motives, who had always wanted to occupy the continent, had their eyes fixed on the otherworldly demons. When countless forces saw them as enemies, they chose to contact them. This bunch of damned guys, what exactly do they want to do? Don't they know that this is asking a tiger for its skin? After all, according to the Oracle, these otherworldly demons were here to destroy the world. However, if the Sumerians really did reach an agreement with the otherworldly demons and work together, then with the power that the otherworldly demons had displayed, there would probably be no power on the continent that could resist the alliance formed by the High Elves, Wood Elves, and Weary creatures. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis welled up in Bhargav's heart. Looking at the proud Summers sitting on the ground, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Bhargav's eyes. 989 Probing 1 Following the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the leader of the Summers walked into the dense forest. Before he entered the forest, he looked at the edge of the forest curiously because he felt an aura that was out of place. However, the other party was in a state of concealment and could not be discovered with the naked eye. In fact, if it were not for his race, the leader of the Summers would not have noticed the abnormality. According to his guess, those broken pieces of corpses were obviously caused by that hidden thing. What kind of method did the otherworldly demons use to make the Lord of Snow City not dare to act rashly, and instead chose to set up camp outside the boundary? It must be known that the strength of Snow City was not weak. This time, it was just an emergency dispatch, and the number of people in the army had already exceeded 5,000. If Bhargav was given enough time, it would be easy to gather an army of more than 10,000. As the opponent of the somersaults, Bhargav was definitely not a simple character. Therefore, the chief of the Somo people naturally had a better impression of the otherworldly demons, who had made Bhargav suffer. However, at this time, he could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For the details, he could only observe carefully and then try to find the answer. The three of them moved forward, passing through the forest that was obviously full of danger, and came to a road leading to Riverview Village. A strange-looking vehicle with 6 wheels entered the vision of the chief of the Summers. Judging from the exterior of the carriage, it was obviously made of metal. However, there were no horses leading the carriage, so it was unknown how it moved. "Please get in the car," the Holy Dragon City cultivator leading the way said to the leader of the Summers, then opened the door and let them in. With questions and curiosity, the 2 high elves got into the car and studied the structure. Looking at the furnishings in the car, the leader of the Summers, who thought he had seen a lot, was confused. He had no idea what they were. As the engine started, the military SUV began to move quickly along the rugged road. Looking at the scenery that flew past outside the window, the leader of the Summers was filled with shock. This kind of metal vehicle that could run on its own was definitely of high military value. Whether it was transporting troops or goods, it had an advantage that livestock couldn't compare to. It was simply a weapon of war. He wondered how many similar metal cars the otherworldly demons had. However, judging from their casual attitude, it was likely that this was not a precious item to them. Otherwise, they would not have casually thrown it on the side of the road and let it be covered in dust. It seemed that the strength of the otherworldly demons could not be underestimated. However, in that case, the other party would become difficult to control, which was not good news for the Summers. They needed a knife, but they didn't want this knife to be out of control, because if that happened, they might also be injured. It seemed that he had to be more cautious about the cooperation. In fact, compared to the Oracle, the Summerians were more concerned about conquering the continent under their feet. Before this great plan, everything else could make way. Therefore, when the extraterrestrial demons appeared and the people of the continent were in a panic, the Summers sharply discovered something that was beneficial to them. Compared to the oracles of other gods, the god that the Summers believed in gave more clear guidance. This is a group of plunderers. Wherever they appear, they leave behind a wasteland. However, they do not belong to this world. They will eventually leave this place. This was a part of the oracle. It was obvious that the god had some understanding of the cultivators in Lusheng, so he gave such a hint. Since the otherworldly demons would leave this world sooner or later, there was no need for the people of Somo to fight to the death with this mysterious enemy like the other forces. He only needed to sit in the distance and watch them fight to the death. After the Holy Dragon City left, he could just sit back and reap the benefits. This was the plan of the Summers, but before that, they had to get in touch with the Holy Dragon City to figure out their true strength and what they needed before they could make the next arrangements. The leader of the Summers had come here with such a mission. He was going to communicate with the alien evil spirit in order to see if there was a possibility of cooperation. Along the way, the leader of the Summers did not hide his tracks, because there was already an undercurrent in the vicinity of Snow City. It was impossible to avoid it even if he wanted to. The spies that belonged to the various factions were constantly active in the open and in the dark. The moment they appeared in Snow City, the major factions would have already known. Moreover, as high elves and members of Thomer, they didn't bother to hide their tracks. However, the proud Somersault finally felt that he was a little ignorant, because he had seen several things that he could not understand along the way. The material of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, armor, the invisible objects at the edge of the forest, the fast-moving metal monster under his butt, and so on. Sir, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What this is, how could it be so fast? Could it be a puppet you made? After a long time, the leader of the Summers finally couldn't help but ask. To be honest, he was indeed very curious and would definitely not miss the opportunity to understand. This is only our transportation tool, not some alchemy puppet. The Holy Dragon City cultivator sitting in front replied indifferently, then shut his mouth and looked forward. Judging from his attitude, it was obvious that he was not going to talk to the leader of the Summers anymore. The more one spoke, the more one would make mistakes. Furthermore, the Holy Dragon City cultivators maintained a trace of vigilance against native cultivators. The leader of the Summers did not care at all. He only smiled elegantly and expressed his gratitude softly, without the arrogance that he showed in front of outsiders. With a flash of light from the corner of his eye, the Somersault leader immediately saw the drone flying past outside the window, and a thoughtful look flashed through his eyes. In the following time, the atmosphere in the car became very quiet. No one spoke anymore, and only the roar of the car kept ringing in their ears. After driving for some time, the off-road vehicle finally arrived in front of Hwang village. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City jumped out of the car and helped the chief of the Somo people open the door. Then, they led them toward Hwang Village. The current Hwang Village had already become a temporary resting place for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. At the same time, a large number of native cultivators who had submitted to the Holy Dragon City had also gathered here, making the place very lively. As far as the eye could see, there were Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor everywhere, as well as native cultivators who wore different equipment but Holy Dragon City badges. As the front line of defense for Stone City, the level of defense here was quite high. There were nearly 20 fighting robots that were 5 meters tall parked around the village entrance. After seeing the fighting robots, the leader of the Summers was shocked. Although he had not seen the battle scene of these fighting robots, just by looking at their ferocious appearance and heavy metal shell, he knew that their lethality was definitely extraordinary. These otherworldly demons actually had such a weapon of war. What the somersault leader did not know was that he had already been locked on by the armed robots outside the forest the moment he had crossed the stone tablet. If they had made any strange movements, they would have been destroyed. Fortunately, they still followed the rules, so they managed to keep their lives. His eyes stayed on the fighting robots for a while, and then the leader of the Somo people walked toward the center of the village under the gaze of many cultivators in Riverview Village. 990 Meetup 1. In the middle of Hwang Village, there was a pavilion made of wood. Its original purpose was unknown, but it was a good place to shelter from the sun and rain. After the leader of the Summers was led here, he saw a young man in armor sitting at the table and sipping tea. Compared to the black armors around him, this young man's purple gold armor was particularly eye-catching. Anyone who saw it would know that he had a special status. The Holy Dragon City cultivator leading the way stopped and waved at the leader of the Somo people to show him the way into the pavilion. The leader of the Summers smiled as a way of thanking him for leading the way, and then slowly walked in. Putting on what he thought was the most appropriate posture, the leader of the Summers spoke loudly and bowed slightly to the young man in front of him. I, from the island of Summer Twilight, extend my most sincere greetings to you. I wish you all the best in the world. The young man smiled and nodded at the leader of the Summers. I've already felt the high elves' sincerity and well wishes. Please take a seat. The leader of the Summers nodded in thanks and calmly sat down on a chair made of wood. Although he was wearing elven armor, the noble temperament he had deliberately cultivated was fully revealed. Whether it was to respect his status or to show courtesy, his actions were just right. Tang Zhen handed over a cup of tea on the table and looked at the leader of the Summers with calm eyes. I've long since heard of the reputation of the Summer Evening Island. I wonder what brings you here, sir. The leader of the Summers picked up the tea in front of him, sniffed it, and took a sip. I didn't expect a drink made from tree leaves to have such a long aftertaste. This has really broadened my horizons. The leader of the Summers praised him. After putting down the teacup, he looked at the young man who looked no different from a normal human being and said slowly, I've heard that you came from a place outside of this world, is that true? That's right, we don't belong to this world. Then I wonder if your excellency plans to be a passerby or a permanent resident here. So what if you're a passerby, so what if you're a permanent resident? If you're just a passerby, then as the host, my clan should do our best to entertain you and let you return satisfied. If you intend to stay here permanently, how can my clan tolerate the harassment of evil guests in our own home? Naturally, we will pick up our swords and drive them away. The leader of the Summers looked at Tang Zhen and waited for his reply. There were no absolute enemies in the world. If they could benefit from working together, even if they were enemies, they could put down their conflicts and turn to deal with new enemies. Tang Zhen's answer would decide the High Elves' attitude. They might be able to tolerate the Holy Dragon City's existence and stay in a continent that did not belong to them at the moment, but the premise was that the Holy Dragon City would not hinder their plan to dominate the continent. Otherwise, the Somo people would not have allowed the Holy Dragon City to exist. They would have done their best to drive the otherworldly demons, who had caused countless gods to send down oracles, out of this world. Tang Zhen tilted the teacup in his hand and poured out some tea. He then reached out and knocked on the table. The tea slowly rose from the table and floated in front of the two. Under the control of spiritual power, it quickly formed a map. The leader of the somersaults looked at the map and muttered to himself for a moment before he said to Tang Zhen, this should be a map of the continent, and it includes Summer Evening Island. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen it. That's right, this is the map of your world. What made me curious was that this world didn't seem to be complete. What was the reason, and how do the gods you believe in monitor this world? Can their true bodies descend? The last sentence was the question that Tang Zhen was most concerned about. It was also something that he had been constantly thinking about ever since he arrived in this world. If the high and mighty god couldn't directly affect this world, Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't have too many scruples. However, if this god could appear in this world, Tang Zhen would have to be more careful. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the leader of the Summers thought for a moment and replied, "This is indeed an incomplete world. I'll have to consult the scholars in my race to give you an accurate answer for the specific reasons. As for the gods we believe in my opinion, they don't exist in real form. They actually represent the will of this world. Because the world's will was dependent on the existence of this world, these gods were everywhere, but they could not really exist. We believe in the gods, which is equivalent to believing in the will of the world. While we offer sacrifices, the will of the world will also give us believers generous rewards." When the chief of the Summers said this, he looked at Tang Zhen and said, "Are you satisfied with my answer?" "Of course, I'm very satisfied. It can even be said that I've been enlightened." Tang Zhen smiled. "So it's still the same question. Do you intend to be a passerby or an evil guest? If Master is satisfied with your hospitality, I will naturally be a good guest. But if Master is too stingy, I can only be an evil guest once." The leader of the Summers nodded and smiled. "Then, may I ask, what kind of press conference would satisfy you?" They finally reached the most basic issue of benefits. Since the High Elves wanted to control Holy Dragon City, they had to give them enough benefits. No matter what the follow-up plan was, at the very least, they had to stabilize Holy Dragon City. "We came here because there are a large number of soul stones in this world. The thing I want is naturally soul stones. As long as you give me enough soul stones, I don't mind being a well-behaved guest. At the very least, I won't affect your plan to conquer this continent." Tang Zhen made his request, and the next step was to wait for the reply from the chief of the Somersaults. Although they were guests, it was not impossible for the Holy Dragon City to turn from guest to host. However, if they did so, they would become enemies with the entire mainland's indigenous people. This was definitely the worst situation. Although Holy Dragon City was powerful, it would also produce terrifying war consumption, which would greatly reduce the benefits of the invasion. Hence, how to plan and maximize the benefits was also something that City Lord Lu had to consider. As for the true target of Lu Cheng's invasion, which was the origin energy of this world, Tang Zhen already had a hint of speculation and plan after hearing the explanation from the leader of the Summers. However, before the Holy Dragon City descended, he still decided to keep a low profile. Because if he wanted to obtain the origin of the world, he would probably have to do something shocking. And that was killing a god. 991 Agreement 1. The leader of the Summers was a little surprised by Tang Zhen's request. Before he had come, he had already guessed what kind of requests the otherworldly demons would make and had already planned out the countermeasures. As long as it wasn't too much, he had the right to agree to it and temporarily stabilize the other party. Using the time they had won, the Summers could calmly lay out their plans and maximize their benefits. In other words, before the Summers came into contact with the Holy Dragon City, they were prepared to pay a price. In the end, Tang Zhen only made such a simple request, which made the leader of the Summers a little uncertain. He wondered if the otherworldly demons were also perfunctory. However, on second thought, the other party really didn't need to do this. In the face of such a benefit that came right to their doorstep, the Holy Dragon City would naturally grasp it and obtain what they were determined to get. As for asking for something useless to hide his true goal, it was not impossible, but it was very unlikely. But if that was the case, the otherworldly demons must have a bigger plan, and the Somo people had to reconsider their countermeasures. Once it was confirmed that the otherworldly demons had the intention to invade the continent, the Summers would have to get rid of this outsider first, even if it would be more troublesome or even if they had to change their original plan. With the existence of such an unstable factor, the Summers could not sleep or eat in peace. In a short time, many thoughts flashed through the mind of the leader of the Somo people. Finally, he returned to how to collect soul stones for the Holy Dragon City. For the natives of this continent, although the soul stone was a very precious item, it was not to the extent of starting a war. Therefore, if the otherworldly demon tribe, who had caused the entire continent to be in turmoil, had really come for this reason, it would be really a reason that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was also clear that different items would have different values in different places. A grass in land A could very likely be a treasure in land B. Perhaps to these otherworldly demons, this kind of soul stone had an extremely important function. After figuring out the Holy Dragon City's requirements, the chief of the Summers became much more relaxed. At least in his opinion, the mission this time was basically completed successfully. Perhaps for the aboriginals on the continent, soul stones were not everywhere, and their reserves were quite limited. However, for the Summers who had once defeated the Empire, they were not too precious. As spoils of war from back then, there were still a large number of soul stones stored in the Somo people's treasure vault. Some of them could be taken out and used to buy Holy Dragon City. Of course, if he wanted something from the somersaults, he had to give something in return. Since you have such a strong desire for soul stones, my clan can naturally give you a batch. At this point, the leader of the Summers paused for a moment before he continued. Of course, the value of spirit stones is not low. If you want too much, we can't do anything. However, if you are willing to part with your treasures and give us a few of the battle puppets at the village entrance, then when we return, I can use this as an excuse to have my clansmen gather more for you. What do you think? Tang Zhen laughed when he heard this. He secretly thought that this fellow had indeed taken a fancy to his armed robot. Now, he was using a different method to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it, however, this deal could really be done once. Although the cost of making armed robots was high, it was undoubtedly many times lower than the cost of soul stones. Moreover, it would be a miracle if the indigenous cultivators could figure out how to study such a technological weapon in the hands of them. In fact, as long as Tang Zhen gave an order, those armed robots would immediately stop working and become a pile of expensive scrap iron. So, since the leader of the Summers had asked, he naturally agreed. Both parties fulfilled their wishes and naturally, it was a happy ending. In the following conversation, both sides put forward some requests and opinions, and at the same time, signed an agreement. According to the demands of the Summers, the Holy Dragon City should try not to take the initiative to start a war with the native forces, except for the sake of self-defense, so as to avoid causing a war on the mainland. The Summers, who had long regarded the continent as their own, did not want to take over a wasteland after taking control of the continent, which would undoubtedly reduce their interests. At the same time, the Summers would also take action to reduce the hostility of the indigenous forces towards Holy Dragon City as much as possible. They might even give up on attacking Holy Dragon City. With the influence of the Summers on the continent, it was not difficult to do so. The Summers would not restrict some of the Holy Dragon City's movements on the continent. They could even provide some special help at certain times. In addition, if necessary, the Holy Dragon City had to cooperate with the Summers to attack some native forces, and the reward would be calculated separately. It was obvious that they were planning to use the Holy Dragon City as a hatchet man to uproot the local forces that were hostile to the Summers. However, since the Summers would pay, Tang Zhen would not refuse. He could even take advantage of such an opportunity to carry out some operations in secret and avoid the eyes and ears of the Summers. The above content was the result of the discussion between Tang Zhen and the leader of the Summers. After the discussion, the leader of the Summers left in a hurry, ready to go back and meet the real power of the Summers. He was only a representative, so whether this contract would be carried out or not would depend on the attitude of those in power. After sending off the chief of the Summers, Tang Zhen got up and walked slowly towards Stone City. Although he had a terrifying nuclear weapon, Tang Zhen did not have an easy time. Unless it was a last resort, Tang Zhen would not use this kind of inferior method that was not beneficial to both parties. However, Tang Zhen was indeed feeling more and more strained as he faced the increasing number of native forces. Tang Zhen and the 1,000-odd Holy Dragon City cultivators alone were simply unable to stop the demon-slaying Alliance army, which was approaching the snow-covered territory. The total number of troops had already exceeded 100,000. After all, there were many native cultivators in the Alliance army. Their overall strength far exceeded Tang Zhen and the others. Under normal circumstances, the Holy Dragon City would definitely lose. Therefore, Tang Zhen chose to occupy the land and not take the initiative to attack after some consideration. He wanted to find a way to reverse this disadvantageous situation. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Summers had taken the initiative to jump out, which made Tang Zhen feel a lot more relaxed. As one of the overlords of this world, the power of the summers could not be underestimated. With the power of the summers, they could at least block many enemies for Holy Dragon City. At the same time, with the help of the summers, Holy Dragon City's movements on the continent would be much more convenient. As for the contract just now, it was just an exchange of interests. No one was at a loss, and no one was at an advantage. Perhaps the summers thought that they could use the contract to temporarily stabilize the Holy Dragon City, but they did not know that the Holy Dragon City's true goal was actually the power of this world's origin. However, the power of the origin of this world was a little special. For some unknown reason, it had its own consciousness and then evolved into all kinds of gods. If the Holy Dragon City wanted to obtain the world's origin, they had to kill these gods. There was no other way. This wasn't a good thing, because compared to collecting the world's origin under normal circumstances, fighting with the world's origin that had evolved into a native god would undoubtedly be much riskier. However, this was the truth. Tang Zhen was not allowed to be picky. The matter that he needed to consider was how to successfully achieve his goal. If the native forces were to obstruct them during this process, Tang Zhen did not mind using bloody means to let them know what kind of existence the Holy Dragon City was. On the way back, the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he looked at the whirlpool that was getting bigger and bigger in the stone city. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for his tower to descend. 992 Chapter 989. Ambush. Once again in the Holy Dragon City's off-road vehicle, the leader of the Summers was in a very relaxed mood, with a faint smile on his lips. The conversation he had with Tang Zhen earlier had allowed him to understand the Holy Dragon City's intentions. It was obvious that the other party's goal was not to occupy this continent. This was undoubtedly good news for the Summers. The Summers didn't want to see any competitors in the matter of dominating the continent. The otherworldly demons had been suspected, but it seemed that they had been ruled out. Of course, if the other party's goal could not be achieved, it was not impossible for them to invade the mainland. Most importantly, the other party did have such strength. From what he had seen this time, he could tell that the otherworldly demons couldn't be underestimated. Not only did they have many powerful cultivators, but their weapons and equipment were also quite excellent. The huge battle puppets alone were enough to make the leader of the somersaults envious. Although the Summers were powerful, they did not have similar battle puppets. That was why he had proposed to use the soul stones to exchange for the fighting robots from the Holy Dragon City. Then, he would hand them over to the scholars among the Summers and try to crack and replicate them. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to improve the strength of the somersaults, but he would also be able to improve his strength. He could also find a way to restrain the otherworldly demons. The return trip was very fast. It did not take long for the off-road vehicle to arrive at the location of the stone monument. The leader of the somersaults jumped out of the off-road vehicle and patted the sturdy body of the vehicle. "This is a really good item. You guys are so lucky." The leader of the somersaults looked at the self-traveling vehicle with reluctance and turned around. He politely bade farewell to the Holy Dragon City cultivator who had led the way and slowly walked out of the dense forest. The Summerian cultivator who had been waiting outside the stele for a long time immediately stood up and welcomed the leader. "Everyone, get on your horses. We'll return immediately." Without saying much, the leader of the Summers waved his hand and ordered a retreat. Hearing this, the 100 or so cultivators of the Somo people immediately led their warhorses over and mounted them. With the neighing of their warhorses, the Summers swaggered away, ignoring the camp in front of them. In the military camp of Snow City, Balgov was standing on the watchtower, coldly watching the retreating figure of the Somo people. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. "How's the preparation going? Please don't make any mistakes, what's going on?" Balgov turned his head and asked a cloaked cultivator beside him in a low voice. "Don't worry, your lordship. I've already mobilized the most elite cultivators to participate in the operation. I guarantee that they will be able to stay. Moreover, these cultivators have very secretive identities, so no one will be able to find out their true origins." Hearing this, Balgov nodded slightly. The current Shuiman territory is mixed with good and bad. Under such circumstances, I think it's very normal for a few unexpected incidents to happen occasionally. On the rugged mountain road, a group of somersault cultivators in elven armor were riding on their horses. They were the group of Samur cultivators who had just met Tang Zhen and were on their way back. The mission was successful, which made them feel much better. Unknowingly, they had let down their guard of their surroundings. Besides, with the somersaults status, they were rarely attacked on this continent, because once they did, the murderer would be hunted down by the somersaults endlessly. However, nothing was absolute in this world. Although the Summers had a special status, once someone's bottom line was crossed, they would still take the most direct means to defend their own interests. When the group of somersaults passed by a section of the road, the somersault cultivator at the front suddenly screamed and fell. The legs of the warhorse he was riding on were also broken, and the white bones pierced through the skin and flesh. It was a shocking sight. It turned out that on the ground of the mountain road, a large number of potholes had been dug, causing the legs of the warhorses to be broken when they accidentally fell into them. In this case, the somersault cultivator on the warhorse was naturally thrown off. A few unlucky guys hit their heads on the rocks. Although they didn't die because of the protection of the armor, they fell and became dizzy. Then, in the middle of the road, the horse-tripping cables buried in the yellow soil were pulled up by someone. The tripped warhorse swayed left and right, throwing off another large group of somersaults. In the blink of an eye, the entire army was in a mess. The ground was covered with crippled warhorses and the exhausted somersaults. Damn it, who is it? Who is ambushing us? One of the legs of the war horse that the leader of the somersaults was riding on had also been broken. However, his cultivation was superb. The moment he was ambushed, he had already leapt up and landed on the side of the road. However, just as he shouted, a large number of masked men suddenly appeared in the surrounding forest. They were holding bows, arrows, javelins, and other weapons, and launched an attack on them. In addition to the bows and arrows, there were also a large number of mages among the ambushers. For a moment, all kinds of spells burst out one after another, smashing toward the Summers. Caught off guard, the Summers were hit one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen cultivators had fallen into pools of blood. However, the reason why the Summers could defeat the Empire was because of their own powerful strength. Therefore, after they came back to their senses, the cultivators of the Summers all used their most powerful means and began to fight back against the sneak attackers. Because of the elven armor, the somersaults had a higher defense than the ambushers, which allowed them to take the enemy head-on and engage in a fierce battle. For a time, the two sides exchanged blows, and the sound of killing shook the sky. Cultivators from both sides fell continuously. However, as time passed, the disadvantage of the Summers was revealed. Although the ambushers were not as strong as them, their numbers were more than several times their own. Coupled with their early preparations, they finally began to gain the upper hand. As time went by, the number of still fighting somersaults decreased. On the contrary, the ambushers had gradually formed an encirclement. The remaining somersaults were tightly surrounded in an area with no way out. Faced with attacks from all directions, the Summers were even more passive, and the rate of casualties increased. If this situation continued, they would all be annihilated. The leader of the Summers, who was covered in blood but still fighting hard, roared in anger and tore a scroll apart. As the scroll shattered, a terrifying chain of lightning appeared out of thin air, jumping and spreading among the ambushers. After this attack was launched, more than a dozen ambushers were immediately burned to ashes, and the injured fell to the ground. The leader of the Summers took the opportunity to lead the rest of the cultivators to break out of the encirclement and escape into the dense forest ahead. It was a pity that the ambushers had the audacity to attack the Summers, so they were naturally prepared to annihilate all of them, in case the news was leaked and they found the Summers for revenge. Therefore, after the leader of the Summers rushed out, the ambushers followed him without any hesitation. A brutal pursuit began in the dense forest. The Summers were elves and had a natural racial advantage in the forest, which also improved their combat effectiveness significantly. However, the pursuers had the advantage in numbers. Even though they were constantly decreasing in numbers, they were still unwilling to give up and kept on chasing them. Under such circumstances, it would be almost impossible for the somersaults to escape successfully. Seeing his men fall to the ground one after another, the leader of the Somo people's eyes were almost spitting fire. Unfortunately, even though his cultivation was profound, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. If he turned around to help, he would definitely be surrounded by the sneak attackers. Brothers, I'm sorry, I swear, no matter who the other party is, I will definitely avenge you in the future. The leader of the Summers growled, took out a scroll from his pocket, and quickly tore it. A mysterious force appeared and enveloped the leader of the Summers. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. 993 The mission of the native cultivators. 1. The shining blade fell, and the last Somo cultivator who was leaning against a tree finally fell into a pool of blood with a face full of unwillingness. He couldn't believe that someone would specifically target the Summers. Were they not afraid of the Summers' revenge? The reeking smell of blood filled the silent forest. The cultivators who had participated in the sneak attack were scattered in every corner of the forest. They waved their swords and killed the survivors of the somersaults one by one and took away the valuable items on them. The elven armor was of good quality and expensive, so there was no reason for the ambushers to miss it. However, the spoils of war were a little hot to deal with, and they had to be dealt with through special channels. For example, the thieves' union. After cleaning up the battlefield and all traces of possible identity exposure, the ambushers began to throw the corpses of the dead into a ditch not far away. Several mages chanted spells, and fireballs the size of human heads appeared out of thin air, falling on the corpses that were already covered in fuel. The moment the fireball came into contact with the corpse, a ball of flames rose into the sky and swallowed the entire trench. The black smoke and burnt smell made people keep their distance. The fire was raging, and it wouldn't take long for the ditch to be completely buried with only charcoal left. "Boss, it's all settled. Should we evacuate now?" A masked cultivator walked over and whispered to a black-robed man. "According to our initial agreement, everyone will immediately leave the snow hill and find a place to hide. You all know the severity of this matter. Once you're discovered, you'll definitely die, so you must be extra careful." After another warning, the ambushers quickly scattered and disappeared into the dense forest. If an outsider were to come here at this moment, they would definitely not be able to imagine that a brutal battle had occurred here. It had to be said that the methods of this group of ambushers were quite professional. They had cleaned up the traces left here extremely cleanly. It seemed impossible to find any evidence with the backward methods of this world alone. However, since the interception took place not far from Riverview Village, and the Holy Dragon City was currently occupying this area, there were still some changes to the situation. In a hidden corner that no one noticed, including the sky above them, there were some special devices that were recording the entire scene that had just happened. Then, these videos were sent back to Stone City. After some technical processing, they were displayed in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's eyes glinted as he watched the Summers being killed one by one. In the end, only the leader of the Summers escaped with a teleportation scroll. This matter was not simple. It was obviously a premeditated interception. The purpose was to keep the Summers here and then use this incident to make a big deal out of it. Because the incident happened near Riverview Village, and someone had seen the Summers come here, the biggest suspect after their death could only be the Holy Dragon City. The Holy Dragon City was already a target for all. If the Somersault monks' deaths were involved at this critical moment and the High Elves attacked, it would be a terrible thing. He couldn't take the blame for this. Fortunately, the leader of the Summers had successfully escaped, which was also the biggest failure of the interception this time, which might have caused a change in their original plan. But even so, they still could not get rid of the suspicion of the Holy Dragon City. Taking the blame himself and letting the mastermind behind the scenes watch a good show was definitely not Tang Zhen's style. Fortunately, the heavenly eyes that were spread all over the vicinity of Huang Village allowed Tang Zhen to get rid of this injustice. He could even take this opportunity to make the already turbulent continent even more chaotic. A trace of a cold smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth as he swept his gaze over the true mastermind behind the scenes on the screen. "Send these videos to the Summers and let them know who killed their people. Since you want to scheme against us, then there's no need to be polite." Tang Zhen turned around and ordered a Holy Dragon City cultivator beside him, "Go and assign tasks to those native cultivators. I want Snow City to fall into chaos immediately, and the more chaotic it is, the better. If he dares to block the door, I'll set his backyard on fire." Hearing this, the Holy Dragon City cultivator nodded and quickly turned around to head towards the area where the indigenous cultivators were. Many native cultivators were moving around in the square of the Stone City. Ever since they had signed the contract with the Holy Dragon City, they had been recuperating here, waiting for the mission to be issued. What made them feel fortunate was that even though they had lost their freedom, the Holy Dragon City did not blame them too much. They even received varying amounts of rewards when they carried out missions. The amount of the bonus was also 4 to 5 times their previous income. They were rich and overbearing. Every time they saw the pile of gold coins in the corner of the square, their hearts would race. The Holy Dragon City was obviously not short of money. They were very generous with the rewards of the missions. At present, many native cultivators had successfully earned a large amount of gold coins. No matter what, money always had the power to inspire people. The longer they stayed in contact with the Holy Dragon City, the lower the resistance of the indigenous cultivators. Some of them even started to actively fight for missions, showing their enthusiasm. In a certain area of the square, there was a group of tents. The Tigerman captain and the others lived here. Ever since they signed the contract with the Holy Dragon City, they had been resting and recuperating here. Now, they had mostly recovered. Just as they were wondering when they would be assigned a mission, a new mission suddenly appeared on the screen in the square, which had always been flashing with subtitles: "Head to Snow City to create chaos." There are no restrictions on the specific methods. After the mission is completed, you will be rewarded according to the records of the recorder. After seeing this mission, the native cultivators who had long felt depressed and couldn't wait to leave the stone immediately went forward to receive the mission. Looking at the quest's content, it was obvious that the Holy Dragon City wanted to throw Snow City into chaos and make Bargoth, who was blocking the way outside Riverview Village, withdraw his troops. If he didn't retreat, it wouldn't take long for the entire Snow City to be destroyed by these native cultivators. Since there were no restrictions on the mission, the native cultivators could decide whether they wanted to work or not. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? Therefore, after this mission was issued, almost all the native cultivators went to the mission registration office to sign up for this mission. The Tigerman captain and the others also received this mission. At the same time, they also received the equipment that Holy Dragon City had given them. With this equipment, they could receive orders from the Holy Dragon City at any time. At the same time, their combat power and survival rate would be greatly improved. This was definitely a good benefit, and many native cultivators were happy to receive this equipment. After keeping their items carefully, the Aboriginal cultivators left the Stone City under the guidance of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, heading in the direction of the Snow City. 994 Action 1. The continuous sound of the machine made the bird feel a little uncomfortable. She carefully moved her body and looked up to observe the surrounding environment. This was an almost enclosed space. Many items were exquisitely handled, and it was filled with a unique kind of simple beauty. Almost all of the Holy Dragon City's items had this style. Half an hour ago, after the Tigerman captain and the others had received the mission, they had followed the Holy Dragon City cultivators and queued up to enter a building that looked like a metal house, but was definitely not a house. After entering, the native cultivators followed the instructions of the Holy Dragon City leader and sat neatly on a row of seats. After sitting down, he pulled down the support frame on his head to stabilize his body. Immediately after that, a loud boom could be heard. Subsequently, Little Bird and the others felt their surroundings shake for a moment before they felt as if they were rising into the air. Because they were in a sealed space, they didn't know what was going on outside. However, it was clear that there was more than one native cultivator who thought they were flying in the sky. When the bird saw this, it immediately became quiet. The methods of the heavenly demonic tribe were indeed amazing. They could actually make the metal house fly into the sky and have so many people sitting inside. During this period of time, these indigenous cultivators had seen many weapons and equipment from the heavenly demons in the Holy Dragon City. Therefore, they were not too surprised to know that they were flying in the sky. Looking at his silent companion, the bird lowered its head and took out a photo from its pocket. This was a gift from a female cultivator from the Holy Dragon City. She was the one who captured the little bird back then, and she still had an impression of it. The day before yesterday, this female cultivator from Holy Dragon City passed by the square and saw the little bird by chance. After learning that she had joined Holy Dragon City, she took this picture of the little bird. Since it was young, this was the first time the little bird had seen its own appearance so clearly, so it liked it very much and would take it out to look at it from time to time. "Oh, it's pretty. Why don't you give it to me?" His teammate, Green-Eyed, who was sitting next to Little Bird, could not help but tease him when he saw Little Bird fiddling with the photo. When the bird heard this, it immediately snorted and quickly stuffed the photo into its pocket. She was afraid that Green Eyes, who was good at stealing, would steal her treasure. Seeing this, his teammates couldn't help but chuckle, which eased the originally depressed atmosphere. "Robert, did you understand what those things are? How do you use them? Can you tell us?" The Dragonkin man fiddled with an item in his hand with a confused expression. He clearly did not know how to use this item. That's a wrist-type locator with a communication function. It's quite convenient to use, so it's best not to break it. Robert looked up and said in a calm tone, "It's really troublesome that we have to bring this thing with us when we're on a mission." The Dragonkin man mumbled to himself, but he still clumsily put on the item that looked like a wrist guard. The other Aboriginal cultivators also spoke up and asked others about the usage of some items. Although they had heard the Holy Dragon City cultivators explain the specific usage, they were still confused. To them, although these technological items were magical, it was too difficult to operate them. However, those who had such thoughts were basically those who were good at fighting. As for the mages, they had basically figured out how to use the equipment and were even fiddling with it with interest along the way. At this moment, a hurried voice rang out. Then, everyone felt their bodies tremble. The cabin door at the side was opened, and sunlight quickly shone in. The Tigerman captain and the others pushed up the supports on their bodies and walked out of the cabin door. They found themselves in a valley with scarce vegetation. "This is the lumberjack camp, about 10 kilometers from Snow City," he said. After a few days of studying, Robert had gained a lot of knowledge about the extraterrestrial demon race. He immediately made a judgment after seeing the surrounding scenery. "Let's get started. Remember to check the mission at any time." The Holy Dragon City cultivator leading the team warned them before turning around and boarding the almost invisible aircraft. Then, under everyone's gaze, they left. "All right, let's go." The Tigerman captain tidied up his equipment and hid all the items that could easily expose his identity before calling out to the others. The group of native cultivators at the side would take another path to Snow City. After giving each other their blessings, the two parties went their separate ways. After walking along the path for a while, they arrived at the main road leading to Snow City. At the same time, they saw the flow of people. With the appearance of the otherworldly demons, the vicinity of Snow City became more and more lively. All kinds of people were wandering around the city. They might not have come for the otherworldly demons, but to take advantage of the appearance of the otherworldly demons to find an opportunity that belonged to them. In fact, every time a war broke out on the continent, an important location would instantly become lively because of the gathering of the army and the arrival of various people. The current situation in Snow City was exactly like this. Among these seemingly hurried passers-by, there might be spies from some major forces, conspirators with unfathomable motives, and black-hearted merchants who wanted to make a fortune from the war. The Tigerman captain and the others were not particularly eye-catching as they walked among the crowd. They were just like a group of ordinary adventurers who had just returned to Snow City after completing a mission. Among the people coming and going, the Tigerman captain also saw the faces he had seen in Stone City. However, after they met, they pretended not to know each other. They only exchanged glances and joined the crowd entering the city. At this moment, at the city gate, there was a group of nervous-looking soldiers who were constantly checking the pedestrians. During this period of time, the pressure they were under was getting greater and greater. After Balgov transferred a large number of soldiers from the city to Riverview Village to exterminate the otherworldly demons, a huge change had occurred in Snow City. There were not many soldiers guarding the city. Originally, it was barely enough to maintain the law and order of Snow City. However, with the influx of more and more foreigners, the current military strength of Snow City was somewhat stretched out. Moreover, many of these foreigners were cultivators with extraordinary skills. They were the biggest hidden danger to the public security of the city. However, with the current military strength of the city, there was nothing they could do to these cultivators. There were also people who suggested sealing the city gates to prevent these outsiders from entering the city, but it was just a thought. As the largest city and supply point in the vicinity, if Snow City were to be closed, it would inevitably cause the resistance of these foreign cultivators and local adventurers. There might even be an unpredictable rebellion, which would only make things worse. Helplessly, the remaining soldiers of Snow City began to patrol the city continuously in order to maintain the security of the city. He had also used a messenger bird to inform Bhargav about the chaotic situation in Snow City, hoping that he could think of a solution. Bhargav was also very annoyed, but the situation was special, and he couldn't get away. After all, in his opinion, as long as the Holy Dragon City was taken care of, everything would be solved. Thus, Bhargav had been waiting for an opportunity to completely change his current predicament. 995 rabbit ears. Following the moving crowd, the Tigerman captain and the others finally arrived at the city gates of Snow City. Compared to the previous period of relaxation, the defense level of Snow City had been greatly improved. There were archers everywhere on the city wall, and the city defense weapons had also been placed in sections, ready to be used at any time. When it was the Tigerman captain's turn to enter the city, the soldiers guarding the city glanced at them. After seeing that they were just ordinary adventurers, they did not pay much attention to them. During this period of time, people dressed in similar attire had been constantly coming in and out of Snow City, and the soldiers had long been annoyed. At the start, the city guards would still carefully inspect them, but after persisting for a period of time, all the soldiers felt extremely tired, and they might even fall asleep while standing guard. Therefore, the soldiers turned a blind eye to the inspection of outsiders entering the city. In fact, the city guards were very clear that if these cultivators wanted to cause trouble, how could a mere city gate stop them? If these cultivators wanted to hide any prohibited items, they wouldn't be discovered by ordinary soldiers with their means. However, even so, the necessary procedures could not be omitted. At most, they would go easy on the Japanese officers during the inspection period, pay the entrance fee, then quickly go in. Don't block the way. The soldiers who had been patrolling the entire night patted the bodies of the Tigerman captain and the others impatiently as if they were checking. They didn't even lift their eyelids. Who knew if this guy with sleepy eyes had seen the Tigerman captain's face? The Tigerman captain nodded and took out a few coins. He threw them into a box at the city gate, and then the group walked into the city. After crossing the small stone bridge at the city gate, a wide street appeared in front of them. On both sides of the street were taverns, blacksmiths, and other shops. It looked like business was booming. Such a lively scene was actually very rare in the past. Usually, the shops on this street would also have customers, but it was obviously not as crowded as it was now. Even the tavern that the Tigerman captain and the others often went to was already full of people. Judging from the attire of these customers, they were obviously from other places. The number of people gathered together was even slightly more than the total number of residents in Snow City. The arrival of the large number of foreigners had directly boosted the economy of Snow City, causing the merchants of Snow City to earn a large amount of money, and all of them were beaming with joy. At the same time, in the dark corners that ordinary people couldn't notice, all kinds of shady deals were going on, making the city more and more complicated. Some of the residents of Snow City even chose to stay in their homes during this period of time to avoid unnecessary trouble. Little Bird and the others walked through the city with ease and familiarity. Finally, they came to a street. After looking around, they walked to an unremarkable house. This house was the secret stronghold of the Tigerman captain and the others in Snow City. The person who lived here was another of their companions. He was in charge of collecting intelligence and handling all kinds of chores. It was also for this reason that this guy had avoided a disaster. After he reached out and patted the door a few times, the door was gently opened, and a man with slightly messy hair poked his head out. He yawned and was about to say something when he saw the Tigerman captain and the others standing outside the door. "Boss, you're finally back. I was so worried." When the man saw the Tigerman captain and the others, he immediately opened the door in surprise. As he spoke, he pounced toward Little Bird, who was standing in the middle of the team. Come, little now girl, it's been a long time since we last met, did you miss me? Quick, let Big Brother check if you're injured." Looking at the man with a perverted smile, the little bird curled its lips in disdain. It raised its leg and kicked the man's crotch. The man's reaction was extremely fast. When the bird raised its leg, he immediately dodged to the side and looked at the bird with an aggrieved expression. He brushed the hair on his forehead and said in a bitter tone, "Little bird girl, did you have a change of heart? Why are you doing this to me?" The little bird blushed when it heard this. In a flash, it rushed to the front of the vulgar man and reached out to pull his ear, which was obviously longer than an ordinary person's. "Damn rabbit ears, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll pull your ears off and feed them to the dogs." The man's ear seemed to be extremely elastic. It was pulled out by more than half a meter by the bird, as if it could break at any time. The man who was called Rabbit Ears by the little bird immediately bared his teeth and repeatedly begged for mercy. After saying a lot of good things, the little bird released its hand with hatred. "I'll let you off this time. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll definitely pull your ears off." The little bird pouted and ignored the annoying fellow. When the other team members saw this scene, they all laughed without saying a word. It was obvious that they had long known the nature of their companion and were happy to see him suffer, you foul mouth. Every time, you have to be taught a lesson by little bird before you'll be obedient for a day or two. The Tigerman captain smiled, then looked around and gave Rabbit Ears a look. What are you still doing? Everyone, hurry up and go into the house. Rabbit Ears' eyes cleared up. After calling out to everyone, he quickly opened the door and everyone walked in one by one. Rabbit Ears, who was at the back, closed the door and peeked through the gap for a while before quickly walking to the back room. After passing through the room in front, there was a spacious open space behind the house. The Tigerman captain and the others were already sitting on the chairs, waiting for the Rabbit Ears to return. After placing a plate of fruit on the table, Rabbit Ears walked to the Tigerman captain. He put away his wretched expression and asked in a concerned tone, "Captain, did something happen to you guys this time?" The Tigerman captain nodded, then shook his head and said slowly, "This matter is very dangerous, so it's best if you don't know about it. The further away you are from us, the better. I've come back this time to tell you not to take any more missions from Snow City for the time being. I'll give you half of the money we've saved up over the years, and you can take it and leave Snow City as soon as possible. Find a place to live an honest life, and never come back here." When Rabbit Ears heard this, he immediately looked anxious and asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Captain? Why would you say such a thing? We brothers have been through life and death together and have gone through so many hardships, but we have never said that we want to separate. You've just returned and you're already trying to chase me away. Have you ever considered my feelings?" The Rabbit Ears had a sad and angry expression, but soon his brows furrowed and he looked up at the crowd. "Something's not right. Tell me, what happened to you? If you treat me as your brother, you'd better not hide it from me." The Tigerman captain pondered for a moment and looked at the anxious and concerned Rabbit Ears. Finally, he slowly said, "I'll tell you the truth. We were caught by the otherworldly demons when we were in Riverview Village, and we almost died. Later on, due to some special circumstances, we managed to keep our lives, but we had no choice but to sign a slave contract with the otherworldly demons. Fortunately, although we've signed a contract, the heavenly demonic tribe isn't as terrifying as the legends say. Apart from the fact that we don't have the freedom we used to have, everything else is normal. And like before, you can accept missions and earn a commission that's several times higher than before." The Tigerman captain couldn't help but sigh. However, the otherworldly demons are still outsiders, and they're now being targeted by all the major forces. If we follow them, our future will be uncertain, and we might even lose our lives one day. We don't have a choice, but you can pull yourself out of this in time, so I hope you can leave this mess as soon as possible and find a place to live a peaceful life. It's not just you. We brothers will also do our best to make proper arrangements for our family members. As for what will happen in the future, we can only leave it to fate." The Tigerman captain looked up at the rabbit-eared boy, waiting for his answer. After a long silence, the rabbit-eared man suddenly raised his head and looked at the Tigerman captain and the other members of the adventurer team. He suddenly grinned. "Where else can I go? Of course I'm going to hang around with you guys. If we die, we'll die together. Don't even think about leaving me behind." At this point, Rabbit Ears looked up at the bird and showed the same wretched smile. "Of course, the most important thing is that little now girl is still here. I really can't bear to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, his ears were pulled up by the girl again, and a series of miserable screams rang out. 996A Bold Idea 1. After joking around for a while, everyone finally started talking about serious business. According to the Tigerman captain's plan, they had no choice now and could lose their lives at any time, so there were some urgent things that needed to be arranged. This way, they could avoid any worries. Although their previous adventurer lives were equally dangerous, they had not reached the point where they were surrounded by enemies. Facing a large number of enemies, their chances of death were extremely high. Fortunately, when everyone signed the contract, they had already prepared for the worst, so they were all very calm. Compared to before, he even had a more carefree temperament. Even Rabbit Ears was very surprised. If one only looked at the surface, no one would have thought that their companions had already signed that legendary contract. Wasn't this mentality a little too good? Of course, Rabbit Ears didn't know that the Tigerman captain and the others who had signed the contract didn't suffer the humiliation that they had imagined. Instead, they had gained a lot of benefits. So, their mentality had also undergone a subtle change. They had even unconsciously started to support the Holy Dragon City. However, After understanding the concerns of the Tiger Man leader and the others, the rabbit-eared man laughed. Boss, don't worry. After I guessed that something might have happened to you, I've already made arrangements for your family. They're all safe now. If you want to take a look, we can go there at any time. Rabbit Ears scratched his head in embarrassment and said, but I've already distributed all the money we've saved up over the years to everyone's family. If you need money now, I can't take out a single copper coin. When the Tigerman captain and the others heard this, they looked at Rabbit Ears at the same time, their eyes flashing with an inexplicable emotion. To be able to do this as brothers, they really didn't misjudge the person. Good brother, don't say anything else. I thank you on behalf of everyone. The Tigerman leader patted Rabbit Ears' shoulder and said with a hint of emotion. The rabbit-eared man laughed and looked at the Tigerman captain. Captain, why are you saying this? This is what I should do. Also, if there's any big operation this time, don't forget me. I've been stuck here all day with nothing to do, I'm about to rust. Nodding his head slightly, the Tigerman captain said in a deep voice, this mission really can't be completed without you. You should know that you're the most familiar with Snow City among us. The mission we accepted was to cause destruction in Snow City. The bigger the commotion, the better. The Tigerman captain pondered for a moment before continuing, I guess the Holy Dragon City's goal is to force Balgov to withdraw his troops. After all, there's a problem with his own lair, and it's impossible for Balgov to remain indifferent. When the Dragonkin man heard this, he said with disdain, in my opinion, the Holy Dragon City's actions are unnecessary. With their strength, they can definitely easily beat up the soldiers of Snow City. Why would they go through so much trouble? Although he was very unwilling to be limited by the Holy Dragon City, he could not help but be unconvinced of the Holy Dragon City's strength. Robert, who was fiddling with the equipment in his hands, shook his head and explained, Holy Dragon City is already the target of public criticism. If we attack and defeat Snow City, it will definitely intensify the enmity between the other forces. Moreover, with the existence of the Lord, Balgov, he could also share some of the Holy Dragon City's pressure. After all, the Snow region was Balgov's territory, and he could not let those external forces do as they pleased. What the Holy Dragon City hopes for the most is for these forces to have internal strife. If that happens, they won't be sincere in cooperating with us to deal with the otherworldly demons that have been occupying the Riverview village all this time. At this point, a hint of fear flashed through Robert's eyes. He said to the Tigerman captain, I don't know if you've noticed the vortex above Stone City, but I'm guessing that the Holy Dragon City has been biding their time because of that mysterious vortex. The Tigerman captain frowned and looked at Robert. What exactly did you find? Speak clearly. Everyone's eyes fell on Robert at the same time, waiting for his explanation. If I'm not wrong, that giant whirlpool is actually a terrifying super teleportation array. I've observed it carefully before, and I noticed that the vortex was constantly expanding. It's easy to imagine how huge the object being transported is. That's why I feel that the Holy Dragon City's true trump card has yet to descend upon this world. Otherwise, based on the strength they had displayed, they would definitely not hole up in a small village like Riverview Village. Their target should be the entire continent. After hearing Robert's analysis, everyone was shocked at first, but then fell silent. The information they had so far was enough to prove that the Holy Dragon City definitely had strength that could not be underestimated. In some aspects, it was even enough to crush all the forces on the continent. However, these things were only a part of what the Holy Dragon City disdained to hide. Who knew how terrifying their true trump card was? In the end, it was the Tigerman captain who broke the silence. He said in a calm tone, don't think about those things. No matter what, we're already tied to Holy Dragon City, and there's no way to get rid of it. The more powerful they are, the more benefits we can reap. Everyone nodded and continued to discuss how to carry out the operation. According to the mission's hint, the reward this time was a random evaluation. The better the effect of creating chaos, the more rewards he would receive. Since that was the case, naturally, the bigger the commotion, the better. However, how to create a big commotion and then escape, that needed to be carefully discussed. The rabbit ears had been listening attentively the entire time. His long ears would shake from time to time. This was also one of his habits. It was because of the super hearing that his long ears gave him that he was able to grasp all sorts of information in Snow City and analyze things that were useful to him. Rabbit Ears had been thinking about it ever since he heard the Tigerman leader mention the mission requirements. He seemed to have thought of something and said in an uncertain tone, "Since you said that the bigger the commotion, the more likely the reward will be, then how about we just demolish that building in the cloud area?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Rabbit Ears with a strange expression. Seeing this, Rabbit Ears was immediately at a loss. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" The Dragonkin man walked up and patted the rabbit-eared man's shoulder, laughing. "I say, kid, you're really a bastard. You actually thought of such a mean idea. But to tell you the truth, your idea really suits my taste. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Ha ha ha, if we tear down that castle, I think Balgov will go crazy with anger. I think this idea is good. Why don't we try it? Oh my god, if we really tear it down, how much reward will we get?" A group of people who wished for the world to be in chaos echoed one after another, clearly in full agreement with Rabbit Ears' suggestion. The Rabbit Ears could not help but feel a little confused. He blinked and looked at the Tigerman captain and the others. "Did you guys take my words for real? I was just joking. What's wrong with these guys? They actually want to tear down Bargov's castle." Rabbit Ears was a little suspicious. Did they have a problem with their heads? Why did all of them become so devilish and bold after signing the contract with the otherworldly demons? After another confirmation, proving that everyone had really decided to tear down Bargov's castle, Rabbit Ears scratched his head and laughed. The most courageous person in the group was actually this rabbit-eared guy. There was almost nothing he didn't dare to do. It was just that this guy looked too harmless, so people would subconsciously ignore this. Although he was excited to participate in such a big operation, he still couldn't figure out why. 997 Tearing down someone's nest. 1. The Rabbit Ears clearly did not realize the true purpose of the Holy Dragon City issuing this mission. Tang Zhen was a little annoyed with Bargov, who he couldn't get rid of for the time being and was still secretly causing trouble behind his back. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to repay him. Wouldn't it be too aggravating if he didn't fight back when he was blocked at the door? When he issued this mission, Tang Zhen did not set a clear boundary at all. This was equivalent to telling those native cultivators to be as ruthless as they could. Therefore, Tang Zhen was definitely in favor of demolishing Bargov's castle because the effect was really good. Although he couldn't kill the other party, it would be good to discuss them. If the Tigerman captain and the rest were to successfully complete this plan, Tang Zhen would definitely give them a high reward. After receiving the news that the castle had been torn down, Bargov would definitely not continue to stay and not leave. Instead, he would rush back to his old nest to put out the fire. After all, his old home had already been torn down, so it wouldn't be long before the owner of Snow City changed. As for the reason why everyone agreed, it was because they felt that this idea was indeed good. If it succeeded, it would definitely have a considerable impact. In this way, a rich bounty would also be in his hands. However, even though this plan was good, it was definitely not an easy task to realize it. Bargov's castle was built in the cloud area of the city, and the terrain was the highest point of the city. The castle was heavily guarded and had a wide field of vision. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter. It would be impossible to tear down this huge castle under the protection of so many soldiers. If they acted rashly, they would probably be surrounded by a swarm of soldiers before they could even make a move, and then they would be directly chopped into meat paste. Obviously, everyone had also realized this. Each of them was frowning and thinking hard about how to successfully achieve their goal. After thinking for a while, one of the team members shook his head and sighed, "Why don't we change our target? It's too difficult to tear down the castle of Balgov, and I think our chances of success are very low. If we're not careful, we might lose our lives, it's not worth it." When the other team members heard this, they nodded in agreement. Although they were very tempted by this suggestion, the terrifying difficulty of carrying out the plan made them shrink back. The Tigerman captain frowned slightly. He was actually very tempted by this suggestion, but reason told him that doing so was no different from hitting a stone with an egg. Because in a situation where he didn't have enough strength, coveting such a huge benefit was simply treating the lives of himself and his team members as child's play. As the team leader, he had to step forward in this situation and choose the most reasonable plan to avoid the team suffering unnecessary losses. Although they were adventurers, it didn't mean that they were reckless and had to try extremely dangerous missions. Just as everyone had decided to give up, Robert suddenly spoke and asked Rabbit Ears, "If I prepare some things, can you send them to Bargov's castle?" Hearing this, Rabbit Ears thought for a moment. That depends on what kind of item is given. If it's an ordinary item, although it's a little difficult, there's still a way to send it in. That's good. Robert nodded and pondered for a while. He then looked up at everyone and said, when we came out this time, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators mentioned that they could give us appropriate help when we carry out missions. If that's the case, why don't we make use of it to realize our plan? The Tigerman captain shook his head. Robert, you're thinking too much. The Holy Dragon City will definitely not personally take action in this matter. Otherwise, they would have been able to tear down Bargov's castle and even Snow City with just a single team of cultivators. So, it's impossible for you to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Them for help. Robert smiled and shook his head. He explained, of course, I'm not asking the Holy Dragon City to help us destroy Bargov's castle. If that happens, the credit will have nothing to do with us. What I mean is, can we get some weapons from Holy Dragon City that they use, and then I'll combine them with what I've learned to make a device. This way, we can tear down the castle without entering it. The Tigerman captain frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. You mean, a bomb? Robert snapped his fingers and smiled at the Tigerman captain. That's right, it's the kind of bomb used by the Holy Dragon City cultivators. This item was only the size of a duck's egg, but its power was extremely shocking. It was not inferior to a magic scroll. If we can make a bomb that is 10 times the size, and send it to the castle, we can definitely destroy it. The Tigerman captain shook his head again. But if we do that, it will inevitably be related to the Holy Dragon City. Do you think the Holy Dragon City will agree with us? Even if everyone knew that the Holy Dragon City was behind this matter, no one could make an issue out of it without sufficient evidence. Just like this mission, the executors were US native cultivators. The Holy Dragon City cultivators didn't participate at all. Therefore, even if the matter is blown up, the Holy Dragon City will be able to get away with it. Robert nodded slightly. This was indeed something that needed to be considered. However, this did not mean that he would give up easily. After thinking for a moment, Robert continued, I once mastered a spell scroll by chance. Although it is difficult to make, it is absolutely suitable for this task. This was a type of composite scroll. Its principle was similar to that of a bomb. It could instantly shoot out a large number of high-temperature fireballs, which had a great destructive effect on buildings. Since Holy Dragon City can't help us, we'll do it ourselves. The Tigerman captain thought for a moment, then looked at Robert and asked, then, how confident are you in creating such a composite magic scroll? Robert thought for a moment, then said in a certain tone, I'm about 70% confident. All right, let's do it. The Tigerman captain smacked the table. Standing up and looking around at everyone, the Tigerman captain said in a low voice, from now on, Little Bird and Robert will be in charge of making the composite scroll. Rabbit Ears, I, and the others will come up with a plan to study how to send it to Bargov's castle. During this period of time, the situation in Snow City was tense. Everyone had to be careful to avoid being targeted. Moreover, we must be fast. Otherwise, after the other teams create chaos, the castle's defense standards will definitely increase. In that case, it will be more difficult for us to blend in. After some further discussion, they immediately began to split up. 998 Robert 1 In the house where Rabbit Ears lived, there was a very hidden basement that stored some of the adventurer team's secret resources. After all, there were some things that could not be seen by others. At this moment, an oil lamp was lit in the basement. It was emitting faint black smoke, illuminating the dark basement. Robert had changed into a neat short robe and was sitting on a chair with full concentration. He was using a special drawing pen to draw on a piece of animal skin paper. Creating magic scrolls was a common practice for mages, but the success rate and power of the scrolls varied from person to person. The selling price of scrolls of the same type also varied. The magic scrolls created by orthodox mages were powerful, so they were more popular. Robert wasn't a pure mage. At most, he came from an unorthodox background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined an adventurer team and risked his life to earn a bounty. However, his talent in making magic scrolls was extremely high. It was just that he rarely showed it. If others knew of his ability, he would definitely be hired by the powerful and influential people of various forces and become their guest. There was even a chance to become the Empire's stipend and enjoy generous treatment. However, due to some special reasons, Robert did not show his talent in this area. Instead, he chose to stay in the adventurer team. However, in order to complete this mission, Robert finally let go of his worries and decided to take a gamble. He first concocted some potions to calm his mind and took them. Then, he let the little bird assist him by the side while he concentrated on making magic scrolls. From Robert's cautious expression, it was clear that this composite magic scroll was not simple. It was simply an experimental product that Robert had invented, and no one else knew how to make it. From Robert's point of view, this composite scroll was actually a very impractical thing. Although it had a lot of destructive power, its structure was extremely unstable. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause it to explode. Therefore, such composite scrolls could not be carried around at all. As a result, their value was greatly reduced. Moreover, there was a considerable risk in the production of such scrolls. If the creator was not careful during the production process, he would be injured by the scroll. However, Robert didn't tell anyone about this in detail. For the future of the team, he chose to shoulder the danger himself. Robert's expression was grave, and he was extremely cautious with every movement. Under the help of the magic ink, the pattern on the scroll began to take shape. However, this was only one step. He would have to repeat the same steps again because every scroll was a part of this composite scroll. It was no wonder the magic scrolls were so powerful. They were no less powerful than a bomb. After putting the completed magic scroll aside, Robert picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He took a deep breath and continued working. Just by looking at his performance, it was clear that the process of making it just now had greatly exhausted his physical strength. The little bird acted as Robert's assistant. Every time Robert needed an item, the little bird would quickly bring it to him and then retreat to the side to observe it in silence. The bird bit its lip as it watched the sweat dripping from Robert's head. It picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off Robert's forehead when he stopped writing. "Thank you," he said. Robert didn't even raise his head. He continued to write the magic scroll as he expressed his gratitude. Time passed by slowly. Robert was clearly getting more and more exhausted, but he did not stop. When his body suddenly trembled, he casually grabbed another bottle of medicine and drank it. After blowing out a breath of cold air, Robert rubbed his hands and continued working. "Why don't you rest for a while? If you continue like this, your body won't be able to take it." The little bird could not help but advise. "It's okay, I can still hold on." As Robert was drawing the scroll, he said without raising his head, "This matter is a very important opportunity for our team. Whether it's to improve our position in Holy Dragon City or the generous mission rewards, it's worth it for us to fight for. There's only one chance, and I don't want to miss it." As he said this, a complicated look flashed in Robert's eyes before it disappeared. The bird nodded and stopped trying to persuade him. It just stood quietly at the side. After another 2 hours or so, Robert finally stopped and let out a long breath. There were more than 20 magic scrolls on the table. They were half the size of ordinary magic scrolls, but the composition was more than twice as complicated. The most crucial moment was about to arrive, and victory or defeat would be decided by this one move. "Little bird, you can go out. Stay away from here. After I'm done, I'll go out by myself." The bird bit its lips and asked Robert, "What you're going to do next, will it be very dangerous?" Robert didn't answer the bird's question. Instead, he smiled softly and waved his hand weakly, signaling her to leave as soon as possible. Seeing the determination in Robert's eyes, the little bird knew that it would be useless no matter what it said, so it could only slowly retreat. "You have to be careful. Don't let anything happen to you." The wooden door to the basement slowly closed, and the smile on Robert's face slowly disappeared. Taking a deep breath, he took out another bottle of medicine and drank it. His originally dispirited spirit was restored by a lot. In fact, this kind of continuous consumption of potions was very harmful to Robert's body, but he couldn't care much about it at the moment. What he needed to do next was to take out all of these magic scrolls that could be used individually. However, they could only be considered parts of a magic scroll right now and put them together to form a powerful composite magic scroll. A single mistake in the process could lead to a serious accident. The entire basement and Robert would be burned to ashes. "I will definitely succeed, just wait and see." Robert's eyes lit up as he picked up a scroll and slowly put it together with another. A three-dimensional composite magic scroll began to slowly appear in his hand. Outside the basement, the bird was staring at the entrance with a trace of worry in its eyes. Even if Robert didn't say anything, she could already guess that the creation of this composite scroll was definitely filled with danger. However, although Robert was usually very easygoing, once he made up his mind, he would not listen to anyone's advice. Furthermore, he had proposed a feasible plan, so in order to complete it successfully, he would definitely put in all his effort. Even if there was danger, he would face it alone. Although it was not a mage, the little bird knew that the scariest thing about making magic scrolls was a magic accident caused by a sudden loss of control. The magic scrolls created by Robert could easily kill a low-level cultivator, and there were more than 20 of them in the basement. If there was an accident, Robert would definitely not even have a corpse left. At the thought of this, the little bird's heart was filled with worry. However, other than waiting patiently, she could not help at all. As time went by, the bird's worry grew. It wanted to open the door to the basement several times to see if Robert was safe. However, this would definitely affect Robert's work and might even cause danger, so after much thought, the little bird did not take action. Just as the bird was about to open the door to check again, the tightly shut wooden door of the basement suddenly made a sound, and then it was slowly pushed open. Robert walked out with a pale face. He looked at the worried little bird and forced a smile. "Don't worry, it's a success." After saying that, Robert's body went limp and he fainted on the ground. 999 Various memes. 1. When the bird saw Robert come out, the worried expression on its face instantly disappeared. At the same time, it revealed a faint smile. However, before she could ask, she saw Robert suddenly collapse at the door. His head hit the wooden door heavily, making a muffled sound. "Robert, what's wrong? Don't scare me." The bird cried out in surprise and immediately rushed over. It hugged Robert in its arms and called out repeatedly. As if sensing the bird's anxiety, Robert opened his eyes with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, I'm fine." After taking a deep breath, Robert continued in a hoarse voice. "The composite magic scroll is ready and placed in the basement. I've written down the method to use it, so just follow it. Remember to be careful, or else it'll be dangerous." The bird nodded and tears welled up in its eyes. "Don't worry, I'll definitely tell the captain and the others. It'll definitely be fine." Robert nodded his head slightly, then slowly closed his listless eyes. "Take me to my room. I'm a little tired and want to sleep for a while." Robert's voice became weaker and weaker as he spoke, and he fell asleep in the bird's arms. The bird used its sleeve to wipe the tears from the corner of its eyes. It then picked up Robert and carefully brought him into the house. After sitting by the bed for a while and making sure that Robert was indeed asleep, the bird slowly walked out of the room and closed the door. Following Robert's request, little bird took out the instruction manual and locked the basement door. Then, it stood guard at the door and began reading. After a while, the Tigerman captain and the others returned one after another. After hearing about Robert's incident, they all sighed deeply. After working together for so long, they more or less knew some of Robert's past. They knew that he had many stories. With Robert's strength, he could have left the adventurer team and sought a better future. However, he did not do so from the beginning to the end, because Robert treated all his teammates as his brothers. If Robert hadn't risked his life to help them, their plan would have been nothing more than a fantasy. Worried about Robert's health, the Tigerman captain personally went into the room to check on him. After that, he came out and nodded to everyone. "Don't worry, everyone. Robert is fine. He's just too tired. Let him have a good sleep." Hearing this, everyone was relieved. The Tigerman captain called everyone to sit down and began to plan the operation. According to the results of their investigation, it was confirmed that the defense of the castle of Balgov had indeed increased a lot. First, it was because Bargov had left the castle, and second, it was because a large number of outsiders had entered Snow City. In such a complicated situation, the defenses of Snow City were constantly being strengthened. As the castle that the Lord lived in, the defenses were naturally strengthened as well. But even so, there were still some loopholes. According to the information collected by the Rabbit Ears, it could be confirmed that a batch of fresh ingredients would be sent to the castle of Bargov every day at dawn. When the vehicles transporting these ingredients entered the castle, they would also be inspected, but it was not strict. It was just a process. The Tigerman captain was planning to use the vehicle to transport the ingredients to the castle and then wait for the composite magic scroll Robert had created to explode. There were two ways to activate such a composite magic scroll. One was to detonate it at a fixed time, and the other was to detonate it by touch. It could be said that as long as the composite magic scroll was sent into the castle without being discovered by the mages, it would be considered a success. The first thing they needed to do was to find a way to disguise themselves so that they would not be discovered by the guards of the castle. Then, they would safely evacuate from Snow City. What method should we use to put the compound magic scroll in the ingredients without being discovered? The Tigerman captain raised a question and looked up at the crowd. Robert had once said that composite magic scrolls were extremely easy to detonate, so they had to be very careful when disguising themselves in order to avoid accidentally triggering them during the transportation process. Although it would cause some damage to the castle if it was detonated outside, it would definitely not be as effective as detonating it from the inside. Hearing this, everyone began to think hard, trying to find a safe and hidden way. The bird pondered for a while and suddenly said, "My race has a secret technique that can speed up the growth of plants. Can we put a compound magic scroll into the fruit of the plant and let it heal faster? This way, the fruit won't leave any traces behind and the scroll can be perfectly camouflaged." The Tigerman captain nodded and said to everyone, "If that's the case, I can give it a try." They immediately got to work. The little bird was responsible for preparing the materials for the secret technique, while the others went to collect soil and suitable vegetable seeds. Soon, everyone gathered together again and placed the items they had collected in front of the bird. After drawing a pattern that looked like a magic circle, the little bird started to chant a spell in a strange tone. At the same time, it gently touched the soil container in the middle of the pattern. After completing the ritual, she placed her hand on a large handful of seeds and knelt on the ground with her eyes closed, as if she was communicating with something. After about 10 minutes, the bird slowly opened its eyes and found a rather plump seed in the handful of seeds. As for the other seeds, they had all shriveled up and turned into powder with a light poke. Under the effects of the little bird's secret technique, this seed had already absorbed all the essence of the other seeds, and possessed an extremely exuberant vitality. After burying the seed in the soil and pouring a cup of green liquid over it, the bird once again used its race's secret technique to stimulate the special seed. Under everyone's gazes, a seedling broke out of the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it continuously elongated its body, and rapidly produced branches and flowers. A plant's entire growth process was actually accelerated by countless times. This scene was truly incomparably miraculous. Soon, a fruit appeared between the branches and leaves, and then it continued to expand. From the initial size of an egg, it quickly grew to the size of a human head. However, looking at the fruit's posture, it seemed that it had not reached its growth limit. "I say, this should be a pumpkin, right?" The dragonkin scratched his bald head and smiled at the bird. "Little bird, you actually know such a method. Then why did you grow some pumpkins when we were trapped in the underground cave? That way, we wouldn't have to go hungry." The little bird pouted and snorted, "At that time, I didn't have the materials or the seeds. How do you want me to plant them? Moreover, this secret technique has a huge restriction. Everyone can only use it 3 times in their lifetime. Otherwise, do you think I'll let everyone go hungry?" The dragon man chuckled and did not say anything else. Such a precious and limited secret technique should have been used to stimulate some precious medicinal materials so that it would not be wasted. However, the bird was being used to cultivate an ordinary plant in order to complete this plan. Everyone knew this in their hearts. For this plan, Robert had risked his life to create a composite magic scroll that even he was not confident in. The little bird had also wasted a chance to use a secret skill that could only be used a few times in its life. Moreover, when they were giving, they never thought about returning the favor. "Alright, now bring the composite magic scroll Robert made and place it in the pumpkin. After that, let the little bird heal the cut marks," the Tigerman captain said with a smile as he looked at the pumpkins on the ground. 1000 The plan in progress 1. The following work was finally completed with everyone's careful cooperation. Looking at the large pumpkin in front of them, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile flashed across their faces. The next thing to do was to send him safely to Bargov's castle. Currently, a large number of native cultivators had sneaked into Snow City, and some of them were already impatient to take action. As the Tigerman captain and the others went out to gather information, they saw that there was chaos in more than one place in the city. From time to time, thick smoke would rise from the city. Setting fire was obviously a good choice when carrying out a sabotage mission. Every time something unexpected happened, the soldiers of the City of Snow would charge forward with their weapons in hand. After working overtime for several days, the soldiers of Snow City had become extremely tired. Now, as long as they could find a little free time, the soldiers of Snow City would quickly catch up on sleep to recover their energy. As such, the soldiers of Snow City could not wait to tear these troublemakers into pieces. However, most of the native cultivators who had accepted the mission were experienced adventurers. It was easy for them to set fires and cause trouble, so the furious soldiers of Snow City could not catch them at all. Looking at the destroyed buildings in the city, the soldiers of Snow City gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing about it. The city guard officer wanted to send soldiers to guard all the key areas, but they were currently short of manpower and could not do that. Therefore, the soldiers of Snow City had to suffer. They could only run from the east to the west, then from the south to the north. They were exhausted and complained endlessly. Under such circumstances, the defenses of Snow City were once again strengthened. Soldiers with spears could be seen everywhere on the streets, looking at the pedestrians with suspicious eyes. There were also a lot of soldiers temporarily added to the castle, and the atmosphere became quite tense. Therefore, the earlier the Tigerman captain and the others took action, the better. If they delayed any longer, they might not have another chance to strike. Early the next morning, the first rays of the morning sun fell on the Snow City, and a noisy day began. Every day, he was in charge of transporting fresh vegetables to the castle. He got up early to feed his old horse some grass, and then went out of the house in the carriage. The vegetables and ingredients consumed by the castle every day had a fixed supply point, and old Jim only needed to go around to collect them and transport them to the castle. Today, as usual, he drove through the dense crowd and arrived at a farm outside the city. Beside the wooden house at the edge of the farm, piles of fresh ingredients stained with morning dew had already been placed. The fresh and tender appearance was extremely pleasing to the eye. In addition to the usual ingredients and vegetables, there was also a pile of fresh pumpkins today. Not only were they huge, but they also looked quite pleasing. Haha, it's really a huge pumpkin. Old Jim jumped down from the carriage and exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, he patted the pumpkins. Hee, of course. The best pumpkins on our farm are naturally for the feudal lord to enjoy. When he saw old Jim patting the pumpkin with his hand, the farm manager's mouth twitched. He was so nervous that his hat almost popped up. However, he instantly returned to normal and changed the topic. All right, it's getting late. Hurry up and load these vegetables into the cart. I still have to send them to the castle. Be careful of the kitchen manager's whip if you mess up the proper business. Old Jim shouted pretentiously, and the person in charge of the farm quickly smiled and nodded. He called the workers not far away to move the vegetables onto the truck. In order to prevent crushing the other vegetables, the first ingredients to be loaded into the truck were naturally the large pumpkins. Seeing the workers carefully carry the pumpkins into the car, old Jim even praised them for their good taste. If the ingredients didn't look good, it would also cause dissatisfaction in the head chef of the castle, and old Jim would also be scolded. The pile of vegetables was quickly loaded, and old Jim jumped into the carriage. Without saying a word, he drove the carriage towards the city. Seeing this, the farm manager nodded to a worker, who then followed quietly. On the way back to the castle, seeing more and more outsiders, old Jim sighed with emotion. Because of the appearance of the extraterrestrial demon race, Snow City had become more and more lively. The Shang clan gained benefits from this, but the public security became extremely bad. Was this good or bad? Perhaps it was because his lordship wasn't around. These outsiders became unscrupulous. They actually dared to cause trouble in the city. They really didn't know what was good for them. Once the city lord exterminated the otherworldly demons and returned to Snow City, these people who dared to cause trouble would definitely be severely punished by the city lord. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before rows of hanged bodies would appear on the gallows outside Snow City. I really miss this scene. Humming a meaty tune along the way, old Jim drove the carriage slowly to the back door of the castle. Seeing that there were twice as many guards at the gate as usual, the old hen mother quickly jumped down from the carriage and greeted them with a bow. She was no longer as arrogant as she was at the small farm. Because old Jim had been delivering food to the castle every day, the soldiers were already very familiar with him. So when they saw old Jim, they simply greeted him and began their daily routine inspection. The bundles of vegetables were turned over, and there was basically no problem. As for whether or not they were poisoned, the soldiers could not detect it at all, but it was tested by professional personnel. During the inspection, the guards also saw the large pumpkins in the car. Just like old Jim, the soldier also patted the huge pumpkin and praised it. "It's really a good pumpkin. I don't think the taste will be too bad." After saying this, the soldier waved his hand to indicate that there was no problem. Then, he opened the door and let them in. Old Jim gave his thanks and led the carriage into the castle. After seeing old Jim drive the carriage into the castle, the farmer who had been following behind the carriage sneered and quickly turned to leave, running out of the city. In the inner area of the castle, the servants of the castle were busy preparing for the new day. Even when Bargov was not in the castle, the servants' workload did not decrease at all, and they were busy all day. When they saw old Jim arrive, some of the people who knew him even smiled and greeted him. Old Jim also had a smile on his face as he drove the carriage to the kitchen. The servants, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately surrounded the carriage and began to unload the whole cart of vegetables as usual. The head of the kitchen looked at the fresh vegetables and nodded in satisfaction. He praised them casually. When old Jim heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. Soon, the vegetables were selected, washed, and sent to the kitchen. The giant pumpkins were also washed, and were ready to be cut and steamed by the chef. However, just as the kitchen knife was about to cut into one of the pumpkins, a terrifying flame suddenly burst out and engulfed the entire kitchen in an instant. 1001 The chaos escalates. This morning, the residents of Snow City and the outsiders inadvertently saw a scene that shocked them. The majestic and ancient castle that stood tall in the cloud zone suddenly burst out with a loud bang. Then, a small half of the castle was enveloped in flames that soared into the sky. The explosion came so suddenly that by the time everyone regained their senses, the flames had already spread out. The huge castle turned into a huge torch in an instant, and black smoke soared into the sky. This flame was different from ordinary flames. It had a trace of fire energy aura. It was clearly triggered by a fire-type spell or a spell scroll. To deal with this kind of special magic fire, only mages could personally put out the fire, because after ordinary water was poured on it, not only would it not have the effect of extinguishing the fire, but it would also be like adding oil to the fire, making the fire more serious. When the castle servants who were trying to put out the fire realized this, they immediately gave up and rushed out of the castle in a panic. The kitchen area where the fire first erupted was now in ruins. All the items had been turned to ashes. Then, the flames that had lost control began to spread to the surroundings, devouring the precious items and living creatures in the castle. Under the gazes of countless people, the flustered servants and castle guards dug out the items from all the exits, their faces covered in soot. A large number of mages appeared around the castle, continuously casting water-type spells or tearing fire-extinguishing scrolls to put out the growing flames. Even if the save was not ideal, the mages still persevered, because they knew the importance of the castle, and they all wanted to minimize the loss. It was just that in the process of casting a spell, a large amount of energy would definitely be consumed. After these mages put out a portion of the flames, they were already exhausted. Damn it, who did this? If I find out, I'll definitely make him wish he was dead. One of the castle's managers gritted his teeth and roared in anger. As he watched the castle being engulfed by the flames, his entire body trembled unconsciously. Building such a huge castle would undoubtedly consume a large amount of wealth and resources. Not only was it the residence of the Lord of Snow City, but it was also an important symbol and inheritance. It could be said that this castle was the same as Snow City, both of which were the most precious items of Bargov. Now that Balgov was leading the army to eliminate the otherworldly demons, the castle was naturally under their care. These managers did not dare to be careless and did their jobs well. Unfortunately, disaster fell from the sky. No one had expected such a thing to happen. They had always paid great attention to the castle's fire prevention, so it was impossible for an accidental fire to happen. The answer was obvious. Someone had deliberately set the fire to destroy the castle. The other party had chosen to do this when Bargov was not in Snow City, so they definitely had a plan. Thus, they had to inform the Lord immediately. No one dared to hide or delay this kind of thing. Otherwise, once Bargov found out, he would inevitably be cruelly punished. As for whether or not they would be punished for this matter, and how heavy the punishment would be, there was no time to consider it now. At most, he would escape from Snow City and hide before Bargov returned. After all, reputation and status were only secondary compared to his life. At the same time, there were also some people who were extremely worried about the future of Snow City. They wondered if it could survive this disaster. As the castle caught fire and attracted the attention of countless people, some people with special identities hid in the crowd and looked coldly at the collapsing castle. At the same time, they were conversing in private in extremely low voices. Good lord, such a big move, he actually burned down Bargov's castle. Who did this? You really have guts. Why didn't I think of that? Sigh, someone else got there first. How much money will I get for burning down Bargov's castle? Those guys who did it really struck it rich this time. The person who said this was naturally a contract cultivator who had accepted the mission to destroy the city and was hiding in the city. Looks of envy and jealousy appeared on their faces, and their feelings were complicated. No matter how much the bounty was, it had nothing to do with them. They no longer hesitated and decided to act immediately. Otherwise, once Bargov returned to Snow City, he would definitely launch a large-scale search for revenge. By then, it would be too late to take action. At the thought of this, the contract cultivators who had accepted the mission immediately disappeared into the crowd and ran towards the important buildings in Snow City. In the blink of an eye, Snow City was in complete chaos. Clouds of thick smoke began to rise from every corner of Snow City. Shouts and curses could be heard. The soldiers of Snow City were running around with murderous intent, chasing away the panicking crowd on the street, telling them to go home to hide. Groups of native cultivators, who were being chased by the soldiers of Snow City, appeared in the streets and alleys from time to time, causing chaos. When the outsiders who had come from other parts of the continent saw this, their eyes suddenly lit up. After looking around, they quietly ran to a corner, pulled out a piece of rag to cover their faces, and then waved their sabers and rushed out. However, most of the masked men were hooligans, thieves, and the like. They had already begun to take advantage of the chaos when it happened. With the participation of these people with ill intentions, the already chaotic Snow City was thrown into complete chaos. This actually helped the native cultivators and gave them a chance to escape. All the officials and soldiers felt a headache as they faced the city that was almost covered in thick smoke. They put down everything they had to do and rushed to the streets. While they were trying their best to maintain order, they were also engaged in an intense battle with the masked men. For a time, the streets and alleys were filled with people fighting and blood splattered all over the city. The originally chaotic scene gradually escalated into a riot. The ordinary residents of Snow City were also affected by this. From time to time, some masked men would break through their doors and enter their homes to plunder. Facing these masked bandits who were taking advantage of the chaos to rob them, the residents of Snow City would not just sit back and wait for their deaths. They roared and picked up all kinds of weapons, fighting against these masked bandits. Some of the nobles and influential families in Snow City also stepped forward and brandished their swords to protect their interests. One after another, bloodied bodies were abandoned on both sides of the road, and no one paid any attention to them. Because of the riot, the gates of Snow City were quickly closed. A large number of soldiers appeared on the city walls and turned to face the city, preventing the masked thugs from escaping. As expected, groups of masked men soon appeared near the city wall and began to use various means to try to cross the tall, snow-covered city wall. When the soldiers guarding the city saw this, they immediately used their bows and arrows to shoot randomly, preventing them from approaching the city wall. However, these masked men who tried to cross the city wall were basically all cultivators. With their powerful strength, the ordinary city wall really couldn't stop them. Under the cover of their companions, strong figures rushed to the city wall like lightning. Then, they climbed on the wall like geckos and quickly climbed up the wall. In just a few breaths, these cultivators had already rushed to the top of the city wall and were fighting with the city guards. As soon as a gap was created, a large number of masked cultivators immediately rushed in and suppressed the soldiers and cultivators of the city. After getting rid of the enemies blocking their way, they quickly jumped off the city wall and fled into the distance. Behind him, Shuiman City, which was covered in blood and thick smoke, let out a silent cry. The tall castle was finally swallowed by the fire and collapsed with a loud bang. 1002 The same race as the Dragon Lauder, just as Snow City was on fire, the Tigerman captain and the others had already left quietly, heading straight for Riverview Village. Compared to the cultivators who had rushed out after the city gate was sealed, they were more composed and uninjured. The Tigerman captain, who had just left, did not know that their actions had caused Snow City to fall into complete chaos. Snow City was currently in a state of chaos, and even the soldiers who had stayed behind had suffered significant losses. After receiving the message from the messenger bird, Bargov flew into a rage. Without any hesitation, he led his soldiers and returned to Holy Dragon City. If he continued to stand guard near Riverview Village, Snow City would either be reduced to ruins or would have a new owner. As for the heavenly demon race, who the fuck would care about them? I don't want the land of the Riverview Village anymore. Filled with anger, Bargov hurriedly returned to Snow City, but he inadvertently ran into the Tigerman captain and the others who were excitedly returning to Riverview Village. However, Bargov only treated them as ordinary adventurers. He did not know that these people on the roadside were the culprits who burned down his castle. Otherwise, even if Bargov returned to Snow City 2 days later, he would still catch up with the Tigerman captain and dismember his body to vent his anger. Just like that, the victim and the culprit brushed past each other without a single ripple. After the soldiers of the City of Snow disappeared, the Tigerman captain and the others heaved a long sigh of relief, and their faces were filled with excitement. Their contribution this time was not small. The Holy Dragon City would probably reward them with at least 100 gold coins. Because of their daily expenses and weapon investments, the adventurer team's expenses were not small. It was not easy to save money, and 100 gold coins were almost equivalent to half of their wealth. Perhaps if the Holy Dragon City was happy, the reward would be even more. With a hint of anticipation and excitement, the group could not help but pick up their pace, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Tang Zhen sat on the top of a mountain near Stone City. He held an ancient book in his hand and was carefully reading the contents within. Understanding the history of this world would be very helpful for his invasion. In fact, the Holy Dragon City had a group of people who specialized in analyzing and sorting out detailed information about the invasion of the world, and then handed it to Tang Zhen and the military for reference. After all, this was not child's play, but a bloody war. There was no room for any carelessness. Just as he was reading a story about a certain god, Tang Zhen gently frowned. He put away the ancient book in his hand and looked at the sky above his head. The vortex above the Stone City grew larger and larger. Its surface area had long surpassed the Stone City on the ground, and it was constantly spreading. Lightning snaked around the thick black-gray clouds, as if it was the end of the world. Like a lid, the clouds completely covered the land under their feet. It had been a long time since the sun had shone here. A dark and oppressive aura had always shrouded this land. At the border of the dark clouds, 3 black dots were flying towards Stone City. The last ray of sunlight before entering the dark clouds fell on them, reflecting the dazzling light. As the Holy Dragon City's influence continued to expand, the originally limited map view had already reached a radius of 100 kilometers. Tang Zhen only needed to change the view and he could clearly see what this flying thing was from above. One of the 3 dragons was Lot, the one who had signed a contract with him and earned a large amount of gold coins from him. Ever since it was confirmed that it could use the Soul Stone to exchange for gold coins from Tang Zhen, the life of Giant Dragon Lot had become exciting and fulfilling. It felt that it had finally reached the peak of its dragon life. He was like an ordinary person who could only rely on a meager salary to live, and suddenly found a way to make extra money. Moreover, his daily income was more than what he originally earned in a year. In this case, it was already good enough that Lot didn't go crazy with joy. Therefore, during this period of time, the giant dragon Lot became extremely hardworking. He racked his brains to collect soul stones, which he then exchanged for piles and piles of gold coins. It had now realized its seemingly impossible dream of covering the cave with shiny gold coins and rolling around in happiness. Although the gold coins barely covered the ground, it was comfortable to lie down. However, after lying down for 2 days, the giant dragon Lot began to feel that the gold coin carpet was a little thin. It suddenly wanted to bury its body in the gold coins to sleep. Thus, the giant dragon Lot began to get busy again. His huge figure began to swim around Tianji province, looking for a place where soul stones were. In the end, one day, the great dragon Lot met his friend by chance, a loser dragon who was even worse off than him. When 2 old friends met, they naturally had a deep conversation. There was a saying that went, "The poor suddenly become rich, but they stick out their chests and show their bellies." It was very suitable to be used on the giant dragon Lot at this time. As a giant dragon who was on the path of success, Lot's words and actions were full of confidence and pride. After hearing that Lot had covered the cave with gold coins in a very short time, his giant dragon companion was so envious that he was drooling. After a round of flattery, the giant dragon Lot, whose vanity was satisfied, finally agreed to make a fortune with his friends. Hence, the two dragons worked together to collect and find soul stones. Who would have thought that they would accidentally enter the territory of another worm while collecting them, and that the other party was a beautiful white female worm? The great dragon Lot, who was no longer short of money, immediately took a liking to this fair and beautiful female dragon who was also in a poor state. In order to win the beauty's favor, the great dragon Lot couldn't wait to tell her about his successful experience again. Therefore, in the following time, the number of dragons looking for soul stones increased to 3. The 3 terrifying giant dragons moved in a group, naturally frightening all the creatures they passed by. They hid on the ground and shivered, watching the huge legendary creature circling above their heads. Fortunately, they were only looking for soul stones and were not interested in destroying things. After a round of wanton plundering, the 3 giant dragons returned with a full load and immediately rushed back to Riverview Village, ready to use the soul stones to exchange for cute gold coins. It did not take long for the 3 dragons to arrive at Stone City. The Holy Dragon City cultivators on the ground, as well as the captives in the valley, all saw the majestic giant dragon in the sky, but they did not make a fuss. One of the dragons had already been seen by them several times, and they had long lost interest in it. However, due to the existence of the giant dragon, these native cultivators were even more afraid of the Holy Dragon City. After all, they were legendary creatures that could destroy an entire city. Many people would never have the chance to see them in their entire lives, and some even thought that they didn't exist. But today, more than one giant dragon had appeared and flown over the Stone City. The otherworldly demons were indeed mysterious and powerful. The 3 dragons naturally did not know what these ants on the ground were thinking. Instead, they all flew to an open space in the Stone City. When they landed, the 2 giant dragons that came with Lauder were completely stunned. A huge gold mountain made of gold coins appeared in front of them. Under the illumination of the lights at the side, it shone with a dazzling light. This kind of deliberately created lighting effect could not only make cultivators drool, but it was also enough to make dragons go crazy. In addition to the gold coins, there were also countless colorful gemstones that looked more beautiful and shiny. They were mixed in with the golden mountain, making the dragon almost stop breathing. Of course, they didn't know that gold was piled up like a mountain in Holy Dragon City, and gemstones were just synthetic items. Mine, it's all mine. Bastard, this is mine. Don't you dare snatch it from me. The 2 giant dragons pounced at the golden mountain at the same time. When they saw a dragon fighting with them, they immediately fought with each other mercilessly like wild dogs protecting their food, preventing the dragon from approaching. For a time, dust flew up in the open space, and the sound of beating and dragon roars lingered in the ears. Everyone who saw this scene from afar was dumbfounded. After all, it was rare to see dragons fighting like rogues. 1003 Hiring a giant dragon in the empty space where the Golden Mountain was placed in Stone City, smoke and dust rose up like a sandstorm. At the same time, a series of frightening dragon roars could be heard from the smoke and dust. The 2 giant dragons rolled on the ground without a care for their image. At the same time, they kept throwing each other far away. Then, with ecstatic faces, they desperately pounced toward the Golden Mountain. Unfortunately, before they could run a few steps, their tails would be bitten by their companions who were chasing after them. Then, the 2 sides would fight again until one of the dragons was thrown out. Fortunately, the area of this open space was extremely large. Even if the 2 giant dragons were to make a scene here, they did not have to worry about hurting the innocent. Seeing his 2 companions fighting each other without any regard for their face, the giant dragon Lot's head was in a mess. He suddenly had a feeling that bringing his 2 companions here would definitely cause a serious taint on the image of the dragon race. After all, the 2 dragons were covered in dust and looked flustered and exasperated. They didn't look majestic at all. Stop it, stop messing around. These gold coins don't belong to you. At the same time as he shouted, the giant dragon Lot rushed forward quickly and forcefully separated the 2 dragons that were fighting. Don't mess around, we need to get down to business. After hearing Lauder's roar, the 2 dragons stopped fighting and gradually recovered from their frenzied state. They turned to look at the mountain of gold coins, then turned to the dragon, Rock, and said, "Buddy, you didn't lie to us. This place is indeed filled with gold coins. Yeah, why don't we just take the gold coins? Why do we have to exchange them with soul stones? After all, those things are shiny and beautiful. I finally realized that even an idiot like you can be smart. Yingluo, you're the idiot, your whole family is an idiot. The two dragons quarreled for a while more, but they did not make a move. Instead, they came to an agreement in a very short time and wanted to be bandits for once. Upon hearing this, the giant dragon Loke immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly stopped him. I say, are you too crazy? What did I tell you before we came? The strength of the guy here is quite abnormal. I was abused by him back then and didn't have the power to fight back at all. If the two of you want to sign a slave contract, then I won't stop you. After saying that, the giant dragon Lot glanced at the mountain of gold coins and said in a regretful tone, there's a strange power protecting this golden mountain. Other than that guy, no one else can enter, so I'd advise you to give up as soon as possible. The two dragons pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. In their opinion, since the dragon Lot had agreed to lead everyone to become rich, it was impossible for it to deceive them on this matter. Moreover, there were indeed many powerful ants here, and the aura they emitted made them feel a little frightened. So, it was better to follow the agreement and exchange soul stones for gold coins. When the great dragon Lot saw that his two companions had finally listened to his advice, he heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. The experience of Tang Zhen beating it up was something that the giant dragon Lot could never forget. If his two companions did not listen to his advice, they would definitely suffer the same treatment. So before this tragedy happened, the giant dragon Loke had to stop his companions. At this moment, Tang Zhen was slowly walking towards the three huge dragons. The terrifying aura that he naturally emitted caused the two huge dragons who had just arrived to feel their hearts tremble. A thought flashed through their minds. It seemed like the dragon Loke did not lie to them. The young man in front of them was definitely a terrifying powerhouse. Since that was the case, they naturally had to abide by the principle of equal exchange, in case the deal could not be carried out. After Tang Zhen appeared, the giant dragon Hao Te immediately took small steps and walked to the front of Tang Zhen, slowly lowering his huge head. Although this scene was very funny, considering the contract he had signed, the freedom of the giant dragon Hao Te was still in the hands of others, so it was not strange. I've brought two companions with me this time. They've also collected a lot of soul stones and would like to exchange them for gold coins. Tang Zhen nodded, indicating that he could. When the giant dragon Hao Te saw this, he immediately called out to his two companions excitedly. The three giant dragons each spat out a large pile of shiny soul stones. They had used a secret technique to store the soul stones. It was very big, however, it was enough to fill a small truck. Who knew what these three guys had done? He actually managed to get so many soul stones at once. He spread out his spiritual power, and after circling the soul stones once, he counted the number. Well done, these gold coins are yours. As Tang Zhen's voice fell, three large piles of shiny gold coins immediately flew out from the gold mountain that was protected by a mysterious force. There were also some beautiful gemstones mixed in. The three dragons looked at the pile of gold coins in front of them. His movements were as fast as lightning. He kept the gold coins, afraid that others would snatch them away. Now that the exchange was over, the next thing the dragon had to do was to immediately send the gold coins back to its cave, and then set off again to find more soul stones. Tang Zhen suddenly opened his mouth just as the giant dragons were about to leave. I don't know if you dragons are willing to accept employment. If possible, I hope to use gold coins to hire you to do something for me. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the three giant dragons' eyes were the same. Then, the white female dragon stood up and turned to Tang Zhen. If you want to hire us, you have to pay a very high price. Of course, you have the ability to pay. Tell me, what do you want to hire us for? Tang Zhen nodded and explained, there are some enemies who are trying to harm me. However, I don't have the time to deal with them for the time being. So, I'll have to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to take action and intercept and harass them. As long as you can hold the Demon Slayer Legion back, I will pay you a considerable commission. There is no upper limit to this mission. The more enemies you delay, the more rewards you will receive. If you can delay all the enemies, I can give you 10 more gold mountains. The three enormous dragons, breathing immediately became hurried when they heard this. They exchanged glances with one another before looking at Tang Zhen at the same time. Human expert, are you sure you're not lying to us? I must remind you that even if you're very powerful, if you dare to deceive us, you'll still be hunted down by all the dragon clans on the continent. Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He said to the three huge dragons, "Of course I'm not lying to you. In order to express my sincerity, I can also temporarily pay you this gold mountain in advance. However, I hope you won't take the money and not do anything. You guys are not to be trifled with, but I'm not to be trifled with either." The giant dragon note looked at the calm Tang Zhen and his two companions who were filled with anticipation. He asked in a slightly hesitant tone, "Do you guys think we should accept this mission?" "Yes, of course I'll take it. I'd be a fool not to take it," the white female dragon said firmly. However, her gaze never moved. It was fixed on the sparkling gold mountain, and she didn't even notice that she was drooling. 1004 Demon Slayer Legion 1. The Luochui province was connected to the Tianji province and was a vast area ruled by the Red Army. Back then, because of the Empire's incapability and defeat, they had signed a platinum treaty with the High Elves and ceded the Luochui province to them. The Red Guards were extremely unhappy with this. After a bloody battle, the High Elves were driven out of the province of Luochui. The province of Luochui no longer had any relations with the Empire. However, today, the Demon Slayer Legion composed of a large number of cultivators and fanatics had crossed the dividing line between the two places and entered the sphere of influence of Tianji province. They had been summoned by the divine decree and had spontaneously gathered together, preparing to drive the otherworldly demons away from this world. From the name of the army, it could be seen that they were here to exterminate the otherworldly demons. The power of faith was unparalleled. This made them completely fearless of their own safety. They charged forward bravely in the direction of Snow City. With so many people moving together, the commotion they created was naturally quite shocking, attracting countless people's attention along the way. In fact, ever since the members of the Demon Slayer Legion entered the Tianji province, they had already been known by the local lords. However, the lords did not act rashly against the fanatical members of the Demon Slayer Legion. Instead, they allowed them to pass through their territories. After all, the real purpose of this group of people was to deal with the otherworldly demons that had suddenly appeared, not to encroach on his territory. Since that was the case, they did not have to start a conflict with the members of the Demon Slayer Legion. Although the members of the Demon Slayer Legion were a mess, their overall strength could not be underestimated. Furthermore, they had unwavering beliefs, which was the most terrifying thing. If he blocked the Demon Slayer Legion's way and caused their dissatisfaction, the Demon Slayer Legion would direct their anger on him. That would be asking for trouble. At that time, the Demon Slayer Legion, which lacked supplies, would definitely launch an attack on his castle, and then plunder it wantonly after the city was broken. Therefore, with the tacit approval of the various lords, the Demon Slayer Legion did not encounter any obstacles along the way and headed towards Snow City. Some believers and cultivators from Tianji province also joined the Demon Slayer Legion in the process of advancing, making the scale of the army even larger. The followers of the gods saw the magnificent scene of countless demon slayers marching forward. They felt proud and became more fanatical. Along the way, they kept claiming that this demon-slaying operation was a battle between the gods and that it was destined to leave its name in history. At this moment, on the main road leading to Snow City, a huge and chaotic army was slowly advancing. Fanatical believers in all kinds of clothes and cultivators with astonishing auras were mixed in. Some of them were walking while others were riding on warhorses. They were extremely eye-catching in the team. In addition to the high-end combat power of the Demon Slayer Legion, most of them were ordinary believers who had almost gone bankrupt and had prepared travel fees, weapons, and equipment. Along the way, many of them had become exhausted, but with the support of their beliefs, they had persevered. Their willpower was extremely tenacious. After walking for an entire morning, the exhausted members of the Demon Slayer Legion decided to rest on both sides of the road. Some of them were preparing food to fill their stomachs, some were sleeping to replenish their energy, and some demon slayers began to pray silently to the gods they believed in, hoping to be given a great divine power to defeat the extraterrestrial demons. This kind of devout praying believers could be found everywhere in the Demon Slayer Legion. Ever since the Demon Slayer Legion was established, fanatical believers were constantly born among the believers who participated in the expedition. When they prayed, perhaps they were infused with divine power, and overnight, they turned from ordinary people to powerful divine warriors. The appearance of such a miracle stimulated the devout believers of the gods, making them more determined to exterminate the otherworldly demons. At this moment, the demon slayers' greatest wish was to get to Snow City as soon as possible and fight to the death with the otherworldly demons. At the same time, all sorts of rumors about the otherworldly demons continued to spread among the Demon Slayer army. Have you heard? The otherworldly demons all came from a world that was extremely similar to hell. There's no sunlight there, and it's filled with hunger and pain. All the otherworldly demons are brutal and bloodthirsty, and they have no humanity. It's indeed the otherworldly demons. This style is very suitable for them. That's only secondary. I heard that otherworldly demons like to swallow living creatures alive, and the younger the better. I've heard that many villages near Snow City were invaded by the otherworldly demons, and all the villagers were eaten by them. This group of brutal evil demons should indeed be hacked into pieces. I've heard that someone's selling a sacred magical potion that's specifically used to restrain the heavenly demons. As long as it's applied to a weapon, it can cause fatal damage to the heavenly demons. Why don't we go and take a look? Oh, there's actually such a thing. He had to buy some, if it was effective. It's worth it no matter how expensive it is. Similar conversations would occur from time to time in the camp of the Demon Slayer Legion. In the eyes of the Demon Slayer Legion members, Holy Dragon City had completely transformed into an unpardonable demon with the intention of destroying all life in this world. If he did not defeat them, the entire world would probably be reduced to ruins. In fact, other than those exaggerated descriptions, the Holy Dragon City was indeed, as they said, a huge threat to the safety of this world. This was because Liu Cheng's goal in invading the otherworld was to obtain the world's origin. Every time he plundered, he would cause great damage to this world. If all of the world's origin was plundered, then this world would indeed be no different from being destroyed. If it wanted to be restored, only God knew how long it would take. Therefore, it made sense for these natives to describe Holy Dragon City as a demon that could destroy the world. However, it was extremely difficult to plunder all the origin energy of a world. As the origin energy of a world gradually decreased, the resistance of the world's will would become more and more intense. In the end, what the cultivators in Liu Cheng had to face was almost the power of the entire world. This power was as vast as the ocean, and its terrifying power could no longer be described with words. Even the most powerful tower would not be able to withstand this attack that gathered the power of the entire world. That was why the worlds that were truly destroyed were mostly small worlds that weren't too big. There were very few worlds that were as huge as Tim Real that were destroyed. Tang Town did not intend to exterminate them during this invasion. Firstly, it was the Holy Dragon City. Without the strength, they would not do such an overconfident thing. Secondly, they were also afraid that Holy Dragon City would suffer heavy losses in the face of the world's will's crazy counterattack. There was another point. Tang Zhen was a little resistant to this kind of invasion. This was not because he was soft-hearted, but because Tang Zhen felt that if they continued to invade one world after another in this manner, Holy Dragon City would become a war machine for the cornerstone platform to plunder the world's origin, until it was destroyed in the invasion war one day. This was not the result that Tang Zhen wanted. Therefore, Tang Zhen's intention was to use the magical teleportation method of the cornerstone platform to complete the mission and strengthen the Holy Dragon City through other methods. This method was called borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. 1005 The Demon Slayer Legion that has changed. 1. On both sides of the road leading to Snow City, there were all kinds of demon slayers sitting, and the end of the road could not be seen. An old man with a weathered face had a rusty axe with only its sharp blade shining coldly beside him. The strong beastmen were carefully cleaning their crude battle armors, while the mages and cultivators were sitting on the ground, cultivating in their own ways. The different levels of society that were originally impossible to work together had now come together to fight side by side because of the same goal. This scene was extremely visually impactful, causing all the travelers who passed by to subconsciously speed up, trying to leave this oppressive area as soon as possible. They didn't have a good impression of the Demon Slayer Legion. In fact, they even felt some fear. On the verdant grass, a young demon slayer stood up from the ground. After looking around for a moment, he held his stomach and ran towards a slope. The meal of worms he had the day before had left a taste of dirt in his mouth. His stomach was also constantly rumbling because of it. So far, he had already gone to the toilet 6 or 7 times. However, in order to fill their stomachs, the demon slayers didn't have much choice. Even the worms in the soil couldn't be eaten every meal. Along the way, their food had long been exhausted. In the beginning, they had to use local materials or buy them with money to barely ensure that they had enough food. It could be said that these demon slayers were like locusts. Wherever they passed, nothing that could be eaten was wasted. Except for the ordinary people, the vegetables and unripe grains in the fields were all killed by them. The people who had suffered losses, in the face of the mighty Demon Slayer Legion, were mostly angry but did not dare to speak. However, by now, the money they had brought with them had almost been used up. The Demon Slayers who had been on the run all the way were now only left with the weapons in their hands and the determination to kill the demon. However, this kind of thing could not fill one's stomach. Just a few days ago, someone finally couldn't bear the hunger and ransacked a village, snatching a lot of food. Once such a thing happened, it was like a long dam that had collapsed, and there was no possibility of stopping it. Soon, a second and third village was ransacked, and there were even deaths in the process. Even if the Demon Slayers had no intention of killing, their actions were no different from killing. It was equivalent to pushing the villagers who had been robbed to the end of the road. Without food, how would the villagers survive the coming days? Unknowingly, the Demon Slayer Legion, which was shouting about slaying demons and protecting the Tao, had gradually changed. Even though the Demon Slayer kept claiming that they were protecting the peace of the world when they robbed, the villagers who were robbed still looked at them as if they were demons. The villagers didn't know how terrifying the otherworldly demons were, but the methods of the Demon Slayer Legion had made them unable to live. Therefore, after the Demon Slayer Legion left, these villagers who had been robbed ran to the Lord's castle collectively, begging their lord to seek justice for them. However, what awaited them was a tightly shut city gate and fierce-looking soldiers who whipped them back with strong leather whips. As a noble lord, how could he provoke the powerful Demon Slayer army for a group of lowly commoners? It was just a few villagers starving to death. These feudal lords did not care at all. As a result, the Demon Slayers, who had been nervous after the robbery, did not receive a crusade from the local lords, which also allowed them to finally relax. Very soon, the robbery happened again. The Demon Slayers, who were still not condemned after the incident, began to act unscrupulously. They even began to have the idea that their efforts should be repaid by these protected people. If they refused, they would be going against all living beings. They could even be called heretics and sympathized with the otherworldly demonic race. This thought spread quickly and was acknowledged by many Demon Slayers. So in a very short time, the Demon Slayer army began to change rapidly, from the original army of justice to bandits who robbed along the way. After seeing this scene, some of the more intelligent people disdained to be in the same team as the Demon Slayers who were gradually turning into demons. They all chose to leave silently and embark on a lonely journey. It wasn't that no one objected to this method, but unfortunately, in the end, they couldn't persuade these Demon Slayers who wanted to fill their stomachs. They were even cursed and attacked. These Demon Slayers had already walked further and further down the path of self-indulgence, but they didn't know that under such circumstances, who would do something in vain. It could be said that in the current Demon Slayer army, the majority of the remaining people were bandits and lunatics. They relied on their twisted obsessions to move towards the snow-covered territory. Behind the slope, the young man walked out from a trail of feces and urine. He tightened the grass rope around his waist and was about to return to the team with his pitchfork when he suddenly noticed a few black dots at the end of his sight. They continued to approach in the air, gradually revealing their true appearance. This is a xianxia. The young man stared at the creature in the sky in a daze. An emotion called fear suddenly emerged and spread. After being stunned for half a minute, the young man finally came back to his senses. Looking at the flying object that was heading straight for the Demon Slayer Legion, he opened his mouth and roared madly, "Run! The dragon is here!" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard an angry roar that made his soul tremble. Then, he saw a huge figure fall from the sky and smash down on his head. Bang! The giant dragon lot landed on the slope and ignored the ants that it had crushed under its feet. It flapped its wings and opened its mouth. Boom! A ball of flame shot out from its mouth and quickly flew towards the shocked Demon Slayers, exploding in the crowd. A sea of fire suddenly appeared, and the dragon flames that could melt steel splashed among the Demon Slayers. Anyone touched by the fire was immediately turned into charcoal, and the injured were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The giant dragon lot, who had spewed out a ball of flames, flapped its wings and left the ground. It began to circle above the panicking Demon Slayer army. The two giant dragons that had come with it were also trampling wantonly in different areas at this moment. Countless Demon Slayers fled in panic, and the ground was covered with corpses. Don't panic, everyone. Attack these dragons together. Some of the cultivators in the Demon Slayer Legion chose to stand up at this moment. They cooperated with the fanatical believers who had God-given power and began to attack the three-headed dragon. Bows, arrows, spears, and all kinds of spells rose from the ground, like fireworks, and smashed toward the dragon in the sky. In the face of such a concentrated attack, even the dragons would be afraid. They began to gradually fly into the sky and eventually flew away. Seeing this, the demon slayers on the ground finally let out a long breath and sat on the ground powerlessly. 1006 Aboriginal gods. One after the attack, wails could be heard from both sides of the road. A middle-aged believer who had been splashed by the scorching dragon flames was kneeling on the ground and taking off his burnt leather armor. The burnt skin and flesh were exposed, and it was emitting a strange fragrance. The middle-aged believer stuck the sword in his hand into the ground and gestured at the wound, shaking his head slightly. "Blacksmith, help me cut off this rotten flesh. It's inconvenient for me to do it myself." A middle-aged believer with a wrinkled face raised his head and shouted at a man who was rummaging through the corpses. Hearing this, the muscular man threw away the body in his hand and picked up the saber. "This poor bastard doesn't have anything valuable on him." The blacksmith squatted in front of the middle-aged believer and spat on the body that had half its head burned off by the dragon flame. There was a trace of regret on his face. "You're so picky about the dead's things. It's already good enough that you can get a saber." The middle-aged believer took off his clothes, revealing a strong body full of scars. At the same time, he bit the wooden stick he picked up casually. The blacksmith glanced at the wounds on the middle-aged believer's body, took out a short knife from his tattered leather boots, and rubbed it against his sleeve. "I'm not like you. You don't want to enjoy your good fortune. Why do you have to come here to atone for your sins? Look at what the Demon Slayer Legion has become. We haven't seen any heavenly demons, but we've done a lot of burning, killing, and plundering. I wonder who the demons are. It's their business what they want to do. At the very least, my goal is very pure. It's to drive away the otherworldly demons and use them to pay for the sins I've committed in the past." The blacksmith snorted coldly, his tone somewhat unwilling. "I'm not going to slay demons, but I want to follow the Demon Slayer Legion to earn a sum of money to support my son's studies in the academy. I didn't know that I wouldn't have much business with this bunch of paupers. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." As he complained, the blacksmith brought the knife close to the middle-aged believer's wound and stabbed the tip of the knife into the rotten flesh without any hesitation. With a swing of the sharp knife, the fist-sized piece of charred rotten meat fell from the middle-aged believer's shoulder and fell to the ground. During the entire cleaning process, the middle-aged believer did not even frown. His will was extremely strong. "Please clean it up. This kind of wound is very troublesome. If you are not careful, it will rot and ooze pus." The middle-aged believer glanced at the hideous wound and said to the blacksmith in dissatisfaction, "Hee, why are you afraid of death? Then why did you still come back then?" As he spoke, the blacksmith scraped the wound again with his short knife, kicking away all the rotten flesh, and dark red blood slowly flowed out. He took out the herbs from his backpack, poured them on the wound, and then treated it with a ball of cloth and a strip of cloth. Only then did the blacksmith stop his work. The middle-aged believer was already sweating profusely, and his body trembled from time to time. He nodded to the blacksmith to thank him. The middle-aged believer glanced at the corpses around him. He half knelt on the ground, his right hand holding the long sword that was stabbed into the ground. He lowered his head and began to pray. "Under your protection, lost souls can return to their homeland, and the dead can rest in peace." He was praying to the god. He believed in to free the souls of these dead demon slayers. It didn't matter if these demon slayers really came to kill demons or not. As long as they were in the same camp, they were qualified to be called comrades. Now that these guests from far away had died in a foreign land, as a middle-aged believer from the same hometown, he naturally had to pray for these dead souls. The blacksmith was sharpening the battle sword he had just picked up. He was somewhat disdainful of the middle-aged believer's behavior and did not pray for the dead like the middle-aged believer. In the Demon Slayer Legion, there were many people like blacksmiths. They only took the risk to join the expedition in order to earn a fortune, not just to kill demons. They were exchanging their lives for a chance to make a fortune, but only a small number of lucky people would be able to achieve their goal. When he was patrolling the battlefield just now, the blacksmith saw a cobbler from the same city dying in the chaos. The cobblestone's stomach was torn apart, and it was a terrible sight. The only thing the blacksmith could do was to dig a shallow pit and bury this unlucky fellow so that his corpse would not be exposed in the wilderness. Just as the blacksmith was thinking about how to make more money, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He looked around and found that the source of the abnormality was the middle-aged believer. The middle-aged believer, who was half kneeling on the ground and praying, was gradually emitting a terrifying power. It was as if it had substance, making it difficult for people to breathe. A dazzling light began to appear around his body, making people not dare to look at him directly. Clang, clang, the blade in the blacksmith's hand fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The middle-aged believer was like a god in his eyes, exuding a majesty that terrified mortals. This scene was also seen by the surrounding demon slayers. While they were shocked, they also chose to half kneel on the ground and put their hands on their hearts to express their respect. A pious old priest saw this scene and his eyes flashed with excitement. He kept muttering to himself, "I can actually feel the aura of a true god. Are they planning to use this method to tell us that they've been watching their believers?" As he spoke, the old priest also knelt on the ground and began to pray to the god he believed in. After about a minute, the middle-aged believer slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position and looked around. The middle-aged believer was a completely different person from before. The marks of time on his face had long disappeared. His eyes became even deeper, as if there were endless stars moving in them. The wound caused by the dragon flames had also completely healed. He raised the dazzling sword in his hand, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of demon slayers, the middle-aged believer's body slowly rose into the air. A majestic and ancient voice came out of his mouth and echoed in the ears of all the demon slayers. The otherworldly demons are greedy by nature, and all the worlds they invade will be plunged into misery and suffering, completely turning into ruins. Now that they had yet to officially descend, they had to be stopped to prevent a disaster from happening. I'm Melons, your strong support. I will fight with you and exterminate the otherworldly demons from this world. As the middle-aged believer who was possessed by Melonius roared, the sharp sword in his hand slashed into the void, and a dark crack appeared in front of everyone. Through the crack, one could see a desolate and strange world with gray fog and black smoke floating in the air. Fiery red lava was constantly rolling in the lake. All kinds of ugly and ferocious monsters were circling and roaring in this world, trying to rush out of the crack. This was a world that belonged to the gods. They lived here and looked down on the countless living creatures in this world. The world's origin source that Tang Zhen had been searching for all this time existed in these small worlds that were formed by relying on the main world. No wonder he had been unable to find anything despite secretly searching for it several times. This was because the power of the world's origin had already condensed into a physical form, becoming the legendary gods of Timriel, hiding in the small world and not coming out. However, as the Holy Dragon City's arrival date gradually approached, these native gods who felt the impending crisis finally couldn't sit still. Therefore, they chose this way to announce their existence and encourage their believers to fight. The Tempire continent, which was in a precarious state, became even more chaotic due to the civil strife and the appearance of the otherworldly demons. 1007 Teleportation through the city gate. 1. Hwang Village, outside Stone City. Tang Zhen stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He read the information he had just received and frowned. There was a huge change in the situation. Perhaps they felt that the Holy Dragon City was getting closer and closer, and those hidden enemies finally jumped out. In just a few days, more than one aboriginal deity had shown up and firmly encouraged their believers to fight to the death with the otherworldly demons. The real indigenous gods couldn't leave the small world, and what appeared were not the true bodies of the gods, but some hosts similar to clones. However, this was not important to the believers. The appearance of the aboriginal gods had greatly boosted the morale of the Demon Slayer legions, and they were now heading straight for Snow City with high morale. The feudal lords of Tianji province, who were originally hesitant, also quickly assembled their troops and prepared to participate in this demon-slaying war. With that, Holy Dragon City was once again at the heart of the struggle. Due to the appearance of the indigenous creatures, Tang Zhen's original plan to secretly disrupt the situation on the continent was completely disrupted. This made him have no choice but to give up his original gentle invasion plan and began to formulate new countermeasures. One thing was for sure, and that was the battle between the Holy Dragon City and the Demon Slayer Legion. It was impossible to avoid it. The final collision was only a matter of time. With the support of the native gods, the Demon Slayer Legion would never retreat. At this moment, if Tang Zhen didn't take any active measures to deal with the situation, Then once the demon slayer army arrived, coupled with the help of the native gods, Tang Zhen, who was short of manpower, would definitely suffer a great loss. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly as he looked at the sky above his head. According to the speed at which the dimensional portal was opening, it would take at least 1 or 2 months for Holy Dragon City to officially descend. Unfortunately, the enemy would not give him that much time, because the nearest Demon Slayer army would arrive in a week. Tang Zhen didn't put the original Demon Slayer Legion in his eyes. He only needed to send a team of Holy Dragon City cultivators and armed robots to defeat them. However, after the participation of the aboriginal deities, their original advantage was gone. Tang Zhen had no choice but to pay attention to this motley crew. After all, there were a large number of monsters in the world of these indigenous gods, and they could be released at any time. In the face of the endless monsters, coupled with the crazy Demon Slayer Legion, how could the Holy Dragon City's small number of people resist? Even though Tang Zhen had already controlled nearly 2,000 native contract cultivators during this period of time, it was still nothing compared to the terrifying number of enemies. It seemed that he could only use special means to make Holy Dragon City arrive earlier. In fact, Tang Zhen would not take this step unless he had no other choice. This was because this would mean that the Holy Dragon City would be in a huge debt before they even started their invasion. To teleport in advance, one had to pay a large number of battle points. Even though Tang Zhen had gained a lot during this period of time, it was still not enough to make up for the losses. Not to mention that after they descended, they would start a war with the native forces, which would be a huge consumption. Therefore, Tang Zhen's teeth itched with hatred toward these native deities who had stirred up trouble. Although the other party was also trying to protect himself, it forced Tang Zhen to have the intention to kill. Originally, he would have stopped once he gathered enough world's origin energy for the mission. In this way, the number of indigenous gods that would be killed would not exceed 5. But now, he had changed his mind. When the Holy Dragon City descended, he would definitely teach these aboriginal deities a good lesson. If he did not kill 8 or 10 of them, he would not be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Slowly standing up from his seat, Tang Zhen switched to the mysterious star on his phone's interface and activated the teleportation function. The world of Lusheng, Holy Dragon City. Ever since the Holy Dragon City was upgraded to a level 9 city tower and started the invasion mission, the inner city area had been completely sealed off. Other than the Holy Dragon City's residents who had stayed behind to guard the city, no one had seen any residents come out of the inner city for a long time. They were clearly waiting for the teleportation to begin. Once the dimensional portal was fully opened, the teleportation would be activated immediately without any prior notice. Therefore, in order to avoid missing the teleportation, all the residents who participated in the teleportation would choose to stay in the city and wait for the final moment to arrive. However, after waiting for so many days, the dimensional portal above them continued to expand, but Holy Dragon City had yet to be teleported away. Everyone was making guesses about this situation, trying to figure out what was going on. As all sorts of speculations continued to spread, even the Holy Dragon City's residents who stayed behind could not help but start to worry. This was the first time Holy Dragon City had initiated an invasion mission. Hopefully, there would be no accidents. A new day quietly arrived. The Holy Dragon City's residents who stayed in the outer city area habitually raised their heads to look in the direction of the inner city, only to find that the Holy Dragon City was still standing in its original place. Just as the residents thought that today would be the same as usual, there was a sudden change in the quiet Holy Dragon City in the distance. A series of muffled explosions came from the direction of the inner city, reverberating in the wilderness. The sound grew louder and louder, and even the ground began to shake. Everyone who had been busy all turned their gazes over in unison. After the shock, their faces showed excitement. After waiting for so many days, they could finally witness the entire teleportation process of a tower with their own eyes. This was definitely a moment worth remembering for the rest of their lives. Under the gazes of countless people in the outer city, the giant white tower in Holy Dragon City suddenly shot out a giant light shield, covering the entire inner city. The mother tree that soared into the sky also stretched out its branches, and countless colorful streams of light began to spiral around the crown. The ground around the inner city began to rise continuously, and huge cracks appeared on the ground, as if some massive object was about to break out of the ground. In the midst of the exclamations, an incomparably huge object began to slowly emerge from the ground. "Oh my God, the Holy Dragon City's main city is actually hidden underground. Countless people came to a sudden realization, and their faces were full of shock. Some people also revealed a complicated expression as if they had expected it. Some of his speculations about the Holy Dragon City were finally verified at this moment. The Holy Dragon City continued to rise in the sea of exclamations. 12 huge metal arms broke out of the ground and began to appear before everyone's eyes. Each arm was nearly 1,000 meters wide. These metal cantilevers were covered with a large amount of soil, and the height of the cantilever under the soil was more than 30 meters. The whole thing was filled with the beauty of technology. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that there were metal doors on the arms that could be opened and closed at any time. It was obvious that there were terrifying weapons hidden behind these metal doors. Someone suddenly thought of something when they saw the huge underground tower. They subconsciously looked at the wreckage of the Terobo super warship in the distance. After comparing them, he realized that the two of them were so similar. It was obvious that the main city of Holy Dragon City was closely related to the super warship of the Terobo tribe. It was even possible that the foundation of the buildings of the main city came from this terrifying metal warship. Before they knew it, a huge metal monster had completely appeared in front of them. It was constantly rising into the sky, heading straight for the dimensional portal. It was like a huge floating island, its bottom shining with an eye-catching metallic luster. With a terrifying aura, it slowly disappeared into the dimensional portal. After the Holy Dragon City's figure disappeared, the plane transmission channel in the sky flickered a few times and began to shrink and condense rapidly. Finally, it completely disappeared from everyone's sight. 1008 Shuimen, near Huang Village. In the quiet forest, there was no sound at all. This was obviously an extremely abnormal phenomenon. It was obvious that the birds and beasts in the forest had already sensed the danger here and had long fled far away. Under the old tree roots, more than a dozen rotten corpses were covered by fallen leaves. Weapons like swords were stuck in the ground, covered in dried dark brown blood. A similar scene could be seen in the forest near Huang Village. Bloody battles would also take place here from time to time. Because of the Holy Dragon City's appearance, the area around River View Village had become a forbidden area. None of the people who had intruded into this area had come out so far, and no one knew if they were alive or dead. The truth was that some of them had been captured by the Holy Dragon City and locked up in the Valley Prison. Some had died under the blades of their weapons, and their corpses had been casually thrown into the forest. But even so, there were still people who were not afraid of death. They kept approaching the Forbidden Land, trying to figure out the secrets of the heavenly demon race. Some of them were here for the rich rewards, some were here to carry out missions, and some were purely fanatical believers and demon slayers, trying to enter the village to kill the otherworldly demons. As a result, the soil in the forest was nourished by blood again and again, and even the color of the soil changed. Time slowly passed, and suddenly, there was an extremely soft sound. Even in the silent forest, it was hard to detect. After a few minutes, nothing strange happened in the forest. It was as if this place was a dead land. Swish! A translucent figure suddenly appeared and shuttled through the trees as fast as lightning. After advancing a few dozen meters, the translucent figure stopped and peeked its head out under the cover of a large tree. Even though he could use a secret technique to hide himself, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, this place's fierce reputation was too great. Although he had been observing for a long time and was certain that there was no movement in the area ahead, the invisible infiltrator felt a faint sense of danger. It was as if there were more than a dozen cold gazes staring at him from a place where the infiltrator could not see. The infiltrator had a feeling that he had now become the prey that was being watched, and could be attacked by the hidden hunters at any time. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange situation in so many years. Could it be that the heavenly demonic tribe had seen through his concealment technique? The area around Huang Village is indeed a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. No wonder so many experts died here. The infiltrator did not hesitate and began to retreat back the way he came. If he delayed any longer, he might not have the chance to escape. Just as the infiltrator chose to retreat, a series of robust figures suddenly appeared in the originally silent forest, chasing after the infiltrator. It was obvious that they also had special stealth techniques, which was why they were able to hide their figures and not be discovered by the infiltrators. The infiltrator's expression changed slightly when he saw more and more people chasing after him. He ran even faster. Although they were being chased and blocked, the infiltrator did not panic too much. He was very confident in his speed and believed that the otherworldly demons behind him would not be able to catch up to him. As long as he reached the boundary set by the otherworldly demons, he would be safe. According to the words on the stone tablet, the otherworldly demons would never pursue the aboriginals outside the boundary. Unfortunately, so far, no one had successfully escaped after sneaking in, so whether this statement was accurate or not needed to be verified in person. Today, the invader wanted to see if the rumors were true or false. The infiltrator must be very capable to dare to provoke the otherworldly demons in public. He was running faster and faster under the siege of a group of pursuers, and it looked like he was about to escape. The infiltrator looked at the stone tablet in front of him with a hint of joy in his eyes, but at the same time, a hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. The otherworldly demons were only so-so. However, just as the smile appeared on his face, he immediately froze. His figure, which had been running at high speed, suddenly stopped. Light spots fell on his translucent body and swam around his vital parts. In the forest in front of him, on the shoulders of a tall armed robot, stood two heavenly demons in black armor. They were looking coldly at the intruder. And in a place where the infiltrator couldn't see, there was an aura that made him tremble in fear. This was the real reason why he stopped. The invisible infiltrator was in a half-energy state. Ordinary, physical weapons could not hurt him at all, but some attacks against the soul could cause fatal damage to him. This hidden expert definitely had such a method because he felt an extreme fear as if he was facing a natural enemy. Hee, don't fight, let's talk this out. The infiltrator raised his hand and laughed dryly as he looked at the otherworldly demons surrounding him. He didn't want to be captured without putting up a fight. It was better to find an opportunity to escape. However, just as he was about to take action, the aura that made his soul tremble appeared once again and kept approaching him. We're finished, Yingluo, the infiltrator howled in his heart. He knew that he could not escape this time. The infiltrator didn't complain about his suicidal behavior. He recovered from his invisible state and slowly looked in the direction he sensed. He really wanted to know what kind of terrifying existence it was that made him not even dare to think about escaping. A beautiful young woman in a black leather suit entered the infiltrator's line of sight. The terrifying aura was coming from her. Seeing the infiltrator staring at her with fear in his eyes, the beautiful woman curled her lips and showed a bored expression. How boring. I thought I could have some fun. I didn't expect to admit defeat so quickly. The beautiful woman waved her hand, and the infiltrator immediately felt his soul tremble. He kneeled on the ground with a plop, and his face was filled with a helpless and bitter smile. Take him away, he's already scared out of his wits. The beautiful woman looked at the Holy Dragon City cultivators beside her and said in a calm tone. Thank you for your help, Lord Soul Eater. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City bowed and thanked the beautiful woman. Then, they restrained the infiltrator and prepared to send him to prison in the Cage Valley. However, they had only taken a few steps when they heard a thunderous roar above them. A dark cloud appeared out of thin air and completely covered a large area of the sky. The huge vortex that was originally spinning in the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it expanded countless times. As the vortex expanded, a huge black shadow appeared in it, becoming clearer and clearer. After seeing this shocking scene, all the Holy Dragon City cultivators were excited. Some even laughed out loud. There was an indescribable carefreeness in this laughter. The native cultivators who were locked up in the Cage Valley and the contract cultivators who had submitted to the Holy Dragon City were also staring blankly at the huge object that had completely appeared in the sky above them. Its terrifying size and aura made people tremble in fear. It made people feel reverence and subconsciously choose to submit. Just as the floating island-like object appeared, angry roars of unwillingness came from the surrounding sky. Illusory projections of gods appeared in the sky one after another. They formed a circle and looked at the Holy Dragon City that had just arrived with hatred and vigilance. These figures were the 16 demonic gods that the natives believed in. The moment the Holy Dragon City descended, the gods hiding in their respective small worlds all jumped out unwillingly, issuing protests and warnings to the overbearing invaders. However, their actions were in vain, because no matter how they roared, the Holy Dragon City's arrival was not stopped at all. 1009 strong counterattack won under everyone's gazes. Holy Dragon City had officially descended into this world. The terrifying figure hanging high in the sky stunned all the enemies around the village, and their minds went blank. At this moment, the enemy's spies felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Fiend race would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The gods to send down an oracle to drive out the Heavenly Fiend race. It turned out that their true means were so terrifying. Such a terrifying metal floating island could definitely be used as a mobile castle. Once it appeared above the enemy's head, it could easily destroy an entire city even if it was used as a weapon by throwing stones. One had to know that the cities on the continent of Timriel didn't have defensive measures such as protective barriers, and air defense measures were extremely scarce. Once the Holy Dragon City arrived and launched an attack from above, it would be an absolute nightmare. The only thing he could hope for now was that the floating metal island could not fly for long periods of time, and its speed was as slow as a snail. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The Holy Dragon City was able to float in the air by relying on special floating towers. Its mobility was dependent on warship towers. This combination of methods could ensure that the Holy Dragon City could remain in the air for a long time, and it had extremely fast movement speed. How could the tower that Tang Zhen had painstakingly built tolerate the existence of such a drawback? As for Lu Cheng's attacking methods, they were even more shocking. The only drawback was that they could not be used easily. This was because the Holy Dragon City did not have many special energy sources that could support the movement of the warship in battle. Otherwise, this super warship alone would be enough to destroy the entire continent. At this moment, Tang Zhen was standing with his hands behind his back at the Holy Dragon City's gate. He looked at the roaring aboriginal god's phantom in the sky, his eyes filled with coldness. Behind him stood fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators. As far as the eye could see, they were a black mass that occupied almost all the land. The Holy Dragon City's residents who had participated in the invasion this time had already reached a total of 500,000. They were all elites who could directly participate in the battle. The Holy Dragon City's investment, regardless of cost, was finally seeing results. These battle-hungry residents of the city could definitely become an existence that would make the whole of Timriel tremble in fear. When the roaring god's shadow disappeared without a trace, the Holy Dragon City began to move slowly, finally stopping at a vast plain nearby. After Lu Cheng stopped advancing, Tang Zhen began to give orders without turning his head. The First Legion will take action immediately. Take the initiative to attack the various Demon Slayer legions that are trying to get close to the Snow City. Let these ignorant natives learn that we are not to be trifled with. The Second Legion was in charge of following the operation and occupying the Snow City in the shortest time possible, clearing out all the native forces that were hostile to them. At the same time, you're also responsible for maintaining the law and order of Shuiman territory. You must ensure the stability of this place, so you don't have to worry too much when you move. The Third and Fourth Legion will temporarily stay in the tower and wait for orders. As Tang Zhen's voice faded, the sound of armor being struck immediately came from behind. A group of Holy Dragon City's generals acknowledged the order in unison. Tai Seng, who was wearing a set of mighty battle armor, turned around and walked to the group of Holy Dragon City warriors, waving his hand fiercely. First Legion, set off. Following his orders, huge pillars of light appeared and connected to the ground beneath their feet. The warriors of the First Legion lined up and entered the light pillar. Then, their figures suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared on the ground thousands of meters below. This was a short-distance teleportation method that the Cold Moon Tower once had. Now, it had been deciphered by the Holy Dragon City and successfully put into use. The teleportation light pillar flickered continuously, and teams of fully armed Holy Dragon City soldiers began to quickly gather on the ground, forming one square team after another. Following them were tanks, combat robots, drones, and a large number of support troops. The total number of people in the First Legion had now reached 100,000. They were all made up of the Holy Dragon City's elite veterans, and their combat power was extremely strong. Under the leadership of the Holy Dragon City's overlord cultivators, they could completely defeat more than 10 times the native enemies with very few people. By the time the First Legion had finished teleporting, the ground was already covered by a black mass of Holy Dragon City warriors. A murderous aura that soared to the sky made even the weather change. However, this was only the beginning. Immediately after, the Second Army began to teleport again. The Second Army was made up of Holy Dragon City's indigenous people who joined later on. Their combat power was not inferior to the First Army. Under the teleportation of the beams of light, these warriors finally stepped onto the land of the other world. At the same time the second army was teleported, one of the 12 metal arms suddenly opened up a brightly lit passage. Then, a series of oddly shaped drones swarmed out like a swarm of bees and surrounded the Holy Dragon City in the sky. The huge formation of the drones almost blocked out the sun and cast a shadow over a large area of land. The enemies hiding in the dark in the distance were completely soaked in cold sweat after seeing this scene. Looking at the heavenly demonic tribe's stance, they were clearly going to start a war. Looking at the Holy Dragon City's army, the enemy's scouts felt a chill in their hearts. Facing such an enemy, the forces they belonged to were simply not a match. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He had to send this shocking news back so that the forces he belonged to could make preparations. At the thought of this, the spies did not care about the danger of being exposed. They used all kinds of communication methods to send out information about Holy Dragon City. After doing all this, the spies fled in a hurry, afraid that they would be captured by the Holy Dragon City. However, there were already teams of Holy Dragon City cultivators and contract cultivators who were searching for these spies. Under the inescapable net, they had no chance of escaping. When all the members of the 1st and 2nd legions were teleported, the 2 legions immediately began to move in different directions. They would split up into several groups to block the various forces that were approaching Snow City. For a moment, the rumbling of the war chariots was endless. At the same time, there were the roars of all kinds of war beasts and mounts, as well as the crisp orders of the Holy Dragon City's officers. Tai Seng, who was sitting on a war chariot, glanced at Holy Dragon City above him and smiled. Then, he turned his head and looked ahead. "Let's go, we'll head straight for Snow City." With the order, the long black line formed by Holy Dragon City's soldiers immediately began to rapidly advance towards Snow City. At the forefront of the team were special combat vehicles with powerful firepower configuration and high mobility. They could adapt to the battlefield in a variety of terrains. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers driving these vehicles would be in charge of scouting and clearing the path for the army behind them. Behind them were various special vehicles with various functions. Although they didn't need to be used in combat, they also had the firepower to crush the natives. As for weapons like tanks, although Holy Dragon City also had them, they had not been put into use, because they did not need them at the moment. The 1st Legion's current weapons and equipment were enough to crush the native forces several times over. Following the special vehicles were the Holy Dragon City's cavalry riding on strong mounts. This primitive troop type had not been eliminated by the Holy Dragon City, because in the war of invading the other world, this troop type often had unexpected effects. Further back were troops made up of all kinds of war beasts. Some of them were huge, while others had fierce looks. They followed their masters and were curiously sizing up this strange world, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty urge. At the very back was the infantry, but they did not rely on their feet. Instead, they rode in sturdy and durable transport vehicles. Fighting robots and unmanned reconnaissance planes also followed them, which could provide powerful firepower support at any time. The soldiers sat quietly on the vehicles, holding steel guns in their hands, their eyes burning with fire. The soldiers of Lusheng were always full of fire-like passion for war. 10-10 Prepare for battle. 1. The current Snow City was already a desolate place. The fire that the Tigerman captain and the others had started not only successfully destroyed Bargov's magnificent castle, but also completely threw Snow City into chaos. By the time the chaos was quelled, Snow City was already in a state of chaos. Green smoke, blood, and corpses could be seen everywhere. This chaos had caused great damage to Snow City, and many years of hard work had gone to waste. Seeing his Snow City in such a state, Bargov was naturally furious. After rushing back to Snow City, he immediately went on a killing spree and hanged all the participants of the rebellion that he had captured. In just one night, rows of pillars appeared on both sides of the road in front of Snow City. On top of the pillars hung corpses that were floating in the wind. All the thieves and rogues in Snow City had been killed because they had participated in the chaos. However, the real mastermind who caused the chaos had already escaped. After the massacre, Balgov looked at the castle that had been completely reduced to ruins. His anger still did not dissipate, and he ordered to continue the investigation of the true culprit who destroyed the castle. He swore that he would tear the culprit into pieces to calm the anger in his heart. However, just as he was busy reorganizing Snow City, a message that made his scalp tingle was sent from Riverview Village. There was a change in Hwang Village. A huge floating island had appeared from the otherworldly demons, and at the same time, an army of more than 200,000 otherworldly demons had spread out in all directions. Among them was an army of otherworldly demons, with a total of more than 10,000 people. They were carrying all sorts of strange puppets and ferocious monsters, and were heading straight for Snow City. Because the transportation used by this army of otherworldly demons was extremely fast, they would arrive in the vicinity of Snow City by noon the day after tomorrow at the latest. After reading all the contents of the report, Bargov felt his hands and feet turn cold, and the hand holding the report trembled. Having had a short confrontation with the Holy Dragon City, Bargov was well aware of the fearsomeness of the otherworldly demons. This was also the reason why he had chosen to bide his time. Because he was very clear that once the Holy Dragon City officially started a war, his soldiers would not be a match for them. If it wasn't for the fact that Holy Dragon City wouldn't attack the enemies outside the border, then even if Bargov had more courage, he wouldn't have chosen to set up camp so close to Riverview Village. However, Bargov was too proud to let the alien demonic race occupy his land. Therefore, after seeing the appearance of the Summers, he simply played a trick to frame them. He had sent people to kill the Summers and then erased their traces, trying to make the Holy Dragon City the scapegoat. Then, he could wait for the High Elves to get angry and start a conflict with the otherworldly demons, or even a war. However, he didn't know that the leader of the Summers had successfully escaped from the pursuit and was now in Lonely City. At the same time, the video of the interception that Tang Zhen had ordered had been sent to the embassy of the people of Somo so that the entire process of the incident was known to the people of Somo. Bargov, who thought he had succeeded, had been put on the kill list of the Summers. Perhaps it would not take long for him to be hunted down by the Summers. Originally, this was also one of Tang Zhen's plans. He had tried to make Bargov and the Summers fight and wrangle with each other in order to disrupt the situation in the Shuiman territory. However, with the change in plans, the original arrangements had already lost their meaning. Tang Zhen could only use the most direct means to complete the Holy Dragon City's pillaging mission. However, Bargov, who was already hated by the Summers, would definitely not be able to get rid of the trouble easily. He might even lose his life. It was a pity that Bargov had not realized this. The Holy Dragon City's army pressed on, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Whether to resist or escape became the most troublesome choice for Bargov. Although he was extremely afraid of the Holy Dragon City's strength, Bargov did not want to give up his power so easily. So, after thinking about it, he finally decided to fight against the Holy Dragon City. However, with his strength alone, he could not contend with the powerful Holy Dragon City, so he had to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For reinforcements, the native forces that he had always been wary of had now become his saviors. Letters of help were flying in all directions from Snow City. At the same time, Bargov also quickly assembled his troops and gathered all the soldiers of Snow City that he could mobilize. At the same time, he visited the cultivators and nobles in Snow City one by one. In order to let these guys participate in the battle to defend the city, he did not hesitate to make a series of promises. As long as they could hold on to Snow City and hold on until reinforcements arrived, what did it matter if they had to pay a price? As long as he was still the lord of this place, he would get back what he had paid. With the use of both power and kindness, Bargov's actions were quite smooth, and he successfully obtained the support of the nobles and cultivators in the city. With a little more confidence in his heart, Bargov immediately issued the battle order. With Bargov's orders, Snow City, which had just suffered a disaster, once again entered a state of combat readiness. The tall city gate was completely sealed, and batches of materials used to defend the city were continuously transported to the city wall. The city was filled with soldiers with unsheathed swords, as well as adventurers and noble private soldiers hired by Bargov. Most of the residents of Snow City had also been notified to participate in the battle to defend the city, and they were responsible for logistics and backup work. In a short period of time, the total number of people participating in the city defense battle had exceeded 20,000. This was the first time in the history of all Snow City that a war preparation of this scale had been made. Looking at the dense number of soldiers on the city wall and the large number of reserve soldiers in the city, Bargov finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although the strength of the otherworldly demons couldn't be underestimated, his means weren't weak either. In the situation of defending the city, he believed that with 20,000 troops, they would definitely be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. If he could command them well, it was not impossible to defeat the otherworldly demons. Even though the current Bhargav had seen the Holy Dragon City's powerful strength, he still clung to his previous concept of war, thinking that the city walls could resist the Holy Dragon City's troops. Unfortunately, he did not know that the enemy he was about to face had methods he could not imagine. The things he relied on were simply not able to withstand a single blow in the face of Holy Dragon City. The battle had not even begun, and Bhargav, who had not yet recognized the situation, was already at a disadvantage. The final outcome seemed to be already decided. Of course, it was still too early to say anything before the final result was out. In a tavern in Snow City, a group of cultivators in battle armor were gathered together, discussing the upcoming battle. It was definitely a good enjoyment to have a drink to relieve stress before a big battle. Only the powerful cultivators in Snow City could enjoy such treatment. As for the ordinary soldiers and adventurers, they could only guard their posts and wait for the battle to begin. After finishing the wine in the glass, a 2-meter-tall brawny man gestured for another glass, while looking at his companions at the same table. I've heard that the heavenly demonic tribe is very powerful. They even have powerful battle puppets. If we fight them, we'll be at a great disadvantage. The burly man's face carried a trace of unwillingness. He drank the ale that was served again, then burped in satisfaction. So what? Our families and properties are all in this Snow City, and we can't hide from them. Joining the war is our only choice. Don't you see that our overlord eyes are already red? If we refuse his request at this critical moment, I'm afraid he will immediately turn hostile. Bhargav, who has just hung a group of people, definitely wouldn't mind killing a few more. A young man with a thin face and wearing a suit of armor sneered. The cultivators at the side nodded their heads in agreement. It was obvious that they had no choice. It seemed like the city was actively preparing for battle, but it was not as solid as a steel plate. 10-11 The native youth won. As the mighty convoy disappeared at the end of the road, a swaying figure slowly climbed up from a pile of corpses that had been casually abandoned by the side of the road. It was a young native man, wearing old leather armor. His leather boots were damaged, and his body was covered with minced meat and blood. He clutched his bleeding abdomen and struggled out of the corpses of his companions, sitting on a stone by the side of the road. He took a deep breath and took off the leather armor with great effort. Then, a terrifying wound was revealed. The injury was very serious. The bullet had already pierced through his abdomen and came out from the side of his body, tearing apart his intestines and tearing off a large piece of flesh. If the wound was not treated in time, the native young man would not be able to hold on for long and would become one of the corpses. He took the clothes and fumbled around in his pocket. Then, he took out a small, ancient-looking bottle. He opened the bottle and looked at the squirming liquid inside. The man hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and swallowed. As soon as the liquid entered his mouth, a pained expression immediately appeared on the man's face. His body fell to the ground and kept struggling and rolling, as if he was suffering great pain. The strange thing was that even though his expression was pained, he did not let out a single groan from the beginning to the end. After struggling for about a minute, the man finally lay flat on the messy grass, as if he were dead. Even his breathing was extremely weak. However, a series of strange and complicated bloodline patterns appeared on the surface of his body, making him look extremely terrifying. After a few more minutes, the indigenous youth's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. However, his eyes had become pure black, which looked quite strange. He stood up from the ground and looked at his wound. He realized that it was already covered by black tentacles and the bleeding had stopped. His exhausted physical strength was also rapidly recovering at this moment. Hee Yingluo. A hoarse laughter came from the man's mouth, which made people's scalps numb. Is this the weapon of the extraterrestrial demon race? It's indeed powerful, the man muttered to himself. He glanced at his companions who had died a tragic death and shook his head slightly. In his mind, the scenes of those self-running cars, strange weapons that spewed fire, and his companions being knocked down and torn apart appeared again. In just a few breaths, the ambush had failed completely. The only one from the otherworldly demons who participated in the defense and attack was a car that could move on its own. And these strange vehicles were lined up for a long distance in the army of the extraterrestrial demon race. There's no chance of winning against such a terrifying enemy. If I didn't have a fortuitous encounter and obtain this ancient special potion, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape death this time. But from now on, I'll become a monster that's neither human nor ghost. I don't know if it's worth it. The young man sighed with emotion as his pitch-black eyes revealed a trace of a complicated expression. He wasn't a special person. He was just an ordinary believer of God, and not a fanatic. He had no choice but to participate in this operation, and in the end, he ended up like this. Faced with the terrifying otherworldly demons in the process of escaping from death, the man became disheartened. He wanted to avoid the world. Thinking of this, he picked up the clothes and the saber on the ground, ready to find a mountain forest to hide. Perhaps he would only come out of the mountain after the otherworldly demons had left. However, the indigenous youth had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt something above his head. He looked up subconsciously and was immediately shocked. He didn't know when, but a strangely shaped aircraft had appeared above his head. It was suspended in the air and seemed to be observing his every move. The appearance of this aircraft was very similar to the weapons and equipment of the otherworldly demons. The young man was shocked and started to run without hesitation. He had just escaped from death, and he had become neither human nor ghost because of the special potion he had taken. If he fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial demonic race, he would be really unlucky. Perhaps it was because he had taken the special potion, but the young man's speed and perception had been greatly improved, so he was able to escape extremely quickly. However, the aircraft floating above his head was even faster than him. It seemed to have its eyes on him and was following him closely. The young man groaned in his heart, but he did not dare to hesitate in his movements. He ran for his life towards the forest in front of him. Perhaps as long as he entered the forest, he would be able to get rid of this strange aircraft. However, in less than a minute, the young man lost all hope. In his path, another two identical flying devices appeared and surrounded him. At the same time, a black metal pipe poked out from the belly of the aircraft and was pointing at him. The young man had an instinctive fear of this black tube-like object, because it was this thing that had killed more than 100 of his companions in an extremely short time. He didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that he would incur the other party's wrath. Then, he would use the spurting flames to turn himself into a pile of minced meat. "Who are you? What do you want?" The young man glared at the aircraft in the sky with his dark eyes and roared unwillingly. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. The young man tried to move his feet, and a bullet shot out from the aircraft and hit a rock in front of him. A round hole was punched through the rock, causing the young man to shiver in fear. He was just an ordinary person, and his cultivation was only equivalent to that of a level 1 cultivator. Other than a few limited adventures, this was his first time participating in a bloody battle. Therefore, in the face of this situation, other than fear, he was also at a loss. Fortunately, as long as he didn't move, the flying devices wouldn't attack him. This also eased his tension a little. Soon, the young man realized that the extraterrestrial demon race's aircraft seemed to be guarding him and waiting for someone to arrive. After realizing this, the young man became nervous again and began to rack his brain to find a way to escape. However, after trying a few times, he helplessly gave up on the idea and sat on the ground in resignation. After a long and tortuous wait, the man finally saw a larger aircraft in the distant sky, flying quickly toward his location. The young man immediately stood up nervously and watched the aircraft slowly land in a panic. Two Holy Dragon City cultivators in black battle armor walked out of the door of the aircraft and came to the indigenous youth. After sizing him up, the two Holy Dragon City cultivators nodded and raised their fingers to point at him. "Yingluo, you guys want to fuck Yingluo?" "Ah!" The young man immediately cried out in alarm and tried to escape. However, as soon as he turned around, he felt his body go numb, and then he lost consciousness. Falling into the hands of the heavenly demonic race, "I'm afraid we're finished this time, hee." The last thought in the young man's mind was filled with despair. 10:12 Before the battle, the atmosphere in the tavern suddenly became a little depressing. The burly man's words made everyone's expression turn ugly, and they began to drink. Ever since the appearance of the otherworldly demons, the nobles of Snow City had been extremely nervous and had tried their best to gather information about them. As they obtained more and more information, they became more and more afraid of the otherworldly demons. This group of people was said to be from the world beyond the heavens, and they indeed had many powerful means. Whether it was their cultivation or their weapons, they were enough to crush the natives of this world. If it were not for the fact that they had an unstable foundation, limited numbers, and had been entrenched in Riverview Village. For a generation, the influential people in Snow City would have left with their family property long ago. Even though this would cause huge losses, it was nothing compared to the destruction of their foundation. However, with the formation of demon slayer legions in various places, and the various native forces treating the otherworldly demons as their killing targets, the nobles in Snow City suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. They believed that Holy Dragon City would not be able to resist such a slaughter. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to take the risk and withdraw their assets from Snow City. However, the series of events that happened later made these influential people's hearts rise again. First, spies and adventurers kept disappearing near Riverview Village. Then, Bargoff led his troops to attack the otherworldly demons, but he was intimidated by the other party's powerful means. Bargoff, who had always been known for his tough methods, could only set up camp outside the boundaries set by the otherworldly demons, not daring to cross the line at all. When the news reached Snow City, the nobles who were waiting for the news were greatly disappointed. In the end, a few days later, the defenseless Snow City was completely turned upside down. Even the castle of Balgov had been burned to the ground. It could be said to be a heavy loss. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that although this matter appeared to be the doing of the native cultivators, it was in fact related to the otherworldly demons. Perhaps the otherworldly demons were using this method to take revenge on Bargoff. However, the rich and powerful were also out of luck. The chaos in Snow City had caused their businesses to suffer a lot of losses. All these losses were naturally pushed onto the otherworldly demons. Thus, to a certain extent, the nobles of Snow City had a grudge against the otherworldly demons. However, it was not worth it to fight to the death with the otherworldly demons because of such a small loss. It might even cause more losses. Watching the fire from across the river was an action that was in line with their interests. The nobles and influential people were participating in the battle to defend the city. Part of the reason was that Holy Dragon City had descended too suddenly and deployed its troops too quickly. The nobles and influential people of Snow City did not have time to react. In addition, Balgov was using both hard and soft tactics, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to help defend the city. As for whether these nobles would truly protect Snow City at the risk of their lives when the battle broke out, that would depend on the situation. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. A long convoy was slowly advancing. It was the Holy Dragon City's first legion that was going to attack Snow City. To be precise, this army belonged to the First Army of the First Legion, the Holy Dragon City's trump card army. The weakest warrior in this army was a level 3 cultivator. In an ordinary low-level city, they were qualified to join a cultivator battle team. However, in the Holy Dragon City, a level 3 monk could only become an ordinary warrior of the First Army. As for the current cultivator battle team, it was completely made up of Lord-level cultivators and could be called the elite of the elite. It was also because of this that the number of cultivators in the Holy Dragon City's cultivator battle team had greatly shrunk, but they had become more powerful. Currently, the First Legion also had a cultivator battle team of dozens of people. Once they joined the battlefield, they would definitely become the enemy's nightmare. Relying on these strong residents and all kinds of excellent equipment, the outcome of the battle was almost certain. However, this powerful army was now having a headache from the terrible road at their feet. The roads in this world were only suitable for the use of primitive vehicles such as horse carriages. They were rugged and had limited width, which greatly reduced the speed of the Holy Dragon City army. If Holy Dragon City's chariots had not been specially designed to adapt to harsh terrain, their speed would have been much slower. However, if that was the case, it would be impossible to reach Snow City in time. Tai Seng didn't put this matter to heart. After all, Tang Zhen didn't set a time limit, and he only needed to take down Snow City as soon as possible. General, I heard that our Lusheng is researching a type of space carrier that can transport troops over long distances. I wonder when it will be put into use. It's more comfortable to fly in the sky. Marching on such a road is simply too tiring. A young Holy Dragon City officer turned around and asked Tai Seng, "That kind of thing won't be useful in the short term. You don't need to think about it. Just sit in the car." "I'm fine," Tyson replied casually, but his eyes were fixed on the holographic screen in front of him. He was reading the collected military intelligence and drawing something on the map. As the commander of the army, he had to know all this information. Just by looking at the contents of this map, he could understand the Holy Dragon City's battle plan. They were obviously not satisfied with just a small area like the Shuiman territory. In truth, Tang Zhen's goal was to directly control the entire Tianji province and make it easier for the following plundering operation. As for controlling the entire continent, although Tang Zhen had the ability to do so, he simply couldn't manage it. Therefore, he didn't have any plans in this area for the time being. Moreover, for the current Holy Dragon City, the resources of a province were enough to fill their appetites. His gaze swept across the map before finally landing on Snow City. Through the real-time surveillance video sent back by the high-altitude drone, Tai Seng could clearly see that Snow City had been heavily guarded and the city walls were filled with soldiers. However, using this method to defend the city against the Holy Dragon City was simply courting death. If Balgov was smart enough to split up all his soldiers and launch a surprise attack in the city buildings and forests, it might bring him some trouble. But now, it was estimated that after this wave of attack, the walls of Snow City would turn blood red. Just as Tai Seng was deep in thought, a series of rapid gunshots suddenly came from the front, causing him to frown slightly. Why are there gunshots? What happened? Following Tai Seng's inquiry, a soldier quickly reported back that the team that was clearing the way had been ambushed by native cultivators. There were about 100 of them, and they had been wiped out. What's the background of this native cultivator? Tai Seng's brows raised as he asked in a deep voice. According to the items collected from the corpses, these ambushers should be believers of some native god. They were very crazy in battle. All right, Tai Seng nodded and his face returned to its usual cold and indifferent look. The followers of these indigenous gods were the primary targets of the Holy Dragon City's vigilance. Compared to the indigenous forces, they were more stubborn and difficult to deal with. With the support and instigation of the gods behind them, they could do anything crazy. The Holy Dragon City's goal was to collect the world's origin and hunt down the indigenous gods. In the future, they would have to deal with these believers, and it would be the kind that would see blood. Stay alert and speed up. I'll reach Snow City by tomorrow morning. Following Tai Seng's orders, the speed of the army increased once more as they approached their destination. 10:13 The army arrives at the city gates. After picking up the bottle that the aboriginal youth had thrown away, the two Holy Dragon City cultivators lifted him up and returned to the flying device. A strong gust of air shot out as the aircraft quickly left the ground and headed in the direction of Hwang Village. The flying device was extremely fast. It did not take long for it to approach the Holy Dragon City, which was suspended in the air. As it neared Holy Dragon City, the aircraft began to slow down. It turned around and flew towards a huge spiral arm. As the aircraft approached, a passage slowly appeared on the metal arm. The aircraft directly entered it and parked in a spacious space. The space inside the spiral arms was brightly lit, with many similar flying devices parked there. From time to time, the figures of Holy Dragon City soldiers would appear. These Holy Dragon City warriors working inside the warship tower did not wear standard battle armor. Instead, they wore the same black battle suit, looking sharp and alert. As the aircraft's hatch opened, a group of Holy Dragon City warriors walked out, including the two Holy Dragon City cultivators who had captured the indigenous youth. That aboriginal youth was currently being held in the hands of a Holy Dragon City cultivator. How is it? How does it feel to fly in the sky of another world? The Holy Dragon City's soldiers waiting outside greeted the Holy Dragon City's residents who had come down from the aircraft. Not bad, but it's a pity that I didn't have enough fun. The pilots in charge of operating the aircraft were two young Holy Dragon City residents. After hearing their comrade's question, they smiled and replied, "Don't worry, you'll have plenty of chances to fly in the future. I'm sure you'll feel like puking from all the flying." After everyone exchanged a few words with each other, they got busy. The two Holy Dragon City cultivators jumped onto a small cart and began to follow the path in the spiral arms, heading towards the center of the warship tower. Along the way, there were many sci-fi objects, but most of them were just decorations. Thanks to the magical ability of the world of Lusheng, Tang Zhen didn't have to spend too much effort to obtain a super warship and make major changes to it. However, due to the lack of energy and technology, what he had was actually just the empty shell of a super warship. So far, he could only use some of the basic functions of the super warship. As for the Terobo people's superweapons and the energy source for these energy weapons, the tower would not appear on its own. Tang Zhen would have to find it himself. In other words, although Tang Zhen possessed a super warship, he was unable to unleash its true power. At best, it could only be considered a means of transportation or a living space. But even so, the value of this warship tower was still immeasurable. The two Holy Dragon City cultivators driving the small cart finally arrived at the central area of the warship city after passing through several areas. Picking up the unconscious Aboriginal youth, the two of them walked towards an arched door not far away. Very quickly, they encountered two Holy Dragon City residents in white coats. "This is the guy you wanted. I'll hand him over to you now." As he spoke, the Holy Dragon City cultivator handed over the Aboriginal youth in his hands, then turned around and left with his companions. Two Holy Dragon City residents who looked like researchers immediately brought the young man to a room. They first injected him with a type of medicine, then stripped him clean and sent him to a room filled with various instruments. Dozens of Holy Dragon City residents, who were dressed similarly, were already waiting in the room, their eyes shining as they looked at the unconscious indigenous youth. Most of these Holy Dragon City residents were experts and scholars from the original world, and some of them were even top-notch existences. However, they were all attracted by the charm of the other world and took the initiative to apply to become residents of the Holy Dragon City. They took advantage of the unique conditions of the Tower world to engage in the research work that they were most passionate about. All kinds of monsters, otherworldly creatures, and many other strange creatures were the subjects of these residents' research. They had come with the invasion of the otherworld. The drone in charge of patrolling earlier accidentally discovered the native young man who had escaped death and witnessed the whole process of his rescue. A researcher happened to see the image that was sent back. The method of rapidly repairing the damaged body and recovering physical strength immediately aroused his interest. The Holy Dragon City's researchers really wanted to figure out the strange liquid that the indigenous youth had swallowed and the strange changes that had happened to his body. That was why they had entrusted the cultivator team to help bring him back. In the following time, these researchers who were usually studying the dragon monsters began to focus their attention on the native young man. In the face of a group of crazy researchers, this native young man would be played by these researchers if he was not careful. The area in front of Snow City had completely lost all traces of human activity. In order to avoid being affected by the war that was about to happen, the indigenous residents living outside the city had long hidden far away in the mountains, or directly entered the city. The soldiers standing on top of the city wall were staring at the movements outside the city, afraid that they would not notice the enemy when they appeared. Some kind of oppressive aura lingered in the hearts of the city guards, making them look unusually serious. The soldiers of Snow City felt an inexplicable sense of panic when they thought about the battle with the 10,000-man army of the otherworldly demons. They had already seen the powerful war puppets of Holy Dragon City some time ago. The thought of that terrifying killing scene back then made people feel despair. However, the number of enemies they were about to face today was countless times more than before. However, at this moment, the soldiers of Snow City had no way out. Behind them were the battle supervision team, who were full of killing intent. They were on high alert, looking for any possible deserters. Of course, the most important reason was that their family and friends lived in this city, and they needed to protect them with their lives. In an area on the city wall, Balgov was wearing armor and squinting at the rising sun. He had been sitting there the entire night, on guard against the Holy Dragon City's surprise attack. Fortunately, the night had passed peacefully, and the Holy Dragon City's army did not appear. However, Bargov did not let his guard down, because he had already received news that the Holy Dragon army was less than 20 miles away. The other party's speed had far exceeded his expectations. Of course, whether it was one day earlier or one day later, it didn't make any difference to Bargov, because he was already prepared for battle. Before they knew it, the sun had already risen to the top of their heads. A dull roar suddenly came from the road leading to Hwang village, echoing in everyone's ears like muffled thunder. The originally quiet city wall suddenly became restless, and all the soldiers on guard looked nervous. Bargov's body suddenly rose, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the path that disappeared into the valley. A surge of battle intent also continuously erupted from his body, infecting the surrounding city guards, making their expressions become determined. Boom! A series of machine roars erupted as a series of monster-like war chariots suddenly appeared before the eyes of the people from Snow City. The army of the otherworldly demons had arrived. 10-14 toying with him, one, with a roar, the Holy Dragon City's army finally arrived. At this moment, the snow-covered city walls were so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. Everyone's gazes were focused on the army of otherworldly demons that was gradually revealing their true appearance. Their hearts trembled, their legs trembled, and their eyes flashed with fear. Looking at the steel war chariots, roaring war beasts, and the silent black armored warriors on the plain in front of Snow City, these natives felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. Even his breathing became irregular. With just a glance, one could tell that this was definitely a terrifying army. The killing intent that soared to the sky almost changed the weather. Seeing the enemy forming a square formation on the plains in front of the city, everyone knew that a battle would break out soon. In the face of such a powerful opponent, Bhargav's fighting spirit was boiling. At this moment, it was only a matter of who was more courageous and fearless. Who could finally stand among the corpses and welcome victory with a smile? With the presence of these 20,000 soldiers, the otherworldly demons would not be able to reach the top of the city wall in a short time. Even if they were lucky enough to reach the top, they would have to be covered in corpses. With a trace of confidence and pride, Bhargav loudly ordered, "All troops, get ready to engage in battle." As the order was given, all kinds of defensive materials were immediately placed within reach. The archers responsible for long-range attacks and suppression of the enemy also all had sharp arrows in their hands, ready to fire at any time. The rolling logs and rocks were lifted up with great force and placed tightly on the top of the wall, ready to be pushed down at any time. The cultivators in armor also looked at the enemies in black armor with serious expressions. After vaguely judging the strength of these Holy Dragon City warriors, they were terrified and their eyes were extremely serious. Looking at this tense scene, it seemed like a bloody battle was about to break out. However, just as the defending troops of the city were prepared to fight to the death, the Holy Dragon army below the city did not attack the city directly. Instead, they sent a chariot to approach the city walls. A Holy Dragon City cultivator stood proudly at the front of the carriage, scanning the guards on the city wall with a scrutinizing gaze. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You want to resist Holy Dragon City with this kind of defensive method? What a joke." When they were less than an arrow's distance away from the city wall, the chariot slowly came to a stop. Then, the Holy Dragon City cultivator's feet stepped on the air, and his body actually rose directly into the air. Seeing this, the soldiers of Snow City turned pale with fright, while the cultivators who were guarding the city looked gloomy. The fact that the other party was able to do this proved that his cultivation level was enough to crush all the cultivators in Snow City. This was because he had clearly surpassed the realm of ordinary cultivators and had entered a powerful existence on another level. It was extremely difficult to overcome this cultivation shackle. Without a heaven-defying native cultivator like Lu Cheng, very few people could reach this level. There were only a handful of such experts on the continent of Timriel, and most of them were in seclusion. Some native cultivators even called some of the high-level native lord cultivators saints. Looking at the Holy Dragon City cultivators floating in the air, many cultivators' eyes were filled with fear. They secretly guessed how many such experts there were in the alien demon race. If there were 8 or 10 of them, there would not be much meaning in the battle to defend the city, because these feudal lord experts alone would be able to break open the city gate. Just as these natives were secretly guessing the Holy Dragon City's high-end combat power, the Holy Dragon City Lord also slowly spoke. "I'm a feudal lord cultivator from the Holy Dragon City's First Army's First Army. On behalf of our General Tai Seng, I'm here to pass on a message to Lord Balgov. I'm sure you know the Holy Dragon City's strength better than anyone else, so it's best that you don't make any unnecessary struggles and obediently surrender with your soldiers, so that they don't lose their lives in vain. My Holy Dragon City can also guarantee that we won't seek revenge on you. It's up to you to choose whether you want to stay or leave." At this point, the Holy Dragon City Lord looked at the native soldiers on the city wall with a complicated expression and said in a cold tone, "However, if you insist on going the wrong way and plan to fight to the end, don't blame Holy Dragon City for being merciless. Lord Balgov, please tell me your answer now." Bhargov, who was protected by the native cultivators on the city wall, sneered and said in a straightforward tone, "Listen up, you otherworldly demons. Snow City is my home, and it is also the place that all the soldiers of Snow City have sworn to protect with their lives. If you want to occupy this place, you will have to step over our dead bodies. Enough nonsense, let's fight to the death." Bhargov did not want to hand over Snow City to anyone, and he had reinforcements to rely on. Naturally, he would not choose to surrender at this time. There is no coward in Snow City. We will never bow to the demon race. As soon as Balgov's words fell, a guard beside him immediately encouraged loudly, protect the city of snow and fight to the death with the otherworldly demons." When the soldiers of Snow City heard this, they all echoed, and their roars became more and more uniform. In the orderly and majestic roars, the fear in the eyes of the city guards gradually disappeared, and at the same time, it was replaced by determination and a will to die. Fight to the death with the otherworldly demons. A battle to the death. People were all blindly obedient. At this time, with the shouts all day long, those originally hesitant city guards were also infected, and the idea of fighting to the death was born. Seeing that the morale of the defending troops of the City of Snow had been successfully ignited, Valgov laughed smugly and looked coldly at the Lord of the Holy Dragon City. In the end, the other party scoffed and turned back to the Holy Dragon City's camp. "We've already done enough to save face, and since Snow City is looking for death, don't blame us for being ruthless." As the Holy Dragon City Lord turned around, everyone knew that the battle was about to begin, and they began to feel nervous. Their eyes were fixed on the Holy Dragon City's camp, waiting for the enemy to approach. Then, they would use the weapons in their hands to kill these otherworldly demons who dared to offend Snow City. However, under the anticipating gazes of the soldiers from Snow City, no soldiers appeared to attack the city. Instead, a dozen fierce-looking metal chariots slowly drove out from the enemy's camp. He aimed the city wall at the section of the city wall where Bargov had stopped. Then, the Holy Dragon City soldiers pressed the buttons on the chariots at the same time, their faces filled with ridicule. Bang bang bang, a series of muffled sounds rang out, followed by a series of cannonballs being fired from the cannons on the chariots, heading straight for the city walls. Looking at the objects flying towards them with faint green smoke trailing behind them, the guards of Snow City were suspicious. Could they be some kind of catapults? However, if they were to rely on such crude weapons to attack the city, they would be looking down on Snow City. After all, the city walls were made of huge stones. What could a dozen metal balls do? Or perhaps this wasn't a catapult, but a special weapon of the otherworldly demons. Thinking of this, everyone's heart trembled, and Bargov roared as he dodged. However, the dozen or so objects had already landed on the city wall in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out, and those objects instantly exploded into countless fragments. Countless tiny steel balls shot out in all directions. A series of screams rang out at the same time. The originally dense snow-covered city wall immediately fell with the bombs as the center. The bodies of the soldiers of Snow City who were hit by the attack were filled with bloody holes. It was a ghastly sight. With just one wave of attacks, wails could be heard from the walls of the city as the entire area was cleared. Seeing this scene, Valgov's heart suddenly beat wildly. 10-15 breaking through the city, come and save me, I'm going to die. My eyes, oh, help me stop the bleeding. I beg you, I don't want to die yet. After the explosion, snow covered the top of the city wall. Wails of pain rose one after another. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all rolling and struggling on the ground, blood constantly oozing out of the fine wounds on their bodies. There were not many unlucky people who died directly from the explosion, but a large number of injured people were lying everywhere. Their miserable state and wails completely disturbed the mood of the soldiers guarding the city. Panic flashed on their faces from time to time. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Immediately carry them down and treat them. An officer of Snow City saw this and immediately ordered people to carry the injured away. This was to prevent the city guards from being affected and avoiding the battle. Upon hearing the order from the commander, a group of soldiers immediately rushed forward, stepped on the blood-stained ground, and brought the wailing soldiers into the city. The city guards at the side all watched this scene in silence, swallowing their saliva with difficulty from time to time. From the beginning to the end, Valgov did not speak, only coldly looking at the Holy Dragon City army below the city wall. After firing a dozen strange bombs, the enemy did not continue to attack. Instead, they observed the scene on the city wall as if they were watching a show. From the other party's eyes and actions, Bargov saw a kind of teasing and contempt. It was obvious that the otherworldly demon army didn't take him seriously at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a child's play attitude to deal with a war that was destined to be a bloody one. Perhaps in the hearts of these otherworldly demons, Snow City was the one who was bleeding. A hint of understanding flashed in Bargov's heart, but it was soon drowned by a sense of humiliation. He looked at the Holy Dragon City's camp with killing intent. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you treat this war like child's play, I'll let you know my methods and make you regret it. After coldly harumphing and giving the order, the soldiers of Snow City began to knock the 10 or so defensive weapons on the city walls. At the same time, sealed ceramic containers were carefully placed on top of them. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you don't attack the city. Let's see how you can resist this poisonous smoke potion. Balgov sneered in his heart. He imagined the terrible state of the bone-corroding poisonous smoke when it spread through the Holy Dragon City camp, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Fire. Following the command of the commander of the city's defensive weapons were activated at the same time. A huge force shot out the earthen jars and they flew into the air. However, just as the soldiers of the City of Snow were staring at the jars and containers, waiting for them to land on the enemy's side, a dozen blinding rays of light suddenly shot out from the Holy Dragon City's camp, accurately landing on the containers. Seeing this, all the soldiers of Snow City were shocked. Pa pa pa, a series of crisp sounds rang out, and under the horrified gazes of the guards on the city wall, the jars that had just been shot out exploded. The dark green liquid splashed down on the city wall, leaving a trail of smoke. The soldiers of Snow City nearby wailed and fled in all directions. The people on the city wall were immediately thrown off their feet and the city was in complete chaos. Quick, block this poison. With a series of angry roars, the mages on the city wall quickly cast spells to burn or blow away the venom to prevent it from falling on the city wall. He also used all kinds of defensive methods to prevent the poison from touching his body. Even so, more than half of the poison still landed on the ground and on the bodies of the Snow City soldiers. As the poison corroded them rapidly, a large amount of terrifying green poisonous smoke rose and spread above the city walls like smoke from a war. Anyone who accidentally breathed in the poisonous smoke or had their skin touched by it immediately started frothing at the mouth. They kept letting out tragic howls and soon stopped breathing. This scene was extremely miserable, and the wailing sounds made people's faces change. Tai Seng, who was sitting in the car, also saw this scene, and a trace of shock appeared on his originally cold face. What a powerful poison. It's comparable to a biological weapon. Tai Seng shook his head and sighed. At the same time, a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. If they really wanted to compete with this kind of weapon, the Holy Dragon City's reserves would make Bargov regret to the point of turning green in his intestines. It was just that he was afraid of losing control, so he would not use it easily. Moreover, with Tai Seng's personality, he would not even bother to use such a sinister weapon. Looking at the chaotic snow-covered city wall, Tai Seng no longer had any interest in teasing these natives. He waved his hand at the officer beside him. Seeing this, the other party immediately nodded and decisively gave the order to attack. Aim the cannons at the city wall in front of us and fire. Several tanks that had been silent all this time suddenly raised their carriages at the back, revealing a dense number of gun barrels. They were actually weapons similar to rocket cannons. With a series of explosions, smoke-filled bombs were quickly thrown at the snow-covered city wall, causing a series of loud explosions. Under the despairing eyes of the soldiers of Snow City, this section of the city wall had become a hell of death. Other than the broken pieces of flesh and blood, there was not a single living thing left. Attack! With another command, the 50 huge armed robots began to advance rapidly, heading straight for the gates of Snow City. A series of bullets were fired from the robot's gun, directly killing the soldiers of Snow City who tried to fight back. They were so crushed that they could not even lift their heads. Behind the armed robots were the Holy Dragon City's chariots, as well as the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, who followed closely with their guns raised. One by one, the war beasts roared and growled as they slowly advanced under the control of their masters. Above the ground forces, a number of unmanned attack aircraft rose directly from the transport vehicles, circling in the air and shooting at the enemies who were still resisting. The Holy Dragon City's attack range covered both the sky and the ground. It was like a black tide of death, constantly approaching Snow City. Seeing this shocking scene, Balgov was about to go crazy. He waved the sword in his hand and shouted for the soldiers to rush forward to stop him. However, under the Holy Dragon City's precise and concentrated attacks, no matter how many people charged forward, be it soldiers or cultivators, they were quickly drowned in the rain of bullets. The corpses on the city wall were piled up like mountains, and the blood had already formed a rolling stream that was flowing down the drain on the city wall. Under such a brutal and swift attack, the soldiers of Snow City could only hold on for a short while before they completely collapsed. They wailed and threw down their weapons, swarming down from the city walls and began to flee in all directions. Boom! With a muffled sound, the city gate of the city collapsed. The figure of an armed robot stepped into the city from the dust. Two Holy Dragon City soldiers squatted on the shoulders of the armed robots, coldly looking at the soldiers of the City of Snow who were trying to use their bows to launch a sneak attack. Without hesitation, they pulled the trigger. Following a series of gunshots, the guards at the city gate were cleared out. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers were like a tide, quickly swarming into the ancient city, and began to search for the enemy who refused to surrender. Seeing this from a distance, Balgov let out a long sigh with an unwilling face and entered the alley. Snow City, broken. 1016 The ransom. The sound of gunfire gradually became sparse until it could no longer be heard. Smoke rose from the snow-covered city, and the smell of blood lingered for a long time. A large number of corpses were piled up here. A rough count showed that at least 3,000 soldiers of Snow City had lost their lives on the city wall. This siege battle was very short. From the launch of the attack to the charge into the city, it only took a few minutes. In the face of such backward cold weapon fortifications, the Holy Dragon City's high-tech weapons were completely overwhelming. They broke through the enemy's line of defense in an instant and scared them out of their wits. They no longer dared to resist. With Bargov's escape, the remaining 10,000 or so soldiers of Snow City immediately fell into chaos. They either hid in the city, their hearts filled with fear. They could either continue to put up a stubborn resistance and be killed by the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, or be captured. As for the soldiers of Snow City who threw away their weapons and surrendered, or took off their clothes to disguise themselves as civilians, there were countless of them. However, as long as they were well behaved and did not cause trouble, the Holy Dragon City would not pay attention to them for the time being. At most, they would be subdued immediately after encountering them and would not be shot to death easily. As the Holy Dragon City's soldiers swept through the streets, from time to time, there would be soldiers from Snow City, whose hands and feet were tied up with specially made straps, being thrown on the side of the road, and let them roll and struggle on the ground. However, in the face of the calls for help from the soldiers of Snow City, the residents of Snow City only hid behind the door and looked on coldly. No one dared to come forward to help, because in the sky above them, the unmanned attack aircraft were constantly circling. From time to time, Holy Dragon City's chariots would roar past. After a while, the soldiers of Snow City were thrown onto the chariots and sent directly to the temporary prisoner of war camp in the city. Other than the ordinary soldiers, the nobles of Snow City who had participated in the battle were all hiding in their own homes, as if the end of the world had arrived. Men, women, old, and young, all of them took out their weapons, preparing for the worst to happen and making a final struggle. Even if they weren't a match for the professional soldiers, they still had to fight to the death. Although they were prepared to die, their faces were still filled with despair and grief. Their hands and feet were constantly trembling. Death could come at any time. How many people could face it calmly? The brawny man, who had once gone to the tavern to drink and was very dissatisfied with Bargov, was now wearing a battle armor stained with blood and minced meat, standing in the courtyard with a serious expression. Everyone, get ready. If the otherworldly demons want to kill us, we can't let them kill us. Even if we die, the Zan Kuang clan will definitely die in battle. Hearing the brawny man's low growl, everyone nodded their heads, their faces showing determination. Bang! With a muffled sound, the main door of Zan Kuang clan was kicked open, and broken wood flew in all directions. One after another, muscular figures appeared, and black muzzles were pointed at the panicked crowd. Although their faces were blocked by black helmets, the crowd could still feel the cold gazes on the weapons in their hands. The moment there was any abnormality, the other party would launch an attack without hesitation. Looking at the Holy Dragon City's soldiers in black armor, carrying sabers and rifles, some women and children began to cry, and sat limply on the ground. As the head of the family, the brawny man stood up and looked at the Holy Dragon City soldier in front of him. Among these people, only me and a dozen clansmen participated in the battle to defend the city. We're willing to accept the punishment, but please let the women and children go. Glancing at the armed robot standing outside the door, the brawny man dropped the weapon in his hand and half knelt on the ground with his head lowered. This was an action of letting the other party do whatever they wanted. The family warriors behind him also threw down their weapons and half knelt behind the family head. A series of footsteps could be heard, and a Holy Dragon City cultivator walked in. He looked at the scene in the courtyard and snorted coldly, clan leader of the Battle Fanatic clan, you have been convicted for assisting Bargov in the battle. The Battle Fanatic tribe leader, who was half kneeling on the ground, trembled a little when he heard this, but he did not argue. The rules were set by the winner, and he knew that no matter how he tried to explain, it would be useless. If the otherworldly demons wanted to kill him, they didn't need any excuse. The Holy Dragon City cultivator nodded and continued, however, because you did not cause any damage to Holy Dragon City, we decided to give you a lighter sentence. You can pay a ransom to atone for your crimes and the crimes of your clansmen. When the Battle Fanatic tribe leader heard this, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He raised his head and asked, "Then please tell me, how many gold coins do I need to pay?" At this moment, the Battle Fanatic tribe leader was already prepared to bleed. "We don't want gold coins, we only want soul stones. You have to pay 200 soul stones within the stipulated time limit, and your sin will be erased. If you don't pay on time, you should know the consequences." After saying this, the Holy Dragon City cultivator turned around and walked out of the courtyard, heading to the next house of a noble in Snow City. He still had a lot of work to do in the following days. Seeing the Holy Dragon City's soldiers leave with their imposing auras, all the battle fanatics looked at each other, feeling pleasantly surprised as if they had just escaped death. The Battle Maniac clan leader stood up from the ground and lowered his head in deep thought for a moment. He then turned to look at an old man beside him. "How many soul stones do we have left in our treasure vault?" When the old man heard this, he immediately replied, "Soul stones of various sizes, a total of more than 300. The battle fanatic nodded his head lightly. "Take out all the soul stones and give them to the heavenly demonic tribe. Don't leave a single one." Since the heavenly demonic tribe wanted this kind of soul stone, he might as well hand over all of his collection and maybe they would look up to him. Perhaps the heavenly demonic clan didn't lack soul stones, but it was enough for them to know the attitude of Zhanquang's clan. The battle fanatic tribe leader, who had witnessed the terrifying strength of the Holy Dragon City, no longer had any expectations for the reinforcements and Demon Slayer army. He even had thoughts of joining the Holy Dragon City. Following such a powerful master, the Zhanquang clan would definitely gain huge benefits. However, this matter was related to the life and death of Zhanquang's clan, and he definitely couldn't make a rash decision. He still had to look at the situation first. Just as the Battle Maniac tribe leader was secretly rejoicing over his escape to death and pondering how he could gain benefits from Holy Dragon City, a mixture of sadness and joy was playing out in the noble families of Snow City. They originally thought that they would not be able to escape death and torture, but who would have thought that the Holy Dragon City would propose such a way of atonement, which made the dignitaries overjoyed. In the end, after the Holy Dragon City cultivators left, these dignitaries immediately rummaged through their boxes and cabinets and began to collect the soul stones needed for the ransom. If they did not have any at home or did not have enough reserves, they would immediately take a large amount of gold coins and start to buy things in private after being allowed to go on the streets in Holy Dragon City. In just one night, the price of soul stones in Snow City had increased by several times, and there was still a demand but no supply. This was because all the soul stones had been taken away by the otherworldly demons. They had even taken out carts of shiny gold coins to purchase all kinds of soul stones at a high price. The Holy Dragon City had also issued an ultimatum to the nobles of Snow City who had not paid the ransom. If they did not pay the ransom in time, it was not impossible for their families to be exterminated. The nobles of the city had no choice but to use messenger birds to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Their friends and relatives from other territories to help them collect soul stones and send them to the city. It didn't take long for the news of the exorbitant price of soul stones in Snow City to spread, attracting the attention of countless people. Some of the more daring adventurers, driven by profit, did not care whether the place was occupied by the otherworldly demons or not. They all took the soul stones they had collected and headed to Snow City. In the end, when they returned, every adventurer had made a fortune. This situation of getting rich overnight also caused more and more adventurers to take action quickly and participate in the ranks of collecting soul stones. All sorts of ruins, caves, and secret realms were filled with adventurers searching for soul stones. Of course, these things would happen in the future. The current Snow City was not much different from before, other than the destruction of many places and the change of ruler. Because of the Holy Dragon City's generosity, this city that had experienced chaos and war quickly regained its original vitality, and even became more lively. 1017 Hesitating one Just as the Holy Dragon City's army had easily taken down Snow City, the entire process of the battle was quickly collected and organized, and sent to the various native forces on the continent. The Holy Dragon City's first battle was too amazing. That kind of close-range crushing process and unparalleled strength would definitely give these native forces great pressure. Whether to be enemies with the Holy Dragon City or not to invade each other, these native forces had to make a choice. After all, with such strength, the Holy Dragon City would definitely not defend a small area. Who knew when they would wake up one day, the Holy Dragon City would already be at their doorstep. About 3 days' journey from Snow City, there was a plain in the valley, and a large number of tents were set up. There were so many tents that it was as if they could not be seen at the end. They completely occupied the plain between the valleys. Warriors and cultivators of different races were moving back and forth in this camp. Because they were subordinates of different lords, the boundaries between camps were very obvious. Even if they were facing the same enemy, these generals from various cities in the Xianxia province would never hand over their soldiers to someone else to command and then turn themselves into mere decorations. The feudal lords of the Xianxia province had different attitudes toward how to deal with the matter of the otherworldly demons. Their opinions also directly affected the generals under them, which caused internal disputes to arise in the feudal lords' allied army. At this moment, in a huge tent, the generals from various native forces were gathered together to discuss military intelligence. As soon as Snow City was captured by the otherworldly demons, a messenger bird had sent the news here, which immediately caused a great uproar. The generals of the native forces felt a headache coming on when they saw the otherworldly demons taking down Snow City so quickly. Their expressions turned extremely ugly. After receiving Bargov's request for help, they had already made preparations to send reinforcements. After all, Snow City was the first fortress to face the otherworldly demons, and they couldn't afford to lose it in the short term. The native forces would also use this as a barrier to fight against the otherworldly demons. Although some information about the extraterrestrial demon race had fallen into the hands of these native forces during this period of time, the Lord's Alliance army still did not pay enough attention to them while they were amazed by their strength and methods. Their allied forces were only unable to refuse the orders of the Empire and the requests of a large number of influential believers of God, so they had no choice but to send troops. In the eyes of some native generals, even though the alien demons had attracted the oracles of the native gods, they were still no match for the entire continent. They would probably be killed and driven away soon. However, up until now, no one had ever engaged in a large-scale battle with the otherworldly demons, so they were still unclear about their true strength. In that case, the battlefield in Snow City, which was facing the otherworldly demons, was the best opportunity to understand the situation. Therefore, this army, which was composed of troops dispatched by various feudal lords of Xianxia province, did not set off immediately after receiving the letter for help. Instead, they deliberately slowed down their pace and waited for Snow City to fight with the otherworldly demons. The Alliance army's thoughts were simple. They wanted to let Bargov and the otherworldly demons fight first. After understanding the other party's trump cards and tactics, the Lord's Alliance army would promptly intervene in the battle. This way, not only would they have a better understanding of their enemies, but they could also launch a pincer attack on the otherworldly demons. After the siege crisis was resolved, the Allied forces could easily control Bargov, or even imprison him directly, and completely control Snow City. After all, Lord Schwayman, who had gone through a brutal battle to defend the city, would definitely lose a lot of soldiers and her strength would be greatly reduced. By then, she would no longer be a threat to the Alliance army and could only obediently submit. The Alliance generals' calculations were very accurate, but things developed far beyond their expectations. Bargov didn't even last a day and was completely defeated. Was the enemy too powerful, or was Bargov too incompetent? The Alliance army's generals had gloomy expressions. They scolded Bargov for being useless while reading the latest information. However, the more they read, the gloomier their expressions became. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers, powerful individual strength, excellent weapons, and powerful war puppets all made the Allied army's generals shudder with fear. With such a luxurious setup and over 10,000 people, it wasn't surprising that Snow City had fallen in such a short time. No one felt sorry for Bargov. Even the lords behind some of the Allied generals had always regarded Bargov as a thorn in their side and hoped that he would be killed as soon as possible. However, to the lords' Allied army, the defeat of Bargov would add a lot of variables to the next battle. If the otherworldly demons, who were already very powerful, relied on Snow City to resist the Alliance army, then they, who had traveled all the way here, would most likely encounter an extremely awkward situation. After all, this Alliance army had a large number of people, and supplies were definitely a big problem. And Snow City happened to be the place they planned to replenish their supplies. Now, this supply point had become the enemy's lair. As long as the otherworldly demonic tribe could defend the city, the feudal lords, allied army would not be able to reach Riverview Village and launch an attack on that damned floating island. What seemed like an easy battle had become complicated. For a moment, the entire camp was filled with the Alliance generals frowning as they thought about their next move. In fact, there were only two paths in front of them. The first was to continue moving forward and fight to the death with the otherworldly demons who had taken over Snow City without any reinforcements or supplies. However, according to the information they had at hand, if they fought with the otherworldly demons, they might not gain any advantage. They might even suffer huge losses. This kind of battle result was naturally not the result that the Tianji province lords, who had been ordered to suppress the otherworldly demons but had decided not to put in any effort, wanted. The generals who were leading the troops also did not want to suffer defeat. Therefore, no one present would agree to this decision. Even though the Empire's special envoy was jumping up and down, forcing them to send troops immediately, no one paid any attention. As for the second option, they could stay put and wait for the Empire's army and the Demon Slayer army to arrive. Then, they could all attack Snow City together. According to the intelligence, the Empire had sent a total of nearly 100,000 soldiers, all of which were elites that had been recruited in a short time. Their combat power was naturally higher than that of the Lords, allied forces. They were the main force in the battle against the otherworldly demons, while the other troops were only assisting in the battle. It was said that the total number of Demon Slayer legions had exceeded 500,000, and the number was still increasing like a rolling snowball. Because of the appearance of the indigenous gods, countless fanatical believers responded to the call and abandoned all others to participate in the ranks of the demon slaying. Their morale was terrifyingly high. It was just that although these believers were a mix of good and bad, they expanded the number of Demon Slayer Legion, but their combat power did not dare to let people have too much expectations. No one expected these Demon Slayers, made up of farmers, merchants, and people from all walks of life, to be the main force on the battlefield. And NBSP, but then again, even if 500,000 pigs charged together, it would be enough to trample the otherworldly demons to death. It was precisely because of this powerful reinforcement that the generals of the Tianji province's allied army were not too afraid of the otherworldly demons, even though they were afraid of their strength. In the tent, the discussion was still ongoing. After discussing for a long time, no one could come up with a clear plan to decide if they should continue to advance towards Snow City. After all, no one would be stupid enough to do such a thankless thing. Even if it was an order from the Empire and there were special envoys from the Empire in the army, they couldn't change the decisions of these lords and generals. The Empire's special envoy was fuming with anger, but he was helpless. He could only leave the tent in hatred and try to put pressure on these lords and generals through other means. The generals of the Lords, Alliance army looked at the back of the envoy with a cold smile. Ever since they had lost to the High Elves and signed the Platinum Treaty, the Empire's influence had weakened. Even the generals of the Tianji province lords no longer took the Empire's orders seriously. Of course, he still had to put on a show on the surface. However, just as everyone was rejoicing over the fact that they had angered the Empire's special envoy and did not have to take the lead in fighting the otherworldly demons, a wave of exclamations suddenly came from outside. This was an explosion. All the generals' expressions changed. They quickly rushed out of their tents and came to the open space outside. Then, they opened their mouths wide and stared at the sky with bewilderment in their eyes. 1018 Air Strike 1. The sky above the Lord's Alliance army was quickly covered by a shadow. As far as the eye could see, a large number of strangely shaped flying objects, reflecting the cold light of metal, were rapidly flying toward the Alliance camp. There were so many of them that when they gathered together, they looked like dark clouds, covering the sky and earth. No one had ever seen such a flying object, nor did they know its exact origin, but everyone knew that its appearance was definitely not a good thing. Subconsciously, all the Allied soldiers were on guard. However, the Alliance generals who had just read the intelligence immediately thought of something, and their faces turned pale. Damn it! That's the flying battle puppet of the heavenly demon race. The entire camp immediately became chaotic following the angry roars of these generals. The soldiers of the Allied army who had long heard of the heavenly demon race were at a loss. In the face of the sudden appearance of an enemy in the sky, they did not know what to do for a moment. Some of the soldiers took out their bows and arrows in a panic and shot at the drones that flew past them. However, the arrows could not touch the drones that were more than 1,000 meters in the air. On the other hand, the short spears thrown by the cultivators successfully flew to this height, but they were easily dodged by the drones. Faced with the attack drones that had completely covered the sky, everyone felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of their hearts. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and dodge. Although they didn't know the combat methods of these drones, they had a great advantage from the high ground. Throwing rocks from this height was enough to kill many people. Therefore, the first thing the generals of the Alliance army thought of was not to fight back in vain, but to find a place to hide from the possible attacks. However, in such a chaotic situation, the order couldn't be conveyed effectively because almost all the soldiers of the Alliance army were looking up at the sky. It was also at this moment that the unmanned attack aircraft that passed by in the air suddenly began to turn back and dive like a ribbon. They dragged a long line and roared as they charged towards the Allied camp on the ground, getting closer and closer to the ground. A red light began to flash on the head of the attack aircraft, which was the precursor to the attack. In just an instant, the entire camp on the ground was divided into areas for bombardment. Then, one after another, miniature missiles were detached from the attack aircraft and shot toward the ground with a trail of flames. In the entire sky, white lines immediately flew across like a dense meteor shower, covering the entire Alliance camp. Before the Allied forces' soldiers could recover from their shock, a series of shocking explosions rang out. Balls of flames rose into the air, carrying broken limbs that flew up and then fell heavily. The bodies of countless Allied soldiers were blown into the sky by the shock waves of the explosion. When they fell, they had already become lifeless corpses. Under the effects of the high temperature and shock waves, the clothes of the corpses were torn to pieces. Their bodies were completely naked, covered in pitch-black traces of smoke and fire, looking extremely miserable. Under the concentrated attacks, the loud explosions seemed to be everywhere, making it impossible to distinguish north, south, east, and west. The panicking soldiers could only run and flee in a disorderly manner, but they felt that there was a dead end everywhere. This feeling was really hopeless. During this period, the number of Allied soldiers who were accidentally trampled was not much less than the number of soldiers who died in the bombing. However, the disaster was not over yet, because the unmanned attack aircraft that had fired the missiles began to fire again. Under the remote control of the Holy Dragon City soldiers, they quickly arranged themselves in a V-shaped formation. As they whizzed past, they continuously fired dense metal cannonballs at the living targets on the ground. Compared to the intimidating effect of the explosion, this kind of bullet screen shooting was obviously faster and crueler. As these drones flew past, the ground was immediately covered with broken bodies. The tide of death was like dominoes that were pushed forward, constantly pushing forward. A thick layer of blood mist rose rapidly from the ground as the drone advanced. The area of the plains was not small, and the unmanned attack aircraft could not cover the entire camp. Therefore, only the central area where the most people were gathered was plowed out like a hurricane, creating an extremely tragic bloody tunnel. This hellish scene scared all the survivors. They screamed in fear and ran in the smoke, cursing and screaming. Even the generals of the Allied forces didn't have the time to restrain the panicking soldiers at this moment because they were also attacked by missiles and barrage. By the time they dodged the attack, covered in dust, and looked at the surrounding camp, their hearts suddenly turned cold. The culprit had already gone far away after the attack, leaving only a reflective afterimage in the air. However, after being ravaged, the Allied camp was now in complete chaos. The originally neat camp was now full of traces of fire. Broken limbs could be seen everywhere, and there were not many intact tents left. The soldiers who had yet to recover from the shock were scattered all over the camp, either standing or sitting. They looked extremely disheveled, and no one knew where their weapons had been thrown. The ground was covered in blood and corpses. There was a passage made of corpses. No one was approaching it at the moment. Countless corpses were spread on the grass and extended far away. Such a tragic scene was truly unprecedented. The Alliance army generals looked at each other, their gazes becoming extremely heavy. The current situation was extremely dangerous. If they didn't take immediate measures to stabilize the crumbling morale of the army, a large number of deserters would soon appear, and the entire Alliance army would be crippled. Temporarily suppressing their fear of the otherworldly demons, the generals of the Allied army quickly dispersed and headed to their respective troops to reorganize the camp and stabilize the morale of the army. After seeing their respective generals, the panicked soldiers seemed to have found their backbone and quickly recovered. According to the orders of the officer, the Allied soldiers cleaned up the bodies and arranged the debris in the camp. They were very busy. The originally low morale also began to gradually recover. All the soldiers and generals felt extremely depressed when they saw the corpses being thrown into the pit. They hadn't even met the otherworldly demons yet, and they had already used such a method to give them a taste of their strength. The other party's plan had succeeded, and they were truly frightened. The same thought lingered in everyone's mind. If the battle puppets were already so powerful, how long could they last in a real battle with the otherworldly demons? The generals of the Allied forces, who had been laughing at Bargov's waste, now completely felt Bargov's powerlessness. In the face of such a terrifying war machine, they were simply helpless. If the otherworldly demons launched another similar attack, the entire Alliance army would collapse. At that time, even the generals of the Alliance army might not be able to keep their lives. Just as the generals were feeling pained over their losses and gritting their teeth at the otherworldly demons, the soldiers in the distance suddenly began to panic again, and low roars rang out. Damn it! Could it be that the otherworldly demons are attacking again? The hearts of the generals of the Allied forces jumped wildly. They quickly looked up at the sky, but they did not see the figures of those flying battle puppets. What's going on? Why are the soldiers panicking? However, they soon got the answer. A group of cultivators in black armor riding strange warhorses suddenly appeared in front of the camp that had just been attacked. When they heard the words, black armored cultivators, all the Alliance generals' eyes burned with anger. The damned otherworldly demons had actually delivered themselves to his door. 1019 Warning 1. The atmosphere in front of the Alliance army camp was extremely heavy. Looking at the black armored cultivators who stopped in front of the camp in an orderly manner, they didn't make a single sound, but they gave off a sense of oppression. All the soldiers of the Alliance army's breathing became heavier. They put down the bodies of their comrades and pulled out the swords at their waists, ready to fight. Although the air raid just now had caused heavy losses to the Allied forces, it didn't mean that the soldiers didn't dare to attack the enemies on the ground, even if these black armored cultivators had extraordinary cultivation. After all, there were only a few hundred of them, while the Allied forces still had tens of thousands of people even after being attacked by air. However, what made the soldiers of the Allied forces feel uneasy was that these hundreds of knights didn't have a trace of fear when facing tens of thousands of people. Under the raised masks, there were only cold and serious faces. It was as if they were only facing a herd of lambs, and they were bloodthirsty tigers in the mountains. The experienced veterans only needed a glance to know that these hundreds of black armored knights were not to be trifled with. Each of them had hands full of blood. These were the elites who had gone through hundreds of battles, each of them a killing god who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. They reminded their comrades not to act rashly. The Alliance soldiers just stared at the other party coldly, waiting for the general to deal with the next matter. After all, no one wanted to provoke the other party and suffer another hellish attack. Just as the two sides were in a silent confrontation, the various generals of the Alliance army rushed over after hearing the news. Their faces were filled with suppressed anger. This group of damned otherworldly demons had actually delivered themselves to his door at this time. He had to teach them a lesson. However, when they saw the black armored knights, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes, and their original thoughts disappeared. Taking in a deep breath, the generals of the Alliance army had complicated expressions on their faces, each of them having a headache. "Why have you come, sir? Please speak." A general of the Alliance army from the city of Riverdale in the Tianji province stood up as a temporary representative and asked the Holy Dragon City cultivators in front of him in a clear voice. He had no choice but to stand up because the Empire's special envoy had been blown up in the air raid just now. Even his body was not intact. After hearing his question, the leading Holy Dragon City cultivator jumped off his warhorse and strode towards the Alliance army camp under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. It was a middle-aged man with a tall and strong figure. His eyes were as cold as knives, and he exuded a terrifying aura as if he was a demon who had just crawled out of hell. The black armor he wore made him look even more powerful. The weapons and equipment he had on him also gave people a chill. Crack! His combat boots broke a branch. The two of them were about 10 meters apart when the Holy Dragon City cultivator stopped. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang 19 and I am from the Holy Dragon City Cavalry. The purpose of my visit is to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to withdraw your troops immediately. The Holy Dragon City cultivator who called himself Tang 19 said to the general of the Allied forces. When the general of the Alliance army heard this, a trace of anger appeared on his face. He sneered, "You launched a sneak attack without declaring war. After letting us experience Holy Dragon City's strength, you used your power to pressure us and force us to agree to retreat. You've killed so many of our brothers, are you going to just let it go like this?" Tang 19 nodded her head lightly. "If you're not convinced, that's fine. If you think that there are not enough dead people, we have other means to ensure that your place will be piled up with corpses like a mountain." When the general of the Alliance army heard this, the anger in his heart grew even more. He laughed in anger. "Your Holy Dragon City sure talks big, but do you think we'll be afraid? A warrior's fate is to die on the battlefield. So, although your means are powerful, you can't scare everyone. I have to remind you that Snow City is the territory of our empire, and we are soldiers of the empire. If you dare to forcefully occupy the empire's land, you will definitely suffer the empire's wrath." After a pause, the general seemed to have thought of something and snorted at the Holy Dragon City cultivators. "Your air raid can only show off in an open area. What can you do to me if I enter the forest?" A look of disdain appeared on Tang 19's cold face. She pointed at a forest in the distance. The general of the Allied forces, as well as the generals and soldiers behind him, all looked at the dense forest subconsciously. An even larger aircraft suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it flew over the dense forest and dropped something. Then, a huge fire dragon that was 100 meters long suddenly rose from the dense forest. The flames were even taller than the trees. Looking at the terrifying flames, everyone subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Imagining the scene of being surrounded by fire, they all felt a chill. "So even if you hide in the forest, you still can't escape our attack," Tang 19 said in a cold voice as she looked at the shocked general. Seeing the other party's bitter smile, Tang 19 added, "Our existence will not pose a threat to your overlord rule. In fact, our city lord would very much like to cooperate with your overlord." The general of the Alliance army looked troubled when he heard Tang 19's words. After all, he couldn't make the decision to cooperate with the otherworldly demons. He couldn't even make the decision to withdraw his troops. Even though he had already thought of retreating, he still didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Tang 19 knew that the other party could not make the decision, so she waved her hand and a pile of exquisite boxes appeared on the ground. Seeing the Holy Dragon City cultivators conjuring items out of thin air, all the Alliance army generals were shocked and began to guess the origin of this magical ability. Tang 19 ignored the others' probing gaze and pointed at the boxes. "Inside these boxes are gifts from our city lord to the various lords. Please help to deliver them." The general of the Allied forces glanced at the boxes and slightly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely deliver it." Hearing this, Tang 19 knocked on his chest armor and saluted the general of the Allied forces. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "My mission has been completed. Please leave as soon as possible, so that we don't have to fight. I'll give you a word of advice. Don't treat the Holy Dragon City's warning as a joke. Otherwise, I can guarantee that tens of thousands of you will lose your lives here." At this point, a cold smile appeared on Tang 19's face. Tang 19 looked at the general's ugly expression and said in a cold voice, "Actually, I hope that you won't listen to my advice. In that case, my men and I can have a good fight." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang 19's body suddenly rose into the air like a big bird. She let out a series of wild laughter that echoed across the plain. Seeing this shocking scene, the cultivators in the Alliance army were all shocked and clenched their fists subconsciously. As cultivators, they naturally understood what this meant. The Holy Dragon City was using this method to display their powerful strength and make their opponents fear them, causing them to withdraw from this battle. However, the other party did indeed have such strength. Otherwise, how could words alone scare these soldiers of the Alliance army? Tang 19 flew back to her horse under the watchful eyes of the crowd. With an order, all the Holy Dragon City knights turned their horses around at the same time. Under the gaze of countless people, they galloped quickly into the distance. 1020 The battle situation. 1. The warhorses that the Holy Dragon City's knights were equipped with were a kind of tamed monster. They were fast and had amazing endurance. They could not be compared to the warhorses of the natives. After the knight of the Holy Dragon City turned around and left, it was only a few minutes before he had already left. Looking at the back of the Holy Dragon City's knights, the generals of the Lord's allied army all had gloomy expressions and did not speak for a long time. The atmosphere of the entire allied camp fell into a strange state of silence, as if everyone had become mute in an instant. Their hearts were filled with confusion, grief, and intense fear and anger. As the hosts, they were first ambushed and killed by countless companions, and then threatened by the invader face to face. It was easy to imagine how angry they were. However, they didn't dare to fight back directly, for fear of encountering another terrifying attack like the one before. A sense of humiliation rose in everyone's hearts. They clenched their fists, their sabers trembled, and their eyes were burning with flames. However, until the Holy Dragon City cultivators left, no one jumped out to avenge their dead comrades. Instead, they all chose to remain silent. His anger accumulated to the end, but in the end, it only turned into a helpless sigh. Looking at the disappointed and fearful faces of the soldiers, the group of alliance generals were also helpless. As a general, he couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions and treat the lives of his soldiers as child's play. Since the Holy Dragon City Knight dared to come to their door directly, he must have something to rely on. This was something that all the generals present were very clear about. The previous air raid and the demonstration of releasing the fire dragon had clearly told the generals of the allied army that the otherworldly demons had long since made sufficient preparations. Although soldiers were proud of dying on the battlefield, it didn't mean that they were reckless. In a situation where they knew that they would lose, they still blindly rushed to their deaths. Those who had such thoughts could not be the general. Therefore, even if they had a large number of people, in the face of these hundreds of Holy Dragon City Knights, they did not have the courage to pursue them. If they did that, the consequences would be unpredictable. Who knew if the otherworldly demons would do what they said and launch another terrifying air raid on the entire Alliance army camp? If they continued to advance, the Holy Dragon City would really massacre the Lord's allied army. No one dared to take this risk. After a while, a general of the Alliance army finally broke the silence. It was the cultivator who had negotiated with the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City. He pointed at the metal box on the ground and said to the people with complicated expressions, "These are the items entrusted to you by the otherworldly demons. Please keep them and handle them properly. I believe that even if I don't say it, everyone should know that the otherworldly demons are waiting for us with a fierce method. Whether or not they use it will depend on our attitude. Now that the Alliance army's morale has collapsed, and the Empire's special envoy has died, the entire army has lost their leader. Even if we want to continue advancing, we can't effectively command these tens of thousands of troops. For the sake of the soldiers' safety, I've decided to retreat for the time being. I'll also hand over the items that the otherworldly demon race has sent to the Lord and wait for his opinion on how to deal with them. Everyone, I'll be taking my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, the general of the Allied forces ordered his men to step forward and lift the metal box marked with the name of the city of Torn Valley. He then quickly walked towards the camp he led. It did not take long for the soldiers from the city of Torn Valley to quickly assemble and begin to retreat slowly in the direction they had come from. The Allied army soldiers under the other lords all looked at this scene with complicated expressions. It was unknown whether the emotions in their eyes were disdain or envy. "Damn it, my soldiers are all scared out of their wits. There's no way we can fight this battle," one of the commanders from Helm City cursed out, before turning to his own guards and shouting, "What the fuck are you waiting for? Hurry up and carry the box home." Looking at the back of the general, the remaining people looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Now that things had come to this, even if they wanted to continue moving forward, the soldiers under them would probably refuse to carry out the order to avoid losing their lives in vain. Since that was the case, they could only choose to retreat temporarily and wait for the situation to develop. In the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen was standing in a hall that was filled with a sci-fi atmosphere. He was looking at 6 huge images that appeared in front of him. The contents of the real-time image captured by the Heavenly Eye system were the 6 enemy forces that could pose a threat to the Holy Dragon City. At the very front was the Empire's army, which numbered close to 100,000. They were traveling day and night, heading straight for Snow City. The members of this army were basically the Empire's regular army. They were well-equipped, with a large number of native cultivators. Although they had lost to the High Elves, it did not mean that the Empire's military power was weak. Thus, from the current situation, the Empire's army posed the greatest threat to the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen would naturally not allow the other party to advance without any resistance. Hence, the plan to stop the Empire's army had officially begun. It was estimated that it would not take long for these aggressive Empire's soldiers to experience the Holy Dragon City's methods. Other than the Empire's army, there were also the 4 armies made up of the demon slayers that needed to be paid attention to. Although they were a mix of good and bad, the total number of them had exceeded 500,000, among which were a large number of native cultivators and even believers who had been possessed by the souls of the native gods. This kind of believer possessed by the divine soul was equivalent to a doppelganger of the indigenous god, and naturally could also use the power of their main body. In addition, these aboriginal deities must have some special means, so they could not be underestimated. The power of faith could make people crazy, but it was also extremely easy to collapse after being hit. Therefore, Tang Zhen would not be polite when he attacked these 4 demon slayer legions. He strived to beat these motley crowd into a pulp and scare them. This was destined to be a tragic battle. After all, even 500,000 livestock would not be so easy to kill, let alone these fanatical believers of the indigenous gods. As for the remaining enemy forces, which were the coalition forces put together by the lords of Tianji province, they were no longer a concern. After being bombarded by the drones and intimidated by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, even though the Lord's Alliance army did not suffer heavy losses, their fighting spirit was on the verge of collapse. They did not dare to fight against the Holy Dragon City for a while. Moreover, the gifts that Tang Zhen had given to the Tianji province's lords would also make them seriously consider whether it was wise to make an enemy of the Holy Dragon City. After this war was over, Holy Dragon City's strength would be known to the world, and no enemy would dare to openly oppose Holy Dragon City. Then, the next god-slaying plan could be carried out smoothly. 1021 Ambush 1. In a dense forest, a few robust figures were advancing quickly. From the black battle armor they wore, it could be confirmed that they were the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. They were a standard cultivator battle team. Of course, the cultivators in this army only had an average cultivation of level 4 or 5. They could not be compared to the cultivators in the Holy Dragon City, which were made up of Lord cultivators. Even so, the combat power of a team of 5 level 4 and 5 cultivators couldn't be underestimated. Although they were unfamiliar with the terrain of this mountain forest, the Holy Dragon City cultivators still walked as if they were on flat ground, constantly moving towards the predetermined location. This place was a few hundred miles away from Snow City. The road between the two places was rugged and difficult to travel on. There was only a small path that shuttled through the mountains. On normal days, very few people would pass through this road. However, with the arrival of the Holy Dragon City and the demon slayers formed by the Aboriginals, this remote and difficult road that was the closest to the City of Snow began to become more and more lively. Almost every day, there would be groups of people passing through this place, heading towards Snow City. A large portion of these people were believers of the indigenous gods and were potential enemies of the Holy Dragon City. They did not follow the main force and entered Snow City first. They were in charge of gathering intelligence and receiving the main force. The Holy Dragon City's army, which was in charge of stopping the enemy, would naturally not let these enemies pass through this area. Thus, before the main forces arrived, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had arrived first on the flying devices immediately took corresponding actions in an attempt to stop the enemy. These Holy Dragon City cultivators were here to carry out a mission. After walking through the forest, for a few more minutes, a stream flowing out of the forest suddenly appeared in front of them. The stream in front of him was the only source of water in the vicinity. After flowing out from here, it would run parallel to the mountain road for some distance and then flow into a large lake. Almost all the travelers along the way would use this stream as a supplementary water source. Otherwise, no one could persist in walking dozens of kilometers to get water from the next location. Under the current circumstances, destroying the enemy's drinking water source had naturally become a necessary task for the Holy Dragon City cultivators. After looking around and confirming that there was nothing unusual, one of the Holy Dragon City cultivators took out an item and casually threw it towards the stream. However, just as the item was about to fall into the stream, a gust of wind suddenly appeared and smashed the item into the air. Then, dozens of strong figures rushed over from the distance and surrounded the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Judging from their speed, they were all experts among the native cultivators, and their strength was not much inferior to the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Seeing this, the Holy Dragon City cultivators looked at each other and immediately rushed to the other side of the river, trying to escape the enemy's ambush. The sound of leaves rustling came from the forest beside the stream. Then, a strange creature that looked very similar to a tree but had emerald green eyes suddenly appeared in front of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. It waved its long branches and whipped them at the Holy Dragon City cultivators. It was as fast as a green bolt of lightning. A Holy Dragon City cultivator was caught off guard and was struck by the branch. He immediately groaned in pain and retreated a few steps. "It's a Lord-tier monster. Be careful," his companion beside him reminded him. He suddenly unsheathed his sharp saber and blocked the branch that was coming at him. The sharpness of the Holy Dragon City cultivators' sabers had far exceeded the tree ant monster's expectations. After the two weapons clashed, the tree ant monster roared in pain. It turned out that its several meter-long branches had been cut off, and a dark green liquid was dripping from the broken branches. "Damn it, you actually injured a servant of God. I will never forgive you." The tree ant monster roared loudly and once again pounced towards the Holy Dragon City cultivator who had injured its body. At the same time, countless emerald green branches pierced towards the Holy Dragon City cultivator like spears. "You're looking for death." Faced with the tree ant monster's attack, the Holy Dragon City cultivator did not panic. He only snorted coldly and casually took out an item from his waist, throwing it at the tree ant monster. When the tree ant monster saw something coming at it, it waved its branches without hesitation, trying to swing the machine to the side. The moment the branch came into contact with the object, a loud bang was heard. A huge shock wave and metal fragments shot out in all directions. The tree ant's body moved slowly, and it took the impact of the explosion head-on. Its branches and leaves were sent flying everywhere. As for the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were already prepared, they took the opportunity to hide behind the big tree to avoid being injured by the bomb. Although the tree ant monster was covered in injuries from the explosion, it did not suffer any fatal injuries due to its special physique. Now, it was pouncing again. At this moment, the tree ant monster was in an extremely sorry state. It dragged its broken body, which was constantly flowing with green liquid, and roared at the Holy Dragon City cultivators as if it had gone mad. Through the few exchanges just now, the Holy Dragon City cultivators could already tell that the tree ant monster's close combat ability was indeed powerful, but it lacked long-range attacks. As long as one maintained a certain distance from it, even if it had a Lord-tier cultivation base, one could still grind it to death. However, they were surrounded by enemies at the moment. They didn't have enough time to slowly kill this troublesome guy. "We have to find a way to break out of this place, or we'll fall into the hands of the native cultivators sooner or later." Taking out the rifles hanging on their bodies, the Holy Dragon City cultivators immediately locked onto a direction and began to fire. In the dense forest, dense gunfire immediately rang out. As the bullets flew out, the enemies surrounding the Holy Dragon City cultivators were hit one after another and fell to the ground. Cries of alarm and curses rang out continuously. The native cultivators, who had never fought with the Holy Dragon City cultivators, could not guess the power of the Holy Dragon City's firearms and weapons, so they immediately suffered a great loss the moment they met. Corpses fell in the forest one after another. The remaining native cultivators who had not been attacked were all frightened at this moment. They hid behind the big trees and did not dare to stick their heads out to avoid being shot in the head. As for the powerful tree ant monsters, they were also beaten up by the cultivators of the Holy City until their fluids splashed everywhere, leaving broken branches and fallen leaves along the way. Seeing that it was unable to break through the Holy Dragon City cultivators' blockade, the tree ant monster could only roar in anger and retreat into the forest unwillingly. Relying on the powerful destructive power of firearms, the Holy Dragon City cultivators temporarily had the upper hand. However, this situation did not last for long. Very soon, the enemy began to launch long-range attacks, constantly shooting arrows and short spears at the Holy Dragon City cultivators. The Holy Dragon City's standard battle armor was made of special materials and had excellent defense. However, against the special arrows shot by these indigenous cultivators, they could still be injured. Sure enough, not long after, a Holy Dragon City cultivator was shot in the shoulder by a sharp arrow. The enchanted arrow was made of an unknown material. It actually pierced through the battle armor and pierced deep into the flesh. The Holy Dragon City cultivator who was fighting trembled, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. 1022 Persistenance 1A numbing and itchy feeling immediately spread from the arrow, causing the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were attacked to feel their hearts tighten. It was very likely that this enchanted arrow had been poisoned by the native cultivators. Just as this thought appeared, the Holy Dragon City cultivator's skin, which had been injured by the arrow, suddenly frosted, covering his armor. The Holy Dragon City cultivator's shoulder was also completely frozen. His entire arm drooped powerlessly, no longer feeling anything. The frost that covered the Holy Dragon City cultivator did not stop spreading after freezing his arm. Instead, it continued to spread to other parts of his body. Once it spread to the vital areas of the body, it would be life-threatening. Seeing this, the Holy Dragon City cultivator's expression immediately turned decisive. He threw the rifle in his hand to the side and deftly removed a piece of armor from his shoulder. He pulled out his saber and slashed at his frozen arm without any hesitation. The sharp blade cut through and the arm was cut off from the root. It fell to the ground and immediately melted into a pile of soft meat paste. And from the wound on his body, a cold air seemed to come out of it, as if it was alive, and quickly dissipated into the air. Seeing fresh blood gushing out of his wound, the Holy Dragon City cultivator let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly took out a bottle of spray and sprayed it on his wound. As soon as the spray came into contact with the skin, it immediately formed an extremely tough film, firmly wrapping the wound, and no more blood oozed out. The entire process was extremely short. It was obvious that he had received special training in this area. Otherwise, his movements would not be so agile. Looking at the enchanted arrow on the ground, a trace of fear flashed through the Holy Dragon City cultivator's heart. If the arrow had hit his chest or any other important part, he would have been a corpse by now. From this, it could be seen that although the overall strength of the indigenous cultivators was similar to that of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, some of their special methods were quite powerful, and they would suffer casualties if they were not careful. The 4 Holy Dragon City cultivators who were blocking the enemy at the side immediately looked at them with concerned eyes. After seeing that their companion was fine, they turned around and continued to block the enemy's attack. However, the only response they got was even more enchanted arrows. They landed around them one after another, covering the trees and the ground around them. All kinds of enchanted arrows with destructive effects were exploding one after another, and one would be affected if they were not careful. In order to ambush the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, these aboriginals had indeed put in a lot of effort. They had actually equipped themselves with so many expensive enchanted arrows. Heavenly demons inside, listen up. You have no way to escape. If you don't want to die, you'd better surrender immediately. If you continue to resist, we'll turn you into sieves when the next attack begins. As they were closing in, the aboriginal cultivators were still shouting, trying to put more pressure on the Holy Dragon City cultivators. However, in the face of the native cultivators, continuous persuasion and threats, the Holy Dragon City cultivators' expressions did not change, and they only retaliated silently. Seeing this, the native cultivators seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Soon, the number of arrows shot at them increased greatly, and they fell like a rain. In the face of such a frenzied attack, the trees that the Holy Dragon City cultivators used as cover were already riddled with holes. At the same time, under the effects of various energies, these few large trees quickly turned into a pile of rotten wood dregs. The Holy Dragon City cultivators, who had lost their cover, were now directly exposed to the enemy. To make matters worse, after the previous continuous firing, the ammunition they had brought was also exhausted. After securing the rifles in their hands behind their backs, the 5 Holy Dragon City cultivators quickly drew their battle swords. At the same time, they gently patted the wrists of their battle armors, and a thin special shield shot out. Kill. Without any unnecessary words, the 5 Holy Dragon City cultivators used the formation that they had rehearsed countless times and moved in the direction of the enemy. The arrows were blocked by their shields, and their speed did not slow down at all. When the ambushing enemies saw that the Holy Dragon City cultivators were no longer using firearms to attack, they immediately laughed wildly and jumped out from all directions, waving their battle swords and surrounding them. Without the threat of firearms, these native cultivators were fearless when they approached. They closed in with a few steps. A bloody and intense battle suddenly broke out at this moment. Under the enemy's concentrated siege, the Holy Dragon City cultivators' expressions remained calm. They kept brandishing the battle swords in their hands, desperately slashing at every enemy who tried to get close. Those native cultivators, who had the advantage of numbers, wanted to capture the 5 holy dragon city cultivators alive, like a cat toying with a mouse. However, after fighting for a while, their expressions became serious. Although the native cultivators who ambushed them this time were elites handpicked from the demon slayers, their experience in life and death battles was far from that of the holy dragon city cultivators. As the few indigenous cultivators underestimated their enemy, they were easily cut down by the holy dragon city cultivators during the fight. After losing several people in a row, these native cultivators began to become cautious. They no longer approached the holy dragon city cultivators easily, but used guerrilla tactics to continuously consume their physical strength. When they were exhausted, they would capture these holy dragon city cultivators alive and interrogate them for the information they wanted. But looking at the holy dragon city cultivators, they were clearly prepared to die. It would be extremely difficult to capture them alive. Damn it, why are these otherworldly demons so difficult to deal with? Are they not afraid of death? Just as the group of aboriginal cultivators were surrounding the 5 holy dragon city cultivators, a brawny man nearby was watching the battlefield intently and spoke in a cold voice. The native cultivator standing next to him was a mage in a long robe. A light ball was floating in his hand, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The reason why Master was able to use divination techniques to predict the heavenly demons' movements and set up an ambush was to capture these demon cultivators alive. The war is coming, but our understanding of the heavenly demon race is pitifully little. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Therefore, we must capture these otherworldly demons alive today no matter what. The sorcerer's tone was extremely determined. From the beginning to the end, he did not pay attention to his companions who were killed. He only stared at the 5 holy dragon city cultivators, waiting for the best time to strike. Don't worry, these demon bastards definitely won't be able to escape. The brawny man snorted coldly and strode toward the holy dragon city cultivators, ready to capture them personally. However, he had only taken a few steps when his expression changed slightly. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The wizard did the same, and the ball of light in his hand jumped rapidly, as if it would fly out of his palm at any time. A low buzzing sound could be heard as 2 strange-looking aircraft suddenly appeared above the battlefield and stopped. The enemies surrounding the Holy Dragon City's cultivators had also discovered the aircraft above them. Their attacks were also affected, and the Holy Dragon City's cultivators took the opportunity to kill another person. Looking at the flying device above them, the 5 Holy Dragon City cultivators covered in injuries suddenly sneered. Your time of death has arrived. 1023 in danger. 1 Hearing the Holy Dragon City cultivators' sneers, the aboriginal cultivators' hearts beat wildly. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard a familiar gunshot. The 2 drones hovering in the air had quickly locked onto them. The high-speed metal bullets easily tore the bodies of the native cultivators apart. This kind of special ammunition was specially equipped for the drone. It had extremely strong lethality and could easily penetrate the heavy armor of native cultivators. If it was adjusted to the accurate shooting mode, the hit rate was even higher. It could be said that once a low-level cultivator was locked on, there was basically no possibility of escape. A series of screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 native cultivators were killed by the drone. Several of the native cultivators were hit directly in the head, and their heads exploded instantly. The headless bodies shook a few times and fell to the ground with blood spurting out. The rest of the native cultivators were frightened and stopped their attacks. They used the thick trees to avoid being shot. When they had fought with the Holy Dragon City cultivators earlier, they had already discovered this point. In places with dense trees, the killing power of firearms and weapons would be greatly reduced. At this moment, the native cultivators were using the experience they had just gained to dodge the attacks of the drones, and the effect was obviously good. However, the headless bodies that fell on the ground from time to time reminded the native cultivators that even if they hid behind the trees, there was still a possibility of being shot to death. Behind the big tree in the distance, the brawny man and the native wizard gasped at the sight of the drone cleaning up the battlefield with high efficiency. They looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Was this the battle puppet mentioned in the intelligence? It was indeed a terrifying killing power. Whether it was the guns used by the Holy Dragon City cultivators or the sudden appearance of the unmanned attack aircraft, they all shocked the brawny men and mages who were watching the battle from the side. If the otherworldly demons had a large number of similar weapons, then the Demon Slayer Legion would not be able to find an effective way to resist them. When they thought about how the fanatical demon slayers had fallen in batches under the attacks of the otherworldly demons, sharp weapons, their faces turned frighteningly gloomy. No, I can't allow this to happen. The wizard growled as he stared coldly at the drone that was still hovering in the air. He then stealthily moved closer to it. The brawny man next to him immediately understood what he meant. He also began to use the trees as cover and came to the position below the drone. At this moment, his body was tensed up, like a cheetah approaching its prey, ready to launch a swift and fatal attack at any time. At this moment, the native cultivators were everywhere in the forest. They were constantly dodging, but even if they were to increase their speed to the extreme, it was still difficult for them to escape the capture and lock on of the drone. The screams of death rang out from time to time. Corpses were scattered in the forest. The hunters had become the prey, and they were all in a sorry state. However, while these native cultivators dodged, they also launched attacks, trying to shoot down the two drones from the sky. However, there seemed to be a protective shield on the surface of the drone that could easily block the attacks of the native cultivators. After that, the native cultivators who launched a sneak attack would be accurately shot and killed, turning into corpses in the blink of an eye. After trying a few times, these native cultivators found that their attacks had no effect, so they gave up this futile attack and began to try to avoid the pursuit. As the unmanned aircraft chased after the enemy, the 5 Holy Dragon City cultivators who had escaped finally had a chance to catch their breath. Although they were covered in injuries, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They began to retreat in one direction. The native cultivators were all avoiding the pursuit of the drones, so even when they saw this scene, they could not stop it. However, just as the 5 Holy Dragon City cultivators were retreating, a black shadow suddenly flashed behind a large tree. At the same time, snake-like branches stabbed at them ruthlessly. The tree ant monster that had just retreated from the battlefield had launched a surprise attack at this moment. The 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators at the very front could not dodge in time and were directly hit by the tree ant monster's branches. They were already exhausted, so how could they withstand such a heavy blow? They immediately fell to the ground, spurting blood. The tree ant monster's branches immediately seized the opportunity to wrap around the 2 men's necks and bodies, trying to strangle them to death. Seeing that their companions were being attacked, the remaining 3 Holy Dragon City cultivators roared in anger at the same time. They waved their battle swords and rushed forward, wanting to save their companions. As the saber danced, leaves and branches kept falling, and the branches on the tree ant monster's body were cut into pieces. However, the branches that bound the Holy Dragon City cultivators were not cut off. Perhaps this tree ant monster had used some kind of secret technique that made the branches binding the Holy Dragon City cultivators abnormally tough. After the saber slashed down, it only left a shallow mark. Even though it was under the frenzied attacks of the 3 Holy Dragon City cultivators, the tree ant monster continued to resist and refused to retreat. It refused to let go of the 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators it had trapped. And from the looks of it, this guy clearly wanted to die together with the 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators. Ha ha ha, I've already left a life seed in Master's divine kingdom. Even if you kill me now, I'll be reborn soon. You damn guys, you actually dared to hurt my body. Today, you will die no matter what. The tree ant monster laughed crazily, and the branches that bound the Holy Dragon City cultivators tightened again. Even their battle armor caved in. The 2 trapped Holy Dragon City cultivators let out muffled groans, blood slowly flowing from the corners of their mouths, and their eyes became unfocused. Damn it, hurry up and save him. A Holy Dragon City cultivator turned his head and roared at the drone above him. One of the unmanned attack drones, which had both AI control and remote control, immediately changed its target after hearing the roar of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. It locked onto the tree ant monster on the ground. A series of bullets landed on the tree ant monster's body, causing wood chips to fly all over its body. In the blink of an eye, a section of its body had been forcibly knocked off. But even so, the tree ant monster was still not dead. It was still swaying its body, and all the branches on its body were shaking wildly. The drone immediately increased its attack power. Who would have thought that the tree man's branches would immediately weave into a tree wall to block the bullet attack? In the center of the tree wall were 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators whose faces were as white as paper, their lives hanging by a thread. 1024 Reinforcements 1. Just as the drone was about to attack the tree ant monster, a ball of light suddenly flew up from the ground and struck the drone's shell. A muffled sound suddenly spread through the forest. The ball of light seemed to have a terrifying amount of power. When it touched the protective shield of the drone, it could not be stopped at all and a fist-sized hole was punched through it. The drone that was ambushed immediately trembled and swayed in the air as if it would fall at any moment. At this moment, another body shot up into the sky. It was the brawny man who had been waiting for a long time. After the sorcerer's sneak attack with the ball of light succeeded, he shot towards the drone like a cannonball. He laughed as he swung his fist at the drone. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the drone that was already on the verge of collapse immediately let out a roar and fell rapidly to the ground. Hurry up and take it away. Once it's sent back, it'll definitely be a great achievement. The gods will definitely not be stingy with their rewards. Floating in the air, the brawny man let out a proud laugh and shouted at the native cultivators on the ground. However, he didn't get any response. Instead, he saw a trace of fear in the eyes of the native cultivators on the ground. What are you guys doing? As soon as the burly man opened his mouth, he felt a sense of danger. At the same time, an icy cold voice rang in his ears. A reward from the gods. I'm afraid you won't be able to live to enjoy it. When the burly man heard this sound, he didn't even dare to turn his head and immediately began to run for his life. However, his body had only moved a few meters before he suddenly stopped. Then, a line of blood appeared on his forehead. Voila! The brawny man with the Lord's cultivation was split in half, and his organs and blood splattered onto the ground. Boom! With another muffled sound, the tree ant monster on the ground was smashed into pieces by a huge mace, and then stepped on by a big foot. The native cultivators who were originally avoiding the drones all opened their mouths in shock and fear. They didn't know when it started, but countless figures appeared in the surrounding forest, slowly walking towards their position. A soaring killing intent was emitted from their bodies. In the sky, a 9th-level Holy Dragon City Lord cultivator in black armor was looking down at the earth. A sharp blade condensed from air was slowly disappearing from his palm. The native lord who had attacked the drone earlier had been killed by him. As for the sorcerer who had ambushed the drone, he was leaning against a tree. A short alloy spear had pierced through his chest and he had died. He glanced at the remaining native cultivators on the ground. His eyes were full of cold killing intent, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a contemptuous sneer. Only when his gaze fell on the injured Holy Dragon City cultivators would his cold eyes reveal a trace of concern. At the place where the tree ant monster had stopped earlier, a huge monster that was 4 to 5 meters tall appeared. It was extremely ugly and ferocious. Under the heavy armor full of spikes, the muscles on his body were bulging and full of terrifying strength. He stood there like a small mountain, making people feel intimidated. It was waving its huge mace with a ferocious expression, driving away the native cultivators around it. These ferocious monsters were the ogres raised and trained by the Holy Dragon City. They were known as the meat grinders on the battlefield. Boom, boom, the sound of trees snapping could be heard, and soon, hundreds of ogres appeared behind this huge ogre. They were drooling and looking at the broken corpses on the ground with greedy eyes. Among the guards of the ogres, a tall, bald man wearing armor similar to the ogres slowly walked out. He looked quite fierce. Beside him stood a 4-armed boy in a cloak. He was also bald and carried a heavy rifle. After the two of them appeared, they began to look around. Their gazes finally landed on the heavily injured Holy Dragon City cultivators, and a trace of anger flashed through the bald man's cold eyes. The bald man let out an angry roar as he looked at the frantic native cultivators. Scoundrels, I'm going to punish you. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, he raised his arm and pointed at the stunned indigenous cultivators. The huge and ferocious ogres around them heard his words and immediately pounced on them like heavy trucks. The scene of the ogres charging forward was too shocking. Even the ground under their feet trembled as they ran. It was as if 1,000 troops were charging. When the native cultivators saw this, their faces turned pale and they turned to flee without hesitation. Even though they were surrounded by the figures of the heavenly demons, they were not willing to face such a terrifying and brutal giant monster. They were afraid that the huge wolf-tooth club would land on their bodies and smash them into meat paste. That kind of tragic death, just thinking about it made people shudder. However, these native cultivators had only run a few steps when they saw a group of half-mechanical monsters made of metal and flesh in the forest ahead of them. They were rushing toward them at high speed. There was only bloodthirst and coldness in their eyes when they looked at the native cultivators. There was no emotion that a living creature should have. The most devastating thing was that the teeth of these cyborg monsters were all made of metal. One could only imagine how terrifying their lethality was. Once they were surrounded by these monsters, there was no possibility of survival. After seeing the group of half-mechanical monsters, the native cultivators didn't dare to continue moving forward. They quickly changed their direction and rushed toward the other side of the forest. In the blink of an eye, they had completely fallen into despair. A large group of armed robots made entirely of metal were constantly advancing in the forest, forcibly opening up a new path. Behind these armed robots was a long line of soldiers. It was the Holy Dragon City's army that had come to stop the enemy. At this time, the native cultivators had no way out, and the weak had already knelt on the ground in despair and surrendered, trying to save their lives. The ogres and half-mechanical beasts surrounded them, and after they left, there were only some bloodstains left on the ground. There were also some indigenous cultivators who launched a crazy attack, pouncing towards the Holy Dragon City cultivators. After a few gunshots, these indigenous cultivators fell to the ground one after another, closing their eyes unwillingly. The Holy Dragon City Lord standing proudly in the air did not care about the screams and curses of the indigenous cultivators. He only raised his head and looked into the distance. As long as they crossed the hill in front of them, they would reach an open plain. The Demon Slayer Legion that they were responsible for stopping this time was currently stationed there. In this Demon Slayer Legion, there were more than 100,000 Demon Slayer and fanatical believers who had responded to the call of the indigenous gods and gathered to expel the otherworldly demons. Once this Demon Slayer Legion reached Snow City or gathered with the other 3 Demon Slayer Legions, the situation would be quite unfavorable for Holy Dragon City. Therefore, their mission this time was to intercept these 100,000 native enemies. It would be best if they were all buried in this dense forest in the valley. 1025 The collision that is about to happen. 1. If the Holy Dragon City wanted to get rid of the enemy, they had more than one method to choose from. However, due to limited conditions, they could not implement any of them at the moment. After all, the Holy Dragon City was currently fighting in another world. Many of the resources consumed in the war could not be replenished in time. It was unknown how long the war would last, so the stored materials naturally needed to be used reasonably. For example, the Holy Dragon City's air force could only be put into battle when they needed fire support, so most of the battles still needed to be solved by the ground troops. And this kind of close-range combat was also the best and most respected fighting style of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. The person in charge of commanding this army was a lord of Holy Dragon City with a 9th-rank cultivation. He had once been a wandering cultivator and had joined Holy Dragon City when he was at his lowest. Relying on the Holy Dragon City's abundant cultivation resources, his talent had increased rapidly, and he was only one step away from becoming a king-level cultivator. Tang Zhen would naturally put in great effort to nurture these kind of residents who had a strong sense of belonging to the Holy Dragon City and were quite strong. Moreover, he would entrust them with important tasks. Because he did not have his own name before he joined the Holy Dragon City, he chose to follow Tang Zhen's surname and named himself Tang Lai. Looking at the endless march behind him, Tang Lai waved his hand and ordered them to continue moving forward. The Holy Dragon City soldiers who had received the order quickly ended their search in the dense forest and began to march towards the enemy's location. At this moment, in the direction of the Holy Dragon City's 2nd Legion, there was an ancient city's ruins. One of the 4 Demon Slayer Legions was currently stationed there. According to the original plan, the Demon Slayer Legion would enter the dense forest area in front of them today, then cross the valley and head straight for Snow City. However, when the leader of the Demon Slayer Legion received the latest news that an army of tens of thousands of otherworldly demons was approaching, he immediately gave the order to stop. Once the Demon Slayer Legion and the otherworldly demons encountered each other, a bloody battle was bound to break out. The narrow valley was destined to be the best battlefield to fully display the advantage of the Demon Slayer Legion's numbers. Therefore, the vast ancient ruins under their feet were the perfect place for the final battle. They would wait here for the heavenly demons to exhaust themselves and give them an unforgettable lesson. As the location of the battlefield was confirmed, pieces of information about the otherworldly demons fell into the hands of the commander of the Demon Slayer Legion. Looking at the information collected recently, the native cultivators who had been elected as leaders and had the support of the Empire behind them felt a bit of a headache. Based on the performance of the otherworldly demons in the past few battles, their weapons and equipment were completely different from those on the continent of Timriel. They were more efficient and sharp, especially in terms of long-range attacks, which completely crushed the native forces. Thus, even if the otherworldly demons didn't have the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, as the otherworldly demon army rapidly approached, the Demon Slayer army's only option was to fight head-on since they couldn't ambush or outwit the enemy. Just as they were intensely discussing tactics and preparing to kill as many otherworldly demons as possible, another piece of information sent by the messenger bird fell into the hands of the leader of the Demon Slayer Legion. The leader of the Demon Slayer Legion's expression changed and his hands trembled slightly after reading the report. Looking up at the leaders around him, he took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. The heavenly demon race has arrived. The Holy Dragon City's army moved at a speed that the Demon Slayers could not even imagine. They quickly passed through the rugged valley and headed straight for the ancient ruins. A large number of chariots let out loud roars and galloped on the vast plains that used to be cultivated land. All kinds of vehicles followed closely behind, like a steel wave that covered the earth, directly killing the Demon Slayer army. They had already received the order, and there was no other request. The battle would only end when they could not see the enemy's figure. All the soldiers knew that this would be a bloody massacre, a disaster that belonged to the Demon Slayers. The advantage in strength and equipment made Tang Lai, who was in charge of commanding, abandon all fancy means and only seek a clean and simple battle. He needed this kind of honor to prove that the city lord had not chosen the wrong person, and the Holy Dragon City also needed this kind of battle result to intimidate the rest of the enemies. Hundreds of thousands of lives should be enough. As the Holy Dragon City's army continued to advance, the ruins of an ancient city could be seen on the distant horizon. The broken walls and pillars of the main hall still stood. On the ground below the hill, there was a black mass of people. It was the Demon Slayer Legion that had taken up a defensive formation after receiving the information. The Demon Slayers of different ages were holding their simple weapons tightly, waiting for the battle to begin. They had already made preparations. Once the battle began, they would kill one of the otherworldly demons even if it meant exchanging their lives for the other. Otherwise, they would not be satisfied even if they died. As for the rumbling sounds from the approaching heavenly demons, it didn't affect them much, because they had already been informed that the heavenly demons had a large number of battle puppets. Although the war puppets were terrifying, they still had a fatal weakness. The Demon Slayer Legion, which had the advantage in numbers, thought that they could completely destroy them. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. In a few minutes, they would collide. At the center of the Demon Slayer army, a middle-aged man in charge of commanding the battle roared as he saw the Holy Dragon City's army approaching. A shocking aura erupted from his body. At the same time, a huge shadow condensed in the sky above his head. It was the image of an old man with a long beard. He wore a short robe and held a magic staff in his hand. His eyes flashed with an indescribable madness. He was one of the gods that the natives believed in, the crazy demon god xianxia. With the appearance of his shadow, the demon slayers on the ground immediately let out a shocking cheer, and their fighting will was instantly raised to the limit. Just as xianxia's figure appeared, another huge figure appeared out of thin air. It was a very thin-looking dragon, and its entire body exuded an ominous aura. This was one of the aboriginal deities, the pestilence demon god Put. With the appearance of the two demon gods, the fighting spirit of the Demon Slayer Legion soared to the sky. With the command of the commander, the Demon Slayer Legion let out crazy roars like a tide and swept toward the steel wave on the opposite side. 1026 Intense battle. More than 100,000 demon slayers spread out, and their roars were even more intense than the sound of the sea waves. It was like a flood that had gone out of control and was about to engulf the island on the other side. The demon slayers didn't show any fear in the face of the metal war chariots that were charging at them. There was only an indescribable fanaticism. At this moment, they had completely forgotten about the fear of death. They only wanted to kill all the otherworldly demons and make the god they believed in happy. When the distance between the two sides was less than an arrow's length, the armored tank at the forefront began to spray endless flames, and bullets mercilessly poured down on the demon slayer at the forefront. The sound of guns and cannons, which was even more intense than the roars of the demon slayers, instantly filled the battlefield. The fanatical demon slayers immediately fell to the ground like wheat fields blown by a hurricane. At the same time, they quickly spread backward. The ground was immediately dyed bright red. Death was displayed in front of the demon slayers in a way that they had never seen before. The distance between the two that were about to collide was suddenly pulled apart, and it was filled with flesh and blood. The demon slayers, who had recovered from their fanatical state, looked at the tragic scene of death with incredulous eyes. An emotion called fear quickly emerged in their hearts. The originally indomitable footsteps suddenly became hesitant, but very quickly, they were swept forward. Soon, the demon slayers, who had begun to wail, were swallowed by the rolling metal wave and were instantly crushed into pieces. When the two waves completely met, the real battle officially began. The demon slayers, who were holding sickles, axes, wooden sticks, and stones, didn't care if they were protected or not. They pounced on the completely sealed chariot like crazy. But before they could get close, they were shot and killed by the Holy Dragon City soldiers who followed the chariots. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net occasionally, it was impossible for them to cause any damage to the special metal-made chariots. Boom! The explosion of the bomb rang out in the Demon Slayer Legion, tearing countless Demon Slayer into pieces and scattering them in all directions. As the Holy Dragon City's army pushed forward and surrounded them, spells from the indigenous cultivators and all kinds of scrolls fell into the Holy Dragon City's camp from time to time, bursting with brilliant light. At this moment, the battle became more and more intense. With the order of Commander Tang Zhen, the Holy Dragon City's army that had finished their deployment immediately launched a fierce attack. With a roar, a large number of unmanned attack aircraft appeared and began to move back and forth on the battlefield. They constantly poured a large amount of ammunition, clearing out the demon slayers who had not yet come into contact with the Holy Dragon City army. Thousands of half-mechanical beasts roared and charged at the demon slayers. They were bloodthirsty and brutal, using their sharp fangs to tear all the enemies they encountered into pieces. One by one, the tall armed robots were like reapers on the battlefield, constantly advancing forward. No one could stop their footsteps along the way. However, the most eye-catching thing was the ogre army led by Big Bear. They waved their spiked clubs like crazy demons, smashing all the enemies in their way into pieces. From time to time, they would even steal a bite of snacks. Because of their heavy armor and their innate abilities, these ogres weren't afraid of the attacks of the native cultivators at all. They marched straight towards the center of the Demon Slayer army. In the chaotic battlefield, more than 100,000 native demon slayers were completely crushed by tens of thousands of Holy Dragon City soldiers. Their fighting spirit had been extinguished by blood. They were like flies, running around the battlefield, hoping to find a way to escape. However, at the beginning of the battle, the Holy Dragon City army had already begun to surround them, firmly trapping all the enemies. They were already fish in a barrel. Under the Holy Dragon City's powerful military blockade, there was no possibility of escape. At this time, the battlefield was completely under the control of the Holy Dragon City's army. They were constantly driving away the panicking enemies, and at the same time, the encirclement continued to shrink. The ground was already covered in countless corpses. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers, covered in blood and smoke, were sending the enemies who had completely collapsed to hell. At this moment, they didn't need to think about anything else. They only needed to faithfully execute their orders. War was a battle of life and death. If the Holy Dragon City army was at a disadvantage today, they would not have a good ending. Moreover, killing was a common occurrence for the cultivators in Lusheng. They were already used to this kind of scene, so they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. As the battlefield gradually shrank and a large number of enemies gathered, the high-end combat forces belonging to both sides also began their decisive battle. Strong figures shuttled back and forth quickly on the battlefield. The light of swords and spells rose and fell, and the huge destructive power was no less than that of guns and weapons. At this point in the battle, the native cultivators had already realized that if they could not escape from the Holy Dragon City army's encirclement, they would not be able to escape death. Under the threat of death, these aboriginal cultivators exploded with all their combat strength, fighting evenly with the Holy Dragon City's cultivator team. However, their overall cultivation was far from the Holy Dragon City's aboriginal cultivators. How could they be the Holy Dragon City's overlords, opponents? They were like a group of unyielding children, being sent flying by the strong men with sharp blades. It was only now that these aboriginal cultivators truly realized how great the gap in strength between them and the Holy Dragon City cultivators was. As the blades flew, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The native cultivators were killed one after another, and the number of people who put up a last-ditch resistance was decreasing. In the intense battle, the two commanders of the Demon Slayer Legion, who had been possessed by the souls of the indigenous gods, fought with the two Holy Dragon City cultivators while roaring continuously. Because of the divine soul possession, the strength of these two native cultivators was unexpectedly strong. They were almost on the same level as king-level cultivators. In the world of Timrel, this kind of power was almost at its limit. If he took another step forward, he would become a god in this world. However, the power of the world's origin was not endless, so the number of gods also maintained a fixed number, and would not easily increase or decrease. Therefore, the strength of these native cultivators who had been possessed by the divine soul would at most reach the limit of the Lord, and they would never cross the threshold of qualitative change. However, in this kind of life and death battle, this kind of restriction made them feel extremely aggrieved. They were suppressed by the Holy Dragon City cultivators to the point that they had no chance to fight back. To the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had participated in killing king-level existences more than once, getting rid of two top-notch lords would only take a little time at most. 1027 Smoke from the war. 1. A huge amount of blood soaked the ground, making it muddy. Broken corpses could be seen everywhere, covering the ground in their field of vision. They were stacked on top of each other in a disorderly manner, and a nauseating smell drifted in the air. The Asura hell was nothing more than this. The dying ones were still struggling, and all kinds of strange sounds came out of their mouths and wounds, which filled the entire battlefield. It was like the sound of death, enough to make the legs of the weak go soft and unable to stand up again. Smoke filled the air, and broken weapons were stuck everywhere. Warhorses that had lost their masters were running around in the sea of zombies, neighing from time to time. Teams of Holy Dragon City soldiers were constantly searching the battlefield, carrying out the final cleanup work on the outer battlefield. There was no need to keep any prisoners in this battle. The crisp sound of gunfire, mixed with the cold glint of sharp blades unsheathed, and the screams that reverberated on the battlefield, formed a hellish scene. The enemies who suddenly jumped up from the corpses and tried to make a final struggle all fell in despair. Under the cold gazes of the surrounding people, the numerous fake dead had no chance of escaping. They cursed loudly and begged bitterly, but it was to no avail. The cultivators' indifference to their enemies was reflected to the extreme at this moment. Facing these demon slayers from the other world, they had no pity in their eyes. Perhaps it was just as the native gods had said, the cultivators of Lu City were indeed all demons. Once one chose to be their enemy, one had to be prepared to pay a heavy price. From the periphery of the battlefield to the center, there were still sporadic battles happening. Groups of enemies were struggling on the brink of death, making a futile final counterattack. They were covered in wounds. Blood and mud had already made them look extremely disheveled. With the Holy Dragon City's soldiers closing in on them, these enemies' eyes were filled with despair, and they were roaring like wild beasts. What responded to them were sharp blades and bullets. In this area, the ogre army and the half-mechanical beasts were feasting on the food that they thought was extremely fat. The sound of bones and muscles being broken could be heard from their mouths. After passing through this area, they could see a large number of Holy Dragon City warriors advancing. The sounds of battle could be heard from time to time. The enemies who had no way to retreat were falling in pools of blood one after another as the Holy Dragon City's soldiers advanced. Suddenly, a burst of cheers rang out from the center of the battlefield. Then, two majestic figures soared into the sky, each holding a bloody head. The head with twisted facial features was staring at the bloody battlefield with a trace of helplessness and unwillingness in its eyes. The owners of the heads were the two commanders of the Demon Slayer Legion who had been possessed by the souls of the indigenous gods. They had been killed by Tang Lai at this moment. With the enemy chieftain's death, this battle was over. The Holy Dragon City's army faced an enemy that was more than 4 times their number. They quickly ended the battle at a jaw-dropping speed. The Demon Slayer Legion, formed by more than 100,000 Demon Slayer around the ancient city ruins, was completely annihilated in the end. Not a single one survived. When the results of this battle were spread, the Holy Dragon City's name as a demon was acknowledged by all the natives. They would usually curse, but they also felt incomparable fear in their hearts. In the face of the otherworldly demons who had killed more than 100,000 people in one battle, these aboriginals would not join those demon-slaying teams easily and lose their lives for nothing unless they had no other choice. While the battle around the ancient ruins was still ongoing, another Holy Dragon City army was also about to engage the enemy. Their target was the army from the Empire, which also had a total of nearly 100,000 people. Unlike the Demon Slayers, the Imperial Army was made up of professional soldiers who had been trained for a long time and had participated in battlefields. Their combat power was quite strong. The demon slayers from all walks of life could not be compared to these professional soldiers. If the two sides met on the battlefield, a team of 100 soldiers of the Empire could easily kill thousands of demon slayers. Facing such an Imperial soldier who was proficient in cold weapons, if they chose to fight in close combat, although the Holy Dragon City was not afraid, it would definitely cause a certain number of casualties. This method was clearly not a wise move. Therefore, the commander of this army decided to let these native professional soldiers experience another way of fighting in Holy Dragon City. With modern weapons and tactics, he would leave an unforgettable lesson for the enemy. Unlike the Second Legion, which had a commander who advocated close combat and had subordinates who liked to fight with the enemy, the team responsible for attacking the dynasty's army had many members from the original world. They preferred to use technological weapons to deal a devastating blow to their enemies. The total number of Holy Dragon City soldiers participating in this operation had already exceeded 30,000, including the Air Force, Ground Force, Chariot Force, Artillery Force, and so on. If not for the fact that they were wearing the standard armor of the Holy Dragon City, one would mistake them for an army from the original world just by looking at their weapons and equipment. Traces of the Holy Dragon City's army could be seen everywhere in the sky and on the ground. As the main force set off, information about the enemy was quickly sent to the command center of the army. At this moment, a huge vehicle was slowly moving forward in the center of the group. This vehicle used both tracks and wheels to move. At the same time, it could easily wade through water. Its own defensive capabilities were also excellent, and it also had a powerful firepower system. Along the way, it had been closely guarded by the surrounding chariots. The army's command center was located in this special vehicle. The army's commanders were currently surrounding the holographic map and constantly perfecting the battle plan. Through the images transmitted by the Sky Eye system, everyone could observe the enemy army without any fear, and they did not have to worry about being discovered by the enemy. It could be said that the Empire's army was now fully exposed to the Holy Dragon City's eyes. There were no secrets to speak of. Looking at the high morale of the enemy after a long journey, the officers present nodded in approval. It was obvious that the commander of the Empire's army had a rather impressive commanding power, which was why he was able to manage the army in such an orderly manner. An enemy with such qualities would definitely have extraordinary combat power. Although the Holy Dragon City was more powerful than the other side, they still had to go all out when facing such an enemy. 1028 Prologue of Death 1. The sky was gloomy, and the road was long. The endless army was slowly advancing on the road. The dust stirred up as they advanced, condensed and floated up for a long time. The Empire's soldiers were all covered in dust. They raised the spears in their hands and looked forward like soulless puppets. The long journey over the past few days had already made them feel extremely exhausted, and they no longer had the extra energy to think about all sorts of messy things. Everyone knew that after their long journey, they would face the powerful enemy that had caused the continent to be in turmoil. They came from outside this world and came to destroy this world. If they were allowed to do as they pleased on the continent, all the other races would be implicated and eventually walk towards extinction. Thus, the gods sent down an oracle, and the nobles of the Empire actively fought against them. They wanted to drive the extraterrestrial demons out of this world at all costs. With the unprecedented cooperation of the Empire's upper echelons, a large number of soldiers were quickly mobilized and headed straight for Snow City. This terrifying efficiency was almost unprecedented. From this, one could see how much the Empire's rulers feared the otherworldly demons. After all, the people in power of the Empire had more information than the ordinary people, and they were more aware of how dangerous the otherworldly demons were. Of course, for ordinary soldiers, these things had little to do with them. They only needed to eat and follow orders to fight. What they didn't know was that the enemy on this expedition had already set their eyes on them. A thunderous sound suddenly rang out in the ears of the soldiers, causing them to subconsciously raise their heads to see if it was going to rain. However, what they saw was a group of objects slowly approaching from the sky. As they passed by, they kept dropping white flower-like things. These strange flowers had square-shaped objects hanging under them, which looked like dandelion seeds. They were slowly falling on the plain where the Imperial army was. Countless soldiers of Zenith looked up at the sky and discussed the strange scene curiously. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. The Imperial military officers who had serious expressions all ordered the soldiers to stop moving forward and stood on the spot, ready to enter the battle at any time. According to the information they had, They had reason to believe that it was the otherworldly demons doing, so they had to be on guard. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Under the gaze of the Empire's soldiers on the ground, the flowers that fell from the sky became clearer and clearer, allowing them to see what the objects under the flowers were. It was a square-shaped metal object that looked like a cabinet. It seemed to be a single piece and was quite heavy. Seeing this scene, the Empire's soldiers had a bad feeling and subconsciously retreated in all directions. With these metal objects as the center, blank areas quickly appeared. In the blink of an eye, these metal objects landed in the open space. Bang! With a series of muffled sounds, the metal objects fell heavily to the ground and sank deep into the soil. The soldiers raised their spears and sabers and got into a defensive posture. They kept looking at the metal piece with an unknown origin and a strange coat of arms, their eyes full of doubt and vigilance. Don't panic, don't get too close. Everyone, leave this place immediately. The officers of the Empire on their warhorses urged the soldiers to move forward quickly in case of any accidents. After the soldiers of the Empire heard the order, they began to reorganize their ranks and tried their best to avoid the metal objects as they continued to advance. However, there was no way a team of nearly 100,000 people could leave this area so quickly. Just as the soldiers passing by were examining these metal objects, and the mages of the Empire's army were carefully studying them, something strange happened. The metal object, which was originally a single entity, suddenly stretched out, revealing the secret hidden within. Cold metal tubes were revealed at this moment, pointing at the panicked soldiers of the Empire. When the flashing green light turned red, the high-speed bullets began to wreak havoc in the dynasty's camp. This special weapon was temporarily named as the machine gun throwing platform. It could be airdropped into the enemy camp with 15,000 rounds of ammunition. It could use an extremely terrifying firing rate to cover all enemies within a 500-meter radius. Its terrifying damage and intimidating effect would definitely give the enemy a near-collapse blow. However, there were many limitations to this weapon. It was not suitable for use in the technological world, so it was best to use it against enemies who relied on cold weapons. Before seeing a similar weapon, they would never know how terrifying this thing was. As all the machine gun throwing platforms began to show their power, the Empire's army immediately fell into chaos. The high-speed bullets pierced through their armor and killed the other soldiers without exhaustion. Almost none of the soldiers of Zenith who were in the attack range could dodge the bullets before they were hit. They all fell to the ground with fear and unwillingness on their faces. It didn't take long for the storm-like gunshots to die down. Like fireworks, after the most brilliant explosion in a short time, only empty shells were left. However, this kind of brilliance was drawn by the blood of the enemy. Although the gunshots had stopped, the waves of fear did not stop. Instead, they quickly spread. The soldiers of Zenith who were lucky enough to escape all looked at the area that was ravaged by the metal storm in a daze. They smelled the unique stench of the battlefield and the heavy smell of gunpowder, and they all felt like vomiting. The soldiers of Zenith who had started to vomit could be seen everywhere. Some of them even vomited their bile. This was because wherever such a weapon existed, it would be covered by a terrifying metal storm. Shattered corpses would cover the surrounding land, and not many people could bear the tragic scene. This unprecedented and terrifying speed of reduction made the commanders of the Empire's army furious, but they could do nothing about it. They gnashed their teeth in hatred for the otherworldly demons who had caused such a tragic scene, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of fear. This terrifying enemy actually had such a terrifying weapon. This filled their hearts with worry. What was even more terrifying was that before they could even see the enemy, the other party had already launched an attack in such a way. The officers of Zenith had complicated and heavy expressions on their faces as they rode through the panicking soldiers on their warhorses. They kept shouting orders in an attempt to stabilize the situation. However, just as the situation turned for the better and the soldiers finally regained some order, a thunderous sound came from the distance again. The Empire soldiers who had just calmed down suddenly felt their hearts in their throats. 1029 A bloody collision. The sudden muffled sound of thunder was becoming clearer and louder, as if even the earth was starting to move. It was like a war drum that took away lives, making the soldiers of the Empire who had just experienced a terrifying and bloody scene have the urge to turn around and escape. The soldiers of Zenith who didn't fear death on the battlefield and didn't fall behind were like new soldiers who were filled with fear of the enemy and the war. They only wanted to escape from this place. However, the merciless military law and the instinctive habits they had been trained to force themselves to calm down. Then, under the command of the officers, they quickly formed a defensive formation. All the soldiers moved with unusual speed because a terrifying army was slowly appearing in front of them. In this team that had suddenly appeared, huge metal chariots could be seen everywhere. They could move on their own without the pull of livestock. The chariots of the Empire's army were inferior in comparison. The people who appeared with the chariot were the legendary otherworldly demons. They wore black battle armor and looked like a dark cloud covering the earth from a distance, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. In addition to the sabers on their bodies, these enemies also had a weapon similar to a crossbow, which was held firmly in their hands. Although their faces were covered by their helmets, one could still feel the cold gazes from their eyes from a long distance. A huge battle puppet stood in the middle of the otherworldly demon soldiers. It was obvious that it was a killing machine. They stopped about 3 kilometers away from the dynasty's army and were gathering, preparing to fight with the dynasty's army. Both sides' goal was to defeat the other, so there was no possibility of compromise. In the camp of the Empire's army, the royal family member who was in charge of this army could not wait to give the order for the cavalry to charge. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the otherworldly demons had yet to gain a firm foothold and give them a head-on blow. With the melodious sound of a bugle horn, the cavalry commander pulled out the saber at his waist and swung it forward. Nearly 10,000 Empire knights riding strong warhorses and holding long spears launched a fierce and swift attack at this moment. In order to deal with the otherworldly demons, the Empire had mobilized almost half of its cavalry, which was why there was such a magnificent scene in front of them. The Empire's soldiers at the front of the line quickly opened up a path for the knights to rush out of the formation. In the blink of an eye, they had gathered into a flood. The ground was shaking, and dust was flying. The scene of nearly 10,000 cavalrymen charging was definitely a rare battle scene. As the cavalrymen charged forward, the Empire's infantrymen behind them also began to advance quickly, raising their spears and charging at the enemy. Facing the enemy cavalry that covered the sky and the earth, the Holy Dragon City army immediately moved. The chariot troop at the front let out a muffled thunder-like roar and lined up in a long horizontal formation. With an aura that could destroy everything, they charged towards the enemy. The huge armed robot followed closely behind, moving its legs and striding forward, pointing its weapon barrels at the enemy from a distance. Above these armed robots, there were a large number of unmanned attack aircraft that had arrived first. They were one step ahead of the enemy's camp. Teams of Holy Dragon City soldiers were closely following the advancing tanks and armed robots, surging forward like a wave. Boom! The Holy Dragon City army, equipped with super light artilleries on vehicles, began a fierce bombardment. A large number of cannonballs whizzed out and fell into the infantry camp behind. The cannonballs that were loaded with special gunpowder immediately made an earth-shattering sound when they fell into the Imperial army. One after another, terrifying bullet holes appeared on the ground, and the shock waves and shrapnel flew up. In the surrounding area of hundreds of meters, there were almost no survivors. The bombardment of these cannonballs was like raindrops falling into a calm pool of water, constantly stirring up violent waves, engulfing the enemies. The soldiers of the Empire who were in formation suffered heavy losses. Under the bombardment of the cannons, the soldiers of the Empire were blown into pieces and completely disappeared from the attacking formation. This bombarding caused the soldiers of the Empire's army to quickly collapse. If the supervision team did not frantically kill the soldiers who escaped, the entire attack formation would have completely collapsed. However, with the appearance of the drones and the small cloud bombs, the soldiers fell into despair when they saw their comrades being killed. They had never heard of such a method of war, and they were powerless to resist. The tragic and huge casualties made them completely lose the confidence to win the battle, leaving only endless fear. At this moment, the chariots, which were only a few hundred meters away from the chariot troops, all began to attack. The cavalrymen of Zenith who were charging at them were instantly blown apart as if they were hit by an invisible hammer. The invisible hammer continued to extend into the depths of the cavalrymen, and the broken pieces of meat were constantly lifted up and then fell to the ground. The armed robot following behind the tank suddenly accelerated and began to sprint forward. The other Holy Dragon City soldiers also sprinted, nimbly jumping onto the armed robots and war chariots, quickly penetrating into the enemy camp. The weapons in their hands opened fire, killing the enemies on the war chariots one by one. The Empire's knights, who were shocked by the sight of their companions' deaths, maneuvered their warhorses in an attempt to avoid the impenetrable rain of bullets from the Holy Dragon City. They ran around the battlefield, trying to kill the Holy Dragon City warriors in the chaos. However, under the lock-on of countless guns, they had no chance to do so. An Empire Knight roared as he spurred his warhorse on. He aimed his spear at the back of a Holy Dragon City soldier. He wanted to kill the otherworldly demon like he had done in the past and pierce through it. Then, he would lift it up high. Seeing that the other party was right in front of him, the Kingdom Knight grinned hideously and shouted, "Demon child, go to hell." As soon as he shouted, his body suddenly trembled, and 3 bullets landed on him. One bullet hit his arm, causing the spear to fall. Another bullet hit his chest, creating a big hole in his armor. As for the third bullet, it fell into his mouth, blowing off the head above his lower jaw. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, shooting into the sky. The headless body, along with the warhorse that had been turned into mincemeat, fell into a pool of blood. The Holy Dragon City soldier who was ambushed turned around and glanced at the corpse on the ground. He then turned to look at a sniper cultivator squatting on an armed robot not far away and raised his thumb to express his gratitude. The other party waved his hand, locked onto the enemy again, and began to shoot continuously. 10:30 Victory won on the vast battlefield. Smoke and fire were rising everywhere, and the figures of soldiers from both sides fighting could be seen. There were countless small battlefields in the big battlefield, and the soldiers of the Empire who were on the verge of collapse were killed wave after wave. Of course, the captured soldiers of Zenith could be seen everywhere. They were all holding their heads with their hands and lying on the ground with a depressed expression. In the sky above the battlefield, there were also flying weapons belonging to the Holy Dragon City. They were shuttling back and forth, occasionally providing fire support to their allies on the ground. They attacked the enemy from above, setting off waves of death. At the same time, they were also responsible for pursuing the deserters and annihilating those who tried to escape the battlefield. Lighting number 5, please enter your attack position immediately. In the sky above, the Holy Dragon City's fighter planes were also constantly shuttling back and forth, and orders were constantly issued from the Battle Command Center. This time, the one who had accepted the mission was a fighter aircraft codenamed Thunder. It had a rather excellent ground attack ability. After receiving the order to attack, the fighter jet from Holy Dragon City immediately followed the instructions on the screen and took off vertically from the ground in a very short time, quickly arriving on the battlefield. Ignoring the smoke-filled scene on the ground, the pilot's eyes were fixed on an area marked on the ground and launched an attack without hesitation. A missile instantly detached from the fighter plane and headed straight for the ground. On the ground, there were thousands of Empire soldiers gathered together to protect the Empire's influential soldiers. After the missiles landed, countless soldiers were immediately affected. They were lifted into the sky by the violent explosion, and their bodies were torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. A part of the crowd was wiped out, but the remaining soldiers of Zenith did not scatter. They continued to protect the influential figures of Zenith and escaped from the battlefield. It was as if they had gone crazy, charging forward without a care for their lives. They completely ignored the Holy Dragon City's interception and forcefully used their lives to carve out a bloody path. That crazy look made the Holy Dragon City's soldiers' expressions change. Although they admired these brave warriors who risked their lives, the Holy Dragon City's warriors did not hold back at all when they attacked. They continued to attack, continuously reducing the number of enemies. However, this group of enemies was indeed difficult to deal with. Not only did they have a strong fighting spirit, but they also had a large number of long-range attacks. In addition, the elites of the Empire's army were almost all gathered here. As a result, during their retreat, they were actually evenly matched with the Holy Dragon City's soldiers who were chasing them. When the Holy Dragon City's soldiers launched their attacks, the Empire's elite army, who had put up various defenses, would also use powerful crossbows and spell scrolls to retaliate. This made the Holy Dragon City's soldiers unable to attack in close range, and they were suppressed hundreds of meters away. This kind of combat distance greatly reduced the combat power of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. Other than the Holy Dragon City's chariots, unmanned attack aircraft, and cannons, there was no other way to deal with them. It was just that the battle was at a critical stage, and the flames of war were everywhere, so it was impossible to mobilize effective firepower in time. If not for the timely appearance of the Thunder Fighters, in a short while, these enemies would have completely left the battlefield and escaped into the forest. Under the attack of the Thunder Fighters, the originally orderly formation was immediately thrown into chaos. The Holy Dragon City warriors saw an opportunity and immediately launched a wave of fierce attacks. The two heavily damaged armed robots charged straight in, relying on their powerful firepower suppression along the way, and actually rushed directly to the front of this group of enemies. The black muzzles of the guns were aimed at the nobles who were panicking, and the bullets were fired again. A few mages roared and cast spells with all their might. An earth wall was constructed out of thin air, blocking in front of the Empire's nobles. The dense bullets hit the dust and sent it flying. Taking advantage of the rare buffer time, the nobles of the Empire quickly retreated, scrambling to run into the distance. More than 20 soldiers of the Empire moved in the opposite direction with bloodshot eyes. They quickly took the scrolls from the mages and charged at the armed robots without any regard for their lives. They were a suicide squad. They sacrificed themselves just to buy a little more time to retreat. The dense barrage of bullets knocked down some of the Empire's soldiers, and they fell to the ground unwillingly. The remaining soldiers who had not been hit did not hesitate at all. They were decisive, and their blood-red eyes were filled with the determination to die. When they got close to the armed robot, they all roared and tore the magic scroll in their hands. Boom! Flames, frost, and lightning that were leaping up like snakes swallowed the two armed robots directly, and the fierce attack came to an abrupt end. As for the soldiers of the Empire who released the magic scrolls, they had long disappeared without a trace. They were completely crushed. Because of the soldiers' sacrifice, the two androids were completely destroyed, and the influential people of the Empire took the opportunity to escape. In fact, these nobles didn't have high status. Otherwise, they wouldn't have teleportation scrolls on them, and they wouldn't have stayed on the battlefield even though their commanders had already fled. However, to the ordinary soldiers, they were still important people who needed to be protected with their lives. Unfortunately, under the Holy Dragon City's inescapable net, their sacrifices were destined to not be rewarded. The battle command, which had been eyeing this group of enemies for a long time, immediately mobilized a large number of troops to surround and block them. Soon, all their escape routes were blocked. Seeing that there was no hope of escape and that only death would await them if they continued to resist, these high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army immediately chose to surrender under the threat of death. The surrender of these nobles was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the soldiers who were still holding on all chose to kneel down and surrender. However, less than one-third of the Empire's soldiers were left. More than 60,000 of the Empire's soldiers had died in this battle. To the Empire, this was definitely a huge and heavy blow. It was estimated that after this battle, the internal affairs of the Empire would become abnormally chaotic. Those greedy, cowardly, and selfish nobles of the Empire might very well give up on the conquest of Holy Dragon City and seek other ways to solve the problem. Once the Empire gave up on attacking the Holy Dragon City, the fanatical and blind believers of the gods would not be able to pose much of a threat to the Holy Dragon City. It could be said that after this victory, the Holy Dragon City had basically completed the main part of their plan to stop the enemy. They had used the lives of more than 200,000 indigenous enemies to issue the most important warning. Towards their enemies, the Holy Dragon City would not show any mercy. They would definitely kill until you trembled in fear. 1031 The God-slaying plan. 1. In the time that the Holy Dragon City had descended, the entire continent had been in a state of turmoil. Various forces had made their appearance and participated in this event that would be recorded in history. In the eyes of these native forces, no matter how strong the otherworldly demons were, they would not be able to resist the siege of the entire continent. However, the result of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. One bloody battle after another revealed the Holy Dragon City's true strength. They finally realized that the enemy they were about to face was a terrifying monster. The Holy Dragon City had killed more than 100,000 demon slayers and successfully defeated the Empire's army, capturing nearly 40,000 Empire soldiers. When this news spread, it immediately triggered an earthquake-like reaction. The native forces were suspicious at first, then shocked, and finally, they were filled with shock and fear. Fighting with such an enemy was like a nightmare, because numbers were of no use to them. It would only add more scattered corpses to the battlefield. No one wanted such a tragedy to befall them in the next battle. For the sake of self-protection, many forces immediately stopped their verbal attacks on the Holy Dragon City and chose to stay out of it, quietly watching the development of the situation. Even the other 3 Demon Slayer legions stopped advancing after receiving the news, because a large number of demon slayers chose to escape in fear. The initial passion had gradually dissipated, and these believers of the gods with their own goals did not really want to lose their lives on this land far away from their home. Morale collapsed, and a large number of people fled. The originally aggressive demon slayer legion actually collapsed in a few days. As for whether the Holy Dragon City was involved in this, no one knew for the time being. However, some of the demon slayers who had escaped had once mentioned that they had encountered a very strange thing. Countless ghosts had wreaked havoc at night, and many people had died overnight for various reasons. The situation became more and more intense. As a large number of demon slayers died mysteriously, finally, some people could not bear the fear and chose to escape. Perhaps the sudden appearance of these ghostly spirits, in addition to Holy Dragon City's bloody battle record, were the main reasons for the collapse of the demon slayer army. A crisis targeted at Holy Dragon City was quickly dissipating as time passed. Snow City, near Hwang Village. Ever since the Holy Dragon City had descended, it had been hovering in the sky, shrouded in rolling dark clouds. These dark clouds had no origin. It was like a chemical reaction. As long as the Holy Dragon City existed, they would surge out endlessly. In fact, this was the will of the world of Timrel. It was the most direct manifestation of its rejection of the Holy Dragon City, an outsider. The dark clouds contained a huge power, and were constantly trying to drive the Holy Dragon City out of this world. However, due to the existence of the magical cornerstone platform, the Holy Dragon City could easily resist this repulsive force and hover in the sky of the other world safely. However, the rolling dark clouds, accompanied by lightning and thunder, seemed to further solidify the Holy Dragon City's image as a demon. Especially as the entire process of the earth-shaking battles was spread, the shocking number of casualties of the native forces made almost everyone's face change color. The otherworldly demon race had already become a synonym for terror in the continent of Timrel. Everyone was apprehensive, guessing what the Holy Dragon City would do next. Was it really as the gods had said, that they would destroy this world? However, as time passed, the thing that the natives were most afraid of did not happen. After Holy Dragon City had defeated the Empire's army and the Demon Slayer army, and took complete control of Shuiman territory, it had actually become quiet. Other than the Shuiman territory, there were no signs of the Holy Dragon City anywhere else on the continent. It was as if they were planning to hide in there forever. Of course, most of the natives believed that Holy Dragon City was brewing an even bigger conspiracy. Once they took action, the continent's end would immediately come. With this thought in mind, the Aboriginals were in a constant state of anxiety. While they were on tenterhooks, they were also making preparations to deal with the arrival of a disaster. As the object of everyone's attention, the Holy Dragon City had indeed been very low-key during this period. However, in the dark, Holy Dragon City had begun a series of actions. However, because they were too secretive, very few people knew about it. The search team formed by Holy Dragon City cultivators and native contract cultivators began to rush into various parts of the continent of Timrel, looking for the entrance to the small world where the native gods lived. Only by entering these small worlds could the Holy Dragon City kill these aboriginal deities formed by the world's origin and obtain the world's origin required for the mission. Compared to the conventional method of collection, this method of collecting by killing the indigenous gods was not rare. Although the difficulty would be greatly increased, the return was also extremely rich. In addition, because of the special geographical environment, there were many rare treasures in the small worlds where these indigenous gods lived, which could not be obtained in the outside world. When the Holy Dragon City killed these indigenous gods and obtained the world's origin, they could also collect these rare treasures and exchange them for battle points or use them for themselves. Therefore, risk and opportunity coexisted in this matter. It was not wrong to treat it as a kind of benefit, and even many national-level cities would love to do so. However, the locations of the entrances to these small worlds were extremely secretive, and there were all sorts of ways to enter. If the Holy Dragon City did not have enough information, it was impossible to enter directly. Moreover, the aboriginal deities were afraid of the Holy Dragon City. They had probably hidden themselves, afraid that the Holy Dragon City would discover their lair. They were doing this because of their fear of the Holy Dragon City. To the natives, these gods were high and mighty, possessing unbelievably terrifying power that seemed to be able to easily determine the life and death of countless people. However, the truth was not so. These seemingly powerful indigenous gods were actually king-level cultivators. Because they carried the world's origin in their bodies, they could barely be regarded as cultivators of laws. They could borrow the power of the world's origin. It was also because of this that they had power similar to that of gods and were called gods by the natives. A native god with such strength was naturally invincible to the natives, but to the cultivators of Lusheng who could participate in the invasion mission, this kind of strength was nothing to fear. If they had the chance, every cultivator in Lucheng would like to try what it was like to kill a god. This invasion mission would probably fulfill the wish of many Holy Dragon City cultivators. 1032 The new look of Snow City. 1. The first rays of the morning sun appeared, and Snow City welcomed a new day. When the warm sun shone on the streets of the city that had just experienced war was already bustling with activity. Compared to before the war, this place seemed to have become more prosperous, and there were more people coming in and out. If it were not for the broken city wall, almost no one would believe that a brutal war had just happened here not long ago. However, looking at the flowers blooming around the city wall, it was clear that it had recovered from its injuries. The extraterrestrial demon race was notorious on the continent. They were described as people who killed without blinking an eye, loved to eat human flesh, and could almost stop children from crying at night. However, after experiencing the initial fear, the residents of the Shuimen territory had gradually adapted to the life of the otherworldly demons. In fact, as time slowly passed, the residents of the Shuimen territory were surprised to discover that these otherworldly demons, who were said to be incomparably fierce and killed without blinking an eye, were actually not that terrifying. On the contrary, they were getting along very well with the residents of the Shuimen territory. As long as the residents of the snow-covered territory lived their lives obediently and did not cause trouble, the Holy Dragon City warriors would be like friends. They would take the initiative to greet you, and occasionally chat with you. On normal days, they would also trade with the residents of the Shuimen territory, buying some local specialties and food from them. The prices they offered were also very generous and fair. Initially, the residents of Shuimen Hill thought that they would be robbed. At first, they were not used to it. However, after experiencing a few similar things, they slowly got used to it. Due to the Holy Dragon City's large-scale purchases, the food crops and goods that the residents of Snow-Covered Peak harvested also had a market, causing their income to increase greatly. Their previously poor lives had actually improved significantly without them knowing. Unconsciously, the residents of the city slowly let go of the fear and wariness in their hearts, and began to live in harmony with the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. Of course, there were still many people who were hostile to the Holy Dragon City. They believed that the otherworldly demons had ulterior motives and that their kindness was just a disguise. The Holy Dragon City did not care about these people's attitudes. As long as they did not cause trouble, they would not take the initiative to find trouble with them. Of course, the biggest change was still in Snow City. Ever since the Holy Dragon City had occupied Snow City, many of the old systems had been abolished. With the removal of these exorbitant taxes, the residents of Snow City felt that the burden on their shoulders had been reduced. Since they did not lack gold coins, the Holy Dragon City no longer imposed taxes on the merchants in the city. Instead, they encouraged them to collect all kinds of rare heavenly and earthly treasures, which the Holy Dragon City would then purchase at a high price. Many of the merchants in Snow City profited from this, and the gold coins in their pockets increased. The merchants were profit-driven to begin with. After confirming that the Holy Dragon City was fair in their transactions, they began to become more proactive and began to search for the materials they needed according to the Holy Dragon City's requirements. When they found out that Holy Dragon City needed soul stones the most and offered an extremely high price for them, the merchants of Snow City all racked their brains and began to collect soul stones at low prices, then sold them to Holy Dragon City at a high price. However, in the current Snow City, there was not a single soul stone left, as they had all been taken by the Holy Dragon City. The nobles of Snow City who had participated in the battle to defend the city had ransacked all of Snow City's soul stones overnight because they had to pay the ransom. In fact, because they could not gather enough soul stones, these rich and powerful people could only use various methods to inform their friends and relatives in other places to help collect soul stones and send them to Snow City. It was also because of their arrival that the news of the otherworldly demons purchasing soul stones at a high price had spread in a very short time. In order to obtain huge profits, there were many people who traveled long distances to bring soul stones to Snow City. When they had successfully reached Snow City, they had indeed received a generous reward that they had never expected, which made them ecstatic. The merchants and adventurers who did not want to miss this opportunity to make a fortune immediately formed groups and began to travel between Snow City and other parts of the continent, trying to find ways to collect soul stones. In an extremely short period of time, the name of Snow City had once again spread throughout the entire continent. However, this time, it was not because of the invasion of the otherworldly demon race, but because of the countless gold coins that could be earned here. Those who were full of adventurous spirit and thirst for wealth saw this place as the capital of hope and tried to change their lives here. At this moment, merchants and adventurers from the Shuimen region were gathered in front of the Holy Dragon City Gate. They were carrying heavy bags and waiting to enter this new city of hope and wealth. They were full of anticipation, hoping to immediately start the deal with the highest rate of return in their lives. As far as the eye could see, the road in front of the city gate had already been occupied by these people, and the road had been completely blocked. As time slowly passed, the gates of Snow City slowly opened. A group of Holy Dragon City warriors in black armor walked out. Seeing these cold and mighty warriors, the chatter outside the city immediately died down, and everyone's eyes fell on them. The Holy Dragon warrior glanced at the people who had been waiting outside the city gate for a long time. He ignored the curious and probing gazes and gently waved his hand. All kinds of people quickly rushed into the city gate after seeing the hand gesture. The newcomers still held a trace of fear and wariness towards the otherworldly demons, but those who had been to and from Holy Dragon Snow City many times, or those who were residents of Snow City, already had some understanding of the Holy Dragon City soldiers. As they passed through the city gates, some of them even smiled and greeted the Holy Dragon warriors. The Holy Dragon City soldier nodded in response to the greetings of the people entering the city, although his expression was cold. The newcomers were all very surprised. It seemed that this situation did not match their impression of the otherworldly demons. Of course, no one dared to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About this matter, they just followed the continuous flow of people and quickly entered the city. A lively scene immediately appeared in the eyes of the people who entered the city. All sorts of people were shuttling back and forth on the streets. There were residents of Snow City, warriors from Holy Dragon City, and adventurers from all over the continent. They walked out of taverns, shops, and inns one after another, with a trace of anticipation on their faces. They were working hard for their goals. Along the way, many new things that had never been seen before appeared in every corner of Snow City. They were obviously things brought by the otherworldly demons. The merchants and adventurers with soul stones and heavenly treasures, after asking for directions, all headed towards the city center. The Holy Dragon City's official location for purchasing and trading was in that area. When they finally arrived at the location after passing through several streets, they found that there were already many people gathered there. One by one, soul stones that were shining with brilliant light were taken out by these people. After counting and evaluating, they were all purchased by the Holy Dragon City. Immediately after, piles of shiny gold coins were carried over by the Holy Dragon City soldiers and handed to those people. Both parties were quite satisfied with this kind of trade. 1033 Special Store, special customer. At the end of a remote street in Snow City, there was an ordinary-looking shop. There were very few customers going in and out of the restaurant every day. It could be said that the place was in a state of leisure most of the time. Even if one of them came by chance, they would leave as soon as they entered. Those who stayed for a long time would dress up mysteriously. The owner of the shop never seemed to be worried about his business. When there were customers, he would greet them. When there were no customers, he would sit at the door, either chatting with his neighbors or staring at the sky alone. Today, as usual, the shop owner opened the door of the shop early, simply cleaned up the garbage at the door, and sat at the door to watch. It seemed that it was quite interesting for him to look at the passers-by. Time passed by slowly. When the sun finally shone on this remote street, the cold air was quickly dispersed. After sitting at the entrance for a long time, he slowly stood up and prepared to return to his shop. At this moment, a series of steady footsteps came from the end of the street, echoing on the street. The owner, who was about to enter the shop, heard the footsteps and slowly turned his head, looking in the direction of the sound. Under the sunlight, a shadow was slowly approaching. Of course, this wasn't a real shadow, but a group of moving figures. It just looked like a black shadow, exuding a heart-palpitating aura. They were all wearing black cloaks that covered their faces. As they walked, one could vaguely see the black armor they were wearing. The residents of Snow City were all very familiar with this type of armor. It was the standard equipment of the otherworldly demons, and it was very powerful and domineering. Compared to the ordinary Holy Dragon City warriors, these people in front of him were obviously of a higher level. The otherworldly demons referred to them as overlords, while native cultivators were more used to calling them saints or demigods. Any one of them had considerable strength and could definitely dominate a region of the continent. However, in Holy Dragon City, they were only one of the thousands of soldiers, following the army to fight everywhere. The residents on the streets felt that the sudden appearance of these Holy Dragon City cultivators was a little strange, but no one dared to take the initiative to approach and ask, only silently watching from the side. The street was not long. After a short while, these Holy Dragon City cultivators walked to a shop and slowly stopped. This shop was the one that usually had average business, and could even be said to be rather deserted. What are these Holy Dragon City cultivators trying to do? This thought appeared in the hearts of the spectators. They wanted to see what would happen next. The owner of this shop was an old man with a hunched back, but he always had a smile on his face. He turned his head and squinted at the Holy Dragon City cultivators standing at his door. "Everyone, I wonder what you're looking for. Did you come to the wrong door?" Even when he was facing a powerful lord, this old man who looked no different from an ordinary person didn't have a trace of nervousness on his face. His tone was no different from usual. However, in the eyes of others, this was the biggest difference, the difference between them and ordinary people. If an ordinary person was in the position of a shop owner, they would be at a loss when facing these powerful lords of Holy Dragon City. Their tone would not be so calm. The neighbors who claimed to be very familiar with the shop owner suddenly felt that he was very strange, as if they did not know him anymore. A gust of wind blew from an unknown place and lifted the hood of the Holy Dragon City Lord in the lead, revealing a young man's face. He had a resolute face, long eyebrows, cold and determined eyes, and his long hair was tied into a ponytail. He raised his head and looked at the shop owner. The corners of his mouth pulled up into a faint smile, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I'm here to buy something. However, my standards are very high. Ordinary things can't enter my eyes." When the shop owner heard this, he nodded slightly and gestured for her to enter. The leading cultivator from the Holy Dragon City nodded and walked into the shop under the gazes of the onlookers. A total of 5 people entered the shop. The rest of the Lord cultivators stood outside and looked at the surrounding crowd coldly. Under their sharp gazes, the onlookers retreated or hid to observe. In the shop, the Holy Dragon City Lord took off his hat and revealed his true appearance. It was the 1,000 dragons who led the cultivator team. However, his temperament had undergone a great change. He seemed to be more stable, and there was a lot more killing intent between his brows. His hair had even become a rare snow white. After sizing up the decorations in the shop, Qianlong turned around and looked at the shop owner, who was still smiling. "I'm not going to beat around the bush. The purpose of my visit this time is to make a deal with the person behind you." Hearing Qianlong's words, the shop owner nodded and said indifferently, "Since you were able to find this place, there's no point in me hiding it. So please state your request, and then we can discuss whether or not we can complete this deal. Your identities are not ordinary. I'm worried that I don't have such a big appetite." Qianlong nodded, then casually picked up a statue of a god from the store's shelf and shook it with his hand. "I want to know the entrance to his small world and the specific method to enter." The shop owner looked at the statue in Qianlong's hand with a bright light in his eyes, then a bitter smile. "Your request is beyond my ability. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." The shop owner shook his head, revealing a helpless expression. Qianlong laughed coldly and walked up to the shop owner. "As a believer of the god of destruction and Odwin's emissary in Timrel, you're actually telling me that you can't do it? It seems that you are not very competent. Do you want me to help your master clean up the house and change to a more competent servant?" A faint killing intent radiated from Qianlong's body, causing the shop owner to break out in cold sweat. He had no doubt about the words of the young man in front of him. If he dared to refuse, the other party would definitely kill him without hesitation. When the shop owner heard this, the bitter smile on his face became even more pronounced. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his head and said to Qianlong, "I can try to communicate with Master. As for whether I can get a response, I'm not sure myself." Qianlong nodded, indicating for the other party to do as he pleased. The shop owner took a deep breath and walked to the counter. From a hidden corner, he found a metal statue of a god in the shape of a dragon. This was the god that the shop owner believed in, the world devourer who took it upon himself to destroy the world, the native god Odwin. 1034 Odwin 1. On the surface, this shop looked like a grocery store, but the products inside were old and broken. As soon as customers entered the shop and saw the dusty products, they would immediately lose interest in buying them. They probably wouldn't be interested in visiting this shop again the next time they passed by it. Therefore, rather than calling this place a grocery store, it was more like an antique shop. However, even if the shop owner knew about this, he didn't make any changes. Who knew what he was thinking? Only those who truly knew the inside story would know the true secret hidden in this shop. In this shop, as long as you could pay enough, you could trade with the god that the shop owner worshipped. Almost every wish of the trader could be fulfilled by a powerful god. Not many people knew about this secret, and every trade would result in a satisfactory outcome. However, the price they had to pay for this made them feel very pained. Different from other gods, Odin was an aboriginal god who took the responsibility of destroying the world. When he made a deal with people, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The other party to do something related to destroying the world as a condition of the deal. Any one of these tasks would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of men. If one wanted to complete it, one would have to bear great risks. Therefore, if one wanted to make a deal with Odwin, one must be mentally prepared. Once Odwin's wish was realized, and the trader did not complete his destruction task, he would be hunted down by Odwin. After death, the soul would still be under Odin's control and suffer the torture of pain. It could be said that those who dared to make a deal with Odin were all complete lunatics. On normal days, the shop owner actually hoped that more people would come and trade with his owner, because he would also gain a lot of benefits. However, there were very few people who were qualified to trade, so the number of successful trades could be counted with one's fingers. However, the shop owner was a little timid and hesitant in the face of the sudden arrival of a customer from Holy Dragon City. He was also in a very difficult position, because he knew that this customer's background was too great. If he made a deal with the other party, he didn't know if his master would vent his anger on him. Once his master got angry, his good days would come to an end. However, the 1,000 dragons' attitude made the shop owner realize that if he rejected this deal today, although he would avoid the owner's dissatisfaction, he would definitely make the Holy Dragon City Lord in front of him unhappy. With the other party's cultivation base and strength, if he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. After much consideration, the shop owner finally made up his mind and tried to contact his owner. After all, according to the rumors, the purpose of the appearance of the otherworldly demons was to destroy this world, which was in line with Master's ambition. There might really be a possibility of cooperation between the two sides. Under everyone's gaze, the shop owner carefully placed a statue of Odin, then knelt down and muttered some words, praying with a pious face. A mysterious aura slowly spread out from the statue. Under Qian Long's senses, it was connecting with the shop owner. It was obvious that the shop owner's prayer had attracted the divine sense of the statue. In the quiet shop, everyone was looking at the shop owner quietly. Other than the strange and mysterious prayers, there was no other sound. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to have become a little oppressive. A faint light spread out from the statue, and then, under everyone's gaze, the shadow of a giant dragon that occupied half of the room suddenly appeared. It had an extremely ferocious and ugly face. After it appeared, it opened its fierce eyes and let out a low roar. Those who are prepared to make a deal with me, tell me your wishes. The great me will help you fulfill them one by one. After saying that, the dragon form revealed an evil smile and continued, however, I hate people who don't keep their promises. If you can't fulfill your promise, I'll make you live in regret forever. This sentence seemed to be Odin's usual opening speech. When he spoke, he didn't even look at the people in the room. After his self-indulgent performance, Odin turned his eyes to the people in the room, and his face was slightly stunned. A few seconds later, the furious Odin let out a crazy roar. Damn bug, look at what you've done. You're an idiot. Odwin's huge eyes flickered with an ominous glint as it glared at the shop owner. A terrifying aura burst out from its body. The shop owner was so scared that he fell to the ground. His body kept twitching and his eyes were full of fear. According to his understanding of his master, Odin was completely enraged. At this point, he no longer struggled. He just knelt on the ground silently, hoping that Odin would not kill him in a fit of anger. "Idiot, you actually brought them in front of me. Are you tired of living? Believe it or not, I will turn you into a pile of charcoal right now. After that, I will take your soul to the magma sea and soak it in it day and night to suffer the torture." After a series of loud roars, Odin turned around and looked at the thousand dragon before him. 2 streams of flames shot out from his nostrils. "Tell me, you detestable fellows from another world, what do you want? Let me guess, could it be that you want to borrow my power to destroy this world? If that's the case, then I can tell you clearly, don't even think about it." As he said this, Odin's tone carried a kind of high and mighty arrogance, and his eyes were full of disdain. Its status was far beyond that of ordinary aboriginal deities. It could be said that even if this world was destroyed, it would be safe and sound. Therefore, unlike the ordinary indigenous gods, the fear and hatred towards Holy Dragon City did not exist in Odin. Moreover, he was confident in his status and disdained to work with the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Even if he wanted to destroy this world, he would do it with his own strength. "Get out of my way right now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." After Odin roared, he coldly ordered the guest to leave. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia only watched Odin's performance coldly. When he started to chase people away, he laughed coldly. "Arrogant fellow, do you really think we can't do anything to you? I'm just giving you a chance to make a deal with you. Otherwise, if we find out where you're in, you know what will happen." Odin was enraged and roared at Xianxia, "Puny ant, are you threatening me?" Xianxia didn't say anything, but the expression on his face was the best answer. Odin seemed to want to get angry again, but just as she opened her mouth wide and revealed a devouring expression, her fierce and vicious eyes suddenly turned, as if she had thought of something. Looking at the thousand dragons in front of it, it tilted its huge head and revealed a malicious smile. "Actually, it's not impossible to cooperate with you. 1035 A Deal 1. Even the high and mighty gods had enemies, and Odin was even more so. This guy, who took it upon himself to destroy the world, had done many things that angered the heavens and the people, directly or indirectly, and this naturally included some indigenous gods. It could be said that this guy was not liked by the indigenous gods. He was conceited and arrogant, and he would never stand on the same side as the other indigenous gods. Although Odin did not welcome the appearance of Holy Dragon City, it was not a bad choice to take the opportunity to create some trouble for the opponent and disgust them. Moreover, the strength of the heavenly demon race was indeed extraordinary, and it made the aboriginal deities feel a strong sense of danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been collectively rejected and resisted by the aboriginal deities after their arrival. If he didn't make good use of this opportunity that came right to his doorstep, he would feel a little unwilling. After thinking about this, Odin suddenly changed his mind and decided to temporarily cooperate with Holy Dragon City. After all, he would not suffer any losses no matter which aspect he looked at it from. "Now, tell me, what do you want from me?" Compared to the situation at the beginning, Odin's attitude had a clear change. His original fierce expression had long disappeared. Of course, even if it didn't make a fierce appearance, its appearance and body shape were still very terrifying. Thousand Dragon didn't care about the change in Odin's attitude. He was only concerned about whether he could accomplish his goal. It wasn't easy for him to find a breakthrough point to complete the mission, so he didn't want to give up so easily. Looking at Odin, who was floating in the middle of the shop, Thousand Dragon stated his conditions. "I want to know the exact location of the small world of the indigenous gods and how to enter it. The more the better." After hearing Thousand Dragon's answer, Odin's eyes rolled around as if he was thinking about something. "I do know the location of the small worlds of a few indigenous gods, and I also know the way to enter. But I'm very curious, what do you want to do? Are you really so confident that you want to kill these gods?" When he said the word, God slaying, Odin didn't have any anger or vigilance. Instead, he showed a very interested expression, as if this matter had nothing to do with him and he was just a spectator. This guy was really an oddball among the native gods. Thousand Dragon neither admitted nor denied Odin's question. He looked at the curious Odin and asked in a mocking tone, "Are your questions part of the deal? If I tell you the answer, does that mean the deal is complete?" Looking at this man who was regarded as a god by the natives, Qianlong didn't feel much fear. Furthermore, this was only a projection of his soul, not his true body. Odin immediately shook his head in denial after hearing Thousand Dragon's question. "How is that possible? You're thinking too much. Odwin explained to Qianlong in a rare moment, "The reason I'm asking is to find out how many people and matters are involved in the trade fair, and if there are any gods involved. In this way, I can set the price for the transaction and avoid doing anything that will make me lose money." After explaining, Odin looked at Thousand Dragon, waiting for his answer. Since the other party had said so, there was no need for Qianlong to hide anything anymore, so he nodded his head happily. In fact, even if the Thousand Dragons did not admit it, judging from the behavior of the indigenous gods, Odwin probably already knew the Holy Dragon City's goal. This was an incomplete world. It was still in the state of reincarnation, but the time span was very long. They, who carried the power of the world's origin, could predict what would happen in the future through some special means. This was also the reason why the indigenous gods immediately jumped out as soon as Tang Zhen appeared in this world. Perhaps these aboriginal deities had already seen the tragic scene of them being surrounded by the Holy Dragon City cultivators and finally falling completely. Unwilling to be killed like this, they naturally had to rise up and resist. It was estimated that after this failure, these indigenous gods would have many other means to deal with the Holy Dragon City. Odwin's existence was higher than this, or it could be said that he was a higher dimensional creature that could sit and watch the birth and destruction of this world. Therefore, even if the Holy Dragon City wanted to kill a god, it still had no fear. Because with the Holy Dragon City's current means, they really could not do anything to it. After confirming the Holy Dragon City's goal, Odin, who was determined to destroy the world, immediately became interested and decided to add to the fire. If Tang Zhen knew of Odin's thoughts, he would definitely sigh in his heart. This fellow was definitely the biggest traitor in this world. Of course, the more of such spies, the better. Since both parties had completed the communication, the transaction could proceed as usual. Following Odin's instructions, Thousand Dragon memorized the locations of several small worlds of the indigenous gods and the specific ways to enter. According to the usual rules of the trade, Odwin also requested the Holy Dragon City to complete a few destructive missions. At the same time, he also warned the Thousand Dragons that if the Holy Dragon City did not follow the rules of the trade, he would definitely let the Holy Dragon City know the consequences of breaking the contract. After the transaction, Odin nodded in satisfaction, and his ferocious and terrifying figure slowly disappeared. "Remember me. I'll be watching you. Don't let me down." Although Odwin had already left, his gloating and anticipating eyes left a deep impression on everyone. When the atmosphere in the shop returned to normal, Qianlong smiled in satisfaction and turned to look at the shop owner who had just gotten up from the ground. "You did well, this is your reward." As he spoke, Qianlong gently swiped his palm, and a leather bag suddenly appeared in his hand. The unique sound of gold coins hitting each other came out of the leather bag, and the shop owner's dejected face jolted. Although he had just been reprimanded by his master, he did not punish him in the end, which meant that his master did not blame him too much. Of course, he didn't have to think about the reward. However, the gold coins that Thousand Dragons had given him had completely swept away the store owner's dejection. In fact, he was even pleasantly surprised. Looking at the size of the bag, there must be a lot of gold coins in it. After being reprimanded and frightened, he still received so many gold coins as a reward. It was not too bad. After receiving the gold coins, the shop owner thanked them and then respectfully sent everyone out. 1036 Contracted Cultivator 1. The valley near Hwang village was now full of active figures and looked extremely lively. If outsiders came here, they would probably be immediately shocked by the scene in front of them, because this place had completely become a war base. Terrifyingly huge war weapons could be seen everywhere, making one's heart tremble. Auras of varying strength spread out from the people who came and went. Without looking carefully, one could be sure that they were all genuine cultivators. Most of these people were native cultivators who had surrendered and signed slave contracts after being captured by the Holy Dragon City. Under the Holy Dragon City's constant influence of the captives, the total number of such indigenous cultivators had reached more than 2,000. However, the number of native cultivators who were still locked in the valley prison was not much less than this number. Those stubborn guys were still persevering. Of course, as time passed, the native cultivators who didn't want to die would have no choice but to surrender and sign the contract. Unless they were willing to die in the valley and be eaten by other native cultivators as food. In fact, the Holy Dragon City did not care if the imprisoned indigenous cultivators admitted defeat or not, because the 2,000 people they had were barely enough. In fact, A force with more than 2,000 cultivators could be counted with one's fingers even in Timrel, and it was definitely a terrifying force. With the presence of these native cultivators, it became much easier for the Holy Dragon City to do certain things. For example, when it came to gathering information, the Holy Dragon City cultivators were definitely not as good as these native contract cultivators. This was because they were familiar with the local customs of this world and had a large number of connections. Another example would be communicating with the native forces. With these contract cultivators participating, it would reduce the hostility and wariness of the native forces. Because of their special value, after recruiting these contract cultivators, the Holy Dragon City's additional expenses on materials had increased by a lot. However, it was definitely worth it. Besides some special resources, any gold taken out from Holy Dragon City, which had a mountain of gold, would be enough to support their financial expenses for a long time. Therefore, the rich and overbearing Tang Zhen had never treated these contract cultivators shabbily. Whether it was the normal salary payment or the mission rewards, they were all extremely generous. Under the influence of the heavy gold coins, more and more contract cultivators changed their original thoughts and began to support the Holy Dragon City. In a field with many tents in the valley, a group of contract cultivators in black armor were discussing a mission around a wooden table. Ever since the Holy Dragon City had defeated hundreds of thousands of enemies in a valiant manner, these contract cultivators had started to get busy. Missions of all sizes kept appearing on the mission board. Many contract cultivators would accept another mission the moment they returned to the Boulder Valley after completing one and leave in a hurry. Their hard work was bound to be rewarded handsomely. The gold coins that these contract cultivators had sent home were enough for their families to live a well-off life for half a lifetime. Without any worries, the contract cultivators who wanted to earn more first naturally went all out. The Holy Dragon City naturally supported the positive attitude of these contract cultivators, using large amounts of gold coins to encourage them to maintain this situation. The Tigerman captain and the others were among the group of contract cultivators who were discussing the mission. Now, they were full of energy, wearing the eliminated armors given by the Holy Dragon City, looking extremely impressive. After destroying Bargov's castle in Snow City, they received a big surprise when they returned to Stone City. During the evaluation of their contribution, because of their outstanding performance, they were rewarded with a total of 3,000 gold coins. In a place like Timlad, this was a huge sum of money. When they heard this number, the Tigerman leader and the others were stunned. They stared at each other for a long time before they let out a low roar of excitement. Damn, I'm rich. With the heavy gold coins in their hands, they all felt that it was unreal, and they laughed for a long time before they recovered. Then, the group of people hugged each other excitedly and hit each other's back to express the joy and excitement in their hearts. Ever since that operation, the Tigerman captain and the others had become more active. They continued to accept missions, and the gold coins they received as rewards increased. It could be said that every member of the team was rich. They were just waiting for the Holy Dragon City to leave this place and let them return home to be rich. The contract cultivators were all looking forward to this day. The mission they were currently discussing had something to do with soul stones. If they succeeded, the gold coins they received from the mission reward would probably bury them. This is the information we've collected during this period of time. Now we can basically confirm that such a soul stone tomb did exist in the era of Oblivion. It was completely made of soul stones and used to seal a terrible monster. As long as we find this spirit stone tomb and kill the monsters inside, we can transport all these spirit stones back here. The Tigerman captain pointed at a location on the map and said to the contract cultivators around him. The people around him nodded. As they thought about it, their eyes flashed with a hint of passion. Once they completed this mission, they would be rich. However, there were also some people who had doubts. It was the burly man who had thrown the medicine to the Tigerman captain when he had chosen to surrender. He thought for a while and asked the Tigerman captain, I heard that the sealed monster is very powerful. I'm afraid it has reached the demigod level. Can we be its match? The Tigerman captain smiled at his companion's question and said with certainty, I've already spoken to the Holy Dragon City's cultivator commander. He can specially approve a batch of weapons and equipment to deal with energy forms. Among them are demon-killing battle sabers and demon-killing grenades, which are quite powerful. With these weapons and equipment, we can definitely deal a huge amount of damage to the sealed monster or directly kill it. Therefore, the only thing we need to consider now is how to find the exact location of this spirit stone tomb. When everyone heard this, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. They all expressed that they would find the spirit stone tomb even if they had to dig 3 feet deep. The next thing they had to discuss was the mission route, what equipment to bring, and how to deal with the danger. After the plan was completed, they only needed to hand it over to the Holy Dragon City for approval, and they could directly set off to search for treasure. However, at this moment, an urgent bell sound suddenly reverberated in the valley. After hearing the bell, everyone's expression changed. They quickly put down their own things and rushed to the mission location as fast as they could. Because as long as the bell rang, it meant that something big had happened. 10:37 Preparations before the mission. 1. Stone City's mission distribution point was located at the edge of the huge square. After the ear-piercing bell rang, all the contract cultivators who had not accepted the mission and left the place all rushed over. It didn't take long for a large group of people to gather here. There were at least 700 to 800 people. A Holy Dragon City Lord with a dignified expression was currently standing on a high platform, using a cold gaze to look at the contract cultivators that had gathered. When almost everyone had arrived, this Holy Dragon City Lord spoke, his loud voice immediately reverberating in everyone's ears. There's a special mission this time, and we need a total of 500 cultivators to assist us. We'll set off in half an hour. Due to the risks of this mission, every participant will receive a basic reward of 300 gold coins and all the standard equipment. The other rewards will be calculated after the mission is over. If there are any accidental deaths, the compensation will be 1,000 gold coins. When the contract cultivators below the stage heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. They knew that this mission was definitely not simple. The gold coins were a small matter. The other rewards from Holy Dragon City's missions were not small either. The key was to be distributed all the standard equipment. This was the most important point. The contract cultivators were also wearing the armor distributed by the Holy Dragon City, but it was an eliminated military grade from the previous generation. Although it was much stronger than the armor of the native cultivators, the quality difference was not small when compared to the new generation of armor that was still in service. In the eyes of contract cultivators, these pieces of equipment in service were definitely divine weapons and armors. Every piece of equipment was worth a city. It was a pity that Holy Dragon City had never distributed such weapons and equipment. This made the envious contract cultivators extremely regretful, wishing they could experience it for themselves. However, for this mission, Holy Dragon City had actually distributed such weapons and equipment to every participant. This showed that the mission was definitely not simple. So, should he go or not? Just as the contract cultivators were weighing the pros and cons and showing various expressions, the Holy Dragon City Lord snorted and continued, "The registration will begin now. It will take 10 minutes. If there are not enough people, a random draw will be made. It's just that the rewards for the random selected missions will all be reduced by half." Using kindness and severity at the same time was the way to rule. The Holy Dragon City was not a place to use gold coins to support the boss. If these contract cultivators backed down at the critical moment, what use were they? After hearing the Holy Dragon City Lord's words, the contract cultivator, who had originally been hesitating, immediately showed a determined expression. They were all brave people who licked blood on the blade and risked their lives for their future. How could they be easily frightened by danger? If there were enough benefits, they would even dare to charge into the palace of the Death God. For example, the reward for this mission was extremely tempting. They even had a faint feeling that after participating in this mission, they would definitely be treated differently by the Holy Dragon City. At the thought of this, the crowd no longer hesitated. They immediately swarmed to the task announcement platform and fought to be the first to press their identity card on the instrument. The movements of cultivators were extremely fast, so in less than 5 minutes, the 500 spots were enough. Those who didn't sign up at the back looked dejected, and their disappointed looks couldn't be faked. Seeing this, the Holy Dragon City Lord revealed a satisfied smile and turned to wave at the crowd. "Follow me, let's go get our equipment." After hearing this, all the contract cultivators who had signed up immediately looked excited and quickly followed. As they walked, they talked in low voices. "Haha, I finally have the chance to touch a gun. I'm about to be struck to death. Tisk tisk." Not only are the Holy Dragon City's sabers extremely sharp, but they also have many other functions. They're definitely real treasured sabers. After I put on the armor, I must ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The young lady in the military supplies department to help me take a photo. I'll give it to my son and show him how impressive his father is. Where's the bastard who blocked me just now? I want to duel with you and you have to compensate me for my equipment. The group walked for a few minutes and arrived at the military supplies department. The Holy Dragon City soldiers who had been informed earlier had already carried out alloy boxes one by one and arranged them into the shape of a wall. They didn't waste any time and immediately began to distribute the equipment when the native cultivators arrived. Two young women in black armor were shouting names in a crisp voice. They ignored the smiling contract cultivators and threw the equipment over. Every contract cultivator whose name was called couldn't help but take a few more glances at the two beautiful female cultivators. Without exception, their expressions were all lecherous. The two female cultivators had frosty expressions on their faces, as if they didn't want any strangers to approach them. They had had enough of these bastards. Their eyes were all staring straight at them, as if they wanted to pop their eyeballs out. Of course, these uncouth fellows were only looking at them for fun. Not to mention the Holy Dragon City's strict punishment system, just the 2 level 5 women's cultivation was enough to make these native cultivators not dare to act rashly. The well-trained and fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators could single-handedly take down 3 native cultivators of the same level, and it was a victory without any injuries. Of course, the thing that attracted these contract cultivators the most was the brand new standard equipment in their hands. After getting the box, the contract cultivators immediately followed the instructions and opened the box through the identity card. With a soft sound, the alloy box was opened, revealing the items inside. A set of black standard armor, a blade and a dagger, a rifle and a pistol, and other miscellaneous items. This was a complete set of equipment for a Holy Dragon City soldier. The cost was quite high, and each item contained a considerable amount of scientific and technological achievements. It was definitely a good item that a soldier dreamed of. Reaching into the box, as if touching the skin of a lover, after a few more words of praise, everyone immediately began to put on their clothes. In the following time, they had to pack their personal belongings as soon as possible and then gather to wait for departure. As for how to operate these warframes, there were demonstrations and explanations on the wrist guard computer, so one only needed to watch it once to be able to operate it easily. After quickly putting on the armor, everyone felt as if their bodies were lighter by dozens of pounds. Although the armor had amazing defensive power, it was very light. What was more amazing was that their strength and speed had increased a lot. Everyone suddenly realized why the Holy Dragon City's warriors were so powerful and could easily crush them. They really had the bonus of their weapons and equipment. Of course, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, exquisite and skilled fighting techniques, as well as their powerful cultivator skills, could not be underestimated. After everyone had finished changing their equipment and collected their items, they quickly left the Boulder Valley on the war chariot under the lead of the Lord of Holy Dragon City, heading towards Holy Dragon City. 1038 The Forbidden Area in Lusheng City. 1 War chariots drove out of Stone City and galloped through the forest. The open back of the carriage was filled with contract cultivators in new equipment. Most of them put down their helmets and learned how to operate their armor and weapons through the images projected on their masks. Before the battle, they had to master these things. Otherwise, they might accidentally lose their lives because they were not familiar with the functions of the new equipment. Everyone was very clear in their hearts that it might not be long before they faced a bitter battle. The scenery outside the car flashed past. They were getting further and further away from the giant stone valley, but they were getting closer and closer to Holy Dragon City. After confirming the direction they were heading in, a strange emotion flashed across the eyes of the contract cultivators. That was the true base camp of the Holy Dragon City, suspended high in the sky. When the teleportation had arrived, it had even attracted a warning from a group of native demon gods. On the day of its arrival, it had directly teleported 200,000 powerful Lu Cheng soldiers. They were like wolves and tigers, killing all the enemies who came to attack them. The Holy Dragon City's army, which had achieved a complete victory, was now heading to various places in the Snow City territory without disguising themselves. From their appearance, they were clearly prepared to take complete control of this land. With regards to the Holy Dragon City's actions, all the factions in the Snow City felt uneasy. They were afraid that when they woke up, the Holy Dragon City's army would have already arrived at their doorstep. The Holy Dragon City's powerful strength could be seen from this. Every time someone mentioned this mysterious floating space city, the Holy Dragon City warriors would show a fanatical expression. The contract cultivators were both curious and in awe, and very much wanted to go up and see what was going on. Unfortunately, the Holy Dragon City was a forbidden area. No one was allowed to approach within a 10-kilometer radius, or they might be killed by the unmanned patrol aircraft in the sky. Even if the drones could not find them, the Holy Dragon City patrol team on the ground and the half-mechanical beasts would let the illegal infiltrators know what hell was. During this period of time, the corpses of the enemies that had been cleared could be seen everywhere on the grass and in the dense forest, turning this place into a forbidden land of death. Now that the Holy Dragon City had completely taken control of the area around Snow City, the level of security and patrolling had increased greatly. Not even a rat could be seen around the floating city. This was because all the living creatures had been killed by the half-mechanical beasts as snacks when they were bored, and the rest had fled far away after the shock. Some natives called this place a dead land, thinking that it was filled with the aura of evil demons. Once they entered, they would be easily infected and become terrifying monsters. After this rumor spread, not even a ghost could be seen in the surrounding area. Of course, this statement was not correct, because there were indeed ghost spirits here, and there were quite a number of them. As the car continued to move forward, the group finally arrived at the legendary forbidden area. At this moment, all the contract cultivators raised their heads and looked at the huge floating city in the sky, which was wrapped in rolling dark clouds and surrounded by bursts of lightning. It was like a piece of land suspended in the air, with 12 huge metal arms extending out, giving off a heart-palpitating aura. Those dark clouds and lightning gave people the feeling that they were constantly working hard, trying to drive the Holy Dragon City out of this world. However, the Holy Dragon City was like a lone peak standing proudly at the forefront of the storm, standing still and firmly nailed to the ground. This was a long-term contest between the powers of the two worlds, and the power of the world of Lusheng remained victorious. As the convoy entered, the figures of half-mechanical beasts kept appearing in the grass on both sides of the road. From time to time, translucent shadows would flash by, revealing a cold and strange aura. The patrollers in the sky would occasionally fly over their heads. Fortunately, after confirming that they were their own vehicles, the weapon system of the patrollers removed their target lock. Otherwise, if this thing opened fire, the entire carriage of contract cultivators would probably lose their lives. As for those hidden defensive measures, although the contract cultivators didn't notice them, they could feel a strong sense of danger, which made them break out in cold sweat. At this moment, the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. This place was indeed a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. If that fellow wanted to barge in without knowing the depth of things, he would be in deep trouble. They arrived at the floating city in fear and trepidation. The contract cultivators jumped down from the vehicle one after another, waiting for the next order. After waiting for a few minutes, they found that beams of light were projected from the floating city to the ground, connecting the two. In the blink of an eye, the pillar of light disappeared, and the originally empty ground was suddenly filled with hundreds of cultivators in battle armor. Their auras were like terrifying beasts. When they noticed the level labels on these Holy Dragon City cultivators, the contract cultivators, who were already short of breath, were all shocked. They had long learned to identify the true strength of a Holy Dragon City cultivator by identifying the marks. They also knew that those golden stars represented the strength of a lord level. The more golden stars there were, the more powerful they were. The strongest was almost no different from the demigods they mentioned. However, the Holy Dragon City cultivators in front of him had dazzling golden stars near their battle armors, and many of them had more than one. When they thought about how the hundreds of Holy Dragon City cultivators in front of them were all genuine lords, everyone felt that this was unreal. With so many overlords and cultivators, even if the Holy Dragon City wanted to overthrow the rule of the empire and replace it, it would be easy. Although the contract cultivators already thought that they had some understanding of the Holy Dragon City, they only realized now that the Holy Dragon City's true strength was actually so terrifying. As the Holy Dragon City's overlords approached, the contract cultivators immediately felt a mountain-like pressure that constantly attacked them. Some of the contract cultivators' legs trembled uncontrollably. They felt weak and powerless, as if they would fall to the ground if they were touched by a finger. In a few breaths, these Holy Dragon City cultivators arrived in front of the contract cultivators. The young man in the lead wore purple-gold battle armor. His expression was calm and dignified. Standing in front of a group of Holy Dragon City lords, he actually made people feel like he was a crane standing among chickens. He glanced at the contract cultivator in front of him and nodded slightly. Since everyone is here, let's go. The Lord of Holy Dragon City, who was following behind him, gently nodded his head. He reached out and fiddled with the wrist guard a few times, then turned to look at the sky above his head. Following his movements, everyone looked up at the sky. A passage slowly opened up on one of the metal arms, and a warship-like flying device slowly flew out of the passage. Then, under everyone's gaze, the warship slowly descended from the sky and stopped on the ground not far away. 1039 The Seal of the Era of Oblivion. 1. Looking at the huge aircraft in front of them, the crowd was in a daze for a long time, their eyes full of shock. For the natives of Timriel, such a huge warship that could fly in the sky was probably only in their imagination. But at this moment, it was right in front of him. Its ostentatious appearance, solid shell, and the faintly discernible weapon seemed to be filled with an oppressive aura that made people feel a sense of powerlessness. Standing under this battleship, one would feel so small. The Holy Dragon City's war weapons had refreshed the knowledge of contract monks again and again. While they were greatly shocked, it also helped them open the door to a new world. It turned out that the outside world was actually so wonderful. Some of the contract cultivators even felt a little fortunate that they could follow such a powerful master, which meant that they would obtain more benefits. And this experience also proved this point. As the contract cultivator's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, the door of the huge aircraft quickly opened. 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor walked out of the warship and guarded both ends of the passage. The Holy Dragon City's overlords and cultivators had already followed the young man in the lead and walked towards the warship, entering it one after another. Everyone, follow them. Remember, after you enter the warship, don't talk or walk around, and don't touch the items inside. The Lord who led them to the Holy Dragon City specially reminded them again. After seeing the contract cultivators nod in agreement, he led the way in front and led everyone into the warship. Compared to the battleship's exterior, its interior was even more amazing and filled with sci-fi elements. The contract cultivators followed the passageway and slowly advanced. From the outside, the battleship looked extremely large. After entering it, one would find that its interior was actually divided into countless spaces, each region having its own function. Many places had signs that prohibited entry, reminding people to stop. The area that the contracted cultivators were heading to was naturally a passenger cabin. There were rows of seats made of unknown materials inside, and the total number had exceeded 1,000. Following the Holy Dragon City Lord's instructions, the contract cultivators sat down on the chairs by the side of the passage, one by one, and then secured their bodies. The rest of the time was to wait for the battleship to arrive at its destination. Not far away from the contract cultivators were the Holy Dragon City Lords who had entered the warship earlier. They were also sitting in their seats, conversing in low voices. The young man in purple gold armor was operating a device in front of him, looking at the images and text flashing on it. A slight tremor came, and the warship seemed to have left the ground and was slowly rising. The contract cultivators, who were originally nervous, relaxed at this moment and began to talk to their companions around them in low voices. Because of the presence of the Holy Dragon City's overlord cultivators, the contract cultivators tried to keep their voices as low as possible to avoid the dissatisfaction of these experts. The Tigerman captain and the others were sitting in the same seats, and were also talking in a low voice. The content seemed to be related to the Spirit Stone Tomb. They didn't notice that while they were discussing this matter, the man in purple gold armor who was browsing through the information had turned his head slightly and glanced at them. It didn't take long before a series of light footsteps could be heard, and they finally stopped in front of the Tigerman captain and the others. The Tigerman captain, who was conversing with his companions, suddenly noticed that the contract cultivators around him were looking at him. He immediately shut his mouth and couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, he soon realized something. He quickly turned his head and looked in front of him. It turned out that the young man in purple gold armor had been standing in front of him for some time now. He was frowning as he listened to the conversation between the Tiger captain and the others. He seemed to be very interested in the content of the conversation. Seeing this, the Tiger captain and the others couldn't help but panic. Just as they were about to stand up, they realized that their bodies couldn't move at all. It turned out that they had already been fixed under the seats. They hurriedly pressed the release button, only to see the young man wave his hand with a smile. Immediately, the metal supports fixed on their bodies were removed at the same time. I heard you guys talking about the Spirit Stone Tomb just now. I'm a little interested in this thing. Why don't you tell me what it is exactly? As the young man spoke, he casually sat on the chair opposite him and stared at the Tigerman captain. The Tigerman captain tried his best to calm his flustered heart. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "The so-called Spirit Stone Tomb is a legend left behind from the era of extinction. Because it was too long ago, many people don't know about it. We only found out about this by chance when we were doing a mission. It was said that a terrifying monster was sealed in the Soul Stone Tomb, which had almost destroyed the entire continent. After sacrificing countless people and paying a huge and tragic price, he was successfully sealed in the Spirit Stone Tomb." At this point, the Tigerman captain looked at the young man in front of him and said with a slightly excited tone, "Because this monster is so powerful, in order to successfully seal it, the sealer had to use a large number of top-tier spirit stones. It was common knowledge that souls had the function of absorbing and storing souls, and could be transformed into a special energy that could be used to enchant weapons. Using soul stones to seal energy form monsters was naturally the most suitable choice. And according to the time, this terrible monster was likely to have been completely absorbed by the soul stone, so these fully charged soul stones would have an indescribable value. Even if this terrifying monster isn't completely absorbed, we can still kill it and then take out all the soul stones used to seal it." As the Tigerman captain explained, the young man opposite him listened attentively, occasionally revealing a thoughtful expression. From his expression, it was clear that he was very interested in the information that the Tigerman captain and the others had. After the Tigerman captain finished, the young man said, "What you said is indeed worth a try. After all, compared to the huge gains, this little effort is nothing. However, according to your description, I have a guess that this monster's strength should be quite terrifying. It should have reached the level of a king." Seeing the doubt on the Tigerman captain's face, the young man explained with a smile, "The so-called king level is equivalent to the level of the gods in your world. However, for some reason, this monster may not be as strong as the gods. However, it was very difficult to completely suppress a terrifying monster with a seal made of a soul stone. The power of a king-level monster is even more terrifying than you imagined. So, the biggest possibility is that this monster is still alive. It might even give you a fatal blow when you activate the seal." The Tigerman captain was shocked when he heard this. If what the young man said was true, they were not going to get rich, but to die. 1040 Spirit Stone Tomb 1. Although the Tigerman captain and the others had collected a lot of information about the Spirit Stone Tomb, it was too old and their methods were limited. A lot of the information was actually unclear, and they couldn't make an effective judgment at all. Many of the information he had just said were conjectures they had made after analyzing the information. Although they had a certain basis, even they themselves were not sure if it was consistent with the facts. However, the profession of an adventurer itself was to earn the return of this high risk. If they were 90% sure of everything, then they would not be called adventurers. However, after hearing the young man's analysis, the Tiger captain and the others immediately became anxious. They only knew that the strength of this monster was quite terrifying, but it was already on the verge of death before being sealed. It was estimated that under the suppression of the soul stone, it would not be easy to recover. But what they didn't know was that although the soul stone could absorb souls, it could also help king-level cultivators comprehend the power of laws. This was equivalent to throwing a rat that was about to starve to death into a rice jar. Who knew what the sealers were thinking? That was why the young man said that the demonic creature might not have been killed by the suppression, and its strength might have even recovered. The Tigerman captain and the others, who had been full of confidence, began to feel troubled. From what he said, even though the monster was sealed, it still had the power of a god, which was definitely beyond their expectations. With the strength of these contract cultivators, it was a bit of an overestimation of their strength to try and kill such a terrifying demonic creature. Even though they knew that the young man had only made a deduction based on the information the Tigerman captain had described, and there was no way to prove it, the Tigerman captain and the others subconsciously chose to believe him. This was because the other party's identity was not simple. He could have a group of Holy Dragon City's overlords follow and guard him, and he even faintly emitted a terrifying aura. Although this kind of aura was not obvious, it also made the Tigerman captain faintly guess that his strength should be far above those Holy Dragon City lords. What's above demigod? The Tigerman captain didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He was afraid that he would be too scared to speak, so he deliberately did not think too much about it and only treated the other party as an ordinary lord of Holy Dragon City. It was also by relying on this method of self-hypnosis that he was able to speak with confidence and composure in front of the other party without losing his composure. However, subconsciously, he still believed that every word of this kind of powerhouse must have a reason, and it made people subconsciously believe it. Therefore, the Tigerman captain had already believed the young man's words. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, the Tigerman captain said in an annoyed tone, "If it wasn't for your reminder, we would definitely look for the spirit stone tomb after a period of time, and then rashly break in. In this case, not only would he not be able to get the soul stone, but he would also lose his life inside. It seems that these soul stones are destined to have no fate with us." The young man saw the hesitation on the Tigerman leader's face and even thought of giving up. He shook his head with a smile and continued, "What I said is just a guess. I can't be sure if it's correct or not. You don't have to be too afraid and give up on the exploration because of my words. After all, so many years have passed. Perhaps that demon has already died and the soul stone tomb has directly absorbed it." After some thought, the young man continued, "Of course, to be on the safe side, I still suggest that when you explore, it's best to follow the Holy Dragon City cultivators. That way, if there are any unexpected situations, there will be someone to help you deal with them. At that time, if we really get anything, you will definitely be credited for it." The Tigerman captain was overjoyed. If there were powerful Holy Dragon City cultivators following him in the process of exploring the Soul Stone tomb, he would naturally be more than happy. After all, the Holy Dragon City's strength was obvious to all. They definitely had more than one demigod-level expert, not to mention this mysterious young man whose strength could not be clearly seen. Even if that demonic creature still retained its strength before it was sealed, it would not be able to gain any advantage in front of the powerful Holy Dragon City. Thinking of the benefits, the Tigerman captain didn't hesitate and quickly nodded in agreement. The young man stood up and patted the Tiger captain's shoulder with a faint smile. "Do your best. I can guarantee that Holy Dragon City will not mistreat you." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man turned around and left slowly. As they watched the young man's figure slowly disappear, everyone's hearts were filled with curiosity, and they all tried to guess his identity. It was a pity that even though their lives were now tied to the Holy Dragon City, they still did not know much about the mysterious Holy Dragon City. It was obviously impossible to accurately determine the young man's identity in a short time. Even if someone guessed it, they would not dare to confirm it. On the other hand, the Holy Dragon City Lord in charge of commanding the contract cultivators had been standing beside the youth the entire time. After the youth left, he gave the Tigerman captain a deep look. "When you have time, write down your plan to explore the Spirit Stone tomb and give it to me. I will try my best to arrange it for you." After saying this, the Holy Dragon City Lord gave the Tigerman captain an encouraging look, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. The Tigerman captain and the others were overjoyed. This was because the Lord of Holy Dragon City's words indicated that they had already agreed to this operation and would support it. With the addition of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the success rate of the search for the Spirit Stone tomb would definitely increase greatly. The Holy Dragon City's Lord who was leading the team clearly saw the Tigerman captain in a different light and made such a decision because of the youth's words. Therefore, in addition to their excitement, the contract cultivators also became more curious about the identity of the young man. They spent the rest of the time flying. The contract cultivators used this time to familiarize themselves with their new equipment. They had no idea how far they had flown. From the outside, it looked like the battleship that was flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters had flown over countless mountains and rivers, even passing through a strange and gloomy ocean, and a pitch-black sky where one could not even see their own fingers before finally arriving at a mysterious area. Inside the warship, it was still silent. Finally, a series of notification sounds rang out, waking the contract cultivators from their studies and letting them realize that they had arrived at their destination. What was waiting for them next might be a tragic battle. 1041 A Strange World 1. With the continuous beeps, all the cultivators on the battleship began to prepare for landing. The auxiliary equipment on the seats fell again, firmly holding everyone's bodies in place. Then, there was a slight feeling of falling, accompanied by the occasional vibration. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear thunder-like sounds coming from outside the warship. That was indeed the case, because the warship was passing through a special area formed by storms and lightning. It was like a wall that reached the sky and completely blocked the warship's path. When the battleship flew into this special area, countless lightning bolts immediately pierced the battleship like steel needles attracted by strong magnetic forces. The flying warship immediately turned into a lightning hedgehog, surrounded by lightning. A layer of protective light shield immediately rose on the surface of the battleship that was attacked. It was like a transparent fortress formed by countless hexagonal mirrors, completely blocking the fierce lightning outside. At the same time, the violent energy contained in the lightning was actually absorbed by the protective shield of the battleship. After being transformed by special equipment, it gradually turned into drops of glowing liquid. Then, this liquid with terrifying power would be stored in a special container after being guided. When necessary, it could even be used as a weapon. The battleship flew for about 5 minutes before it finally rushed out of the area. The thick clouds suddenly disappeared, and the view before them suddenly opened up. Inside the battleship, the continuous shaking had disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The contract cultivators looked serious. They were full of speculation and anticipation about the mission they were about to face. At the same time, they were also nervous. However, because they were followed by hundreds of powerful Holy Dragon City overlords, these contract cultivators' original worries were alleviated by a lot, and their hearts inexplicably had a trace of confidence. The only thing that puzzled them was that when they followed the Holy Dragon City's powerhouses, what kind of mission would they, contract cultivators whose strength had yet to break through to the Lord tier, be assigned? There was another slight vibration, and the notification sound came again, indicating that the warship had landed smoothly. Bring your weapons. We'll land immediately. With the order of the Holy Dragon City Lord leading the team, the cabin door of the warship was already opened, and everyone immediately lined up to leave. When they were outside, everyone was surprised to find that they had come to a completely unfamiliar world. In the distance, there was a stretch of bare mountain peaks. They were like the ribs of a giant beast, pouring down and standing on the ground. The ground was covered with moss-like plants, completely covering the flat and vast land. At first glance, it looked like it was covered with a layer of yellow-green carpet. The sky was dark, and there was an inconspicuous band of light that would occasionally flash in the gray sky. Their surroundings seemed to be extremely quiet. Aside from the sound of their conversation, there were no other sounds of nature. It was as if the scenery in front of them was just a still picture. They had never seen such a strange place before. "Oh my God, where are we?" A contract cultivator mumbled to himself, but he voiced the question in everyone's heart. The Holy Dragon City Lord who was leading the team heard this and swept a glance at the contract cultivator who was full of doubt, and said indifferently, "This is another continent, a place you have never heard of, and it is absolutely impossible for you to reach alone." When everyone heard this, they immediately came to a realization, but the shock on their faces did become more and more intense. They did not expect the Holy Dragon City's warship to bring them to such a place. What did they want to do? Unlike the contract cultivators who were looking around, the Holy Dragon City's city lords who were standing a dozen meters away from them seemed to be ready for battle. They used some unknown method to conjure up all kinds of weapons out of thin air. Looking at the exaggeratedly designed weapons that were clearly lethal, the contract cultivators suddenly felt a strong sense of defeat. They, who originally had the Holy Dragon City's standard equipment, were all abnormally excited, looking as if they couldn't bear to part with it. But now, when compared to the Holy Dragon City's overlords' weapons, although their standard weapons were of good quality, they had no special characteristics to speak of. They were completely different from the Holy Dragon City's overlords' weapons, which were filled with a strong personal style. For example, the weapon used by Lord of Holy Dragon City looked like an extended and enlarged rifle. There was a ferocious-looking sawtooth blade on the body of the rifle. One look and one could tell that it was extremely sharp. Another Holy Dragon City Lord's weapons were actually 2 single-soldier machine guns with 2 large ammunition boxes hanging on them. They were 2.5 meters long. Although he was tall, standing at 2.3 to 2.4 meters and looking like a small mountain, he was still out of proportion compared to the 2 single-soldier machine guns that weighed hundreds of pounds. However, at this moment, the 2 heavy single-soldier machine guns were easily held in his hands, as if he could not feel the weight of the weapons at all. Other than guns and cannons, the Holy Dragon City's overlords used cold weapons like swords. It seemed that they preferred such weapons. However, the style of these swords and sabers was still somewhat exaggerated and fierce. A giant miaodao several meters long, a giant sword as wide as a door, an iron hammer with a head the size of a watermelon and covered in sharp spikes, and even a giant sickle appeared in the sight of the contract cultivator. Of course, most of the feudal lords' weapons looked average, but the material was obviously extraordinary. They all emitted a faint treasure light and were said to be called magic weapons. The overlord cultivators of this precious weapon could increase their combat power by a lot. The materials used to forge it were extremely rare and the price was frighteningly high. The Holy Dragon City's wealth made the contract cultivators extremely envious. Although they were envious, when they saw the Holy Dragon City's lord begin to take a defensive stance, the contract cultivators did not hesitate. They immediately took out their own swords and followed closely behind. The group of people began to slowly advance in this strange world. As he walked on the carpet like soft mosses, the sound of his footsteps was completely absorbed. It was a rather strange feeling. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, without a trace of sound that belonged to this world. It was as if they were the only people in the entire world. Everyone had the same feeling that they had forcefully barged into the world of a picture scroll, which appeared to be extremely disharmonious. Unknowingly, all the contract cultivators were nervous and hesitant. However, when they saw the calm face of the Holy Dragon City's lord, their originally nervous mood suddenly calmed down. Just like that, after advancing for a few kilometers or so, a change suddenly occurred in the grass in front of them. The flat ground began to ripple like water, as if something was swimming under it, quickly pouncing toward the group. The cultivators, who had been on guard for a long time, immediately aimed their weapons at the unknown objects that were surging over. The Holy Dragon City Lord at the front directly locked onto the waves that were rising from the grass with the single soldier. Machine gun in his hand. A series of explosions rang out as 30mm bullets shot into the grass one after another, sending the soil flying. It was only now that everyone realized that the soil under their feet was actually blood red in color. At the same time, a painful roar came from the ground, sending the soil flying everywhere. Then, a huge black shadow more than 20 meters tall suddenly emerged from the ground. 1042 The Worm of Origin 1 The black shadow rose into the air, and its huge body blocked everyone's path. A large amount of soil was lifted up by the huge black shadow and fell from the sky, smashing towards the cultivators. Of course, with everyone's strength, these pieces of soil could not hurt them. After easily avoiding these falling objects, everyone looked at the huge black shadow. It was a ferocious-looking monster. Its entire body was made up of flesh and blood, as if its skin had been torn off. The surface of its body was wrapped in a large amount of mucus. A malevolent and thick bone armor emerged from the flesh and blood. Countless tentacles wriggled as if they were searching for something. The monster's huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth, each of which was at least half a meter long. As it opened and closed its mouth, black smoke spewed out of it, and it smelled extremely fishy. On its head, there was a bloody area. It had been injured by the Holy Dragon City Lord's single machine gun. This is the legendary Worm of Origin of Suan Ni. One of the contract cultivators who followed behind immediately exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Upon hearing the name, Initial Worm, most of the contract cultivators were at a loss, not knowing what it was. However, there were still a few contract cultivators who had heard of the name of the Initial Worm and knew some of its origins. The origin worms are rumored to be the first lifeforms to appear when this world was first born. Each of them possesses extremely powerful strength, comparable to those half-god powerhouses. They could devour everything and had almost infinite lifespans. They were the parasites of this world. However, according to historical records, in a certain annihilation disaster a long time ago, these initial worms had all been killed by the gods, and not a single one survived. I can't believe that the initial worm still exists in this strange world. Beside the Tigerman captain, Wizard Robert had a grave expression as he explained word by word. After understanding the origins of this monster, everyone looked at it with a hint of seriousness. What caught everyone's attention wasn't the strength of this primal bug that surpassed the Lord tier, but the meaning of its existence. On this strange land, there was actually the existence of the already extinct primordial worm. Did that mean that other creatures that had been annihilated by history could also be seen here? If that was the case, then he had to be careful from now on. The Holy Dragon City Lord had already made his move. After the monster appeared, its huge body immediately bent and smashed towards where everyone was. At the same time, a stream of black water sprayed out of its mouth like rain. Dodge it carefully. Finish it immediately. The purple golden armored teenager at the front did not make a move, because the dozen holy dragon city overlords following him had already made their moves. They charged into the sky like lightning and surrounded this huge monster. The weapons in their hands all attacked the monster, and all kinds of dazzling energy exploded, like fireworks. On the ground, a huge protective shield was erected, blocking all the black water that the monster had sprayed. The mosses on the ground were immediately burnt black when they were touched by the monster's saliva. It was obvious that the black water was highly corrosive. The contract cultivators who followed behind saw the terrifying power of the black water. Before they could cry out in alarm, they heard a loud and painful roar from the sky. The giant worm of origin was now in tatters. Its flesh and blood were swaying in the wind, and there were terrifying wounds everywhere. Puffs of black, stinky liquid were spraying down from the sky, causing black smoke to rise from the ground. And NBSP, after being heavily injured, the primal worm seemed to have been completely enraged. It let out a strange roar, and the area below its head suddenly exploded. Tendrils that were dozens of meters long shot out from the body of the origin worm and wrapped around the Holy Dragon City's overlords. "You reckless little bug, you're wasting my time. Go," a chubby man in the Holy Dragon City Lords team shouted coldly. His massive body shot towards the primal worm like a rocket, and flames constantly rose from his body. By the time he got close to the initial bug, his body was already completely engulfed in flames. "Disgusting bug, go to hell for Lord Fatty." As the Fatty approached, the dozen Holy Dragon City Lords who were surrounding the initial worm all retreated to the side. A huge Zanmadao that was 3 meters long suddenly appeared in the fat man's hand. The flames that surrounded his body immediately extended forward along the blade and wrapped around the big blade. "Kill!" The flaming broadsword fell from the sky, cutting through the wriggling tentacles and slashing at the body of the primal worm. The tentacles were cut off one by one, falling to the ground in flames. The remaining parts of the wound were charred, and the primal worm was in so much pain that it kept howling. PFF'd. The sound of a sharp blade cutting into its body rang out, and the giant worm of origin was directly cut into two. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. In the raging fire, the huge insect that had been cut in two was quickly burned into charcoal. "Alright, let's continue forward." After getting rid of the initial worm, the Lord of Holy Dragon City continued to move forward. The Lord who was leading the contract cultivators also waved his hand, indicating for the contract cultivators to continue moving forward. Robert looked at the burning corpse of the worm of origin, and a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. It should be known that the body of this worm contained extremely precious materials that could be used to concoct the legendary potion. Putting aside the value of these potions, just their special and magical effects were enough to make Robert's heart itch. After hesitating for a moment, Robert couldn't hold back the desire in his heart. He went to the Holy Dragon City Lord who was leading the team and told him his thoughts. After hearing Robert's request, the Lord of Holy Dragon City did not think too much about it and immediately nodded in agreement. Robert was overjoyed. He immediately called his companions and ran to the bug carcasses to collect them. The contract cultivator at the side could not help but ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Why they did not hurry up and catch up with the Holy Dragon City Lord in front? What if the battle required their help? After hearing this, the Holy Dragon City's leader shook his head slightly and said softly, "You guys can just follow behind us at ease. We don't need you now. Besides, you can't help at all with your strength." After hearing this, the contract cultivators were a little unconvinced. However, when they thought of the cultivation of the hundreds of people in front of them, they immediately smiled bitterly. The fatty who had just killed the worm of origin was enough to completely crush them, leaving them no chance to fight back. With so many terrifying powerhouses opening up a path, it seemed like there was really no need for them to make a move. The suspicion that had been lingering in the contract cultivator's mind appeared again. Why did the Holy Dragon City bring them here and give them a full set of standard equipment? 1043 Favor 1. With the help of his companions, a large chunk of the charred worm of origin's corpse was dragged out of the fire, and green smoke was constantly rising from it. A strange burnt smell immediately filled the air, causing people to cover their noses. Robert ignored the pungent smell and immediately rushed forward to start work. He ignored the high temperature on the surface of the body and used his battle sword to cut off pieces of flesh. At the same time, he removed the lymph-like things inside. In addition to these things, he also cut off some blood vessels and oil from the worms and carefully wrapped them in cloth. the standard battle blade of the Holy Dragon City is indeed useful. If it was an ordinary blade, it would not be able to easily cut through the tough skin of the initial worm. Robert complimented, but as he looked at the increasing amount of materials, his eyes revealed his reluctance and embarrassment. There are so many materials, but I can't take them away. However, it would be a pity if I were to throw them away. After sighing, Robert was prepared to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. His companions to help him bring as much as they could. There was no such shop after this village, and when he wanted to get the materials of the Worm of Beginnings to make a legendary potion, he would have no place to find this rare, extinct worm. Just as Robert was sighing to himself, a man's voice suddenly came from behind him. What's the use of these bug corpses to you? Robert turned around and saw the young man in purple gold armor, who he had seen before, looking at him curiously. The leading Holy Dragon City Lord was standing respectfully by his side. In the distance, there were hundreds of Holy Dragon City Lords, all of their gazes fixed on him. Robert immediately felt the pressure on him increase. He took a deep breath and carefully replied, I've read in an ancient book that a potion can be concocted using the lymph of the Worm of Beginnings as the main material. It can increase the user's strength by several times for a short period of time, and at the same time, it can make the user immune to painful mental attacks. The most important point was that there were no side effects when using this potion. It would even allow the body of the user to continue to improve until it reached the same level as the strength that the user possessed after taking the potion. At that time, this medicine will lose its effect and will no longer have any effect on those who have taken it. The young man in purple gold armor smiled as he heard Robert's words. He seemed to be very interested in what Robert said. I know you. You're Robert, right? You once made a compound magic scroll and burned down Bargoth's lair. I have to say, you've done a beautiful job. The young man revealed Robert's background. It was clear that he had some understanding of Robert. Robert suddenly felt overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He did not expect to be remembered by such a big shot. This could be considered an honor, right? Looking at the excited Robert, the young man handed over an item and motioned for Robert to take it. Robert didn't dare to refuse and quickly reached out to take it. He discovered that it was a small ring. It looked very simple and plain, and it was clearly engraved with strange runes. Robert could not figure out the use of this ring, but he accidentally discovered that the Lord of Holy Dragon City, who was leading the team, had a hint of envy in his eyes when he saw the ring. This also made Robert realize that this small ring was probably not simple. Touch this ring with your mind power, and you can use the space inside to put in whatever you want. The same goes for taking it out. The young man explained in a low voice when he saw Robert's puzzled expression. Robert's face was filled with surprise when he heard this. He immediately recalled the scene of the Lord of Holy Dragon City conjuring a weapon out of thin air and immediately understood something. Following the young man's instructions, he tried it out. Sure enough, the huge bug corpse in front of him disappeared instantly and was kept into that mysterious space. This yin-yang is really too magical. Robert's eyes lit up. There was a hint of shock on his face as he continued to praise. He now understood why the Holy Dragon City Lord was so envious. Because this kind of thing was simply a priceless treasure to cultivators. After realizing this, the small ring in his hand immediately became heavy. He hesitated for a moment, and with a strong reluctance, he handed the ring to the young man opposite him. The young man shook his head and told Robert, "Take it. In the future, if you see any materials that can be used, you can take them directly and try to make the potions you know. The Holy Dragon City has collected a lot of books during this period. If you are interested, you can read them. There are many works about potions. Also, I'm very interested in the pharmaceutics that you've mastered. Shall we have a chat?" Hearing this, Robert's face was filled with excitement and he immediately nodded in agreement. The team set off again, but this time Robert followed the young man and joined the Holy Dragon City Lord's team. The contract cultivators were all extremely envious of Robert's good luck. The young man's status was extraordinary, and it was definitely a rare opportunity to be regarded by him. In fact, at this moment, everyone had already guessed the young man's identity, because in the entire Holy Dragon City, there was only one person who could make hundreds of the former obey his orders. The lord of the otherworldly demonic tribe, the Holy Dragon City's city lord, Tang Zhen, who was said to be feared by the aboriginal deities. Robert had definitely gotten lucky this time. However, everyone had to admit that Robert was indeed quite capable. This had already been proven in their multiple collaborations. It was not too surprising that he had caught the Holy Dragon City Lord's eye. After all, a capable person would be noticed wherever he went. If he met a big shot with a good vision and gave him a hand, then no one could say for sure what his future achievements would be. With their own thoughts, the group advanced for a few more kilometers, but they were surprised to find that the scenery in front of them had changed. It was as if a huge canvas had suddenly fallen off, revealing a brand new scene. The entire process was direct and abrupt. Before they could exclaim, everyone was attracted by the scene in front of them. A huge pile of ruins and broken buildings appeared out of thin air. They stood on the moss plain in all directions and were filled with an ancient aura. A feeling of desolation and decadence lingered in everyone's hearts. Looking at the broken stone statues and pillars, the contract cultivators were surprised. Such a huge ruin existed on this strange land. Could it be that some race once lived here? Alright, all of you split up and follow the various suzerains. Find an altar with a god statue in the ruins. Remember, no matter what you discover, you must immediately inform the Lord beside you. You must not hide anything, understand? The Holy Dragon City Lord who was leading the group looked at the group of contract cultivators and said in an extremely stern tone. Looking at the serious expression of the leader, the contract cultivators' hearts trembled. They immediately nodded to show that they would not hide anything. Alright, let's get started. The contract cultivators who received the order immediately dispersed and walked to the Holy Dragon City's overlords who made their hearts palpitate, showing great respect. To them, this was a rare opportunity. If they could gain the appreciation of these powerhouses, it would be a great opportunity. He had to firmly grasp such an opportunity. Very quickly, under the lead of the Holy Dragon City Lord, everyone's figures disappeared into the huge ruins one after another, looking for the hidden altar. Robert followed Tang Zhen and also began to walk around the huge ruins. As they walked, they were discussing about pharmaceutics. Tang Zhen would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Questions from time to time as he listened to Robert's story. He would also give his own opinions and opinions. Unconsciously, the surprise on Robert's face became more and more obvious. He suddenly realized that the knowledge of this lord of the heavenly demon race was far beyond his imagination. If he was willing to be a pharmacist, with the power and resources he had, he would probably have a terrifying achievement, and his name would go down in history and be remembered by countless people. 1044 The Altar of Gods 1 The warrior statue was dozens of meters tall. It was covered in heavy armor and held a huge sword in its hand as it stood in the ruins. Its eyes were deep and mysterious. However, the place they were guarding had been completely turned into ruins. History had buried all traces under the moss, and only those tall stone buildings had withstood the erosion of time and were stubbornly preserved. Now, only the damage on the surface and the parasitic moss were silently recounting the vicissitudes of their life. The little bird was wearing black battle armor and was following behind a Holy Dragon City Lord. Its eyes constantly looked around, trying to find the building where the god statue was. She did not understand. With the strength of these Holy Dragon City's overlords, could they not discover an altar? Why did he have to bring them along? Was there some kind of restriction that required the contract cultivators to participate in this? Although the bird had doubts in its heart, it did not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Much. Instead, it continued to search carefully. Because it had received a lot of favors from the Holy Dragon City, the little bird had been thinking of ways to repay them, and now was a good opportunity. Although they were forced to sign a slave contract by the Holy Dragon City, the little bird did not hate the Holy Dragon City because of this. The two sides were hostile at that time, and they were already very kind not to kill them. Not to mention that they had earned a lot of gold coins from Holy Dragon City during this period. Little Bird had never dared to imagine that he could actually earn so much money, enough for him and his family to live the rest of their lives in luxury. It was because of all these reasons that the little bird was now extremely attentive in its work. Its attitude could be seen as long as one's eyes were not wrong. The Lord of Holy Dragon City, who had followed the little bird and was actually acting as a guard, was very satisfied with her performance. It was a woman, tall and hot, with a pretty face full of heroic spirit. Although she was much older than the bird, her charming charm could not be hidden. In fact, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, time would not be able to leave too many traces on a cultivator's body. She held a long 7-colored blade in her hand and slowly followed the bird with her long legs wrapped in black boots. "Girl, what's your name?" The female suzerain looked at the little bird and asked with a smile. "Senior, my name is Little Bird." The little bird heard the Holy Dragon City Lord's question and immediately replied respectfully, "Little bird, you don't have to be too nervous. You just need to cut off your own feelings and go find that altar." The female suzerain warned as she pointed at the empty spots. The little bird nodded. After a moment of hesitation, it asked boldly, "Senior, why do you want us to search for it? Are we the only ones who can see it?" The female suzerain nodded and explained softly, "You're right. This altar is very special. Except for you native cultivators with special bloodlines, no one else can sense it. However, the master of this altar is not friendly to us. So, once you notice anything unusual, you must inform me as soon as possible. If you can't inform me in time, you must try your best to hold on until we rescue you." The little bird nodded in confusion, indicating that she would do as she was told. At the same time, she realized that the search would not be smooth sailing. Perhaps in the process of searching, there would be danger that he would have to deal with. The little bird was on alert. It subconsciously clenched a sword in its hand and began to look around vigilantly. Wisps of mist rose from nowhere and floated around the ruins. As the search went deeper, the fog became thicker and thicker, emitting an unpleasant smell, as if there were some corpses rotting and smelling. The little bird's expression became nervous. It subconsciously looked at the Lord of Holy Dragon City behind it, only to find that the other party had disappeared. The little bird was shocked and quickly looked around, but it could not find the other party's figure at all. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Little Bird raised his left arm and clicked on an option on the computer screen. This was a positioning distress signal. As long as it was received by other companions, they would immediately rush to her current location. After sending the signal, the bird took a deep breath and continued to venture deeper into the fog. The altar had not been found, and her mission had not been completed. She had to continue exploring. Even if there was danger ahead, she could not retreat. Without the spirit of risking her life, success would always be one step away from her. Crack, crack, as it walked, the bird suddenly realized that it could hear footsteps. Looking down in surprise, she found that the ground under her feet was covered with broken bones, which had long decayed. The sound of the footsteps was the sound of bones breaking after stepping on them. The sea of bones was boundless. The yellow-green plain of moss was completely covered by a pale white color. In the midst of this ghastly white, a pitch-black altar suddenly appeared in the bird's eyes, causing her heart to tighten. This strange altar was most likely the Holy Dragon City's target. With that in mind, the bird immediately perked up and began to carefully observe the altar. The altar in front of him was built entirely of black stone. It was filled with strange embossed that emitted a malevolent aura. If one observed carefully, they would discover traces of dried blood on the surface of the altar. It was a shocking sight. A huge god statue stood on the altar, exuding a dirty and evil aura. Countless dirty creatures were crawling under his feet, looking at the bird with brutal eyes. The little bird shuddered as it carefully looked at the appearance of the statue. Suddenly, a name popped up in its mind. The demon god of darkness and the unknown, Namila. He ruled the ancient darkness and had countless believers of dark spirits. He hated being saved. Could it be that the altar that he had discovered was related to this legendary god? Just as the bird thought of this, it noticed that in the sea of bones, there were evil and resentful semi-transparent spiritual bodies that were slowly forming. They looked at the little bird with greed and disgust, grinned to an unbelievable degree, and ran toward the little bird. At the same time, the statue's eyes were also looking at the bird, full of disgust and disdain. Faced with the dark spirits, the bird gritted its teeth, sheathed its sword, and quickly took out the rifle on its back. Although he had never used this weapon before, after watching the video, little Nightingale could easily use it. Nightingale nimbly unlocked the gun's safety and pulled out a magazine from her waist. It was a special bullet that was specifically used to target spirit bodies. He pulled the trigger lightly, and a series of bullets whizzed out of the muzzle and headed straight for the spirits, quickly entering their bodies. The dark spirits let out a blood-curdling screech as their bodies were immediately set ablaze with raging flames. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes. Seeing the amazing effect of the bullet, the bird's mood stabilized a lot, and it began to focus on aiming and shooting. With the help of the gun's aiming assistance device, the bird almost never missed a shot, blowing up the dark spirits that were charging at it one by one. However, compared to the large number of dark spirits, this small casualty was nothing. They let out a series of roars and quickly covered the short distance surrounding the bird. 10:45 The sorrow of love. One crack. A crisp sound was heard. The bullets in the magazine were used up, and the flames from the muzzle suddenly disappeared. The bird was shocked. Without thinking, it threw the rifle on the ground and reached for the hilt of the saber with its right hand. It exerted a little force and a cold light was suddenly unsheathed. Shua shua shua, with a soft cry that sounded like a phoenix's cry, the saber cut through the air and landed on a dark spirit body that was close at hand. The dark spirit body's eyes were blood red, and its face was twisted. Its body looked as if it had been soaked in blood for countless years, and it had a nauseating appearance. It was extremely disgusting, extremely dark, and full of a fallen aura. The moment the saber touched the dark spirit, it emitted a blinding light like a light bulb. The demon-killing runes engraved on the saber's body glowed repeatedly, making the saber's light even more intense. When the demon-killing saber came into contact with the dark spirit body, the sound of a sharp blade cutting into the body rang out. At the same time, billowing smoke rose from the wound, and the smell was unbearable. As the blade passed by, the dark spirit body was split into two. It fell to the ground in flames and instantly turned into a pile of ashes like a bunch of burning fur. The little bird did not even look at the dark spirit body. Its body dodged nimbly one after another, and at the same time, it swung its sword again. Another cold glint streaked across. The three dark spirits that were charging at him let out a blood-curdling screech at the same time. They turned into fireballs at the same time, turning into ashes and dissipating in the air. At the same time, around the little bird, several dark spirits stretched out their dirty claws at the same time and clawed at her body fiercely. The little bird dodged in a hurry, and at the same time, it slashed back with its saber. It was not to attack the enemy, but to slow down the attack speed of the dark spirit. However, the dark spirits were not afraid of death. They ignored the attack of the demon-killing saber and rushed toward the blade with a sinister smile. While their bodies were burning with flames, they also closed the distance between themselves and the bird. A pitch-black claw shot out and grabbed the bird's body. Just as the pitch-black claw was about to touch its body, at the critical moment, the little bird's saber gently knocked against its left arm armor. Immediately after, a special shield popped out and blocked the attack of the claw. In a moment of desperation, the bird suddenly remembered that there was a charging shield in the armor. It was also because of this sudden inspiration that she managed to avoid this fatal attack. However, that was all her luck could do. Under the attack of the dense dark spirits, it was absolutely impossible for her to be unscathed. As the bird dodged, it was inevitably attacked by the dark spirit. Although the sharp claws did not break the armor's defense, there was a kind of cold energy that directly penetrated the armor and penetrated the bird's body. She immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her injured area was numb and itchy, as if her body was rapidly corroding, and her face turned as pale as paper. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, drenching her hair. Her whole body trembled unconsciously. The strength of the saber he was waving had also weakened. Weakness, auditory hallucinations, frustration, and other emotions came along with the injury. If the bird had not gritted its teeth and persevered, it would have been seriously injured by the dark spirit body. On the Holy Dragon City armor, there were spiritual jades that could weaken the power of energy attacks. Otherwise, the little bird would have fainted right away. Although her physical condition was getting worse and worse, and she was being attacked more and more, the little bird still gritted her teeth and held on because she always believed that her companions would come to her rescue. I just need to hold on for a while, just a little longer, Yingluo. Before he knew it, the bird's armor was covered in frost, and its lips had turned purple. A rotten aura began to spread from her body, and her face began to turn dark. Her eyes began to slow down, and her movements began to slow down. An irresistible sense of fatigue struck her heart. I really want to sleep and never wake up again. Just as this thought flashed through its mind, the bird was suddenly shocked and desperately tried to make up for the gap in its defense caused by its distraction. However, it was too late. The attacks of the two dark spirits had already landed on her body. Two sharp, pitch-black claws ruthlessly pierced through the little bird's body and directly lifted her up. When the rest of the dark spirits saw this, they immediately laughed wildly and surrounded him. The little bird's body was suspended in the air. It opened its eyes with difficulty, and a desolate smile appeared on the corner of its mouth. Farewell, my comrades. As soon as she finished speaking, the little bird loosened her clenched fist, and a demon-killing grenade fell from her hand. Boom! A terrifying flame burst out and spread out with her as the center, devouring dozens of dark spirits around her at the same time and turning them into ashes in an instant. There were also nearly 100 dark spirits that were affected by the flames of the explosion. They were stained by the sparks of fire and screamed in pain as they fled in all directions. Pa! The bloodied bird fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Boom! Just as the bird fell, the entire sea of bones began to shake violently, as if it was about to shatter. The faces of the dark spirits suddenly showed a frightened expression. They scrambled to enter the sea of bones and disappeared without a trace. The god statue on the altar suddenly let out a roar. It seemed to be filled with unwillingness and anger. Hualala! As if a mirror had been broken, the entire space immediately shattered, revealing the outside world. The Tigerman captain and the others were the first to rush in with anxious expressions. They immediately looked around. Following closely behind them were a large number of contract cultivators, as well as hundreds of Holy Dragon City lords. When they saw the little bird lying in a pool of blood, whether it was alive or dead, they immediately roared in grief and anger, and rushed over. Little bird! Robert's eyes were bloodshot, and he was completely deranged. He rushed to the little bird's side, knelt on the ground, and picked her up, calling her name continuously. Unfortunately, no matter how he called out, the little bird did not respond. On her beautiful face that was covered in blood, a pair of beautiful eyes had already been closed forever. Ah, Yingluo! Robert raised his head and roared, venting the pain in his heart. However, when his gaze fell on the statue on the altar not far away, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. After gently wiping away the blood on the bird's face, Robert gently bent down and kissed her on the forehead. Then, he slowly got up and walked toward the altar. Robert, come back here! The grieving Tigerman captain immediately shouted after seeing this scene. As if he did not hear anything, Robert reached behind him and pulled out the sharp battle sword that had been attracted by the magnetic force. The shiny blade was unsheathed, shining with a chilling light. Robert's footsteps suddenly sped up, and he pounced towards the statue. The dark spirits seemed to have sensed that the statue was about to be destroyed. They immediately swarmed out of the sea of bones and blocked Robert's path. Robert, who was staring at the statue, roared. He pulled out a scroll from his waist and threw it at the statue. Boom! A fire grid rose from the void and then exploded violently, devouring all the dark spirits in the way. Robert took this opportunity to rush through the sea of fire. With his body covered in ashes, he brandished his sword and continued to charge forward. 1046 The battle at the entrance. Seeing Robert charge toward the altar like a mad demon, the Tigerman captain and his companions didn't hesitate any longer. They roared in unison and brandished their battle swords as they charged forward. At this moment, they had no fear, only a common enemy. From the day they met each other, they had always advanced and retreated together. They had never let their companions be attacked from the front and back. They could also completely leave their backs to their companions. Unless their comrades fell, they only had to face the enemy in front of them. Although they had never made an oath to live and die together, they had used their actions to show their attitude. They would never watch their companions fall into danger while they chose to stand by and do nothing. Now that the little bird had already left, the Tigerman captain and the others were filled with grief, anger, and sorrow. Although they knew that they would die in battle one day, no one expected that they would not be the first to leave, but the little bird, the girl they cared for like a sister. She wasn't an adult yet, and her future was still long. However, Yingluo, little bird, big brother will take revenge for you. The Dragonkin man let out an angry roar and brandished his battle blade like a whirlwind. He rampaged through the dense dark spirits, forming a fire dragon wherever he passed. The Tigerman captain, Green Eyes, Rabbit Ears, and the other companions they had spent a lot of time with seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. They killed the dark spirits that were rushing toward them one after another. They were like a pack of wolves in a desperate situation, bursting out with a violent aura that made people tremble with fear, pushing all the way to the altar. At the same time, hundreds of contract cultivators also joined the battle. They relied on their demon-killing weapons that were lethal to the dark spirits to kill them in batches. The warship, formed by 500 contract cultivators, pressed forward in the sea of dark spirits. Under their impact, the dark spirits that covered almost half of the sea of bones were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lords of Holy Dragon City at the back watched the scene in front of them quietly, but they could not help. The reason why these native cultivators were gathered for this god-slaying operation was that only the natives with sharp senses could find the entrance to the small world of the native gods. Another reason was that if they wanted to eliminate the believers of the indigenous gods guarding the entrance of the small world, they would need the help of the indigenous cultivators. If outsiders were to intervene, they would inevitably be rejected and suppressed by the power of this world. In that case, the strength that the Holy Dragon City cultivators could display would not even be comparable to these native cultivators. Even if Tang Zhen were to personally take action, he would also encounter a similar treatment. In fact, the force of suppression and rejection would be even stronger. Only by breaking open the entrance of the small world would Tang Zhen and the others be able to unleash their full strength and turn the small world of the native gods upside down. Therefore, the success or failure of this operation would depend on these contract cultivators. In order to allow them to display their full strength, the Holy Dragon City made an exception and equipped them with expensive standard equipment. These contract cultivators didn't disappoint Tang Zhen because they had already arrived near the altar in just a few seconds. Without any hesitation, the contract cultivators immediately split into two teams. One team was responsible for blocking the dark spirits, while the other team tacitly took out magic-breaking grenades and threw them at the statue of Namilla. Boom! Intense flames rose into the air, directly enveloping Namilla's statue. In the midst of the raging flames, an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded. Namilla's 10-meter-tall statue jumped out of the flames, dragging its burnt body and charging at the contract cultivator with a sword. The various monsters that had been crawling under its feet also moved at this moment. They glared with blood-red eyes and black gas surrounded their bodies as they followed Namilla in launching their attacks. The contract cultivators didn't back off in the face of the furious statue. Some of them were in charge of blocking the front, while the others at the back took out their rifles and fired at the statue. The dense barrage of bullets rushed towards the statue like a splash of water. Countless fragments fell, and the pitch-black statue was instantly broken. Black smoke spurted out of Namira's eyes as she was covered in wounds. She let out an angry roar, and her huge battle sword, which was covered in darkness and filth, ruthlessly hacked at the contract cultivators. The few contract cultivators couldn't dodge in time and could only raise their swords and shields to block. However, they were directly knocked back and their bodies were wrapped in black aura and filth that seemed to be alive. After they fell to the ground, blood spurted out of their mouths. Their expressions were constantly struggling, as if they were resisting the invasion of this dark force. Just as the living darkness was about to cover their heads and their eyes turned pitch black, filled with evil and filth, a Holy Dragon City Lord appeared at lightning speed and reached out to grab these contract cultivators. Looking at his cultivation aura, he was clearly a 9-star horde leader who was only one step away from king level. His mind power turned into a huge hand and reached into the bodies of the contract cultivators, pulling out the dark filth. In the large hand conjured by the Holy Dragon City Lord's mind power, the dark aura, which seemed to be alive, kept struggling, letting out a low but vexing roar. The Holy Dragon City Lord laughed evilly. A flame extended from his spiritual force hand, directly burning these things into ashes. The injured contract cultivators were still groaning and vomiting blood, but they were no longer worried about being possessed. With the protection of the armor, they would not lose their lives. After giving these contract cultivators a simple treatment and stuffing a pill into their mouths, the Holy Dragon City Lord moved like lightning to treat the other injured contract cultivators. These guys were still of great use, and they couldn't die so easily. Although the contract cultivators were injured in succession, they had also achieved obvious results. Namilla's statue was already riddled with holes, one of her arms was missing, half of her head was broken, and 2 large holes appeared on her waist and chest. If this wasn't a statue where his soul resided, but a real body, he would probably be close to death. Even so, the attack power of the statue was greatly reduced. It kept letting out angry but futile roars, but it was met with an even fiercer attack from the contract cultivator. Robert was even more fearless. He was always at the front line of the attack, and he would occasionally throw out a spell scroll. Even though he had been stepped on by the statue before, he still gritted his teeth and got up, revealing his blood-stained teeth as he laughed and rushed toward Namira's statue. The surrounding contract cultivators were secretly shocked by his crazy look. The other contract cultivators did not back down either. They knew very well that if they did not destroy the statue today, the Holy Dragon City would never let them leave. Since it was either him or him, what was there to hesitate about? Under everyone's combined attacks, the statue of Namilla's movements became slower and slower. Finally, it stopped moving and shattered into countless pieces. A black shadow suddenly appeared and shot into the distance. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, grabbed the black figure in his hand, and threw him directly into the mirror-made door that appeared beside him. A handsome face with a cheeky smile flashed past the mirror. Tang Zhen faintly smiled as he swept his gaze across the panting contract cultivator whose body was covered in battle marks. Well done. Leave the rest to us. You can rest well. Tang Zhen's fist smashed towards the empty air after his voice sounded. After which, a cluster of flames appeared and directly wrapped around the altar. In the process of the flames burning, a hole slowly appeared and then continued to expand. An unknown space appeared in front of everyone. 1047 destroyed as easily as rotten wood. One Namilla's small plane was filled with darkness and filth. Dark spirits, disgusting spiders, and sticky bugs were everywhere. It was extremely filthy. This was the gap of shipwrecks, a world that people hated. Only those who truly believed in this god called ancient darkness could live here happily and immerse themselves in the darkness forever. But today, the darkness and silence were broken. One figure after another rushed in like lightning, disturbing all the disgusting monsters that lived in the dark. Immediately after, they received their master's orders and began to attack the intruders. However, before these monsters could gather, the world that was originally shrouded in darkness suddenly turned red. A ring of flames that extended for several kilometers appeared in the sky. A fearsome aura that made all living beings submit to it quickly spread throughout the small world. The monsters that had long adapted to the dark environment were enveloped by the light and pressure of the flames, and they all let out painful wails. But this was only the beginning. Then, countless head-sized fireballs fell from the sky like a meteor shower. The entire sky of the small world was filled with fireballs. After these scorching fireballs landed on the ground, they immediately exploded into countless small fireballs, landing on the monsters and quickly burning them to ashes. Some of the unlucky monsters were even directly hit by the fireballs and vaporized. This kind of raw fire had a terrifying burning effect. How could these ordinary monsters withstand it? At this moment, in the center of the ring of flames, a young man in purple gold armor was floating in the air. He held a saber that was constantly engulfed in black flames, and his eyes were fierce as he constantly scanned the muddy ground under his feet. Below him, a group of Holy Dragon City lords were like wolves and tigers. They kept waving their weapons in the air and on the ground, displaying brilliant cultivator skills and divine arts, killing monsters in groups. They were like hundreds of fierce tigers that had entered a sheep pen, using an incredible harvesting speed to clean up the monsters that Namilla had raised. In front of the Lord of Holy Dragon City, those disgusting monsters had no power to resist at all. They could only be slaughtered in a one-sided manner. If those native forces saw this scene, they would understand why the native gods were so afraid of Holy Dragon City. It was because once they entered the small world of these native gods, it would be a devastating disaster. As the Lord of Holy Dragon City showed his might, the monsters were no longer listening to the command of the hidden Namilla. Instead, they fled in all directions in a panic, looking for any possible hiding spots. Namilla's small plain world was called the crack of the shipwreck because the corners of those rotten, broken ships could never be exposed to the sun. It was full of filth, and each of them bred disgusting creatures. Therefore, in this world, there was no lack of dark corners, even if it was always in darkness. Unfortunately, the area of this world was limited. Where could those monsters escape to? With a wave of the Holy Dragon City's overlords, hands, small drones that were only half a meter in size began to appear in the sky around them. Similar to the nanomachines, these miniature drones needed to be controlled by an unmanned main computer, while the rest of the miniature drones acted as auxiliary units. They would operate in groups of 10. As soon as they appeared, their bodies immediately flashed with a green light and began to shuttle through the world, constantly searching for suspicious targets. Then, they used the micro-laser and electromagnetic weapons they were equipped with to attack. Although the destructive power of this weapon was not particularly great, it had no pressure dealing with ordinary soft-bodied and armored monsters. As the formation of mini drones began to move, bright lights flashed in the dark world and filled the surroundings. With infrared detection and other means, the mini drones could easily find the hidden monsters and kill them directly. However, even though the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City were fighting so ferociously, the master of this small world, the master of corrosion and darkness, Namila, had never appeared. Tang Zhen, who was in the sky, tightly knitted his brows. His mental energy spread out like a tide and continued to search this small world. "I've found you." When his spirit power swept across a huge broken ship, his expression suddenly changed. His figure shot towards the ground like lightning and arrived on the deck of the broken ship in the blink of an eye. Crack! A piece of rotten deck under his feet broke and fell, but Tang Zhen was not affected in the slightest. His figure was still floating in the same place. "Come out, do I have to beat you until you come out?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared from the broken ship. It was wrapped in a heart-palpitating darkness, decay, and filth as it attacked Tang Zhen. "Damn you otherworldly demons! You've gone too far." Tang Zhen's expression did not change. His body was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying flame. The black flames on the soul-devouring saber soared as it slashed towards the black figure. "So what if I bully you? I'm going to kill you." Before he could finish his words, the attacks from both sides had already collided. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. The space seemed to have been shattered, and black spatial cracks appeared. Then, the broken ship broke into pieces. The black shadow retreated hundreds of meters and broke the body of a broken ship in the distance. A law king and a native god with the world's origin energy. The power of the collision between the two was extremely terrifying. However, it could be seen from the situation earlier that Tang Zhen had clearly occupied the absolute upper hand. This was because he had not taken a step back. When the Lusheng cultivators faced the native cultivators of the same level, they were completely suppressed. It was the same when they rose to the king level, not to mention a special case like Tang Zhen. His terrifying combat power was also invincible in the world of Lusheng. The reputation that he had gained from killing his way out was definitely not fake. Namila's angry roar could be heard, but she didn't appear directly. It was unknown where she was hiding. Tang Zhen laughed in disdain. He waved the soul-devouring blade in his hand and suddenly hacked it toward an empty space. Just as the attack was about to reach him, a black shadow flashed at that position. He dodged instantly and disappeared into the darkness again. The other party could use the darkness to hide, but Tang Zhen did not put him in his eyes. "You don't have to do anything in vain anymore. Do you really think I can't see where you're hiding?" Tang Zhen looked at a broken ship and shouted with an ice-cold voice. Another muffled explosion sounded. The broken wooden boards of the broken ship flew in all directions. That black figure once again appeared. However, this time around, he did not launch an attack. Instead, he stopped in front of Tang Zhen. A woman's body appeared from within the black shadow. She was viciously glaring at Tang Zhen. Although there were no injuries on her body, Tang Zhen knew that the probing attack just now had caused Namira to suffer serious injuries. There must be a fire of law wreaking havoc in her body, trying to turn her into a human torch. If it weren't for Namila's extraordinary strength and the world's origin in her body, which protected her body and resisted the destruction of the fire of law, she would have been turned into ashes at this moment. "Outsider, what do you want?" Namira finally spoke. Her voice was filled with coldness and indifference to living beings. In her eyes, there was only Tang Zhen, her enemy. She seemed to turn a blind eye to the monsters that were being slaughtered in the small world. Tang Zhen sneered when he heard this. He slowly said, "I want the world's origin in your body. Give it to me and I'll spare your life. If you don't, you'll die without a doubt." Hearing this, Namila's expression changed drastically. She shouted in a sharp voice, "In your dreams, I won't give it to you even if I die." The world's origin source in her body was what she relied on to control her godhood. If she lost it, she would immediately fall from the altar and become an ordinary demigod cultivator. How could Namila possibly accept such a huge difference in status? Tang Zhen wasn't surprised at all after hearing Namira's answer. He naturally knew that it was absolutely impossible for these native gods to hand over the world's origin of their own accord. Since that was the case, he would kill her or beat her until she was willing to hand it over. 1048 Intense Battle 1. As intruders who tried to steal their master's most precious item, a fierce battle was inevitable between Tang Zhen and Namira. In this battle, it was either you die or I die. Without any hesitation, the two sides started fighting again. As the terrifying shock wave spread out, the two figures collided with each other like lightning, and then quickly separated in the blink of an eye. A cluster of flames rose and burned off the leech-like black substance on the surface of his body. Tang Zhen's expression was ice cold as the black flames of the soul-devouring saber expanded out of thin air and once again charged forward. Having already clashed with Tang Zhen several times, Namila knew very well that she was no match for him. If she continued to fight him head-on, she might be killed by him in one strike. Facing a life-and-death crisis, Namila no longer had any scruples and let out an ear-piercing scream. Dark cage, seal it. From every corner of the shipwreck, countless filthy black gas rose into the sky and then quickly rushed toward Namira like tired birds returning to the forest. With the influx of the black gas, Namila's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, she had grown to nearly 100 meters tall. She looked down at Tang Zhen from above. Her blood-red eyes were filled with fury and madness. She bent her waist and lowered her head as she roared at Tang Zhen. She raised her palm and slapped towards Tang Zhen. In the process of her attack, the surrounding air was dyed pure black, as if there were heart-palpitating murmurs that were constantly being emitted from the darkness. It was as if the power of a certain law in this world was also being drawn in, causing the momentum of the attack to be even more shocking. A huge palm turned into a distorted cage at an extremely fast speed. It covered an area of 1 kilometer and then quickly closed up like a fishing net. Wherever it passed, everything turned pitch black, and then turned into countless small black dots, which finally faded and disappeared. Under the influence of the other party's law power, it was already impossible for Tang Zhen to teleport, let alone break through this fishing net and escape. This was because the black fishing net had locked onto his position and was determined to imprison him. The monsters in the surroundings seemed to have received some kind of call. They no longer cared about the holy dragon. City cultivators, killing. They rushed out from various areas and surrounded Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen coldly looked at Namila's powerful attack as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You're starting to go all out. That's good. As soon as he finished speaking, flames spurted out of Tang Zhen's eyes. Then, his entire body was wrapped in raging flames, turning into a sharp spear that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. He stabbed toward Namira's body that was bending down. The surrounding monsters that tried to approach Tang Zhen were affected by the law of flames and instantly turned into nothingness. The thick darkness was unable to stop Tang Zhen's charging momentum. The darkness along the way was pierced and burned, leaving behind a clean world. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. Boom! Another deafening sound rang out as the flaming spear pierced through Namila's palm. It was then tainted by the inextinguishable flames and burned into nothingness. A pained scream came out of Namira's mouth. It was obvious that Tang Zhen's attack had caused her great pain. However, she gritted her teeth and persevered. The huge fishing net had already tightened, turning into a black cage. Tang Zhen no longer had any space to dodge. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already been wrapped by a cluster of pure darkness. It was as though he was about to be devoured. Namira let out a self-satisfied laugh after seeing this scene. Her huge figure suddenly transformed into huge feet that stomped on Tang Zhen's position. Layer after layer of black liquid covered the dark cage. It was just like the ordinary ground, which was constantly being hit and tamped, making it more and more solid. From her appearance, it was clear that she was planning to use this method to imprison Tang Zhen, causing him to be unable to escape. Of course, she had to pay a huge price for this. In order to launch this attack, Namila had already extracted half of the power that this small plane had accumulated for countless years. However, as long as she could subdue the invader, Tang Zhen, Namila would be willing to give up this small plane world. Because in this way, she did not need to worry about the world's origin in her body being plundered. She could even slowly find a way to completely kill Tang Zhen. As for the demon's subordinates, after losing their leader, they could only be considered a pile of loose sand and would be annihilated sooner or later. In that short moment, countless thoughts flashed through Namila's mind, and a smug expression slowly appeared on her face. I thought that the heavenly demonic lord was very powerful, but it's just so, he thought. Compared to me, who has mastered the origin of the world and become a god, he's still a step behind. Namila snorted. In the end, they were both gods, and the other party was just a mortal who was too strong to pose a threat to them. However, Namila's thoughts were still too optimistic, or rather, she was happy too early. Just as Namira was continuously strengthening the seal in an attempt to kill Tang Zhen as soon as possible, traces of flame swords were also continuously shot out from the dark cage like steel needles. It was as if the flaming swords would break through the shackles of the dark cage and explode from the inside at the very next second. This was clearly Tang Zhen's counterattack. Moreover, it was extremely effective. Namira was shocked and began to frantically increase the strength of the seal. As the massive amount of black gas continued to cover her, her huge body began to shrink rapidly, and her color became dimmer and dimmer. However, the fire swords that pierced through the dark cage became more and more concentrated, cutting it into pieces. Namila let out a desperate scream and pounced on him, quickly turning into a ball of black liquid that wrapped around the cage. She didn't expect the heavenly demon master to be so difficult to deal with. She had no choice but to start fighting with her life on the line. Pain and resentment appeared on her face. Even though her body was pierced by the flame sword, she still refused to leave the dark cage. Soon. Just hold on for a little longer and you'll be devoured by the pure black shadow, turning into nothingness. Namira let out a shrill and crazy roar. Her expression was twisted to an extremely terrifying degree, and her blood-red eyes revealed an indescribable ferocity. As she roared, the dark cage that was tightly wrapped around her body suddenly stopped struggling and became motionless. A hint of surprise appeared on Namila's face, as well as a faint ecstasy. Yingluo is dead. It was just a cold sentence, but it entered her ears at this moment. You're wrong. You're the one who's dead. Namila's expression changed drastically. She shot up from the dark cage and tried to turn around and escape. However, a black saber wrapped in flames suddenly appeared behind her and pierced her heart. 1049 Namila's compromise. Namila, who was trying to escape, suddenly froze. She looked at the soul-devouring blade sticking out of her chest and turned her head away in horror. With just one look, she felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. Behind her, a huge hole had been torn out of the cage of darkness, and flames were still burning at the edge. Tang Zhen had already escaped from the cage of darkness. He was looking at her with a dark and cold expression. At the same time, many mental energy transformed tentacles extended from his head and continuously entered his body, pulling out a black worm-like black substance. And NBSP, every time he pulled out a black substance, the tentacle formed from spiritual energy would ignite it and turn it into ash. Clearly, Tang Zhen had also suffered some injuries in the darkness cage earlier. The black substance that had invaded his body was truly not an ordinary kind of poison. If ordinary cultivators were to get even a little bit of it, they would probably die immediately. Of course, none of this was important, because the situation of the battle was already extremely clear. Namira's body had been stabbed by Tang Zhen, and it had definitely reached a life-threatening level. At the same time, the materialized spiritual force tendrils that extended from the top of Tang Zhen's head had already firmly bound Namira's feet, making her unable to move an inch. Unless her cultivation surpassed Tang Zhen's and cut off his mental energy tentacle, it would be impossible for her to break free from his control. This was because this thing was formed by his will, and there was no such thing as breaking. Now, if she wanted to keep her life, she had no choice but to leave her body. However, this also meant that she would fall from the altar. Other than barely keeping her life, she would lose everything she had. Namila clearly didn't want to see such a miserable outcome. Moreover, Tang Zhen had already taken preventive measures. The law flames that were spreading around her would definitely be able to make her divine soul unable to escape. I beg you, please let me go. I can give you all the wealth I've accumulated over the years. His heart had been pierced by the soul-devouring blade, his body was bound by spiritual power, and his surroundings were wrapped in the flames of the laws. At this time, Tang Zhen only needed a thought to directly burn Namira into ashes. Namila was also aware of this, so she immediately begged for mercy. I don't need you to give it to me. After I kill you, everything here will be mine. Tang Zhen's voice was ice cold, and the killing intent in his eyes could practically freeze a person. Namila quickly shook her head and begged, there are some precious treasures that only I know where they are. Without my guidance, you will never be able to find them. Oh, really? Hearing this, Tang Zhen glanced at Namira and seemed to be a little moved. This also caused a trace of hope and ecstasy to rise in Namira's heart. However, Tang Zhen's next sentence had completely shattered her joy. It was as though she had been pushed into a bottomless abyss. In that case, I don't want it anymore. I just want to kill you and get the world's origin. After hearing this answer, Namira was in complete despair. She looked at Tang Zhen with a venomous gaze, as if she wanted to remember Tang Zhen's appearance in her heart. A dangerous and terrifying aura began to spread around Namila's body. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he saw this. He used a disdainful tone and said, you're trying to give me an attack that will cause both sides to suffer, right? If you die like this, won't it be considered a loss? Namira sneered as well, but she didn't say anything. She only glared at Tang Zhen. Shaking his head, Tang gently pulled out the sword from Namila's heart and shook it hard. Namira's body convulsed violently, but her expression was much better. At the same time, she looked at Tang Zhen with a complicated expression. As a native god, even if her heart was destroyed, she could still survive for a while. However, the soul-devouring saber in her body could take her life. Tang Zhen had pulled out the soul-devouring blade, which was equivalent to sparing Namila's life. Of course, her body was still confined. The law flames that surrounded her had yet to dissipate. Tang Zhen could still crush her into pieces at any time. I said I wanted the world's origin energy in your body, but I didn't say I would take it all away. It's not impossible to keep a trace for you. As long as one had a trace of the world's origin, they could retain their identity as a god. At most, their strength would be weakened, and they would no longer be able to communicate with their believers and display miracles. Just lay dormant for a few thousand years in peace. When the time comes, you'll be able to gather the world's origin energy and restore your glory. Tang Zhen muttered to himself. At the same time, he glanced at Namila and said in a certain tone, "You won't reject my suggestion, right?" Hearing this, Namila gave a bitter smile and nodded hesitantly. She had no other choice now. If things were really as Tang Zhen said, Namila could reluctantly accept it. After all, this way, she could keep her life and continue to be an aboriginal deity. It was far better than being killed. However, in this way, her believers would gradually lose their faith and no longer believe in her. Without the nourishment of the power of faith, her small plain world would collapse and disappear sooner or later. Before she collected enough of the world's origin power, her situation was not much better than that of a lonely soul without an owner. However, in the end, as long as Namila had the capital to rise again, she would not risk her life again. Even ants were greedy for life, and so were the native gods. Namira coldly looked at Tang Zhen. She knew that the heavenly demon lord still had something to say. After all, Tang Zhen's actions had already shown that he had his own plans. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" After hearing Namila's question, Tang Zhen nodded and slowly said, "You must tell me all the secrets you know about the indigenous gods. Of course, you have to hand over all the treasures you've accumulated as well. Even if it's money for your life." Namila sneered at his words and said in a disdainful tone, "You broke into my house and then asked me for money to kill you. What a bandit's logic. Are you heavenly demonic race all so rude and unreasonable?" "Of course we're reasonable. We're only using our fists and blades." Tang Zhen shook his head and said disdainfully. Namila didn't say anything. She just kept sneering. "All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hand over the world's origin, all the information, secrets, and treasures you know, and I'll immediately leave with my people. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid your small world will become a dead land." Namila glanced at the wreckage and sighed. She raised her hand in front of her eyes, and a ball of constantly changing light appeared in her palm. It looked like a crystal condensed of light, exuding dense vitality and majestic world power, making people want to worship it. A smile was revealed on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He extended his hand and forcefully cut the light, leaving behind only a tiny trace. The rest was kept by him. Seeing this, Namila's heart ached, but she couldn't do anything. "Okay, next is the secret information about those native gods. Remember, don't try to hide or mislead them. Otherwise, I don't mind visiting you again and taking your life." Tang Zhen's words carried a hint of threat, completely dispelling Namila's original thoughts. This demon, it's better to send him away quickly and never see him again. 1050 Evacuation 1. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to believe all of the information provided by Aduin. He naturally had to analyze and compare. After all, this fellow's reputation wasn't good. Moreover, his attitude back then had changed too quickly. Tang Zhen had no choice but to treat him cautiously. Even though he had followed the information he had provided and successfully entered the entrance to Namira's small world, Tang Zhen still couldn't relax. This was a bloody and cruel invasion war. It concerned the safety of hundreds of thousands of residents in his building. Tang Zhen could not be too cautious. Now, with the information provided by Namira, not only could Tang Zhen obtain more secret information, but he could also filter and compare different information and choose the real and useful ones. Then, based on the confirmed true information, he would find the small plain world of another native god. By using this snowball method, Tang Zhen could obtain more and more information and find the location of the small worlds of all the native gods. Of course, the collection of spoils of war was also very important. Tang Zhen did not want to descend to this world after going through so much trouble just to collect the world's origin for the cornerstone platform. Tang Zhen's goal was to earn a large sum of money while doing missions and increase the strength of the Holy Dragon City. In fact, it was not only the Holy Dragon City that was doing this. The other towers were also doing the same. Otherwise, why would they be so keen on invading the other world without the drive of profit? Using battle to sustain battle was the reason why Lusheng was getting stronger and stronger. The cornerstone platform was naturally aware of this situation. However, not only did it not stop them, but it also encouraged them. After all, most of the spoils of war obtained from the invasion of the other world would eventually be taken away by the cornerstone platform. They would only give a bunch of battle points and then sell these spoils of war to other cultivators at a high price. The cornerstone platform had earned a lot. Back then, when Tang Zhen's vision was lacking, he had even thought that he had discovered a loophole in the cornerstone platform and was self-satisfied about it. However, as his horizons gradually expanded, he suddenly realized that the cornerstone platform didn't care about the items used by ordinary people at all. Instead, it directly controlled the high-end channels. The difference in profits between the two was simply immeasurable. After all, when Lu Cheng was fighting in the other world, he had to sell his spoils of war to exchange for points in order to exchange for the resources he needed. As for the remaining spoils of war, other than Lu Cheng's own consumption, selling them to the cornerstone platform was the best choice. This kind of business belonged to an absolute monopoly. Tang Zhen could only be envious. Sometimes, he really wanted to know who was in control of the cornerstone platform, Lu Cheng's advancement, and the teleportation between worlds. And who had such terrifying strength and power to be able to set their sights on the tens of thousands of planes, first nurturing countless towers, and then using this kind of plundering method to continuously obtain a terrifying amount of resources. Tang Zhen retracted his thoughts and looked at the scorched earth under his feet. Under Namira's resentful eyes, he laughed and gave the order to retreat. As for Namila, who had 99% of her world source stolen, Tang Zhen no longer put her in his eyes. She was not his opponent even when she had won all her power, let alone now that her power had dropped. If they kept her alive, they could also ensure that the aboriginal deities would not take desperate measures and launch an attack on the Holy Dragon City in a way that would cause both sides to suffer. Moreover, the indigenous people of Timrel would also regard Holy Dragon City as a demon because they had killed the gods they believed in one after another. They would have a common hatred for the enemy. This kind of situation would definitely cause a lot of trouble for the Holy Dragon City. Therefore, if it was not necessary, why would Tang Zhen make such an unwise move? Of course, if that native god was blind, Tang Zhen would not mind killing him. It would not take much effort anyway. Due to the limitations of the rules, the number of indigenous gods was always maintained at a fixed number. Level 9 was an insurmountable shackle for the indigenous cultivators. They would stay at this level, which was called demigod, and would never be able to advance. Therefore, an empty deity position would definitely attract countless greedy gazes. In fact, if Tang Zhen were to throw out the bargaining chip of becoming a god, it would probably attract many native cultivators who desired to become a god. They would pay any price for that trace of world's origin that could continuously condense and expand. Tang Zhen had a strange feeling when he thought about how he had supported all the native gods in the entire Timrel to rise to power. Since when did he have such strength that he could control the birth and death of a native god? Was the strength of the aboriginal deities too weak, or was the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng City too strong? Tang Zhen shook his head and retracted his scattered thoughts. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. The idea that had flashed through his mind just now did have a lot of room for manipulation. If he used it well, it would definitely bring a rich income to the Holy Dragon City. As for what would happen to this broken world after the Holy Dragon City left, what did it have to do with Tang Zhen? As the order to retreat was given, the figures of Holy Dragon City's overlords gathered at Tang Zhen's position as fast as lightning. In just a few minutes, he was surrounded by Holy Dragon City's overlords with murderous auras. The weapons in their hands were still dripping with blood. Just by looking at their expressions, it was clear that they had gained a lot of unexpected gains in the process of killing the monsters. According to Tang Zhen's rules, half of these spoils of war had to be handed over, and the rest would belong to the lords. Compared to the other Lusheng that had to hand in 90% and keep 30% at most, the Holy Dragon City's commission was quite low. If the benefits provided to the cultivators in the Lusheng were included, the Lusheng would be left with less than 20%. The Holy Dragon City's overlords were well aware of this, but they did not reject such a percentage. Instead, they converted it into cultivation resources and desperately improved their own strength. Treating himself as Lu Cheng's saber, obtaining more and more precious resources for Lu Cheng, and helping Lu Cheng to keep increasing his level was the best return for Lu Cheng. It's done, let's retreat. At this moment, Tang Zhen was just like a bandit king. He roared at his fiendish subordinates before turning around and walking towards the exit of the small world. The Holy Dragon City's city lords behind him simultaneously hit their armors with their fists, making a uniform muffled sound, and then wanton laughter spread. With the attitude of a victor, they stepped on the scorched earth and ruins under their feet, walking out of this small plain world that had just experienced a catastrophe. The exit was not far away, and the Holy Dragon City lords quickly rushed out. After leaving the oppressive and stinky dark plain, the lords heaved a long sigh of relief as they looked at the clear world in front of them. In that kind of place, even breathing was not smooth. It was indeed not a place for people to stay. The underwater breathing worms that they had placed on their noses and mouths were also removed one after another. They were placed in containers that they carried with them and carefully fed with nutrient solutions. The Holy Dragon City's lord and hundreds of contract cultivators who were waiting outside had all surrounded them, waiting for the next order. Everyone, rest here. We'll head to the next location in 2 hours. Tang Zhen used a calm tone to give the order. After which, he moved his feet and walked towards a desolate figure in the distance.